In the era of universal class transition, Suyu awakened to a hidden profession, the Necromancer King. From the start, he unlocked the SSS tier talent, Infinite Division. By merely slaying monsters, his undead legions could multiply without limit. Thus, Suyu became the master of the undead, commanding billions of skeletal soldiers with a mere wave of his hand. Wherever he passed, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked, his undead horde an unstoppable cataclysm. As bones piled high into mountains and the undead blotted out the sky, Suyu sat enthroned upon a sea of corpses and skeletons. A cataclysm? I am a cataclysm. Chapter 1. Celestial Phenomenon, Hidden Profession. In Binhai City, the June sun blazed like fire. On the sports ground of Binhai, First High School, waves of heat shimmered. Yet they could not suppress the fervor and excitement in the hearts of thousands of students on the cusp of adulthood. For today was the day that would determine their future destinies, the day of profession awakening. Suyu gazed at the awakening stone, lost in contemplation. He was a transmigrator. Over the past 2 years since his arrival, he had come to accept reality and familiarize himself with this world's rules. In essence, this was an age where everyone could transition professions. Upon turning 18, every individual could awaken a profession, gaining supernatural abilities. Combat, support, and lifestyle professions formed the foundation of this world's operation, delineating distinct life paths. Universal profession transition. What a magnificent era, Suyu murmured inwardly. I wonder what profession I will awaken. Just as Suyu's thoughts drifted, the principal, Guo Chuanfeng's characteristically resonant voice boomed from the podium. Students, today marks the turning point of your lives. Whether you leap like a carp over the dragon gate or fade into obscurity, it all hinges on this moment. I hope you remember that no matter what profession you awaken, you are all integral members of human society. Each of you must contribute to protecting our homeland and resisting the extraterrestrial demons. Combat professions charge into battle, showcasing humanity's might. Support professions strategize and secure the foundation of our race. Lifestyle professions toil silently, yet they too are the light of humanity. After a standard pre-battle motivational speech, Guo Chunfeng waved his hand grandly. I hereby declare the profession awakening ceremony of Binhai First High School officially begun. As the principal's words faded, the awakening ceremony commenced. At the center of the sports ground stood a dark, 3-meter-tall stone stele. Its surface was engraved with intricate, ancient patterns, emitting faint energy fluctuations. This was the sacred awakening stone. Students would step forward one by one, as called by their teachers, to undergo the awakening. Class 3-1, Zhao Ruifeng. A slightly chubby boy nervously approached and placed his hand on the stone. A soft green light glowed. Zhao Ruifeng, lifestyle profession, gardener. The recording teacher announced loudly. Zhao Ruifeng exhaled in relief, descending the stage with a hint of regret. Next, Wang Teng. Wang Teng, tall and straight-backed with sharp eyes, stepped forward confidently. Asterisk hum. Asterisk, a dazzling platinum light erupted, sharp and intense. Wang Teng, combat profession, swordsman. Whoosh, the crowd erupted. Wow, swordsman, a mainstream powerhouse profession. Wang Teng is amazing. Wang Teng smiled proudly, basking in the spotlight. Next, Jinyin, a graceful girl with delicate features, stepped forward. A holy golden radiance. Jinyin, support profession, paladin. Another wave of exclamations. The rare and powerful paladin. Next, Chuhui. A swirling, multicolored aura. Chuhui, support profession, aura master. Next, Bai Ningyan. A blazing crimson light, resolute and forceful. Bai Ningyan, lifestyle profession, blacksmith. One by one, students approached as the awakening stone shimmered with varying lights, captivating everyone's hearts. Most awakened only common professions, with rare ones yet to appear. Principal Guo Chuanfeng's expression gradually darkened. As time passed, it finally came to class 3-3, Suyu's class. Next, Suyu. When this name was called, almost everyone's gaze instinctively converged upon him. It was unavoidable. Suyu's impossibly handsome face was renowned throughout the school. It's Suyu. He's so handsome. I wonder what he'll awaken. A combat profession would be perfect. TCH, what good is looks? He might end up with a lifestyle profession, someone muttered enviously. On the podium, Principal Guo Chunfeng also glanced over with curiosity. Suyu took a deep breath, suppressing his anticipation, and strode calmly toward the awakening stone. Reaching the stele, he extended his pale, slender right hand and pressed it firmly against the surface in that instant. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a thunderclap from a clear sky. A cataclysmic roar. The entire sky was instantly dyed ink black, dark as an abyss. It wasn't clouds, but pure, suffocating darkness. The whole world seemed to plunge into a bottomless chasm. What's happening? The sky turned black. What's going on? Panic spread. Screams erupted. Chaos engulfed the sports ground. But this was only the beginning. Whoosh. A sinister wind howled, ghosts wailed, and spirits moaned. A piercing chill enveloped everything instantly. A terrifying pressure descended, freezing thousands as if trapped in an ice cellar, their breath catching. In the darkness, the ground shook. Twisted, ethereal shadows slowly seeped forth. Skeletons, death knights, bone dragons. Countless spectral, undead apparitions emerged. Their eye sockets blazed with azure or crimson soul fires. Silent roars, dense and innumerable, hundreds upon thousands. The entire campus transformed in an instant into a necropolis. The students were utterly petrified. Cries and pleas filled the air. The scene spiraled out of control. Undead. So many undead. Help! The demons have invaded. Amid this extreme chaos and terror, on the podium, Principal Guochuanfeng's pupils first dilated in shock, then his face erupted with unbelievable ecstasy. He channeled his power abruptly, his voice thundering across the sports ground, drowning out all noise. Silence. Everyone silence. This is not a demon invasion. Guochuanfeng's voice trembled with excitement, yet carried an unwavering fervor. Do not panic. This is an awakening phenomenon. As his words fell, asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the previously chaotic sports ground fell into dead silence, followed by an even more tumultuous uproar. Every face was etched with sheer incredulity. An awakening phenomenon. They knew full well what that signified. It was a celestial occurrence triggered only by the legendary. Hidden professions. In that moment, a single thought echoed in the minds of thousands. Suyu, awakened. A hidden profession. Asterisk swish. 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 Asterisk. All eyes, filled with extreme astonishment, fervor, and disbelief, locked onto the youth enveloped by boundless dark energy. A hidden profession, transcending all common and rare professions, symbolizing unparalleled potential. A future radiant with promise. In Binhai City, established for centuries, such a thing was unheard of, and today, they witnessed it with their own eyes. They witnessed the birth of a hidden class. The sheer magnitude of this shock is beyond imagination. Gradually, the dark energy receded like the ebbing tide. Suyu's figure reappeared in the sight of the crowd. Only now, his gaze was profound, akin to the starry sky of the departed, bearing an innate majesty. On the high platform, the recording teacher gradually regained his composure. Summoning all his strength, he hoarsely announced the result. Suyu has awakened the hidden class, Necromancer Sovereign. Nah, Crow Man Sare, so Verain. These 4 words detonated like megatons of explosives in the heart of every onlooker. A perfect match to the cataclysmic phenomenon that had just unfolded. Holy SH asterisk T. It's really a hidden class. Necromancer, Sovereign. A sovereign who commands the undead. Damn, that's just too domineering. He's skyrocketing. Suyu is shooting straight to the top. No, he's blasting through the stratosphere. F asterisk CK. Why isn't it me? I'm so jealous. The entire field erupted into utter frenzy. Admiration, envy, awe, fanaticism. On the high platform, Guochuanfeng was so exhilarated that his aged face flushed crimson, nearly leaping up on spot. A hidden class had actually emerged at Binhai No. 1 High School. They've struck gold. Binhai No. 1 High School is truly about to flourish. Chapter 2. The Lord of the Undead, Infinite Division. As Suyu awakened his hidden profession, the entire playground erupted into chaos. The students' fervor nearly spiraled out of control. Silence. Just as the scene was on the verge of turmoil, Principal Guochuanfeng unleashed a thunderous roar from the platform. This time, his voice carried the immense pressure of a seasoned practitioner, akin to thunder rolling through the skies, instantly subduing the crowd. The restless throng felt as if doused with a bucket of cold water, abruptly falling silent. The awakening ceremony is not yet concluded. All students, maintain your formation. No ruckus. He turned his gaze towards Suyu, his tone imbued with an unprecedented warmth and gravity. Under the principal's intervention, the commotion on the playground was finally forcefully quelled. Yet, all eyes remained fixated on Suyu, as if their very essence sought to penetrate him, bearing the weight of countless gazes. Suyu calmly returned to his place in Class 3 of the senior year. Upon entering the formation, his classmates immediately surrounded him like they were beholding a rare creature. Their voices a cacophony of admiration and astonishment. You go. Incredible. A hidden profession. Lord of the Undead. Just the name is explosive. From now on, you will be the pride of Binhai High. Suyu casually responded to their praises while his mind had already drifted into his own realm. Data panel. He silently chanted. And in the next moment, a translucent screen appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Name, Suyu. Profession, Lord of the Undead. Level, LV1, 01000. Strength, 9. Constitution, 8. Agility, 8. Mentality, 15. Note, the attributes of an average adult are 5. Equipment, none. Skills, 1. Summon Skeleton Soldier, 2. Soul Burn. 1. Summon Skeleton Soldier. Active consumes mental energy to summon a skeletal soldier to fight for you. The attributes of the skeletal soldier will increase with the player's level. 2. Soul Burn. Active consumes mental energy to ignite the soul flame of a designated target, inflicting magical damage. Current undead space, 0-10. The number of undead that can be stored will increase with level. Profession description. You are inherently the ruler of all undead. The undead are your servants, and bones are your stepping stones. You shall lead an endless army of the undead to engulf the realm of the living. Gazing at this initial panel, Suyu nodded inwardly. Truly, it was a hidden profession. The four-dimensional attributes at level 1 were nearly double that of an ordinary person, especially the mental stat, an impressive 15 points. This was crucial for a magic-based profession like the Lord of the Undead, which heavily relies on mental power. The two initial skills were also quite practical. Summon Skeleton Soldier. This was the core skill for the Lord of the Undead in the early stages, allowing him to summon skeletal soldiers to assist in battle. Meanwhile, Soul Burn served as a single target damage skill, capable of inflicting direct harm to the enemy's soul. As Suyu pondered, he was ensnared in contemplation. As the Lord of the Undead, his primary source of power lay with the undead army. The greater the number of undead, the stronger his combat prowess. Currently, his undead space could accommodate 10, meaning he could summon and store up to 10 skeletal soldiers. However, the capacity of the undead space would expand with Suyu's level. Overall, the Lord of the Undead was undoubtedly a profession brimming with potential. Yet, Suyu felt that something was still amiss. Wait a moment. As a transmigrator, according to the usual narrative, shouldn't my golden finger have arrived after awakening my profession? Why hasn't it manifested yet? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed from the depths of Suyu's consciousness. Detection. Host has successfully awakened the hidden profession, Lord of the Undead, meeting binding conditions. Binding the Ultimate Undead System 105-0100. Binding successful. Ultimate Undead System. Dedicated to creating the most formidable Lord of the Undead. Function. For every 5 levels the host ascends, a level-up gift package will be awarded. Notice, a novice gift package has been detected for the host. Would you like to open it immediately? It has arrived. The exclusive benefit for transmigrators has finally come. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu promptly activated the package. Successfully opened the novice gift package. Congratulations. Host has acquired the godly talent, Infinite Division, SSS level. Congratulations, host has acquired the passive skill, Damage Transfer. Talent, skill, with a sense of intrigue. Suyu immediately began to examine. Talent, Infinite Division. Level, SSS level, unique. Effect, all undead units under your command can split by absorbing energy. Energy can be directly absorbed after defeating a creature. Note 1. Newly created units from splitting will initially mirror the state of the parent unit prior to division. Note 2. The amount of energy absorbed is proportional to the level of the defeated creature. Higher level beings contain greater energy. Gasp. After reading the talent description, Suyu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Infinite Division. This was simply a bug-level talent. It is essential to understand that the primary source of power for the Lord of the Undead comes from the undead. With the talent of Infinite Division, the Lord of the Undead would experience a qualitative leap. Just by slaying monsters, could he produce an endless stream of soldiers? 1 skeleton could become 2. 2 could become 4. Given enough time, he could amass an undead army capable of inundating the entire world. At that point, not to mention dragons. Even gods would be overwhelmed and buried beneath a mountain of skeletal soldiers. Any foe, in the face of an endless tide of the undead, would be nothing more than a paper tiger. This talent epitomizes the strategy of overwhelming foes with sheer numbers to the utmost extreme. This is what the Lord of the Undead truly embodies. This is Calamity incarnate, suppressing the tumultuous emotions roiling within him. So you shifted his focus to the other skill. Passive skill, Damage Transfer. Effect. As the Supreme Lord of the Undead, you have established a soul link with your undead minions. Any physical damage inflicted upon your corporeal form will be forcibly transferred to your undead units for them to bear. Holy cow! After absorbing the implications of this skill, Suyu nearly exclaimed in astonishment. This was yet another divine technique. As the Lord of the Undead, most of his combat power derives from the undead. Thus, the Lord of the Undead's physical prowess is not substantial, making him vulnerable to close combat or concentrated attacks, which could easily lead to his demise. This has always been the most fatal flaw of the Lord of the Undead. However, with damage transfer, everything changes. As long as there are undead in the vicinity, all physical attacks will be redirected to them. Completely ineffective. This grants him direct immunity to physical attacks. How is one to contend with that? Physical-type professions, upon encountering me, would likely despair to the point of tears. A wild grin spread across Suyu's face as he envisioned the expressions of future adversaries crumbling in despair. Infinite Division combined with physical immunity. Furthermore, the gift packages dispensed every 5 levels. This is utterly insane. Chapter 3. The Principal's Retention. While Suyu was engrossed in exploring the system, the awakening ceremony continued to unfold in an orderly fashion. One after another, numerous students approached, their awakening stones shimmering with a myriad of luminescent hues. However, most awakened to ordinary combat, support, or life professions. Although a few commendable professions emerged, eliciting bursts of astonished whispers. They paled in comparison to the cataclysmic spectacle instigated by Suyu. Until, suddenly, a chilling aura surged forth, akin to the most ferocious winter gale, emanating violently from the awakening stone. The temperature of the entire playground plummeted by several degrees. Nearby students could not suppress a shiver, as a thin layer of frost seemed to crystallize upon the ground. This unexpected chill instantaneously captivated everyone's attention, including Suyu, who had been lost in thought. Looking up, he beheld a stunningly beautiful girl, exuding an ethereal coldness, pressing her hand upon the awakening stone. At that moment, the stone radiated a piercing ice-blue light, pure and frigid. Is it her? Suyu recognized the girl, Luo Qingyan, the acknowledged belle of Binhai No. 1 High School, and the cherished jewel of the Luo family. One of the 4 prominent families in Binhai City. She was renowned throughout the school for her icy demeanor and academic prowess, a goddess in the hearts of countless boys. Yet her temperament was so aloof that she kept others at bay. At this moment, the teacher on the platform, awakened by the chilling aura, gazed at the light and feedback emanating from the awakening stone, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement as he announced, Luo Qingyan, awakened to the rare combat profession of Ice Mage. The crowd erupted once more. Wow, an Ice Mage, a paragon among rare professions, a master of the arcane. Not only is Luo the school beauty with an illustrious lineage, but she has also awakened a rare combat profession. This is simply extraordinary. The Ice Queen paired with the Ice Mage is a match made in heaven. Their essences align perfectly. First, we had Suyu's Necromancer, and now Luo Qingyan's Ice Mage. Our cohort at Binhai No. 1 has birthed 2 prodigies. Who would dare to claim that our school is merely an ordinary high school? Students murmured, their gazes toward Luo Qingyan filled with envy, reverence, and a sense of inevitability. It seemed to them that it was entirely normal for someone of Luo Qingyan's caliber to awaken such a formidable and rare profession. Unfazed by the surrounding commotion, Luo Qingyan withdrew her hand, her exquisite visage remaining composed and frigid. She inclined her head slightly in gratitude toward the teacher beside her, before silently returning to her class's ranks. On the platform, Principal Guo Chunfeng was equally exhilarated. His aged face flushed a deep crimson, mouth agape, hands trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement. Excellent. Marvelous. Guo Chunfeng's heart was in a frenzy of jubilation. A hidden profession in Suyu. This was already a once-in-a-century fortune for the school. And now, another Luo Qingyan. A rare combat profession, an Ice Mage. A hidden profession, a top-tier rare profession. The twin stars were shining. He could almost envision that for decades to come, Binhai No. 1 High School would shine brilliantly because of these 2 students. We are destined for greatness. This time, it's truly a momentous occasion. Guo Chunfeng felt as if he might faint from sheer happiness. In the wake of Suyu and Luo Qingyan's brilliance, the subsequent awakenings, though occasionally noteworthy, ultimately failed to generate any significant stir. Nearly 2 hours later, as the last student completed their awakening, the ceremony finally drew to a close. Guo Chunfeng ascended the platform, his voice resonating throughout the assembly. Dear students, the awakening ceremony has concluded successfully. First and foremost, on behalf of the school, I extend my warmest congratulations to all students who have successfully awakened their professions. Today marks the commencement of a new chapter in your lives. Whether you have awakened into combat, support, or life professions, remember, each profession is an indispensable part of human society. It is the cornerstone of our struggle against otherworldly evils and the guardian of our homeland. At this juncture, he paused deliberately, his gaze subtly sweeping over the direction of Suyu and Luo Qingyan, imbued with a sense of satisfaction and anticipation. He then shifted his tone. However, dear students, please bear in mind that awakening a profession is merely the first step towards the extraordinary world. It is the beginning of a long journey. The true tests and challenges are only just commencing. I would like to announce an important piece of news. Tomorrow, our Binhai City's Beginner Dungeon will officially commence. This is a benefit provided by the Binhai City officials, aimed at allowing you newcomers to hone your skills and level up. The Beginner Dungeon? Splendid. We can finally engage in monster hunting and level up. Ha ha ha. My great sword is itching for action. The students erupted with excitement, brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming Beginner Dungeon. Guo Chunfeng raised his hand, signaling for calm among the students, his expression turning serious, his tone somber. The Beginner Dungeon serves as your warm-up, yet the true test will arrive 7 days hence. The national examination a week from now is the most crucial moment of your lives. It will directly impact your future prospects and determine how far you can go. Time is of the essence. The task is formidable. I hope that each of you will cherish this week, dedicating yourselves wholeheartedly to self-improvement. Here, I sincerely wish everyone, on behalf of all the faculty and students of Binhai No. 1 High School, the ability to excel beyond expectations in the upcoming examination and gain admission to the institutions of your dreams. Let us go, students. The future lies in your hands. Sweat, strive, and forge your own brilliant futures. As the principal concluded his speech, the awakening ceremony officially came to an end. The students, organized by their teachers, departed the playground in an orderly fashion. Among the throng, as Suyu prepared to follow his class out, he was swiftly intercepted by his homeroom teacher. Suyu, the principal wishes to see you in his office immediately. He has matters to discuss with you. The principal is looking for me? With a sense of curiosity, Suyu hurried toward the principal's office. Chapter 4, Aspiration, Yenjing University. In the principal's office, upon Suyu's entrance, he found Luo Qingyan already poised before the desk, evidently summoned by the principal as well. Behind the mahogany desk, Principal Guo Chunfeng radiated an uncontainable excitement and pride, his gaze flitting between Suyu and Luo Qingyan as though he beheld two exquisite jade pieces. Suyu, Luo Qingyan, one a hidden profession, the Necromancer, and the other a premier rare profession, the Ice Mage. Both are the pride of our institution. Your futures are boundless. Guo Chunfeng stated forthrightly. The reason I called you here is primarily to discuss your future plans. For instance, which university in the Dragon Kingdom do you aspire to attend? Yenjing University. Suyu was the first to respond, his voice calm, as though stating an undeniable truth. Yenjing University. This institution is the pinnacle of academia within the Dragon Kingdom. It not only boasts exceptional teaching and a robust faculty, but, more crucially, provides students with an abundance of cultivation resources. For Suyu, the latter was of paramount importance. After all, it was solely through the vast resources of Yenjing University that he could continuously nurture and expand his legion of undead. Thus, Yenjing University was unequivocally his top choice. Luo Qingyan cast a cool glance at Suyu, seemingly taken aback by his steadfastness, and then slightly nodded. I am also from Yenjing University. Guo Chunfeng's smile broadened. Excellent. Yenjing University. Ambitious indeed. However, you both are aware that the university's assessment criteria are exceptionally rigorous. Besides the national examination rankings, there are stringent requirements regarding personal levels, one of which mandates reaching level 18. Given such difficulty, I trust one need not elaborate further? Luo Qingyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She understood the challenge involved. Even for rare professions, immense effort and a stroke of luck were necessary. Guo Chunfeng timely presented his suggestion. Therefore, I have invited you here today to propose that you two team up for the upcoming newbie dungeon starting tomorrow. Teaming up not only ensures safety, but also significantly enhances monster slaying efficiency. This will undoubtedly benefit your pursuit of Yenjing University, offering nothing but advantages. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. A necromancer and an ice mage, if they could collaborate, they would surely dominate the newbie dungeon. Luo Qingyan's cool brow slightly knitted. She preferred solitude and was unaccustomed to teaming up, especially with a nearly unfamiliar male. Just as she was about to politely decline, Suyu's voice interjected decisively, without a trace of hesitation. No need, principal. I am accustomed to working alone. The atmosphere in the office froze instantly. Guo Chunfeng was taken aback. Huh? Suyu. He doubted his ears. This was an opportunity to team up with the school beauty, Luo Qingyan. How could he refuse such a coveted chance, a dream for countless boys, so abruptly? And so bluntly? At least consider it. Luo Qingyan was equally stunned, looking at Suyu with surprise in her ice blue eyes. She never anticipated that this boy would reject the offer with such decisiveness, even faster than she did. Meeting their astonished gazes, Suyu remained calm, adding a remark that would once again freeze the air. Teaming up would only hinder my leveling efficiency. Hinder efficiency? Guo Chunfeng's brows knitted in confusion. This lad, despite awakening a hidden profession with incredible potential, couldn't he possibly be so arrogant? Could he? It was common knowledge that teaming up during the newbie phase maximized efficiency. Suyu, I know you are strong, but the newbie dungeon is filled with monsters. Teaming up allows for mutual support, maximizing efficiency. This is common sense. Thank you for your kindness, principal. Suyu directly interrupted, but my mind is made up. Solo play suits me better. As a joke, with the infinite division talent, slaying monsters would yield more minions. His core strategy was to solo. The more he killed, the faster his undead multiplied. Why split the spoils in a team? Moreover, there was the risk of exposing the system's existence. Such a risk was one Suyu would never entertain. Seeing Suyu's resolute stance, Guo Chunfeng realized he could not persuade him further and turned to Luo Qingyan. And what about you, Luo Qingyan? Luo Qingyan replied coolly. I also do not favor teaming up. Since Suyu had already declined, she was more than willing to go with the flow. However, she took note of Suyu's comment about efficiency. Sighing, Guo Chunfeng felt utterly defeated. Two exceptional geniuses, each more independent than the other. His envisioned twin-star plan had completely fallen through. Well, you young people have your own ideas, which is fine. Guo Chunfeng retrieved 2 prepared boxes from his drawer and handed them to them. This is a small token of support from the school, newbie equipment, whiteboard level, but still a bit of assistance. Suyu and Luo Qingyan opened the boxes, revealing a wooden staff emanating a faint dark glow. Weapon, apprentice staff. Quality, whiteboard level. Attributes, spirit 2, magic attack 10. Description, Standard newbie staff, better than nothing. Note, equipment level classification, whiteboard, black iron, silver, gold, platinum, emerald. Although whiteboard level was the most basic, the addition of 2 spirit and 10 magic attack was quite substantial for a freshly minted level 1 magic user. Indeed a timely boon. Thank you, Principal. Both of them expressed in unison, stowing their staffs away. Go ahead. Guo Chunfeng advised one last time. Remember, you have only 7 days. Strive with all your might to level up. You must reach level 18 before the major examination, or you will lose your eligibility for Yinjing University. Exiting the principal's office, the two walked briefly in the corridor, the atmosphere tinged with a subtle, awkward silence. As they approached a fork in the hallway, Luo Qinyan's cool voice, laced with a hint of concern, broke the quiet. Suyu, I hope your decision to solo is not rooted in excessive arrogance. Though the newbie dungeon is foundational, facing numerous monsters alone poses considerable risks. And efficiency may not necessarily be optimal. She couldn't help but offer a reminder, particularly since Suyu's comment about efficiency had piqued her interest. A hidden profession may be formidable, but the Necromancer's initial summon limit was restricted, and combined with his fragile body, could he truly outpace the efficiency of a duo? Suyu did not pause his stride, merely casting her a sidelong glance, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Thank you for your concern. I am well aware of my limits. With that, he fell silent and continued toward the school gate, his back radiating an inexplicable confidence and mystery. Luo Qinyan stood rooted in place, watching his decisive departure, her ice-blue gaze flickering with complex emotions. Hinder efficiency? She shook her head, gathering her thoughts, and turned to head in her own direction. 7 days, level 18. She too had to give her all. Chapter 5, Summoning Skeleton Soldiers. The fading glow of the sunset filtered through the old window, casting a warm hue over the cramped rental room. Suyu closed the door and surveyed the modest dwelling where he had resided since his arrival 2 years ago. A single bed, a wardrobe, a desk, that was all. Simple. Even described as rudimentary. Upon his arrival, Suyu was an orphan. This room was provided free of charge by the school for orphans like him, the Necromancer's infinite division. Suyu sat on the edge of the bed and summoned his data panel. Name, Suyu. Profession, Necromancer. Level, LV1, 01000. Talent, Infinite Division, SSS level. Strength, 9. Vitality, 8. Agility, 8. Mentality, 152. The 2 represents the attribute bonus from equipment. Equipment, Apprentice Staff, whiteboard level. Skills, 1. Summon Skeleton Soldier. 2. Soul Burn. 3. Damage Transfer, passive. Current Undead Space, infinite. Upon seeing the small 2 beside the mentality attribute, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Though the Apprentice Staff, gifted by the principal, is merely a basic item, it significantly enhances his capabilities at this stage, particularly in terms of mental fortitude. The conspicuous, Undead Space, infinite, instilled a profound sense of security within him. Typically, a common necromancer's ability to summon undead is limited by the capacity of their own undead space, even if their mental strength is considerable. However, he is different. With the unlocking of infinite division, the system has granted him boundless undead space. This signifies that the scale of his undead army will have no upper limit. It is time to meet my first undead subject. Suyu took a deep breath and activated the skill. Summon Skeleton Soldier. Buzz. There were no earth-shattering phenomena. Only a small, narrow black vortex, just wide enough for a single person to pass through, silently materializing on the floor before him. Immediately, a cacophony of bone grinding echoed through the air. A ghastly white hand emerged first from the vortex, grasping the edge of the floor, followed by its arm, bones, ribcage, and spine. Finally, a complete skeleton soldier staggered out from the vortex, standing steadily before Suyu. It stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, its skeletal frame exhibiting a slightly antiquated grayish-white hue. Clutching a round wooden shield in its left hand and a rusty short dagger, marred with nicks, in its right. Only the 2 flickering azure flames within its hollow eye sockets testified to its vitality. Although its appearance was somewhat rudimentary, even shabby, Suyu could distinctly sense a connection emanating from the depths of his soul. Without the need for words, he could command this skeleton at will. This was the supreme privilege of a necromancer. With a mere thought, the detailed statistics of the skeleton soldier appeared before Suyu's eyes. Skeleton Soldier. Level, LV1, level scales with player. Race, Undead. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Vitality, 15. Intelligence, 15. Traits. Immune to various abnormal states such as mental effects, toxins, and bleeding. Absolutely loyal. Current division progress, 0-100. Note, killing creatures to absorb energy can enhance progress. Upon reaching full progress, it will automatically divide. Upon reviewing the data, a surge of joy welled up within Suyu. The attributes of this skeleton soldier were quite impressive. It is essential to note that the average attributes of an ordinary adult hover around a mere 5 points. This implies that even this lowly LV1 skeleton soldier possesses fundamental physical attributes 3 times that of an average adult. Moreover, This is merely the LV1 attribute. Its level will rise alongside mine. Once his level increases, to what heights will these skeleton soldiers' attributes ascend? Not to mention the division progress. By vanquishing creatures and absorbing their energy, he could facilitate division. Suyu's gaze fell upon the 0-100 progress bar, and a wild grin crept across his face. Infinite division. This is his true core reliance. As long as he continues to hunt, his skeleton soldiers can proliferate like cellular division, doubling from 1 to 2, then 4, growing exponentially. It is unfathomable to imagine the terrifying scene when he commands thousands, even millions, of such skeleton soldiers. One man becomes an army, an undead cataclysm. This is the grandeur befitting a necromancer. Suppressing the exhilaration within, Suyu commenced testing the mental power consumption required for summoning. His current total mental power stood at 17 points, 15 base 2 from the staff. Again, summon skeleton soldier. Buzz. The second skeleton soldier materialized. Again, buzz. The third one. Buzz. The fourth. As the fourth skeleton soldier fully coalesced, Suyu felt a slight dizziness in his mind, his mental power nearly exhausted. It seems that with my current mental power, I can summon a maximum of 4 skeleton soldiers at once. Suyu silently calculated. With his mental power depleted, he promptly sat cross-legged on his bed, entering a meditative state. Approximately an hour later, Suyu slowly opened his eyes, his spent mental power fully restored. Without a moment's hesitation, he began summoning again. Buzz, 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 buzz. Another 4 skeleton soldiers appeared, joining their companions. The small rental apartment instantly felt somewhat cramped. 8 silent skeleton soldiers, their azure flames flickering in their eye sockets, cast an eerie glow throughout the confined space. If an ordinary person were to witness this scene, they would likely faint on the spot. However, Suyu remained unfazed, gazing at these utterly loyal undead servants, a profound sense of security enveloping him. He then entered meditation once more to restore his mental power. Summon, summon, then meditate again. Throughout the night, Suyu immersed himself in this simple yet monotonous cycle. He resembled the most diligent craftsman, patiently honing and accumulating the foundation for his future. As time passed, the number of skeleton soldiers in the apartment grew steadily. 8, 12, 16, 20. The floor, the bed, the desk, even the cramped bathroom became occupied. The air was thick with skeletal remains, swords, and shields standing tall. The skeleton soldiers stood like the most loyal sentinels, silently awaiting their lord's inspection and commands. By midnight, Suyu ceased summoning. At this moment, the apartment was densely populated with a total of 32 skeleton soldiers. Mental power once again exhausted, but Suyu did not immediately begin meditating. The hour was too late. He needed rest to conserve energy for tomorrow's novice dungeon. Tomorrow's novice dungeon marks the beginning of my undead army's ascent. Chapter 6, Soloing the Novice Dungeon. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the darkness, Suyu opened his eyes punctually. A night of restorative slumber not only replenished his mental power expended the previous day, but also left him feeling invigorated, in an unprecedented state of well-being. Last night, the 32 skeleton soldiers had already been stored in his undead space. Without delay, Suyu swiftly rose and prepared himself. After a light breakfast, he made his way to Benhai No. 1 High School. At the school gate, the atmosphere was strikingly different from usual. The familiar sounds of students studying were replaced by a cacophony of excited voices. Several brand-new buses stood neatly parked along the roadside, emblazoned with bold insignia indicating their destination, the Novice Dungeon. Clearly, this was a coordinated arrangement by the school to transport students. Under the guidance of their homeroom teachers, students from various classes were orderly lining up to board the buses. Suyu spotted the queue for Class 3 of the 3rd year and quietly took his place at the end. His mere presence immediately attracted the attention of several classmates, with whispers rising around him. Look, it's Suyu. He seems even more imposing today. Of course, after awakening a hidden profession, how could he not be? I wonder how, brother, you prepared for the novice dungeon? It's no simple task. The homeroom teacher glanced at Suyu, an expression of complexity flickering in his eyes. Yet he maintained a professional demeanor as he instructed, Suyu, please board the bus without delay. Suyu nodded and followed the crowd onto the coach. The vehicle slowly set off, carrying a busload of newly transitioned individuals towards the novice dungeon in the city center. Benhai City. The location of the novice dungeon at Citizen Square. High schools from across the city, with thousands upon thousands of newly awakened individuals, converged here. The air was thick with anticipation and excitement. Have you heard? That Suyu from No. 1 High School awakened the hidden class, Necromancer. No way. Is that true? A hidden class? How long has it been since Benhai City had won? Absolutely. The awakening ceremony yesterday was nothing short of extraordinary. The entire school witnessed it. Dark clouds loomed, and specters obscured the sun. Terrifying indeed. Wow. Necromancer? The name alone is utterly magnificent. And the school beauty, Luo Qingyan, awakened the rare class, Ice Mage. Goodness. This cohort from No. 1 High School is destined for greatness. 1 hidden class and 1 top-tier rare class. The students gathered in clusters, various rumors spreading like wildfire. The names of Su Yu and Luo Qingyan undoubtedly became the focal point of discussion. As Su Yu followed the procession from one high school to the designated gathering area, he instantaneously became the center of attention. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes converged upon him. Is that Su Yu? He is so handsome. Though, he doesn't seem particularly extraordinary. Big shot. Please take me along. I'm a warrior, tough enough to tank monsters. Brother Yu. Want to team up? I'm a priest and can heal. Divine Su. Need any trinkets? I can shout 666. In no time, a swarm of students surged towards Su Yu, eager to forge connections with the individual possessing a hidden class, hoping to team up for the dungeon. After all, while the novice dungeon may serve as a fundamental experience, it remains fraught with unknowns and dangers for those freshly awakened. Being accompanied by a seasoned individual of a hidden class assured immense safety and efficiency. Amidst this overwhelming enthusiasm, Su Yu merely frowned, his expression unchanged. No need. I've decided to solo the novice dungeon. His voice, though not loud, resounded clearly in the ears of everyone around. A sudden silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone stood dumbfounded, gazing at Su Yu with disbelief. Did he just say he intends to solo the dungeon? Is this a joke? Even for a novice dungeon, and even with a hidden class, soloing is audacious. What? Is he out of his mind? Did I hear that right? He is actually going to solo the dungeon? I think Su Yu has become utterly arrogant. Seriously, is he too overconfident? Doesn't he fear unforeseen circumstances? Exactly. Even if hidden classes are formidable, he shouldn't be so brazen. Just wait and see. He'll probably emerge in disgrace before long. Skepticism, mockery, and schadenfreude began to ripple through the crowd. Yet, Su Yu paid no heed, striding directly towards the radiant, shimmering rift, a portal to the novice dungeon at the center of the square. Simultaneously, another cool figure attracted countless gazes, Luo Qingyan. Dressed in a high-tier robe and wielding an exquisite staff, her stunning visage bore no expression, akin to an ice mountain lotus, quietly standing at the periphery of the crowd. Numerous individuals approached her, hoping to invite her to form a team. After all, the rare class of ice mage is also a potent profession, compounded by her captivating beauty. However, without exception, everyone was met with her frosty gaze, which silently rejected their advances. At this moment, her icy blue eyes fixed intently on the solitary figure making his way toward the dungeon entrance, seemingly lost in thought. At the entrance to the novice dungeon, staff members were verifying Su Yu's identity. Dark Forest, Novice Dungeon. Verifying identity. Binhai number 1 High School, Su Yu. After confirming the information, the staff routinely reminded him of the dungeon rules. Level LV1 to LV10 area. The closer to the forest center, the higher the monster levels, and the greater the danger. Only 1 entry per day, with a maximum duration of 10 hours per entry. Death within the dungeon results in a loss of 50 of current level experience. Do you confirm entry? Confirmed. Su Yu nodded. He was already well aware of these rules. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and directly crossed into the luminous portal. Buzz. The space contorted, and the light swirled. Su Yu's figure vanished under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Wow, he really went in alone. Incredible, he is truly soloing. Let us see if he can survive. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Until now, they could hardly believe that Su Yu dared to enter the dungeon solo. At that moment, Luo Qingyan also approached the entrance and chose to enter alone. The school beauty is going in solo too. My goodness. Are all the students from this cohort monsters? The students in the square were utterly astonished by the consecutive actions of Su Yu and Luo Qingyan. Chapter 7. A bold idea, clearing the dungeon. Welcome to the Novice Dungeon, Dark Forest. Current area, LV1 Great Toothed Rabbit Habitat. Dungeon countdown, 9:59:59. Reminder, if death occurs within the dungeon, the transitioner will lose 50 of current level experience and will be imprisoned until the dungeon time concludes. As the light shifted, Su Yu found himself immersed in a dim, dense forest. The air was humid and carried a scent of decay. The surroundings were eerily quiet, only interrupted by occasional indistinct growls from afar. Su Yu glanced at the conspicuous 10-hour countdown in the upper right corner. The deeper he ventured, the higher the monster levels. Narrowing his eyes, Su Yu recalled the rules of the novice dungeon. Logically, the most efficient method for leveling up would be to quickly reach the highest level monsters he could handle to acquire maximum experience. This was the choice of the vast majority of newcomers. However, Su Yu harbored a radically different notion. Ordinary transitioners, constrained by their sustainability, must pursue cost-effective, grinding methods. But I am different. Su Yu's gaze swept over his talents and skills. Infinite splitting allows him to spawn minions by defeating monsters. Damage transfer provides physical immunity. His greatest advantage lies not in single target burst damage or extreme maneuvers, but in an endless army of the undead and an almost unscrupulous survival ability. For me, while experience points are undoubtedly important, what matters more is the ability to split. Higher level monsters may yield more energy per unit, but the lower tier beasts should not be wasted either. A glint of madness flashed in Su Yu's eyes. A bold idea emerged in his mind. Why not clear the entire novice dungeon? This way, he could maximize his gains. Indeed, clearing the dungeon. From the exterior to the interior, a relentless advance was made until all the ferocious beasts within the instance were thoroughly eradicated. Only in this manner could one acquire the utmost experience points and energy. Should this notion be revealed to outsiders, it would undoubtedly leave them astounded beyond measure. To clear the entire novice dungeon? What a jest! The dark forest spans an immense area, teeming with an abundance of monsters, let alone the limited time of 10 hours. Even 24 hours would be insufficient to accomplish such a feat, not even a team effort could achieve it. Yet, Suyu resolved to undertake this challenge. The infinite division granted him such a possibility. As Suyu pondered, a rustling sound emanated from the thicket ahead. Shortly after, a massive rabbit, boasting formidable incisors, cautiously emerged from the underbrush. Its pair of crimson eyes darted about, seemingly in search of sustenance. Suyu's gaze sharpened, and almost simultaneously, the creature's information materialized within his field of vision. Name, Giant Tooth Rabbit. Level, LV1. Skill, Giant Tooth Attack. Description, the most common and lowest level monster at the fringes of the dark forest. Generally mild in temperament, but will retaliate when threatened. The Giant Tooth Rabbit, being the most rudimentary experienced creature within the novice dungeon, was designed for newly awakened individuals to hone their skills. Suyu wished to test the combat prowess of his skeleton soldier. Thus, he refrained from summoning all his skeletons at once. Instead, he casually summoned one from the realm of the undead. Buzz, a small black vortex materialized before him, and a level 1 skeleton soldier, wielding a weathered sword and shield, stepped forth with a somewhat stiff gait. The ethereal blue flame flickering within its hollow eye sockets locked onto the giant tooth rabbit not far away. The rabbit, clearly startled by the sudden appearance of this bony figure, emitted a low, guttural warning sound, crouching slightly while revealing its menacing incisors. Go, eliminate it. With Suyu's command issued, the skeleton soldier immediately advanced toward the giant tooth rabbit. The rabbit, seemingly taken aback, propelled itself forward with a powerful kick of its hind legs, opening its mouth wide to unleash its giant tooth skill, aiming to bite down on the skeleton soldier's lower leg bone. However, crack, a sharp sound echoed, rather than the sound of bone shattering. It was the proud incisors of the giant tooth rabbit that, upon contacting the seemingly fragile leg bone of the skeleton soldier, chipped off a small piece instead. The skeleton soldier's 15 points of vitality provided a defense that the rabbit's feeble attack could not breach. The skeleton soldier remained unperturbed, its rusted short sword slicing down with a swift, brutal motion. Splatter! A spray of blood erupted. The unfortunate giant tooth rabbit did not even manage to emit a full scream before its body was cleaved in two by the skeletal blade, resulting in its complete demise. Successfully killed LV1 giant tooth rabbit, gained 10 experience points. Skeleton soldier killed LV1 giant tooth rabbit, gained 10 energy. Division progress, 10-100. Almost simultaneously, Suyu's experience bar shifted imperceptibly. Moreover, the division progress of the skeleton soldier's panel transformed from 0 to 10. 10 energy points meant that by slaying 10 giant tooth rabbits, the skeleton soldier could achieve division. While the efficiency might not seem particularly high, considering the giant tooth rabbit was merely the lowest tier monster, and given that infinite division relied on a quantitative accumulation to effect qualitative change, this outcome was well within Suyu's acceptance. More crucially, through the brief skirmish, he had unequivocally confirmed that the skeleton soldier was a veritable slaughterer against these lower-tier beasts. With that in mind, there was no need to squander any more time. Suyu cast aside all reservations, unleashing his undead army without restraint. Arise, my legion of the undead. Buzz, 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 buzz. In an instant, 31 dark vortices emerged around Suyu, centered on his being. The sound of bones clattering filled the air. One after another, skeleton soldiers, armed with sword and shield, emerged from the vortices, like an ancient army awakening from slumber, silently and menacingly aligning behind Suyu. In the blink of an eye, a total of 32 skeleton soldiers occupied the small clearing, their numerous white bony forms flickering with ethereal blue flames, converging into a chilling torrent of death. In groups of 4, they advanced methodically, intent on purging all lowly beasts within this outer region. Remember, annihilate every living creature you encounter. Suyu's voice turned cold and authoritative, resonating with the command of a true sovereign. Roar! The soul flames of the 32 skeleton soldiers surged momentarily, as though in reply to their master's decree. The next moment, swish, 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 they swiftly divided into 8 standard combat squads, akin to the most ruthless killing machines, silently and swiftly plunging into the surrounding dense thickets and shadowy forest. A historic and unprecedented cleansing, a grand hunt against the entire novice dungeon, commenced its bloody and terrifying prologue. Chapter 8. The division begins, the expanding legion. Upon the issuance of Suyu's command, the 8 squads of skeletons immediately commenced a thorough extermination of the outer regions of the dark forest. Splatter, splatter. The bone blade swung, glinting coldly. The level 1, giant tooth rabbit, stood no chance against such an organized onslaught. its fragile life harvested as effortlessly as grass. Successfully killed LV1 giant tooth rabbit. Gained 10 experience points. 10 energy. Successfully killed LV1 giant tooth rabbit. Gained 10 experience points. 10 energy. The notifications of kills echoed repeatedly in Suyu's mind. Before long, the 8 skeleton squads had traversed the territory of the level 1 beasts and pressed deeper into the forest. Hiss hiss. From the grass ahead, several creatures, no larger than house cats, but with a single eye gleaming mischievously in red, darted forth. Name, one-eyed rat. Level, LV2. Skill, bite, a swift attack using sharp teeth. Description, more aggressive than the giant tooth rabbit, possesses greater speed, prefers to act in groups. Level 2 one-eyed rats. In comparison to the level 1 giant tooth rabbits, their combat capability was indeed somewhat superior. However, before the squads of skeletons, they were still utterly crushed. Although the one-eyed rats were noticeably faster than the giant tooth rabbits, capable of dodging the initial round of slashes and leaving shallow white marks on the skeleton's bones with their sharp teeth, it was utterly inconsequential. The skeletons felt no pain, nor did they know fear. They mechanically executed their master's orders to slay, with the second round of bone blades descending. Splatter, splatter. The shrill cries of the rodents were abruptly silenced. Successfully killed LV2 one-eyed rat. Gained 20 experience points. 20 energy. Successfully killed LV2 one-eyed rat. Gained 20 experience points. 20 energy. Higher experience. More energy. Suddenly, the experience bar of Suyu surged at an accelerated pace. The progress bars for the skeleton soldiers division began to accumulate at an even swifter rate. Just as a squad of skeletons had finished dispatching a small nest of one-eyed mice, one of the skeletons finally reached that critical threshold. Skeleton soldier absorbed energy, 20. Division progress, 100,100. Here it comes. Suyu's spirit soared as he vividly perceived, through the soul link, the unfolding scene deep within the forest. Buzz. The skeleton soldier's body erupted with a dense layer of black radiance, as if ink were dispersing in water. Its entire skeletal structure began to tremble subtly, contorting, with faint cracking sounds emanating from its joints, as though something was brewing and reorganizing within its form. Shortly thereafter, that layer of black light was violently flung aside, in a manner reminiscent of cellular division. A figure identical to the skeleton soldier swiftly coalesced within the black light. Division complete. Congratulations, host. Your skeleton soldier has fully absorbed energy and successfully divided. Undead Unit 1. Current number of undead units, 33. The cold system notification echoed in Suyu's mind, heralding the birth of the first new member. Excellent. Remarkable. Suyu could not help but exclaim softly, as the effect of infinite division commenced. And this was merely the beginning. As the slaughter continued, an increasing number of skeleton soldiers would fill their energy reservoirs. Buzz, 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 buzz. The radiance of division, like a constellation of stars, began to flicker throughout the shadowy corners of the forest. Congratulations, host. Your skeleton soldier has fully absorbed energy and successfully divided. Undead Unit 1. Current number, 34. Congratulations, host. Your skeleton soldier has fully absorbed energy and successfully divided. Undead Unit 1. Current number, 35. The number of skeleton soldiers under Suyu's command began to multiply rapidly. Simultaneously, these newly divided skeletons joined the hunt, further enhancing the efficiency of extermination. Unconsciously, a faint golden glow enveloped Suyu's entire being. A warm sensation coursed through his limbs, nourishing his physique. This was a sign of leveling up. Congratulations, player. You have successfully leveled up to LV2. Your strength attribute has increased by 5 points. Your agility attribute has increased by 5 points. Your constitution attribute has increased by 5 points. Your spirit attribute has increased by 5 points. Leveled up. Suyu was elated. How long had he been in the instance? He had already ascended to level 2. Such a terrifying rate of advancement was utterly astonishing. He immediately summoned his personal panel with eager anticipation. Name, Suyu. Class, Undead Sovereign. Level, LV2, 103000. Talent, Infinite Division, SSS Grade. Strength, 14. Constitution, 13. Agility, 13. Spirit, 202. Equipment, Apprentice Staff, Basic Level. Skills, 1. Summon Skeleton Soldier. 2. Soul Burn. 3. Damage Transfer, Passive. Current Undead Space, Infinite. With the upgrade, Suyu's 4 primary attributes each increased by 5 points. However, this was not the most crucial aspect. The key was that with his level up, the levels and combat power of his skeleton soldiers also received an enhancement. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint ethereal glow enveloped all the skeleton soldiers under Suyu's command. Their levels rose accordingly. Suyu immediately directed his consciousness to the nearest skeleton soldier to examine its panel. Skeleton Soldier. Level, LV2. Race, Undead. Strength, 21. Agility, 21. Constitution, 21. Intelligence, 21. Traits, immune to mental, toxic, bleeding, and various abnormal states. Absolute loyalty. Current division progress, 80,100. After reaching level 2, the skeleton soldier's 4 primary attributes had all increased by 6 points. This was a substantial enhancement. It was noteworthy that Suyu's own upgrade had only yielded a 5-point increase. Yet, as a summoned entity, the skeleton soldier's attribute enhancement was greater than that of its master by a whole point. This was truly extraordinary. It indicated that their combat prowess would become even more formidable. Excellent. Truly splendid. A glimmer of joy shone in Suyu's eyes. He could already envision the terrifying might his undead army would possess as their levels continued to rise. Chapter 9. Sweeping through the instance, unstoppable. Just as Suyu reveled in his level advancement and the strengthening of his skeleton soldiers, the luminous bursts of division continued to flicker throughout the forest. Congratulations, host. Your skeleton soldier has fully absorbed energy and successfully divided. Undead Unit 1. Current number, 48. Congratulations, host. Your skeleton soldier has fully absorbed energy and successfully divided. Undead Unit 1. Current number, 49. When the last vestige of resistance from the one-eyed mouse was easily dispatched by the newly minted LV2 skeleton soldier, the total number of Suyu's undead legion reached an astonishing 65. The ferocious beasts in the outer regions of the dark forest had been thoroughly eradicated. Excellent. Suyu nodded in satisfaction, casting his gaze towards the deeper, more ominous regions ahead. Onward. The objective was to delve deeper and eliminate all ferocious beasts. The cold command was issued once more. Clatter. 65 skeleton soldiers, akin to ferocious white beasts unleashed from their confines, formed a larger, more intimidating military formation, surging forth with unstoppable momentum. Meanwhile, beyond the novice instance, a row of white tents had been hastily erected at the edge of the square. Within the largest tent, warmth enveloped the space, and the fragrance of tea wafted through the air. The principals of several prominent high schools in Binhai City sat around a low table, leisurely enjoying tea and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Old Gua, the principal of Binhai No. 2 High School, cheerfully remarked to the beaming Gua Chunfeng, "Your Binhai No. 1 is truly destined for greatness this year." The principals of No. 3 and No. 4 high schools chimed in. "Indeed, Old Gua, we are envious beyond measure. That young lady from the Luo family awakened as an ice mage, which is already a top-tier rarity, right? Not to mention that hidden class, Undead Sovereign. My goodness. Old Gua, your school has truly struck gold this time." Listening to the compliments and envy from his fellow principals, Gua Chuanfeng's face broke into a broad smile. Though he feigned modesty, "Oh, it's nothing, really. It's all thanks to the students' hard work and a bit of good fortune." Zhao Liqiang, secretly cursing the old fox in his heart, added with a hint of jealousy, "Good fortune is also a form of strength. But speaking of which, I've heard that both of your prize students have chosen to solo the instance. Aren't you worried?" As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the tent shifted slightly. The other principals also turned their curious gazes towards Gua Chunfeng. A scholarly principal with gold-rimmed glasses expressed his concerns anxiously. "Yes. Old Gua, soloing the novice instance carries too much risk. If something goes awry within, the losses could be considerable." Upon hearing this, Gua Chuanfeng's smile faded slightly. He was undoubtedly concerned, especially regarding Suyu, the necromancer. This profession is notoriously difficult to master in the early stages, as it can only summon a limited number of skeletal warriors. However, he could not allow such emotions to surface. Instead, he lifted his teacup and spoke languidly. Youth is characterized by a certain arrogance and vigor, which is commendable. I have faith that if they dare to make this choice, they must possess their own confidence. Particularly Suyu, with his hidden profession, cannot be judged by conventional standards. Perhaps he will surprise us in monumental ways. Yet, despite his words, his fingers trembled vigorously beneath the table. One hopes the surprises are merely unsettling. The several principals exchanged glances, noting Gua Chunfeng's apparent confidence, and refrained from further comment. Nevertheless, they silently pondered the significant risks of tackling this challenge alone. Should any complications arise, it would spell tremendous trouble, especially with a rare talent like Suyu. Little did they know, beyond the shimmering portal, a necromantic tempest unleashed by Suyu was sweeping through the shadowy forest with terrifying velocity. Within the dim woods, Suyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor indifferent, resembling a leisurely visitor. Surrounding him, and in the area ahead, a massacre was unfolding. Over 60 skeletal warriors, akin to pale harbingers of death, executed their master's will without reservation. Kill. Annihilate every living being. Name, Rampaging Boar. Level, LV3. Skill, Savage Charge. Description, Moderate Defense, Strong Impact, Low Intelligence. These hefty creatures, with considerable impact, could pose a significant threat to isolated newcomers. Yet, before the overwhelming number of skeletal warriors, their savage charges appeared laughable and ineffectual. Thud, thud. The dull sounds of impact echoed repeatedly. But the charging boars were invariably halted by the formidable line of bone shields, even suffering from the tremendous recoil, leaving them dazed. Awaiting them were the bone knives, poised to strike from the gaps in the shields with precision. Splat. Splat. Blood spattered, accompanied by brief wails. Successfully killed LV3 rampaging boar, gained 30 experience points. 30 energy. Successfully killed LV3 rampaging boar, gained 30 experience points. 30 energy. Successfully killed LV3 rampaging boar, gained 30 experience points. 30 energy. The notifications of experience and energy continued to refresh. Simultaneously, the fracturing light never ceased to shine. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The number of undead units steadily grew. 6570-809-0100. When the entire area was thoroughly cleared, the count of Suyu's undead legion had astonishingly surpassed 100, reaching over 120. What a formidable force this was, capable of sweeping through the entire dungeon. And this was merely the beginning. Next, they would delve deeper into the forest to hunt more formidable beasts. Suyu's gaze shifted toward the distant thicket. Onward. With a single command, the skeletal warriors surged forth like an unstoppable white tide, sweeping towards the dense forest. Chapter 10. The Undead Legion, beginning to take shape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After traversing several dozen meters, swift shadows leapt down from the canopy, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air, targeting the skeletal warriors at the forefront. Incredibly fast. Agile movements. Angled attacks. Name, Night Shadow Cat. Level, LV4. Skill, Shadow Assault. Tier, bleeding damage over time. Description, extremely fast, adept at ambush, attacks inflict bleeding effects. A nightmare for newcomers. The LV4 Night Shadow Cat was renowned for its speed and stealth. Particularly its skill, Tear, posed a significant headache for many inadequately defended adventurers. If an ordinary novice team encountered them, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, potentially resulting in casualties. However, they faced Suyu's skeletal warriors. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp claws of the cats raked against the bones of the skeletal warriors, producing a series of jarring metallic scraping sounds. These claws, capable of tearing through leather and inflicting ongoing bleeding damage, merely left shallow scratches on the skeletal warriors. Even more astonishing, the bleeding effect from Tear was entirely negated by the skeletal warriors, and the Night Shadow Cat's prized speed and stealth lost all significance against the overwhelming numbers of the skeletal army. Before they could launch a second attack, the skeletal warriors struck first. The bone knives in their hands darted forth like venomous snakes. Splat, splat, accompanied by a few piercing, brief cries from the cats. The shadowy figures were swiftly dismembered by the bone knives, transforming into experience and energy. Successfully killed LV4 Night Shadow Cat, gained 40 experience points. 40 energy. Successfully killed LV4 Night Shadow Cat, gained 40 experience points. 40 energy. The skeletal army pressed on relentlessly. No matter how the Night Shadow Cats attempted to utilize speed and shadows for harassment and ambush, they could not shake this ever-growing legion of the undead. Wherever the bones passed, the feline shadows vanished. The number of skeletal warriors continued to rise. When the last Night Shadow Cat was reduced to a bloody pulp, Suyu's skeletal warriors had astonishingly surpassed 200, reaching an impressive count of 215. Looking around, dense clusters of skeletal warriors surrounded Suyu, shields and knives at the ready, their bony armor glimmering ominously, the eerie blue soul flames coalescing into a chilling sea of death. How long had it been since entering the dungeon? Not even an hour. His undead legion had expanded to such a terrifying scale. Suyu began to anticipate the number of skeletal warriors he could amass once he cleared the entire shadowy forest. However, just as Suyu prepared to issue the command to venture deeper, a thunderous roar, filled with ferocity and pressure, erupted from the depths of the forest ahead. The resonating sound shook the surrounding trees, causing leaves to scatter. A heavy, mountain-like aura began to permeate the air. Suyu raised an eyebrow and looked ahead. Just beyond a massive ancient tree, something colossal emerged. It was a giant bear, standing over 3 meters tall, its size reminiscent of a small mountain. Its body was covered in rock-hard, dark brown fur, broad-shouldered and robust, with powerful limbs and gleaming claws that resembled curved hooks. Most strikingly, embedded in its chest was a crystal radiating a faint, earthy glow. An overwhelming sense of oppression washed over him. Name, Earth Black Bear Elite. Level, LV5. Skill, Earth Smash. Resilient Roar, Rending Claw Strike. In the depths of the shadowy forest lies a formidable predator, endowed with immense strength, tough skin, and a mastery over certain earth powers. An elite monster has appeared. Unlike the ferocious beasts encountered previously, this elite creature far surpasses ordinary monsters of the same level in both attributes and combat prowess. Should it cross paths with a novice of lesser strength, the instinctive reaction would likely be to flee. Even a well-coordinated team of newcomers must pay a price, risking potential annihilation. Yet, there is no hint of anxiety upon Suyu's face. Instead, he appears eager for the challenge. An elite monster? How fortuitous. I wonder how many attacks from my skeletal soldiers you can endure? Roar. At that moment, the earth bear had already detected Suyu. A glimmer of ferocity and disdain flickered in its crimson eyes as it let out a thunderous roar and lumbered forward, akin to a heavy tank. charging towards Suyu. The very ground trembled beneath its weighty steps. In the face of this charging black bear, Suyu remained remarkably composed, merely raising his hand. Immediately, dozens of skeletal soldiers behind him received their orders. With their soul flames ignited, they charged unhesitatingly towards the advancing earth bear. Roar! The earth bear seemed taken aback that these little bones not only stood their ground, but dared to confront it head-on. With a furious roar, it raised its massive paw and brought it crashing down upon the first few skeletal soldiers that had approached. The wind from its paw howled, carrying tremendous force. However, just as the paw was about to make contact, the leading skeletal soldiers moved in perfect unison, raising their bone shields in defense. Bang! A deafening crash resounded as the bear's paw struck solidly against several bone shields. The overwhelming force cracked the ground beneath the skeletal soldiers, causing them to sway violently, with some shields visibly splintering. Yet, they managed to withstand that brutal blow. The earth bear's strike, capable of shattering rock, was met head-on by what appeared to be fragile bone shields. In that fleeting moment when the earth bear was momentarily stunned by its failed attack, its demise was imminent. Whoosh! Over 20 additional skeletal soldiers surged forth like phantoms, flanking the beast. Ignoring the oppressive aura emanating from the earth bear, they wielded their bone knives with ferocity, targeting its joints, abdomen, and neck with precision strikes. Thud! 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 The sound of blades sinking into flesh echoed ominously. Roar! The intense pain elicited a more ferocious roar from the earth bear. It flailed its massive paws wildly, attempting to swat away the skeletal soldiers, even unleashing its earth slam. It stomped the ground violently. Boom! A yellow shockwave radiated outward. The surrounding skeletal soldiers briefly faltered in their speed. Yet, they only slowed for the briefest moment. They disregarded the deceleration, continuing their relentless assault. Dozens of bone knives struck the earth bear's body like ravenous serpents, tearing into it mercilessly. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, this elite monster, once a nightmare to newcomers, was riddled with dozens of deep wounds, exposing bone beneath. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Its massive form trembled violently, its crimson eyes filled with disbelief and profound terror. A final, unwilling whimper escaped the earth bear's throat. Its colossal body collapsed to the ground with a thundering crash, sending dust swirling as it breathed its last. Quickly, the entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. From Suyu's command to the earth bear's demise, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. If this spectacle were witnessed by other students, they would surely be left agape. And this is the terrifying aspect of the Necromancer class. The ability to command a multitude of skeletal soldiers to besiege foes until their demise. With the earth bear's fall, a system notification chimed in Suyu's mind. Successfully slain LV5 Earth Bear, Elite, earned 300 experience points, 300 energy. The energy from this elite monster alone allowed 3 skeletal soldiers to undergo division. Simultaneously, Suyu leveled up. Congratulations, player. Your level has successfully risen to LV3. Your strength attribute has increased by 5 points. Your agility attribute has increased by 5 points. Your constitution attribute has increased by 5 points. Your spirit attribute has increased by 5 points. Boom. An even greater sense of power surged through him. Suyu felt his physical capabilities soar to new heights, and his mental fortitude expanded dramatically. He had reached level 3. Meanwhile, his army of over 200 skeletal soldiers basked in the glow of their own upgrades. Skeletal soldier. Level, LV3. Race, Undead. Strength, 27. Agility, 27. Constitution, 27. Spirit, 27. Traits, immune to mental, toxin, bleeding, and various abnormal statuses. Absolute loyalty. The upgraded skeletal soldiers would become even more terrifying and powerful. As Suyu gazed upon his burgeoning undead army, a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. This was merely the beginning. With each beast slain, the ranks of the Undead Legion would continue to swell. Chapter 11, Level 6, Combat Power Skyrockets. Time flew by swiftly. Before long, over 3 hours had elapsed since the dungeon officially commenced. In the city square, a shimmering rift in space began to emit figures emerging one by one. The first batch of students to exit bore pale faces, visibly shaken from their experiences. I thought I would die. I was almost overwhelmed by 4 shadow cats. Thank goodness I ran fast. One student, awakened as a ranger, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Who said the novice dungeon was easy? I barely managed to reach level 2 after exhausting all my mana, only to encounter a LV3 rampaging boar that nearly sent me flying. Another student echoed his fears, dread etched on his face. Wah! I only managed to kill a handful of rabbits before being instantly dispatched by a lightning-fast cat, losing 50 experience points. What a disaster. A girl even began to weep in frustration. As more students emerged, the square grew increasingly lively. Yet, the atmosphere had shifted noticeably from earlier. Excitement and anticipation were replaced by reverence for the dungeon and relief at their survival. There were just too many monsters inside. Our team's coordination allowed us to last this long. That LV3 rampaging boar was incredibly tough. Not only was its hide resilient, but its attack power was formidable. Damn it. I had it worse. I encountered an elite monster. If I hadn't retreated in time, you probably wouldn't have seen me again. Ha ha ha, what is there to fear? It's just a loss of 50 experience points at worst. However, after this battle, I feel much more proficient in my class. I believe I can endure longer tomorrow. Students gathered in small clusters, exchanging their experiences from the dungeon. Meanwhile, within the principal's exclusive tent at the edge of the square, several principals observed the virtual screens before them, which were updating in real time with data on students who had exited the dungeon. After over 3 hours, approximately 1/3 had emerged. Zhao Liqiang, the principal of Binhai No. 2 Middle School, scrutinized the data with a furrowed brow. Most of these children had levels ranging from 2 to 3, with the highest being a student from No. 4 Middle School who had awakened as a berserker and reached level 4. The principal from No. 3 Middle School, donning gold-rimmed glasses, nodded in agreement, his expression reflecting dissatisfaction. Frankly speaking, this performance was considerably inferior to that of last year's cohort. I recall that by this time last year, several students had already attained level 4. Indeed, another principal sighed. Could it be that this year's batch of children possesses an overall decline in quality? The atmosphere inside the tent grew somewhat somber. Only Guo Chunfeng remained unfazed, leisurely holding his teacup, seemingly unconcerned. Ah, old Zhao, old Li, we shouldn't be too hasty in our judgments, Guo Chunfeng began slowly. It has only been 3 hours. The truly capable students are surely still battling within. Most of those who have emerged are, well, you know. His words, though tactfully phrased, were unmistakably clear. The majority of those who had come out were novices, while the true elite were still engaged in monster slaying. The principals, upon hearing this, gradually relaxed their expressions. Zhao Liqiang cast a sidelong glance at Guo Chunfeng and inquired, speaking of the elite, old Guo, your 2 prized students, Su Yu and Luo Qingyan, must be striving within, right? What do you think their final levels will be? This question piqued the interest of the other principals immediately. Luo Qingyan, having awakened as an ice mage, with her combat prowess, I feel she could potentially reach level 6. Level 6. Achieving such a feat on the first day would indeed be remarkable. If she maintains this trajectory, she stands a significant chance of breaking the level 18 threshold for Yenjing University in 7 days. The Ice Mage, being a powerful elemental class, is known for her strong AoE capabilities, making reaching level 6 quite feasible. The principals nodded in unison, their expectations for Luo Qingyan soaring. And what of Su Yu? The principal of No. 2 Middle School curiously asked. What do you think he could achieve? Upon this inquiry, the tent fell silent once more. The principals exchanged glances, pondering. The Necromancer? That class was shrouded in mystery, appearing only a handful of times throughout history, with scant information available. They knew it was likely a summoning class, but the specifics of its strength remained elusive. That's hard to say, Zhao Liqiang replied, shaking his head. The summoning creatures of the Necromancer are typically weak in the early stages, and leveling up may not be swift. However, given that it is a hidden class, we cannot rely solely on conventional logic. Another principal disagreed, suggesting there might be unique aspects that could allow it to level faster than an ice mage. Listening to their discussion, Guo Chunfeng felt a twinge of anxiety. He too was curious about how far Su Yu could ultimately ascend. Hidden classes like the Necromancer should not be underestimated, should they? He feigned calmness, smiling lightly. Well, that child Su Yu, with his hidden class, possesses his own mysteries. We shall wait and see. Despite his words, the hand holding the teacup trembled imperceptibly. Meanwhile, within the novice dungeon, Su Yu had traversed to the latter half of the dark forest. A thick miasma began to permeate the woods, the light growing dimmer, and the roars of surrounding monsters becoming increasingly frantic and violent. Yet, in this area, which was akin to a forbidden zone for other newcomers, Su Yu remained composed, proceeding at a measured pace. His level had now reached 6. Such a terrifying rate of advancement, if known to the principals outside, would likely cause them to leap from their seats in astonishment. Name, Su Yu. Class, Necromancer. Level, LV6, 260100000. Talent, Infinite Division, SSS grade. Strength, 29. Constitution, 28. Agility, 28. Mentality, 352. Equipment, Apprentice's Staff, Basic. Skills, 1. Summon Skeleton Soldier. 2. Soul Burn. 3. Damage Transfer, Passive. Current Undead Space, Infinite. With each level gained, he experienced a staggering enhancement of all attributes by 5. Presently, Su Yu's attribute panel already eclipsed the vast majority of his contemporaries. More terrifying still was the legion of skeletons at his command. As Su Yu ascended to level 6, all of his skeleton soldiers concurrently leveled up to 6 as well. Skeleton Soldier. Level, LV6. Race, Undead. Strength, 45. Agility, 45. Constitution, 45. Mentality, 45. Traits, immune to mental, toxic, bleeding, and various abnormal states. Absolutely loyal. With all attributes at 45 points. A single skeleton of this caliber could effortlessly vanquish the formidable Earth Black Bear he had previously faced. Now, after 3 hours of fervent division, The number of skeletons under Su-Yu's command had surged to a staggering total of 580, nearly 600 skeletons. They formed a colossal, undulating wall of bones stretching nearly 100 meters, resembling a moving calamity, leaving no trace of life in their wake. Chapter 12, Damage Transfer. Soul Burn. Su-Yu led his skeletal army, commencing the extermination of the ferocious beasts in the surrounding area. Level 7, Venomous Flower Python. Level 8, Corrupted Wolf. These formidable monsters, which would require the formation of an elite team to challenge carefully in the eyes of ordinary newcomers, appeared fragile as paper before Su-Yu's legion of the undead. Often, a mere encounter would see them overwhelmed and torn to shreds by the skeletal horde, leaving only a ground littered with dismembered limbs and blood. Successfully killed LV7 Venomous Flower Python, gained 70 experience points. 70 energy. Successfully killed LV7 Venomous Flower Python, gained 70 experience points. 70 energy. Successfully killed LV8 Corrupted Wolf, gained 80 experience points. 80 energy. Su-Yu required no effort in combat, ambling through the forest as if on a leisurely stroll. Any beast that appeared was swiftly consumed by the skeletal army. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Whoosh! A remarkably swift shadow suddenly darted from behind a gnarled ancient tree, propelled by a foul wind. With a singular aim, directly towards Su-Yu, who was surrounded at the center by his legion of the undead. The speed was so great that it left a faint afterimage in the air. It was a lithe black monkey, muscular and sinewy, with a pair of blood-red eyes. Its arms were extraordinarily robust, with its fingertips glinting ominously. Name, Mighty Ape. Level, LV6. Skills, Mighty Claw Strike, a claw strike imbued with immense power, rapid leap. Description, possesses great strength, agile speed, and excels in ambush tactics utilizing the environment. The mighty monkey evidently possessed a degree of intelligence. Recognizing Su-Yu as the leader of the skeletal army, intent on capturing the king before dealing with the thieves, it seized a fleeting opportunity created by the shifting of a skeleton soldier, launching a deadly ambush. Its talons tore through the air with tremendous force, poised to strike Su-Yu's chest. Faced with such an assault, any novice transitioning classes would be thrown into a panic. Yet, Su-Yu's expression remained serene, showing no inclination to evade. It was as if the impending claws were non-existent. However, the moment the claws of the mighty monkey made contact with Su-Yu's body, something bizarre transpired. Sizzle! Those claws, capable of rending steel, seemed to pass through Su-Yu as if he were an apparition, directly traversing his form. There was no sound of flesh being pierced, no blood splattered, not even the slightest ripple in his garments. It was as if Su-Yu simply did not exist there. Merely a phantom. The monkey, with its limited intellect, was clearly unable to comprehend the extraordinary scene unfolding before it. It stood, momentarily frozen, its blood-red eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. At that instant, in the rear of the undead legion, a skeleton soldier on watch suddenly, without warning, heard a crack as several ribs in its chest fractured. The entire figure staggered back 2 steps, evident claw marks appearing on its bones. Received physical attack. Triggering passive skill, Damage Transfer. Damage has been successfully transferred to a skeleton soldier. Indeed, it was the damage transfer. This extraordinary passive skill once more showcased its shameless defensive capabilities, transferring the monkey's attack directly to the skeleton soldier. Immunity to damage. Such was its dominance. The surrounding skeleton soldiers instantly reacted, ready to tear the audacious monkey to shreds for daring to offend their sovereign. Wait, Su-Yu suddenly interjected, halting their advance. He gazed at the still-dazed mighty monkey, a flicker of intrigue illuminating his eyes. Just right, I shall use you to test my skills. Since awakening, he had relied solely on the skeletal soldier's brute force, and had yet to employ the soul burn active attack skill. Now he had a perfect living target. Su-Yu raised his hand, gripping his apprentice staff, and pointed it towards the mighty monkey, his mental energy surging as he locked onto his target. Soul burn. Buzz. There were no earth-shattering sound and light effects. Instead, a wisp of ethereal blue flame, akin to ghostly fire, inexplicably erupted within the mighty monkey's body. The flame was small, even appearing somewhat feeble. Yet, it did not consume flesh, but rather, it burned the soul. Eek! The mighty monkey emitted an agonizing scream of the most harrowing nature. Its robust form trembled violently, convulsing. Its blood-red eyes were filled with unparalleled pain and terror. It frantically battered its chest with its claws, desperate to extinguish the searing agony emanating from the depths of its soul. But all was in vain. The ethereal blue flame disregarded its corporeal form, ignored its resilient hide, and relentlessly seared its very essence. In under 3 seconds of desperate struggle, the mighty monkey suddenly froze. The light in its eyes swiftly dimming, life extinguished. Then, with a soft puff, this mighty monkey disintegrated, akin to ignited paper, turning to ash from the inside out. Dissipating into the air, leaving not a single hair behind. Successfully killed LV6 mighty monkey, gained 70 experience points. The power of soul burn was astonishingly terrifying. Witnessing this bizarre and shocking scene, even Suyu himself was taken aback. He had initially thought this was merely an ordinary single-target magical damage skill, yet it proved to be so overwhelmingly formidable. Ignoring physical defenses, it ignited the target's soul fire, ultimately reducing even the body to ashes. This was, without a doubt, a finishing move. Suyu marveled internally. Such an attack, directly affecting the soul, could likely only be resisted by magic-oriented classes with exceptionally high mental resistance or those possessing unique defensive capabilities. For the vast majority of physical classes or monsters relying on brute strength, it was a dimensional strike. Soul burn, damage transfer. One was a lethal attack that disregarded physical defenses. The other, an absolute defense immune to physical damage. Both offense and defense were maximized. Coupled with the endless undead tide brought forth by infinite division, it seemed that as a necromancer, I might be excessively powerful. Suyu stroked his chin, reveling in this invincible sensation that felt utterly delightful. After testing the skill, Suyu's spirits soared higher. He directed his gaze deeper into the forest. Subsequently, leading his army of skeletons, he continued to hunt fierce beasts. Every monstrous creature that dared to stand in their path would be transformed into the skeletal steps upon which the necromancer ascended to greatness. Chapter 13. The Surge of Skeleton Soldiers. Deep within the dungeon, the slaughter continued. Suyu walked calmly, hands clasped behind his back, his expression tranquil, as the ground was littered with the blood and remnants of fierce beasts. Behind him, the legion of skeleton soldiers, now nearing 600 in number, operated like a high-speed, tireless meat grinder, mercilessly obliterating all living beings that dared to obstruct their path. The LV-7, venomous flower python, found its venom ineffective against the skeleton soldiers, its massive form torn asunder under the relentless onslaught of skeletal blades. The LV-8, corrupted wolf, with its sharp claws, struggled to leave any significant marks on the bones of the LV-6 skeletons, easily being dismembered instead. Whether it was venom or corrosion, physical assaults or magical disturbances, all lost their significance in the face of this undead catastrophe, which boasted superior levels, overwhelming numbers, and immunity to numerous negative states. Death, death, and more death. As they advanced, the skeletal army left behind a trail of carnage and repulsive bloodshed, a true mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Not a single beast could escape the army's relentless hunt. They pushed through, they crushed. Successfully killed LV-7 venomous flower python, gained 70 experience points. Energy 70. Successfully killed LV-8 corrupted wolf, gained 80 experience points. Energy 80. The notifications rang ceaselessly. Suyu's experience bar surged as if fueled by steroids. Simultaneously, the light of division sparkled like festive fireworks, erupting throughout the ranks of the undead army. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The number of skeleton soldiers increased at an astonishing pace. Unbeknownst to him, yet another vast area had been thoroughly cleared, not a single creature left gasping for air. Suyu halted, glancing at his experience progress. Level, LV6, 8980100000. Almost there, just over 1,000 experience points away from leveling up to 7. Suyu's gaze remained calm, his heart unperturbed. Leveling up? For him, it was merely a matter of time. His focus lay more on the scale of his burgeoning army. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and the system promptly provided an accurate figure. Current number of undead units, 658. 658 level 6 skeletal soldiers. This formidable force, if unleashed upon the world beyond, could effortlessly obliterate a small monster den. It could even pose a threat to some of the weaker towns. And this was merely the result of his endeavors in the novice dungeon for less than 4 hours. The terrifying potential of infinite division was already beginning to reveal itself. Pressing onward, Suyu did not pause, his objective clear, to cleanse the entire dungeon. After traversing a short distance, the terrain ahead opened up dramatically. The once dense forest gradually thinned, giving way to a vast valley encircled by steep cliffs. The valley's entrance was narrow, with jagged cliffs rising on either side, strewn with bizarre rock formations. A dense miasma enveloped the valley, shrouding it in low visibility, and from its depths, the ominous, guttural roars of ferocious beasts could be faintly heard. This must be the final area of the novice dungeon. Suyu squinted his eyes. Based on prior experience, the monsters residing here would likely be of level 9 and 10, and perhaps even the final boss of the dungeon. Level 9 and 10 beasts, indeed? Curiosity welled within Suyu. He wondered if creatures of such caliber might pose a challenge to his undead army. All troops, enter the valley. With a commanding shout, the skeletal army surged forth. Rumble. Over 600 skeletal soldiers poured into the uncharted valley like a torrent unleashed. As they crossed the threshold, a cacophony of roars erupted from the cliffs on either side. Whoosh. A dozen agile figures, akin to black lightning, lunged down from the shadows and crevices of the cliffs. They resembled leopards, but were larger in size, their fur as dark as ink, with glaring crimson eyes that stood out in the dimness, their claws glinting ominously. Moving with astonishing speed. Name, Shadow Leopard. Level, 9. Skills: Shadow Step, Short-Range Teleportation, Lethal Bite, Armor-Piercing Effect. Description: one of the apex predators of the Valley region, extremely swift. Adept at utilizing the terrain for ambushes, with attacks possessing armor-piercing capabilities. Level 9 Shadow Leopards, and they were assassin-type creatures specializing in speed and armor penetration. If the previous elite monster, the Earth Black Bear, was a heavily armored tank, then these Shadow Leopards were high-speed assassins. They posed a significant threat to classes with weak defenses. However, they were confronted by an entire army of over 600 skeletal soldiers. Not to mention anything else, their sheer numbers were sufficient to crush all obstacles. Clang, clang, clang. The Skeletal Legion exhibited no hesitation, charging forward relentlessly. In an instant, the dozen Shadow Leopards were engulfed in a sea of bones, reduced to a flurry of flesh. Successfully slain. Level 9 Shadow Leopard. Gain 90 experience points. 90 energy. Successfully slain. Level 9 Shadow Leopard. Gain 90 experience points. 90 energy. Successfully slain. Level 9 Shadow Leopard. Gain 90 experience points. 90 energy. A torrent of experience surged in. Buzz. A brilliant golden light erupted from within Suyu. Congratulations, player. Your level has successfully risen to level 7. Your strength attribute has increased by 5 points. Your agility attribute has increased by 5 points. Your constitution attribute has increased by 5 points. Your spirit attribute has increased by 5 points. Skeletal soldiers have leveled up to level 7. All attributes enhanced. Level 7 attained. Suyu felt the surge of newfound power within him, a sensation of unparalleled strength. Simultaneously, his Undead Legion experienced yet another escalation in power. The level 9 beasts. Their experience and energy proved to be immensely rewarding. With a grand gesture, Suyu dispatched all skeletal soldiers, initiating a new wave of slaughter. Chapter 14, The Collective Doubt. Still not out? Time trickled by. In the real world, the Civic Square. A full 5 hours had elapsed since the dungeon's commencement. At this moment, the vast majority of students had long concluded their initial foray into the novice dungeon. What a struggle, yet I managed to elevate my level to 4. You're doing well. I barely scraped by with a level of 3. Our team was fortunate. We coordinated effectively and took down several level 5 beasts, leading our captain to level 4. Have you heard? Meng Kuan from the 3rd middle school, the one who awakened the explosive fist master, seems to have reached level 5. He's incredible. Level 5. Goodness. That is a true powerhouse. The students engaged in animated discussions, with the highest level plateauing at 5, which seemed to be the upper limit most could accept. However, gradually, a question began to ripple through the crowd. Strange, it's been 5 hours. Why haven't the two from the 1st middle school, who went solo, emerged yet? Solo? You mean Suyu and Luo Qingyan? Exactly. Given the time that has passed, they should have returned by now, shouldn't they? What if they encountered trouble inside? That seems unlikely. One is a hidden class, and the other a top-tier rare class. How could they fail in a novice dungeon? Yet, the duration had stretched on too long. It felt abnormal. Not only were the students puzzled, but even several principals in the tent were becoming restless. Old Gua, it's been 5 hours. Why have Suyu and Luo Qingyan not made any noise? Zhao Li could no longer contain himself, his tone laced with concern, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. The other principals turned their gazes toward Gua Chunfeng, silently questioning. A sheen of perspiration began to form on Gua Chunfeng's brow. 5 hours. No matter how one considered it, given their prowess, they should have emerged by now. Although the novice dungeon allowed for a maximum time of 10 hours, in normal circumstances, few would truly stay for the entire duration. After all, fatigue would inevitably set in, and one could not continuously grind monsters. Logically, they should have exited by now. Why was there not a single word from them? Could it be? Gua Chunfeng's heart sank as an unsettling thought took root. Could they have encountered an accident within the dungeon? The mere possibility of this scenario sent a wave of unease coursing through Gua Chunfeng, and perspiration began to trickle down his forehead. They were a hidden profession and a rare profession. They represented the future hope of Binhai 1st Middle School. If they were to meet their demise within the novice dungeon, it would spell disaster. Just as the atmosphere within the tent grew increasingly tense, with everyone's hearts pounding, a sudden buzz erupted. In the center of the square, the portal to the dungeon, shimmering like rippling water, began to fluctuate violently, without warning. Look, there's movement at the dungeon entrance. Someone in the crowd, with keen eyes, was the first to notice the anomaly and could not help but shout loudly. Whoosh! In a chain reaction, all eyes in the square turned in unison toward the violently undulating portal. Who was about to emerge? Was it Suyu? Or perhaps Luo Qingyan? Under the collective gaze of thousands, the light gradually stabilized. Immediately thereafter, a figure of ethereal elegance, breathtakingly beautiful, emerged from within. Clad in garments whiter than snow, untouched by the slightest speck of dust, her visage was stunning, akin to a pristine ice lotus, exuding an aura of cold purity. With an apprentice's staff in hand, her stride was composed, as if she had just concluded not a perilous quest riddled with danger, but a splendid soiree. The individual stepping forth was none other than Luo Qingyan. Hiss. At the very moment Luo Qingyan appeared, a synchronized gasp of astonishment resonated through the square. Stunning. Awe-inspiring. Many young men's eyes sparkled with fervent admiration. Undoubtedly, she was the belle of Binhai No. 1 High School. Even after enduring a high-intensity dungeon adventure, her beauty remained breathtaking. The heads of the tents perked up, their eyes fixated upon her with renewed vigor. Guo Chunfeng was the first to react, eagerly parting the crowd, his face alight with anticipation and excitement as he hurried toward her. Qingyan, you finally emerged. How did it go? Was it smooth sailing? What is your level now? His barrage of inquiries revealed his palpable concern. The ears of those surrounding perked up at that moment, all eager to learn what heights this paragon of excellence had attained in those 5 hours. On Luo Qingyan's cool, delicate face, there seemed to be a trace of fatigue that was hard to conceal, yet her ice-blue eyes sparkled with satisfaction. She inclined her head slightly. Her voice still cool, but laced with an imperceptible pride. Not bad. Everything went smoothly. I just reached level 6. Boom. Luo Qingyan's nonchalant declaration struck like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the entire square. What? Level 6? No way. Am I hearing this correctly? In just 5 hours, she leveled up to 6. My heavens. Is she even human? This pace of advancement is utterly terrifying. The school beauty is simply phenomenal. Truly, she is a rare ice mage of the highest caliber. Her prowess is indeed formidable. Level 6. She is already far ahead of the rest. And if all goes as expected, today's highest level is undoubtedly Luo Qingyan. But is that the crux of the matter? The real highlight is that the school beauty possesses the qualifications to challenge Yanjing University. All the students were left in awe of this achievement. Even the heads of the schools wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Level 6. Zhao Liqiang murmured, his face a canvas of astonishment. It had only been 5 hours. Even for a top-tier rare profession, this speed is simply outrageous. Incredible. Truly remarkable. The bespectacled principal expressed genuine admiration. It seems we have underestimated the potential of rare professions. Luo's talent is indeed one in a million. Guo Chunfeng was so exhilarated that his face flushed, his hands trembling slightly. Level 6. It surpassed his expectations. Fantastic. There's a chance for Yanjing University now. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Guo Chunfeng repeated the word thrice, his gaze toward Luo Qingyan filled with pride and satisfaction. Qingyan, you've worked hard. Go rest for a bit. Luo Qingyan nodded slightly, preparing to depart, yet something seemed to cross her mind as her cold gaze swept the square. She did not find the figure she was searching for. Her brows furrowed slightly as she turned to Guo Chunfeng, inquiring softly, what about Suyu? Has he not emerged yet? Chapter 15, Level 6, Commanding the Spotlight? Has Suyu not emerged yet? Luo Qingyan's chilly voice swept through the bustling square like a brisk wind, instantly silencing the crowd that had erupted in fervor over her reaching level 6. All eyes instinctively turned toward the serene, undisturbed portal of the dungeon. Indeed, the illustrious Luo had emerged, achieving an astonishing level 6. How could the one who also chose to solo, Suyu, still be inside? Guo Chunfeng's excited smile faltered slightly, his face reddening with an inexplicable embarrassment. He cleared his throat a couple of times, facing the curious gazes of Luo Qingyan and the crowd, and with some difficulty, shook his head. Suyu hasn't he come out yet? Not yet emerged? Luo Qingyan's brows knitted more tightly, and a distinct glimmer of doubt flickered in her ice-blue eyes. This was highly irregular. She understood better than anyone the effort she had expended to attain level 6. The formidable area attack capability of the Ice Mage, coupled with the equipment and potions that her family had long prepared for her, allowed her to remain in the dungeon for that long, barely reaching level 6. And what of Suyu? As a necromancer, with weak summons in the early stages and a fragile body, it was inconceivable for him to endure so long in the dungeon. Yet she had emerged, and he had not. Could it be? Luo Qingyan's heart raced, a troubling thought surfacing. Could it be that Suyu encountered an unforeseen mishap in the dungeon? This was not merely Luo Qingyan's concern. Many students shared the same apprehension. Time slipped by quietly, half an hour passing unnoticed. At this moment, a full 5.5 hours had elapsed since the dungeon had commenced. In the square, the last batch of students still persevering began to emerge from the portal. Thus, all participants of this novice dungeon had concluded their journeys. Yet, Suyu remained absent from the dungeon. Now, even the dullest among them sensed something amiss. What the hell? 5.5 hours have passed. Suyu still hasn't emerged. Is this for real? No way. It's been nearly an hour since the school beauty came out. What on earth is he doing in there? This is definitely, without a doubt, a catastrophe waiting to happen. He is surely done for. I said it before. Soloing as a necromancer in the early stages is pure folly. Who gave him the audacity? Liang Jingru. Alas, what a waste. A hidden profession, squandered just like that. What good is talent if one doesn't know how to play cautiously and develop steadily? Ultimately, it's all for naught. Suyu must have ventured too deep, encountering an unbeatable elite monster or boss, and was likely eliminated in an instant. TSK. It's laughable. Just a while ago he was the subject of admiration for his awakening phenomena, and now? He perished in a novice dungeon. How amusing. Dying in the dungeon means losing half of one's experience points. And what's the point of the big exam in 7 days? He might even struggle to achieve a standard undergraduate degree. Suyu is probably on the verge of tears. The one who suffers the most is certainly Principal Gua. What a joy turned to despair. A cooked duck flying away, haha. The chatter among the crowd shifted from initial confusion to a firm belief that Suyu had met with misfortune. After all, everyone else had emerged. And only Suyu remained inside. This was no longer a matter of strength. It could only indicate that he was likely dead within the dungeon. Although dying in the dungeon doesn't mean complete demise, it results in a loss of 50 of experience points. And one would remain imprisoned in the dungeon until the time expired. Therefore, many students believed Suyu would not appear. Perhaps he would only be released once the dungeon time concluded. Listening to the increasingly harsh murmurings around him, Guo Chuanfeng's complexion could hardly be described as anything less than ghastly. His face turned pale, devoid of color. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall, soaking his collar. 5.5 hours had elapsed, yet there was still no sign of Suyu. It was over. Something must have gone awry. He could no longer entertain any hopes of Suyu achieving a lofty rank. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Suyu must not perish within that realm. After all, it was a hidden class. How many years had been High City longed for such a hidden profession? To lose such a prodigy in the triviality of a novice dungeon would be incomprehensible. Just the thought of it sent him reeling. As if the world were spinning around him, he nearly fainted on the spot. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. On the verge of suffocation. It was over. This time, it was truly the end. The principals surrounding him had also tacitly fallen silent, exchanging glances filled with complex emotions, as if observing a pitiable soul on the brink of bankruptcy. Zhao Liqiang, the principal of No. 2 High School, even approached with a feigned air of solemnity, offering hollow words of comfort. Old Gua, do not take this too much to heart. Young people, after all, must pay some price for their reckless youth. At worst, it's merely a loss of experience, as long as he is unharmed. These words nearly caused Guo Chunfeng to spit blood in indignation. He felt an urge to unleash a sharp retort upon his old friend. Just as everyone present had nearly resigned themselves to the belief that Suyu had met his demise, one individual stood apart from the clamor and despair, Luo Qingyan. She remained at the edge of the crowd, refraining from engaging in any discussions, simply standing in quiet contemplation. Her icy blue eyes, reminiscent of the purest gemstones, were fixed upon the serene light gate. She had heard the cacophony of opinions swirling around her, the unwavering judgments, yet for reasons she could not fathom. She felt that the situation was far more intricate. Had Suyu truly perished within the dungeon? Luo Qingyan acknowledged that she had harbored such doubts. Yet when she recalled Suyu's calm and confident gaze before he entered the dungeon, she sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Could it be? An absurd thought, yet one that caused her heart to flutter with a curious thrill, quietly emerged. Could it be that Suyu had not encountered any misfortune at all? That his absence was merely due to his continued questing and leveling within? This notion was so outrageous that it made her heart skip a beat, her breath quickening involuntarily. 5.5 hours had passed. If Suyu was indeed leveling up, how high could he possibly be by now? Surely, he could not surpass her. Level 7? Or even higher. How could that be possible? Could the Necromancer class truly possess such formidable power in its early stages? This completely contradicted her understanding of the class system. For the first time, a tempest of emotions surged within her icy blue gaze: shock, doubt, curiosity, intertwining to create a complex radiance that was difficult to articulate. She sensed that the truth was far more profound than anyone had imagined. Perhaps Suyu harbored some astonishing secret. Time continued its relentless march, with just over 4 hours remaining until the dungeon closed. The atmosphere in the square grew increasingly oppressive and peculiar with Suyu's disappearance. All eyes inadvertently drifted towards the silent light gate, awaiting the final verdict. Would they witness the hidden class genius's dismal downfall, reduced to a laughingstock? Or would they be met with an unforeseen miracle? No one knew the answer. Chapter 16. A surprising encounter with the dungeon boss. Unbeknownst to Suyu, events were unfolding outside. At this moment, he had led his skeletal army deep into the valley. Reaching the dungeon's end, the monsters here had attained level 10. Name: Ironclad Rhinoceros. Level: LV10. Skills: Mighty Charge. Hard iron armor, passive increase to physical defense. Description: a heavy unit of the valley, boasting incredible defense and terrifying impact. Name: Rampaging Giant Lizard. Level: LV10. Skills: Venomous Bite, Tail Sweep, Area Knockback. Description: gigantic in size, fiercely aggressive, with venomous teeth. Level 10. The pinnacle of the novice dungeon's level chain. Each creature possessed formidable strength. Whether it was the tough-skinned ironclad rhinoceros or the venomous and agile rampaging giant lizard, each alone was enough to instill despair in newcomers. However, they now faced an army of nearly 700 skeletal minions. Roar! An ironclad rhinoceros bellowed, charging forth like a cannonball, its hooves pounding the ground as it barreled towards the line of skeleton soldiers with relentless momentum. Its thickly armored head could easily demolish a wall. Yet, what awaited it was a phalanx of bone shields shimmering with a chilling white light. The power and resilience of these skeletons had already surpassed the 50 mark, their toughness incomparable to what it had been before. Boom! The deafening sound of impact reverberated throughout the valley. The ground shook violently. The ironclad rhinoceros's proud charge met the resistance of an immovable mountain. The tremendous recoil left its own head ringing. In that moment of diminished momentum, swish, swish, swish. Dozens of bone blades, lying in wait on either side, sliced through the air with a whoosh, mercilessly cleaving into its flesh, reducing the ironclad rhinoceros to mere chunks. Successfully slain LV-10 ironclad rhinoceros, gained 100 experience points, 100 energy. Meanwhile, on another front, several rampaging giant lizards unleashed their foul venom, snapping their massive jaws and thrashing their powerful tails as they charged into the ranks of the skeletons. Venomous bite, tail sweep. Yet, their toxins proved utterly ineffective against the skeletons. Their tails, capable of shattering rock, could only push back a few outermost skeletons, failing to disrupt their formation. What greeted them was an even denser and more ferocious storm of bone blades. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh rang out incessantly. The rampaging giant lizards scarcely had time to unleash their full might before they were utterly engulfed and dismembered in this sea of bones. Successfully slain LV-10 rampaging giant lizard, gained 100 experience points, 100 energy. Successfully slain LV-10 rampaging giant lizard, gained 100 experience points, 100 energy, 100 points of energy. This signified that every time a level 10 beast was slain, a skeleton soldier could undergo a split. Su Yu's gaze ignited with fervor. This level 10 zone was a veritable superfarm tailored for infinite division. Kill. Kill for me. A frenzied light sparkled in Su Yu's eyes as he relinquished control entirely. Boom. Nearly 700 LV-7 skeleton soldiers surged forth like a frenzy of sharks smelling blood, erupting into chaos. They divided into dozens of combat squads, actively launching an assault on the LV-10 ferocious beasts entrenched deep within the valley. Battle. Splinter. Engage again. Split once more. An astonishingly efficient snowball effect unfolded chaotically within this valley. Buzz, 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 buzz. The light of division shimmered with unprecedented frequency among this legion of the undead. Almost every moment, every second, new skeletal warriors emerged from the bodies of their comrades, joining the carnage without hesitation. The number of skeletal soldiers began to surge at an explosive rate. 700, 750, 800, 850. In merely the process of clearing the perimeter of this LV-10 area, the size of his undead army skyrocketed by over 100. The total count surpassed the 800 mark. Meanwhile, Su Yu's experience bar filled rapidly with an overwhelming influx of experience. Congratulations, player. Your level has successfully risen to LV-8. Your strength attribute increases by 5 points. Your agility attribute increases by 5 points. Your constitution attribute increases by 5 points. Your spirit attribute increases by 5 points. Skeletal Warrior's level has risen to LV-8. All attributes enhanced. He leveled up, finally reached level 8. Correspondingly, the level and combat prowess of the skeletal warriors also received a boost. Yet, at that moment, a roar filled with boundless fury and terrifying pressure erupted from the depths of the valley. This roar was more ferocious than any beast's howl encountered before. The entire valley seemed to tremble violently in response, with countless stones tumbling from the cliffs. A searing heat, akin to a volcanic eruption, instantaneously swept across the valley. Here it comes. Su Yu's gaze sharpened. Has it finally decided to reveal itself? The final boss of the novice dungeon. He was eager to see how long this ultimate boss could withstand the onslaught of his over 800 undead minions. Boom, boom. The heavy footsteps grew louder as they approached, the ground trembling increasingly. A colossal figure, engulfed in blazing flames, slowly emerged from the shadows at the valley's depths. It was a gigantic tiger, over 7 meters in length and nearly 4 meters at the shoulder. Its entire body was cloaked in a molten red fur, with golden, magma-like patterns flowing across its hide. Its limbs were robust and powerful, each step leaving a charred imprint upon the ground. Its enormous eyes, ablaze with golden flames, radiated an air of brutality and destruction. Most terrifying of all, flames danced visibly around its form, igniting the very air it traversed, producing crackling sounds of combustion. The fearsome heat, the overwhelming pressure. This was undoubtedly the most formidable beast Su Yu had encountered thus far. Chapter 17 Boss. Is this it? Instantly engulfed. Name, Flame Tiger Boss. Level, LV-10. Strength, 83. Constitution, 75. Agility, 72. Spirit, 66. Skills, Flame Incineration, Lava Claw Strike, Furious Roar. Description, the absolute ruler of the core region of the Dark Forest, a powerful boss wielding the power of flames. Highly dangerous. A LV-10 Boss, the Flame Tiger. Judging by its aura, It was indeed several tiers stronger than the ferocious beasts previously encountered. Any other novice, even a prodigy like Luo Qingyan, would likely meet their demise. Yet in Su Yu's eyes, there was nothing but unabashed greed. This was a boss. How much experience, how much energy would be gained from its defeat? Perhaps sensing Su Yu's disdain, the flame tiger roared. It then opened its massive jaws wide. Whoosh! A searing column of fire erupted towards the skeletal army ahead. Where the flames passed, the air twisted and rocks melted, showcasing its formidable power. This, flame incineration, was the flame tiger's innate ability. Once struck, even skeletal warriors would suffer harm. However, the instant the fire breath was unleashed, Su Yu calmly issued his command. Disperse. Clatter. The densely arranged skeletal warriors, at the moment the command was given, evaded to the sides with incredible speed and efficiency, scattering apart. Boom! The scorching fire column grazed the edges of the skeletal formation, striking the mountainside behind them with a deep, charred, molten mark. A missed strike. The flame tiger did not pause, lunging forward with its massive body like a cannonball, engulfed in flames, crashing into the nearest group of skeletal warriors. It intended to crush these audacious bone frames that dared to challenge its authority in the most brutal and direct manner. Unaware of its impending doom, Su Yu's gaze turned icy as he observed the charging flame tiger, slowly raising his hand. Entire army engulfed it, with a single command. Boom! As if receiving the ultimate judgment order, the skeletal warriors, now numbering over 800, simultaneously sprang into action. From all directions, like a torrent of white water breaching a dam, they surged forth, exuding an unparalleled aura of death, launching a full-scale assault on the blazing flame tiger. Roar! The flame tiger sensed something amiss. Why did the number of these bone frames seem so off? Its instincts as a beast alerted it to an unprecedented, deadly crisis. It wanted to retreat, to create distance, but it was too late. Crash! Crash! The white army instantly enveloped the massive form of the flame tiger. From a distance, it appeared as an endless wave of white, consuming a mere fireball. Ack! The flame tiger's shrill, fear-filled, desperate cries echoed from the depths of the sea of bones. It struggled madly. Flame incineration, lava claw strike, furious roar. All its skills were unleashed, as if they were free. The blazing flames charred the skeletal warriors that approached, turning their bones black and melting them. Its sharp claws tore through the skeletal ranks into fragments. Yet, it was futile. No matter how strong its attacks were, faced with over 800 relentless skeletal warriors, they were akin to a drop in the ocean. One would perish. Instantly, 10 would take its place. A claw would shatter one. In an instant, dozens of bone blades would pierce into its body. Flames would melt a portion. More skeletal warriors were already swarming its back, frantically hacking at its head with bone blades. In merely a few seconds, the flames engulfing the flame tiger visibly dimmed. Its once proud molten hide was torn apart, flesh and blood mangled, bones shattered. Ultimately, ugh! Accompanied by a faint, reluctant whimper, the colossal form finally collapsed, the flames in its eyes extinguished entirely. As the boss of the novice dungeon, the flame tiger failed to mount even a semblance of resistance, succumbing instead to the relentless tide of the undead, overwhelmed and crushed under their sheer numbers. The entire ordeal lasted no more than 10 seconds. This, indeed, epitomizes the terrifying nature of the undead catastrophe. No matter how formidable one may be, they can be overwhelmed and annihilated by sheer numbers. Successfully defeated LV-10 Flame Tiger, boss, gained 1,500 experience points, 1,500 energy. Acquired, Heart of the Flame Blossom, high-grade material, X1, Flame Robe, Black Iron Grade. With the notification of the kill, 2 items emerged from the remains of the Flame Tiger. Could it be that rewards were bestowed as well? A surge of joy filled Su Yu's heart as he hurriedly approached to inspect. One item was a fist-sized, crimson crystal heart, radiating an intense heat. Item, Heart of the Flame Blossom. Type, high-grade material. Description, an energy core condensed from the Flame Tiger's long-term consumption of the Earth Heart Fire Lotus, containing pure fire energy. A precious material for forging fire attribute equipment or concocting advanced fire potions. The other item was a resplendent robe, seemingly woven from flames, shimmering with colors. The robe, deep red in hue, was adorned with golden flame patterns that flowed, emanating a faint magical aura and warmth. Equipment, Flame Robe. Quality, Black Iron Grade. Attributes, Spirit 8. Constitution 5, Defense 50, Fire Magic Resistance 30, Fire Skill Damage 10. Special Effect, Flame Affinity, Passive, slightly enhances sensing and control of fire elemental energy. Description, a robe formed from the core power of the Flame Tiger, imbued with considerable fire strength. Black Iron Grade equipment, and the attributes are quite impressive. The enhancements to Spirit and Constitution will significantly elevate Su Yu's capabilities. Coupled with the increase in defense and fire resistance, it can be considered a remarkable piece of gear. Donning the Flame Robe, Su Yu's gaze swept across the entire valley. At this moment, the valley was devoid of any living creatures, save for the army of the undead. This signified that Suyu had thoroughly cleared the novice dungeon. The novice dungeon has been cleared. It is time to exit. Chapter 18. What did you say? Dungeon cleared. Outside the novice dungeon, in the town square. As time edged closer to 6 hours, Suyu had yet to emerge. Alas, it seems he truly perished in there. It has been far too long without a sign. Surely, he has met his demise. What good is a hidden class if it leads to such an end? It is a shame. We all thought our Binhai city would finally witness a true dragon. Time to disperse. It appears there is no hope left, and we should head back. The murmurs among the students dwindled, and some began to prepare to leave. In their hearts, they had almost sentenced Suyu to death. Even Guo Chunfeng, who had been holding on in front of the tent, now appeared ashen. His eyes void of life. It's over. All is lost. Who could have imagined that a hidden class would meet such an untimely end in the dungeon? And in a novice dungeon, no less. This blow nearly caused Guo Chunfeng to spit blood. However, just as everyone had relinquished any hope for Suyu, a sudden hum erupted. In the center of the square, the once calm gateway of the dungeon erupted with brilliant light. Holy smokes! Look, the portal is activating. This shout instantly captured everyone's attention. They turned their gazes toward the portal. Indeed, the previously tranquil gateway began to tremble. Does this not signify that someone is about to emerge? Before the crowd could react, a tall, slender figure stepped forth. Beneath a cascade of black hair lay a face of striking beauty, almost otherworldly, with tranquil, indifferent eyes as if he had merely stepped out for a leisurely stroll. The dark red robe, adorned with flowing flame patterns, added an air of mystery and nobility. The figure was none other than Suyu. Silence. An oppressive silence. The entire square had transformed into a colossal, frozen tableau. Everyone, from students to teachers, even the principal, stood paralyzed, expressions frozen, pupils trembling. Their minds blank as if they had been formatted. Suyu, the one they had unanimously deemed deceased. He emerged just like that. What the hell? What is going on here? Were they not told he had perished in the dungeon? After a brief moment of stunned silence, a tsunami of noise erupted. Holy smokes! Suyu, he is alive. Impossible. Hadn't he already perished in the dungeon? How could he have come out? A hallucination. This must be a mirage. My God, could it be he has risen from the dead? The crowd erupted into chaos, filled with doubts, gasps, and shouts. Among the throng, the one who reacted the quickest was undoubtedly Guo Chunfeng. This nearly collapsed principal, upon seeing Suyu's face, first froze in shock, then erupted in ecstatic joy, followed by a tidal wave of fury. Suyu! A roar imbued with intense emotion reverberated through the skies. Guo Chunfeng lunged forward, propelled by a gust of wind, nearly teleporting to stand before Suyu, pointing an accusatory finger at him, trembling with rage, spitting words. You little rascal. You scared me to death. Huh. Why did you take so long to come out? Do you have any idea that we all thought you? His words tumbled out in a flurry of excitement. However, in the face of Guo Chunfeng's towering wrath, Suyu maintained his calm demeanor, even tilting his head slightly to avoid the spittle flying from the principal's mouth, and explained in a tranquil tone. Clearing the dungeon indeed took some time. I apologize for worrying you, principal. Guo Chunfeng's tirade was abruptly cut short. The subsequent words lodged in his throat. What did he just hear? Suyu claimed he had cleared the dungeon. What nonsense is this? Guo Chunfeng felt as if he were experiencing a severe auditory hallucination. With a look of disbelief, he stammered. Could you repeat that? What did you say you did? What? Guo Chunfeng felt that he was indeed hallucinating, his voice trembling with incredulity, almost forcing the words out one by one. You just said what? You cleared the novice dungeon. Suyu solemnly repeated. I said, I cleared the novice dungeon, principal. Thunderous rumblings. This single sentence struck Guo Chunfeng's mind like a clap of thunder. His body jolted, his brain rendered blank. This lad actually claimed he had cleared the dungeon? No way, right? Instinctively, such thoughts emerged in Guo Chunfeng's mind. After all, the feat of clearing a dungeon is far beyond the capabilities of novices at this stage. Not even someone like Suyu, with a hidden profession, could possibly accomplish such a task. Meanwhile, the surrounding students and teachers had all heard Suyu's words. After a brief silence, the venue erupted into an even more intense uproar of astonishment and discussion. Uft. Ha ha, did you hear that? What did Suyu just say? Clearing a dungeon? Ha ha. I must have misheard, right? There should be limits to boasting, shouldn't there? Clearing a novice dungeon? Who does he think he is? The reincarnation of a dragon god. Exactly. How vast is a novice dungeon? How many monsters are there? Even if you gave him 6 hours, let alone 24 or 48 hours, he couldn't do it. Not to mention that the dungeon's boss is not something a newcomer at our stage can defeat, let alone clear the entire dungeon. I used to think Suyu was remarkable, but it seems he's just a master of exaggeration. Forget it. I feel like staying here is a waste of time. I might as well head home and rest. Mockery, derision, and disdain surged towards Suyu like a tidal wave. Not a single person in the crowd believed his words. Everyone regarded him with the eyes of fools and frauds. Clearing a novice dungeon? What a ridiculous joke. Chapter 19, Level 8, shocking the audience. At that moment, Guo Chunfeng finally managed to steady his mind. His gaze was fixed intently on Suyu. and he realized that Su Yu's expression was remarkably calm and confident. The claim of clearing a dungeon was indeed astonishing. Yet Su Yu's demeanor was steadfast. Could it be? Was this kid speaking the truth? Had he truly cleared the dungeon? No, this must be verified. Oh, perhaps I could use that method to confirm it. With this thought, Guo Chunfeng took a deep breath, striving to suppress his emotions. With an extremely serious, almost scrutinizing gaze, he spoke in a deep voice. Su Yu, did you truly clear the novice dungeon? Su Yu replied, yes, principal. Then allow me to see your level. If you really cleared the dungeon, your level should be at least level 8 now. Yes, level. Levels do not deceive. To clear a dungeon means defeating a vast number of monsters, and the experience gained would be astronomical. It could easily elevate a novice's level to 8. If Su Yu's level did not reach that, his claim of clearing the dungeon would collapse on its own, an outright lie. Upon hearing Guo Chunfeng's request, the once boisterous square fell silent once more. All eyes were fixed on Su Yu. Yes, let's see the level. The level is the most direct proof. Let us see how this kid can continue to boast. Many faces began to display expressions of anticipation for the impending revelation of Su Yu's true level. However, Su Yu's response once again defied all expectations. He exhibited no signs of panic or any attempt to defend himself. He merely nodded calmly. Sure. With that, he focused his thoughts and summoned his personal information panel, opting to make his level information visible. In the next moment, a virtual screen hovered before Su Yu, displaying only a few simple lines. Name, Su Yu. Profession, Necromancer. Level, LV8. So simple, so clear. LV8. As the glaring red LV8 registered in everyone's vision, time seemed to freeze. The air appeared to solidify. The entire world seemed to lose its sound in that instant. In the square, thousands of students, teachers, and the principal, all their expressions were frozen in that moment, as if collectively petrified by a spell. Eyes wide open, mouths agape, minds utterly blank. What did they just witness? Level 8. The very Su Yu they had just mocked, the one who boasted so brazenly, had a level of 8? How could this possibly be? Luo Qingyan's ascent to level 6 in 5 hours had already seemed like a fairy tale, a pace akin to that of a deity. And Su Yu, he directly jumped to level 8. The sky is falling. In that moment, countless students felt as though the heavens had collapsed. After a brief, stunned silence, a chaotic uproar ensued, more terrifying and frenzied than any prior commotion. Level 8. Good grief. Am I seeing things? So you really reached level 8? Impossible. This is absolutely unfathomable. Leveling to 8 in just 6 hours? Is this something a human can achieve? Cheating. I seriously suspect Su Yu is exploiting glitches. I need to report him. Ban his account. My goodness. Level 8. That's 2 levels higher than Luo Qingyan. How can anyone live with this? A monster. Su Yu is a monster. He is not even human. Wait, level 8. Does that mean Su Yu wasn't he lying? He really did clear the dungeon. As this thought crossed their minds, everyone involuntarily inhaled sharply. Indeed, does this not prove that Su Yu truly cleared the dungeon? Good grief. That was a novice dungeon. Even if it were easy, it was beyond what a novice at their stage could accomplish. A prodigy. Su Yu is undoubtedly a prodigy. At this moment, the entire square had gone utterly mad. Screams, gasps, doubts, exclamations, and roars erupted in a cacophony. Meanwhile, Guo Chunfeng, the principal who had just been teetering on the edge of despair, was now completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the LV8 before Su Yu, feeling as though his heart might leap from his throat. Level 8. It's truly level 8. That kid Su has genuinely cleared the dungeon. Guo Chunfeng's body began to tremble violently, not from fear, but from sheer exhilaration and overwhelming joy. This was it. This was the moment of triumph. Benhaino, one high school is about to give birth to a true dragon. Amidst the crowd, Luo Qingyan stared in disbelief at the LV8 hovering in the air. On her eternally frozen, stunningly beautiful face, there was an unmistakable trace of shock for the very first time. Level 8, 2 whole levels higher than hers. She had exerted every effort and utilized her family's resources just to barely reach level 6. Yet Su Yu, all on his own, not only reached level 8 but even cleared the entire dungeon. The difference of a single level is a chasm. It requires a tremendous amount of experience to bridge, let alone the staggering gap of 2 levels. This disparity was utterly despairing. It extinguished any thought of pursuit. At this moment, a glimmer of despair shone in Luo Qingyan's ice-blue eyes for the very first time. She was engulfed by an indescribable sense of defeat and helplessness, nearly shattering the ice-like defenses surrounding her heart. The pride and confidence she had nurtured for so long were, in that moment, utterly demolished by Su Yu. Chapter 20. The Principal's Plan, the Western Suburbs. The fervor and commotion in the square resembled boiling water, refusing to subside. The impact of Su Yu's level was simply too immense, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Ultimately, it was Guo Chunfeng, alongside several other principals and the accompanying teachers, who managed to suppress the students' emotions, albeit with great difficulty. Yet, even so, thousands of eyes in the square remained inexorably fixed on Su Yu, as if drawn by a powerful magnet. At the eye of the storm, Suyu appeared detached, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Ahem. Suyu, come with me. Guo Chunfeng grasped Suyu's arm and swiftly led him to the principal's exclusive tent, leaving behind a multitude of students still reeling from the profound shock. Engaged in animated discussions. Inside the tent, as soon as they entered, Guo Chunfeng could no longer contain himself and collapsed into a chair. He gasped for breath several times, then seized the teapot on the table, disregarding the heat, and gulped down 2 generous mouthfuls. The icy tea flowed down his throat, finally calming his exhilarated mind somewhat. However, he remained unable to find peace. Raising his slightly trembling hand, he downed 3 more cups of strong tea before finally managing to quell his agitation. Leaning back in his chair, Guo Chunfeng gazed at Suyu, overwhelmed with emotion. To be honest, Suyu. He paused, seemingly at a loss for words to adequately express his current feelings, ultimately exhaling a deep sigh, filled with myriad emotions. Even now, I still feel as though I am dreaming. He lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with admiration and awe. You, young man, have truly delivered an astonishing surprise to this old man. Level 8. Cleared the instance. TSK, TSK, TSK. Guo Chunfeng couldn't help but smirk, his face alight with an uncontrollable smile. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Achieving this at the novice stage is a testament to the hidden potential of your undead monarch. Your future accomplishments are boundless. Truly boundless. In response to the principal's unabashed praise, Suyu merely smiled modestly and replied, You flatter me, principal. It is primarily due to your exceptional guidance. Upon hearing this, Guo Chunfeng nearly choked on his tea again. I guided you. What did I teach you? Did I teach you how to clear the novice instance solo in 6 hours and reach level 8? If I had that ability, would I still be stuck as a mere principal in this coastal city? Guo Chunfeng mentally berated himself, yet maintained a cheerful demeanor as he waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough of that. This is your own merit. His curiosity surged as he observed Suyu's remarkably calm face, akin to being pricked by 100 cat claws. He was deeply intrigued. How had Suyu achieved this? Was the undead monarch truly that formidable in the early stages? And how had he vanquished the final boss? The Flame Tiger? Countless questions swirled in his mind, yet he restrained himself. Inquiring into another's privacy was a grave taboo, especially in a world where power reigned supreme. He could not ask, nor should he. His duty was not to satisfy his curiosity, but to chart the course ahead for this infinitely promising talent. With this thought, Guo Chunfeng's expression turned serious. He straightened his posture and spoke in a solemn tone. Suyu, your performance has far exceeded my expectations and the imagination of everyone else. With your current level 8 status and that terrifying monster-clearing ability, Guo Chunfeng carefully chose his words. The novice instance holds no significance for you anymore. The monsters within are too low in level, and the efficiency of experience gain would be greatly diminished. Yes, I understand, Suyu nodded. He was already aware that the experience required to level up had become astronomical, and the monsters in the novice instance, peaking at level 10, no longer provided sufficient experience, let alone energy. A glimmer of approval flashed in Guo Chunfeng's eyes as he continued. Therefore, I recommend that you venture into the wild areas for your leveling up. The wild? Suyu's eyes flickered with interest. The structure of this world consisted not only of safe zones and various levels of instances, but also vast, perilous expanses filled with both danger and opportunity. The wild regions, unlike instances, lacked clear level divisions and safety constraints, presenting a more diverse array of monsters, complex distributions, and significantly heightened dangers. Yet, simultaneously, the monsters in the wild respawned more rapidly and in greater numbers, with the possibility of encountering various fortuitous events, such as hidden treasure chests, rare herbs, formidable mutated creatures, and even undiscovered secret entrances. For true powerhouses, the wild was the optimal arena for swiftly enhancing strength and acquiring resources. Indeed, the wild, Guo Chunfeng asserted confidently. With your current strength, you are entirely qualified, and indeed, it is imperative that you embark on an adventure in the wild. He pointed at a section of the virtual map, magnifying it. Based on your level and class characteristics, I recommend a location, the wild area in the western suburbs of Binhai. The western suburbs wild area? Yes, Guo Chunfeng elaborated. It is situated approximately 30 kilometers from Binhai City, encompassing a large region of hills and forests. The monsters there generally range from level 10 to level 20, making it an ideal locale for your current level up. The variety of monsters is also quite rich, and their density is high, making it easy to locate formidable beasts for hunting. Suyu studied the marked area on the map, nodding thoughtfully. The wild area of level 10 to level 20 was indeed very suitable for his current harvesting endeavors. Guo Chunfeng observed Suyu's apparent interest and immediately emphasized with seriousness. However, Suyu, you must remember, the wild and the novice instance are entirely different concepts. The danger level has increased by more than 100-fold. There are no level restrictions, no safe zones. High-level monsters can appear at any moment, and you may encounter malicious assailants or even bizarre environmental hazards at any time. So, Guo Chunfeng fixed his gaze intently on Suyu. I strongly advise that you initially confine your activities to the outskirts of the wild. Once your level is higher and your strength greater, then consider venturing deeper. Above all, safety must always come first. Never let your guard down. Do you understand? Guo Chuanfeng's tone was exceedingly grave. The wild was perilous indeed. He genuinely feared that this promising seedling might suffer misfortune in such a treacherous environment. Feeling Guo Chuanfeng's unmasked concern and worry, Suyu felt a warmth in his heart and nodded earnestly. Principal, rest assured, I will be cautious. Seeing Suyu's commitment, Guo Chuanfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, his tone softening. Good. I'm glad you understand. For the next 6 days, your primary task is to level up with all your might. Only by reaching level 18 and achieving excellent results in the major examination will you qualify to step through the gates of Yanjing University. I am aware that this objective is challenging, yet with your potential, I firmly believe you can achieve it. Guo Chuanfeng's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Gaining admission to Yanjing University will grant you access to the finest resources and expose you to a broader realm. Suyu, trust me, your future should not be confined to this small city of Binhai. Yanjing University, Suyu silently recited, his gaze resolute. That was the goal he had long set for himself. Rest assured, Principal, I shall give it my all. Excellent. Guo Chuanfeng nodded with satisfaction, then produced a special document embossed with the seal of Binhai No. 1 High School, handing it to Suyu. This is your exit permit, Guo Chuanfeng explained. As per regulations, minors are prohibited from leaving the safety zone to venture into the wild without a teacher's guidance. However, your circumstances are exceptional, and I have specially issued this document for you. With it, you may freely enter and exit the city, embarking on your wilderness training. Suyu accepted the weighty permit, feeling a warmth in his heart. This old principal, though occasionally verbose, genuinely cared for him. Thank you, Principal. Suyu expressed his gratitude earnestly. All right. Guo Chuanfeng stood up and patted Suyu's shoulder firmly. Time is of the essence. You should return and prepare well. Tomorrow morning, you shall set forth for the western outskirts. Remember, safety first. Yes, Principal. Suyu nodded once more, securing the exit permit before turning to leave the tent. Chapter 21, System Rewards, Upgrade Package. As night descended and the stars dimmed, the rental room was brightly lit. Suyu sat at the edge of his bed, exhaling a long breath, reflecting on his experiences in the novice dungeon, and feeling a hint of fatigue wash over him. With a deep sigh, Suyu summoned his data panel. Name, Suyu. Occupation, Undead Lord. Level, LV8, 168025000. Talent, Formless Division, SSS Grade. Strength, 44. Agility, 43. Vitality, 435. Mentality, 5010. Equipment, Apprentice's Staff, Plain, Flame Robe, Black Iron Grade. Skills, 1. Summon Skeleton Soldier. 2. Soul Burn. 3. Damage Transfer, Passive. Current Undead Space, Infinite. Gasp. Even Suyu, upon gazing at this lavish panel, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. These attributes are astonishing. It is important to note that an ordinary level 8 class changer, even a strength-specialized warrior, struggles to exceed a strength attribute of 35 points. An agility-based assassin reaching 35 points is considered top tier. Meanwhile, a frail mage would be fortunate to possess a vitality of 20 points. Yet Suyu, his foundational attributes utterly dominate his peers, even surpassing those who specialize in singular stats. Particularly noteworthy is his mentality, boasting a staggering 60 points, which likely rivals many dedicated level 15 mages. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of hidden professions. Each level up bestows a universal attribute increase of 5, akin to cheating in growth. However, as levels rise, so too does the difficulty of leveling up. Suyu's gaze fell upon the experience bar. To ascend from level 8 to level 9 requires a whopping 30,000 experience points. The higher the level, the exponentially increasing experience required to advance. Clearly, he must exert even greater effort moving forward. Achieving level 18 before the college entrance examination presents considerable pressure. Suppressing his thoughts, Suyu shifted his focus to his legion of skeleton soldiers. Skeleton Soldier. Level, LV8. Race, Undead. Strength, 57. Agility, 57. Vitality, 57. Mentality, 57. Traits. Immune to various abnormal states such as mind control, toxins, and bleeding. Absolutely loyal. Current number of skeleton soldiers, 868. All attributes at 57 points. Similarly overwhelming. Each individual skeleton soldier now possesses strength rivaling that of a level 15 warrior. And now, Suyu commands nearly 900 of such war machines. It is unfathomable how immense and terrifying the power of their collective force will be. One man can form an army. The Undead Calamity. This is certainly not merely a slogan, but a manifest reality. With a sufficient number of skeleton soldiers, perhaps even slaying gods would not be beyond reach. Ambition flickered in Suyu's eyes. Just then, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Beep. Detected that the host has an unopened upgrade package. Would you like to open it now? Suyu jolted to attention. An upgrade package. Ah yes, he recalled. The system had explicitly mentioned that every 5 levels, one would receive an upgrade package. He had indeed received one when he leveled up to 5 in the novice dungeon. However, at that moment, lost in the thrill of monster grinding, he had completely forgotten about it. Suyu slapped his forehead, feeling a pang of regret, while a wave of anticipation surged within him. I wonder what treasures the upgrade package might yield? Without hesitation, Suyu promptly opened the package. Successfully opened LV5 upgrade package. Congratulations, host, you have received Heart of the Undead, Special Necklace, X1. Congratulations, host, you have received Staff of Dark Omen, Bronze Grade, X1. Congratulations, host, you have received Mana Potion, Bronze Grade, X5. Congratulations, host, you have received Beginner Skill Book, X2. Congratulations, host. You have received Skeleton Soldier Exclusive Enhancement, Bone Hardening. Note, this will automatically take effect for all skeleton soldiers. Wow. Gazing at this impressive list of rewards, Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bountiful. Truly bountiful. This is undoubtedly the splendor of a system package. He could hardly contain his eagerness to examine each item. First, he focused on the uniquely named necklace, Heart of the Undead. With a thought, an ancient-looking necklace materialized in his hand. The chain was crafted from an unknown black metal, and the pendant was a heart, no larger than a thumb, formed from pure dark energy, emanating a chilling and imposing aura. There exists a vast array of equipment in this world. In addition to conventional gear that offers direct attribute enhancements, there are exceedingly rare and distinctive items. These often provide no immediate attribute boosts, but possess powerful, unique effects. Such equipment is typically referred to as effect gear and holds immense value. Clearly, the Heart of the Undead in Suyu's possession belongs to this category. Name, Heart of the Undead. Quality, Special. Unique effect, Battle Intent Aura, Beginner. When worn, all undead units under your command experience heightened battle intent, with a comprehensive combat power increase of 10. Note, this aura effect can evolve alongside the host's strength. A battle intent aura that enhances combat power by 10. Upon witnessing this effect, Suyu's heart raced with exhilaration. The potency of this aura is nothing short of miraculous. Never underestimate the significance of this seemingly modest enhancement of 10. For an ordinary professional, an increment of 10 may appear trivial. Yet, for Suyu, who possesses the ability of infinite division and is destined to tread the path of the Undead Sea, this enhancement is undoubtedly monumental. He currently commands nearly 900 skeletal soldiers. An increase of 10 equates to the emergence of nearly 90 additional skeletal warriors' combat prowess. Imagine when his undead army swells to 10,000, 100,000, or even millions and billions. The implications of this 10-point enhancement would be utterly terrifying. It is as if this is a superlative aura meticulously tailored for him. Moreover, this is merely a preliminary aura, with the potential for further evolution. He has truly struck gold. Without hesitation, Suyu adorned himself with the Heart of the Undead, feeling a frigid yet regal power instantaneously merge with his being. Radiating to every undead unit linked to his soul, he could distinctly sense that the aura of his 800 skeletal soldiers had intensified, becoming more solid and ferocious, as if their desire for battle had been ignited. Chapter 22. New Skill, Hand of the Demon. Next, Suyu turned his gaze towards the second reward, the Metaphor Staff. This staff, entirely shrouded in darkness, featured a deep purple crystal embedded at its apex, with the shaft intricately inscribed with enigmatic runes, emanating palpable magical waves. Its quality was undeniably at the bronze level. Name, Metaphor Staff. Quality, bronze level. Attributes, Spirit 15, Magic Attack 30, Casting Speed 5. Special effect, Break Magic, Passive. Your magic attacks will ignore 10 of the target's magic defense. Description, a mage's staff imbued with arcane power, effectively enhancing the caster's mental strength and magical penetration. A bronze-level staff. Suyu's eyes gleamed once more. Above black iron lies bronze. This Metaphor Staff was a significant upgrade from the plain Apprentice Staff he previously wielded. With a spirit attribute of 15, it surpassed the Apprentice Staff by a staggering 13 points. The magic attack was elevated by 20 points, in addition to a 5 increase in casting speed. Most crucially, the Break Magic special effect. This meant that his magical attack skills would inflict even greater damage. Particularly against foes with high magical resistance, this effect would be even more pronounced, effectively augmenting his magical output capacity. What a valuable treasure. Time to equip it. Without delay, Suyu replaced the Apprentice Staff with the Metaphor Staff. Instantly, a surge of formidable mental energy flooded his mind, and he felt his connection with the drifting magical elements in the world become clearer. His attribute panel was subsequently updated. Spirit, 50-23, total increase, 73 points. His mental strength had soared once more. Exhilarating. Suyu's gaze continued to wander towards the other rewards. Name, Magic Potion, bronze level. Effect, restores 200 points of mental strength upon consumption. Description, a reasonably crafted alchemical potion capable of swiftly replenishing expended mental strength. 5 bottles of bronze-level magic potions could restore mental strength. In times of magical exhaustion, this would serve as a life-saving boon, proving to be exceedingly practical. Suyu carefully stored them away. His attention then fell upon the 2 skill books. Name, skill book. Level, beginner, LV1, LV20. Description, upon use. Players will randomly comprehend a skill related to their profession. Note, there is a chance of failure. This is undoubtedly a remarkable item. Upon use, it could enable Suyu to acquire a new skill. However, the skill book possesses a flaw. There is a chance of failure, and the skills learned are random. It is possible to learn a skill he already possesses, filled with uncertainty. Suyu took a deep breath, deciding to test one first. May the heavens bless him with a powerful skill. In prayer, Suyu utilized the first skill book. Buzz. The skill book transformed into a gentle white stream of light, merging into his forehead. Countless arcane messages surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. Ding. Successfully used the beginner skill book. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended a new skill, Hand of the Demon. Ding. Successfully used the beginner skill book, Lord of the Undead. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended a new skill, Hand of the Demon. Success. A surge of joy filled Suyu's heart as he promptly reviewed the skill description. Skill, Hand of the Demon, active. Effect, consumes a certain amount of mental strength to designate an area, summoning a colossal demonic hand from the earth that inflicts continuous high magic damage on all enemies it touches within the area, along with a bind effect, reducing movement speed. Cooldown, 40 minutes. Area damage, and it includes control. Suyu's eyes widened. This, Hand of the Demon, is a formidable AoE and control skill. While Soul Burn is powerful, it remains a single target skill. The Hand of the Demon perfectly compensates for his lack of area burst and control capabilities. At a critical moment, casting a Hand of the Demon into a horde of monsters would not only deal tons of damage, but also bind the enemies, creating a better output environment for his skeletal soldiers. Simply flawless. Suppressing his overwhelming excitement, Suyu grasped the second skill book. Once more, a stream of light flowed into his forehead. Ding. Failed to use the beginner skill book. Oh, the smile on Suyu's face faltered. A failure. Well, the skill book inherently carries a chance of failure. Having succeeded in one is already fortunate. Although slightly regrettable, Suyu quickly adjusted his mindset. His gaze then shifted to the final reward. Exclusive enhancement for skeletal soldiers, bone hardening. This reward had no physical form. The moment he confirmed its acquisition, it transformed into a peculiar energy that instantaneously imbued all his skeletal soldiers through the soul link. Suyu could distinctly sense that within the bones of all skeletal soldiers, a wondrous and subtle change was occurring. Bone hardening. It should be related to enhancing defense, but he was curious about the specific effects. Suyu summoned a skeletal soldier. Buzz. A black vortex materialized. A skeletal soldier quietly approached Suyu. He scrutinized this skeletal soldier closely. At first glance, it seemed no different from before. Still that skeletal frame wielding a sword and shield. However, upon closer inspection, Suyu immediately noticed the distinction. First, the color. The bones of the skeletal soldier, which previously exhibited a somewhat aged grayish-white hue, even bearing traces of impurities at certain joint connections, now appeared significantly purer and denser, radiating a lustrous sheen akin to ivory. It had shed some of the lifelessness of the undead, instead exuding an indomitable quality. Secondly, the details. Suyu vividly recalled that the skeleton soldiers summoned previously, even with their levels elevated, would occasionally bear subtle cracks or indentations on their bony surfaces, flaws that were inevitable in the transformation of undead beings. Yet now, these minute imperfections had nearly vanished. The surfaces of the bones had become exceedingly smooth and even, as if meticulously polished and tempered. Even the fine fissures that once existed had noticeably diminished, and some had even healed. Furthermore, Suyu could distinctly sense that the skeleton soldier's frame had become sturdier and more substantial, shedding some of its previous fragility and gaining an indescribable resilience. Subsequently, he accessed the skeleton soldier's panel. Skeleton soldier. Level, LV8. Level increases with player. Race, undead. Strength, 57. Agility, 57. Vitality, 5,720. Mentality, 57. Traits, 1. Immune to abnormal states. 2. Bone hardening. To Suyu's astonishment, the vitality attribute of the skeleton soldier had directly increased by 20 points. This was the enhancement brought about by bone hardening. It is noteworthy that the skeleton soldier's defense was already formidable. With the addition of bone hardening, its defensive capabilities had seen a qualitative leap. Ordinary attacks could hardly inflict any damage upon it. The fortification from bone hardening surpassed Suyu's wildest expectations. This was no mere bone hardening. It was akin to being indestructible. The survival capacity of the skeleton soldier had reached its zenith. Suyu exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile gracing his features. With such resilient bones, his undead army would become increasingly difficult to annihilate. The strategy of the undead sea would become even more inscrutable. Chapter 23, Coastal West Suburb. Entering the wilderness. The following morning, as dawn broke, Suyu had already departed from his rented accommodation. After a night of meditation and adjustment, he felt an unprecedented vigor coursing through him, an overwhelming power eager to find an outlet. Without a moment's delay, he headed straight for the nearby bus station. Soon, a reinforced bus emblazoned with the words Coastal City Bus Group Wilderness Special Line rolled in slowly. Suyu stepped aboard. The interior of the bus was markedly different from a typical public transport vehicle. The seats were spacious and constructed from resilient materials, evidently reinforced for endurance. The windows were not made of ordinary glass, but rather a metallic alloy that shimmered with a gleaming sheen, displaying shallow scratches and indentations from past impacts. The passengers aboard were equally extraordinary, almost exclusively composed of adventurers. Some donned armor, wielding colossal swords, their gaze sharp and their aura fierce. Clearly seasoned warriors accustomed to flirting with death. Others were cloaked in robes, brandishing staffs, their eyes deep and exuding a faint magical aura, enigmatic sorcerers. Still others were clad in leather armor, daggers or crossbows at their waists, their expressions vigilant like crouching leopards, agile rogues or rangers. Many traveled in groups, forming standard team configurations with tanks, healers, and damage dealers, engaged in hushed discussions regarding today as hunting plans or exchanging news about the latest developments in the wilderness. Have you heard? The western suburbs have been rather unstable lately. A team encountered a mutated wind wolf king on the outskirts yesterday and nearly faced total annihilation. Gasp. A mutated wind wolf king? Isn't that a creature close to LV20? How could such a monster appear in the outskirts? Who knows? The wild is unpredictable. Anything can happen. Everyone should exercise caution today. Indeed, especially near the sunsetting forest area, there have been signs of high-tier magical beasts recently. Best to steer clear of that region. Fortune favors the bold. If it weren't for the need to earn gold and acquire equipment, who would willingly risk their lives in this godforsaken place? Stop complaining and focus on leveling up. Strength is the key. With power, one can tread anywhere with confidence. The bus was filled with the chatter of the adventurers. Suyu found a seat by the window and listened intently. This information was invaluable for him, a newcomer on the brink of entering the wilderness. At the very least, it provided him with a clearer perspective on the dangers of the western suburbs. Yet, rather than feeling intimidated, he found himself increasingly exhilarated. A mutated wind wolf king? High-tier magical beasts? Perfect. His undead army required more potent sustenance to grow stronger. The bus glided smoothly and swiftly through the morning light. After approximately half an hour, the scenery outside began to transform. Skyscrapers gradually faded, replaced by an increasingly desolate landscape. Eventually, his vision opened up to reveal a colossal military stronghold, imbued with an atmosphere of solemnity and ironclad resolve, sprawled magnificently across the horizon. Coastal West Suburb Base. This was the final and most formidable bastion separating Coastal City from the vast wilderness. Towering alloy walls stretched for dozens of kilometers, gleaming coldly in the light, adorned with a plethora of energy cannons and defensive ruins, emanating a disquieting energy fluctuation. The massive alloy gates stood firmly closed, while soldiers clad in standardized armor, wielding energy weapons, patrolled the walls, vigilantly surveying the unknown dangers lurking beyond. Here lay the demarcation between civilization and the wild. Within the walls, a bustling and stable city thrived. Outside, peril and the law of the jungle prevailed. The bus slowly entered a vast plaza within the base. It resembled a thriving supply transfer station. Unlike the commercial district within the city, the shops here were imbued with a rugged, utilitarian style. The blacksmith's forge resounded with the rhythmic clanging of metal, while the entrance displayed an array of weapons and armor glinting coldly. Outside the apothecary, a multitude of bottles containing liquids of various hues lined the shelves, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of exotic herbs and alchemical reagents. There were also alchemical workshops dedicated to equipment repairs, inns providing temporary resting spots and storage for belongings, and even adventurer guilds that procured monster materials and issued bounty quests, all tailored to serve those about to enter or just returning from the wilderness. Amidst the myriad of shops, the most striking and imposing structure was undoubtedly the tall building in the center of the plaza, constructed entirely from a special alloy. Atop the building hung a colossal golden dragon emblem composed of energy, beneath which were 5 flamboyant characters spelling out Dragon Nation Exchange. This exchange, established by the Dragon Nation authorities, boasted a solid reputation and formidable presence across all cities and bases nationwide. Whether one sought to purchase or sell, it could all be conducted here. Suyu's gaze lingered on the stately edifice of the Dragon Nation Exchange for a moment. He knew he would frequent this place often in the future, whether it was to sell and used equipment materials or acquire advanced skill books or special items. This was undoubtedly the prime destination. However, not today. His sole purpose for being here was to hunt monsters, level up, summon soldiers. After a brief survey of the square, becoming acquainted with his surroundings, Suyu merged with the bustling crowd, heading towards the immense city gate leading to the wilderness. At that moment, a long queue had formed at the entrance. All adventurers wishing to leave the city were required to undergo inspection and identity verification here. This was implemented to ensure the utmost safety of the adventurers, while also enabling the timely identification of any missing persons. The line moved at a sluggish pace. Those ahead of Su Yu were predominantly seasoned veterans, some gathered in small clusters, joking about their objectives for the day, while others stood alone. Their expressions stern and their demeanor restrained. Finally, it was Su Yu's turn. The individual responsible for the inspection was a middle-aged man clad in the uniform of the city guards, his countenance resolute and his gaze piercing. He accepted the identity card and exit permit that Su Yu presented, casting only a cursory glance at them. However, in the next instant, his movements abruptly halted. His sharp eyes suddenly fixed on Su Yu's excessively youthful visage, as well as the identification document that indicated his status as a student from Manhwaedit, one high school embarking on his first expedition. What? The captain of the guard furrowed his brow sharply, a flicker of disbelief and astonishment flashing through his eyes. A student, a newcomer who had only recently awakened. Was he truly intending to venture alone into the wilderness? Instinctively, he raised his gaze, scrutinizing Su Yu once more. Young, handsome, and clad in, was that robe of decent quality? Black iron grade, perhaps even higher? Yet, regardless of the fine equipment, a novice should not dare to traverse the wilderness alone, should they? Was this not tantamount to seeking death? How oblivious have the youth of today become? Countless thoughts raced through the captain's mind, but he was, after all, a professional city guard, bound by duty to adhere to the regulations. He meticulously verified the authenticity of the permit and its seal, confirming its validity before processing Su Yu's exit registration. Beep. Identity confirmed. Su Yu Manhwaedit, one high school student, first-time entry into the western suburban wilderness for training, registration successful. The cold, electronic notification rang out. The captain returned the identity card and permit to Su Yu, but in the end, he could not resist imparting a final word of caution, his tone laden with gravity. Young man, the wilderness is not akin to a dungeon. Danger lurks everywhere. The depths within are treacherous. Seeing your tender years, and this being your first outing, heed my advice. Remain within the safest areas around the base. Do not venture too far. If you encounter foes beyond your capability or sense something amiss, retreat immediately. Remember, preserving your life is of utmost importance. Do you understand? Though his tone was somewhat stern, a hint of concern for the young novice shone through his eyes. Su Yu felt the sincerity of the man's concern and nodded earnestly. Thank you for the reminder. I will prioritize my safety. With that, he did not linger. Striding towards the massive, heavy alloy gates that were slowly opening, the captain observed Su Yu's resolute and even expectant figure disappearing into the distance, shaking his head in resignation and sighing. Alas, today's youth truly only learn through experience. I hope this lad returns alive. Chapter 24, The Expanding Undead Legion. In stark contrast to the order and security within the base, the world beyond the city walls was a realm of primal savagery. The coarse winds swept up dust, carrying a faint hint of blood that invaded the nostrils. As far as the eye could see, undulating hills and vast stretches of sparse forests exuded an overwhelming sense of desolation. From a distance, the sporadic, indecipherable roars of beasts added an air of peril. Is this the western suburban wilderness? Su Yu inhaled deeply, absorbing the challenge-laden atmosphere of this land. His eyes sparkled not with fear, but with an unprecedented fervor. Here lay the true battlefield, the ultimate hunting ground for the undead army. He refrained from summoning his legion immediately. The throngs at the city gate were too numerous and inquisitive. Revealing his nearly 900 skeletal soldiers would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. Su Yu oriented himself, opting not for the well-trodden paths that led to popular hunting spots, but instead favoring a seldom-used trail, overrun with underbrush, and quickly delved deeper into the wilderness. His objective was clear: to find a sufficiently secluded location, free from interruption, and then commence a frenzied massacre. Utilizing his extraordinary agility, Su Yu navigated swiftly through the rugged terrain. Along the way, he encountered a few scattered low-level monsters, such as the level 10 Fanged Frenzy Rabbit and level 11 Gale Wolf, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by the skeletal soldiers he summoned with a mere gesture. After traversing for over half an hour, penetrating more than 10 kilometers into the wilderness, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate, with even the traces of birds and beasts becoming scarce. Su Yu halted, scanning the area to confirm the absence of any other adventurers, and finally, a cold smile curved his lips. This was the place. Arise, my undead legion. Buzzing. In an instant, from the ground around Su Yu, an array of swirling black vortices erupted violently, as if opening a gateway to the realm of the deceased. Crack, crack, crack. The horrifying sound of bones grinding together filled the air, coalescing into a spine-chilling symphony of death. 1, 10, hundreds, 500, 800. In the blink of an eye, 868 skeletal soldiers, their blue flames flickering, wielding shields and swords, emerged like a deathly legion clawing their way from the abyss of hell, silently and ominously saturating the wilderness. They stood in perfect formation, their bony armor glistening, their weapons poised. The reinforced bones, enhanced by bone hardening, shimmered with an ivory luster, impervious to harm. Under the influence of Undead Heart's battle aura, each skeletal warrior's soul fire blazed more fiercely, emanating an even more ferocious and bloodthirsty aura. Nearly 900 skeletal soldiers. What a terrifying force this was. If other adventurers were to witness this spectacle, they would surely be paralyzed with fear. Excellent. Suyu nodded in satisfaction, feeling the unbreakable bond of souls connecting him to this vast army, an overwhelming sense of control surging within him. Let the hunt begin. The objective: eliminate all living beings within this region. The frigid command was instantaneously conveyed through the soul link to every skeletal soldier. Roar! The soul fires of nearly 900 skeletal warriors surged simultaneously. In the next moment, this colossal undead legion sprang into action. Rumbling, they surged forth like a deluge unleashed from a dam, radiating outward from Suyu in a fan-shaped formation, initiating a thorough search and advance. A merciless slaughter targeting all life forms in this area had officially commenced. Soon, the first wave of prey appeared. A group of approximately 30 ferocious creatures. Name: Crimson-Eyed Boar. Level: LV12. Skill: Frenzied Charge. Description: the Crimson-Eyed Boar is an advanced breed of the Fong wild boar, even more ferocious, with tough skin and thick meat. A nightmare for novice teams. The Razorback boars, with their coarse hides and formidable physiques, exhibit an aggressive demeanor and possess tremendous striking power. Should they encounter an ordinary novice team, it would undoubtedly lead to a grueling battle. However, they are confronted by Suyu's army of the undead. Roar! The Crimson-Eyed Boars seem to sense a threat, unleashing furious roars as they stomp their hooves, their eyes aglow, charging recklessly towards the advancing skeleton soldiers in a furious charge. Bang! 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 A cacophony of thunderous collisions erupts. The furious charge of the Crimson-Eyed Boars, capable of shattering rocks, crashes violently into the front line of skeleton warriors. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated shattering of bones does not occur. Instead, a series of dull clangs resound, akin to heavy hammers striking steel, sparks flying. The fortified bones, enhanced by bone hardening, prove to be unimaginably resilient. The full force of the level 12 Crimson-Eyed Boars leaves only superficial white marks upon the bone shields, failing to even push the skeletons back a single step. Many boars, in the chaos of their charge, lose their tusks. The boar's assault not only fails to disrupt the skeleton horde, but instead leaves them dazed from the terrifying resistance and recoil. And this is the perfect opportunity. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of glimmering bone blades rain down like a torrential downpour. Uft, uft, uft. The sound of blades piercing flesh resonates intensely. As the resilient boar hides are effortlessly torn apart like mere paper, blood sprays profusely, accompanied by anguished cries. In just a fleeting moment, over 30 level 12 Crimson-Eyed Boars are completely overwhelmed and shredded by the iron tide of the skeleton army. Successfully killed level 12 Crimson-Eyed Boar, gained 120 experience points. 120 energy. Acquired materials, Tough Tusk X1. Successfully killed level 12 Crimson-Eyed Boar, gained 120 experience points. 120 energy. Acquired materials, Thick Boar Hide X1. Successfully killed level 12 Crimson-Eyed Boar, gained 120 experience points. 120 energy. Congratulations, host, your skeleton soldier's energy is fully absorbed. Successful division. Congratulations, host. Your skeleton soldier's energy is fully absorbed. Successful division. Congratulations, host. Your skeleton soldier's energy is fully absorbed. Successful division. Almost instantaneously upon the completion of the kills, some skeleton warriors managed to absorb energy and commence division. New skeletons emerged seamlessly from their progenitors, promptly joining the advancing ranks. Slaughter and division. More slaughter, more division. They are caught in a perfect snowball effect. Simultaneously, as the Crimson-Eyed Boars perish, a considerable number of materials drop. These materials can be utilized for crafting various equipment and potions, or sold at the marketplace. This is a primary source of income for many transmuters. During the ensuing extermination process, Suyu need not lift a finger. He merely stands in place, akin to a cold and indifferent monarch, commanding his undead army to sweep through. In a brief span, his experience points surge rapidly. Concurrently, the numbers of the undead legion continue to swell. As they delve deeper, the ferocity of the beasts escalates. Level 13 Venomous Spider. Level 14 Shadow Leopard. Level 15 Armored Rhinoceros. Yet, regardless of the beast's level, the outcome remains unequivocal. Before the skeleton army, endowed with battle-intent aura and bone hardening, all adversaries are mere trifles. Crush, crush, and yet more crushing. Where the skeletons tread, only a carpet of corpses and an ever-increasing count of undead units remain. 870, 880, 900, 905. In just over an hour, the number of Suyu's undead army surpasses the 1,000 mark, reaching an astonishing 1,020. over 1,000 skeletons. This force is sufficient to instill despair in any practitioner below level 20. Moreover, with the immense influx of experience, Suyu finally achieves a breakthrough. Buzz! A dazzling golden light erupts from within him once more. A surge of even greater, more formidable power courses through his being. Congratulations, player. Your level has successfully risen to level 9. Your strength attribute increases by 5 points. Your agility attribute increases by 5 points. Your constitution attribute increases by 5 points. Your spirit attribute increases by 5 points. He has leveled up. Within less than an hour in the wilderness, he has ascended once more. The speed is nothing short of astonishing. As Suyu levels up, the over 1,000 skeletons under his command also bask in the glow of advancement. Their levels collectively rise to level 9. Skeleton. Level 9. Race, Undead. Strength, 63. Agility, 63. Constitution, 6,320. Spirit, 63. Traits, 1. Immune to various abnormal states. 2. Bone hardening. All attributes stand at 63 points, with Constitution reaching a staggering 83 points. Such skeletons see their combat prowess soar. Their skeletal hardness likely surpasses that of ordinary steel, rendering them impervious to even the mightiest strikes from high-tier beasts. Finally, he has leveled up. Suyu clenches his fist, feeling the surging power within, his gaze growing ever more fervent. Thus, the next target is level 10. Continue the advance. Orders dispatched. With a clamor, over 1,000 skeletons, like a wave of white reapers, surge deeper into the wilderness, crushing all in their path. The slaughter continues. The march of the undead catastrophe is relentless. Chapter 25. The Hand of the Demon, Annihilating the Elite. As Suyu led his forces to a hilly area, suddenly, a swift blood-red shadow lunged from the nearby thicket, materializing before him. It was a colossal leopard. Its fur a bizarre dark crimson, muscles rippling, eyes glowing a blood red. Name, Bloodthirsty Frenzy Leopard Elite. Level, 15. Skills, Bloody Claw Strike, Frenzy Bite, Bloodthirsty Instinct. Description, an exceedingly ferocious elite-level feline monster, as swift as lightning, with an insatiable urge to attack. Once it senses blood, it descends into madness. A nightmare for practitioners of the same level. This was indeed an elite monster. The surrounding skeletons were poised to intercept, intent on shredding this beast into pieces. However, Suyu raised his hand, halting the skeleton's advance. His gaze fell upon the rapidly approaching bloodthirsty frenzy leopard, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. A level 15 elite monster is perfect for testing the power of my new skill. Since acquiring Demon's Hand, he had yet to find an opportunity to employ it in battle. Now, it presented itself as an excellent chance. Suyu raised his dark metaphor staff, pointing it decisively forward. His mental energy surged forth. Demon's Hand. Boom. The ground beneath the bloodthirsty leopard suddenly erupted. A massive demon arm, formed entirely of pure darkness and adorned with eerie runes, burst forth with a terrifying presence that sent shivers down the spine. 5 menacing claws unfurled violently, lunging towards the bloodthirsty leopard. A roar of astonishment escaped the creature, clearly caught off guard by this unforeseen event, as it desperately attempted to flee. Yet, the demon's hand possessed an expansive range and an even swifter speed. Boom! The colossal demon hand gripped the bloodthirsty leopard firmly within its palm. The horrifying dark energy surged forth like countless steel needles, relentlessly compressing and eroding. A chilling, muffled sound echoed, accompanied by the sickening crunch of shattering bones and the splatter of flesh. This ferocious level 15 elite monster, capable of annihilating an ordinary team, failed to emit even a single cry before being mercilessly crushed by the descending demon hand. A torrential downpour of blood mingled with remnants of flesh and bone fell from the sky. Instant kill. A thorough and complete annihilation. Successfully killed a level 15 bloodthirsty leopard elite, gained 1,000 experience points. Acquired materials, Frenzied Blood X1, Elite Leopard Claw X2. Such power. Even Suyu himself was taken aback by the unparalleled might of the demon's hand. He had merely intended to test the damage and control effects, never anticipating that it would obliterate a level 15 elite monster in an instant. However, this was quite reasonable. The demon's hand inherently possessed tremendous explosive power. Coupled with the enhancement from the metaphor staff and the demon break effect, the damage of this skill was elevated to a new echelon. It was only fitting to slay an elite monster with such prowess. Alas, it was unfortunate that he could not test the binding effect of the demoness hand. Shaking his head, Suyu redirected his focus to the skeletal army. Continue the advance. The command was issued. Clatter. Over 1,000 skeletal soldiers surged forth like a wave of white reapers, crushing deeper into the wilderness. The slaughter continued. The march of the undead catastrophe was relentless. Time flew by swiftly. Immersed in the frenzied monster farming and the explosion of troops, Suyu nearly lost track of time. When he was once again enveloped by the golden light of level up, 3 hours had already passed. Congratulations, player. Your level has successfully risen to level 10. Your strength attribute has increased by 5 points. Your agility attribute has increased by 5 points. Your constitution attribute has increased by 5 points. Your spirit attribute has increased by 5 points. Name, Suyu. Class, Undead Lord. Level, 10, 030000. Talent, Infinite Division, SSS grade. Strength, 54. Agility, 53. Constitution, 535. Spirit, 6023. Equipment, Metaphor Staff, Bronze grade. Flame Robe, Black Iron grade. Heart of the Undead, Special. Skills, 1. Summon Skeleton Soldier. 2. Soul Burn. 3. Damage Transfer, Passive. 4. Demoness Hand. Level up. Finally reached level 10. Moreover, as Suyu's level increased, the combat power of his skeletal soldiers was also enhanced. Skeleton Soldier. Level, 10. Race, Undead. Strength, 69. Agility, 69. Constitution, 6,920. Spirit, 69. Traits, 1. Immunity to various abnormal states. 2. Bone Hardening. Current number of skeleton soldiers, 1837. With nearly 70 points in base attributes, their constitution surpassed a terrifying 89 points. Such skeleton soldiers were akin to mobile fortresses of war. Each possessed defense and offense far exceeding that of their peers. After more than 3 hours of frenzied division, Suyu's total number of skeleton soldiers reached a staggering count of 1,837. Almost 2,000 skeleton soldiers. Suyu surveyed the colossal undead legion he had single-handedly forged, filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and security. With his current strength, not only could he traverse the western outskirts with ease, but he could also confidently stride through some lower-level dungeons. At that moment, a system prompt resonated in Suyu's mind. Ding. Detected that the host's level has reached level 10, acquiring level 10 upgrade gift package. Would you like to open it immediately? Here it comes. The level 10 upgrade gift package. Suyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. What surprises would this level-up package bring him? Chapter 26. Upgrade Gift Package, The Undead's Bounty. The Upgrade Gift Package. Suyu's breath hitched, and his heart raced uncontrollably. It was finally here. Without hesitation, he opened the package. Successfully opened level 10 upgrade gift package. Congratulations, host. Acquired. Gift of the Undead X1. Congratulations, host. Acquired. Spectral Robe, Silver Grade, X1. Congratulations, host. Acquired. Skeleton Soldier Exclusive Enhancement, Strength Enhancement. Note: this will automatically take effect for all skeleton soldiers. Congratulations, host. Acquired. Intermediate Skill Book X2. Gasp. Gazing at the even more luxurious rewards list, Suyu could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This level 10 package was indeed far more bountiful than the level 5 one. His attention was immediately drawn to the most enigmatic reward, Gift of the Undead. As his thoughts stirred, a fist-sized orb of pure blackness, exuding a deep and ancient aura, materialized before him. Within the orb, countless tiny black runes swirled, dissipating and radiating a pure wave of undead energy that was both heart-stopping and inexplicably comforting. Name: Gift of the Undead. Type: Special Item. Description: a gift from an ancient undead lord, containing pure primal power. Using it will result in a profound transformation and enhancement of your physical body. A gift from an ancient undead lord. A transformation and enhancement of the body. Suyu's eyes widened in astonishment. This seemed like an extraordinary reward. Just as he focused on the black orb, a new prompt appeared. Detected Special Item. Gift of the Undead. Would you like to use it immediately? Use it. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu confirmed his choice. Buzz. The black orb, once suspended in the air, trembled violently, then transformed into a pure stream of black light that surged directly into Suyu's brow. Boom. A cold, vast, yet perfectly harmonious ancient power, akin to a torrent breaking free of its dam, engulfed his entire being in an instant. Suyu felt as though he had been cast into a colossal black whirlpool. Every inch of bone, every meridian, every single cell is undergoing a monumental transformation under the influence of this enigmatic force. The bones have become more resilient and dense, seemingly imbued with a faint, inky luminescence. Muscle fibers are torn, restructured, and fortified, brimming with explosive strength. The flow of blood quickens, as if it harbors a more vigorous vitality intertwined with dark energy. Even his mental realm, nourished by this power, has grown more stable and expansive. His perception has sharpened to an unprecedented clarity. This sensation resembles a complete rebirth, a holistic evolution. The entire process lasted for a good 10 seconds, during which the cold, potent force gradually subsided, fully integrating into his limbs and bones. At the very moment of completion, the system notification chimed once more. Your body has been transformed by the primordial power. Your strength attribute, 15. Your agility attribute, 15. Your constitution attribute, 15. Your mental attribute, 15. Good heavens. All 4 attributes increased by 15 points. A surge of ecstasy flooded Suyu's heart. This is undeniably a monumental enhancement. It is worth noting that he had painstakingly leveled up, gaining only 5 points in total attributes. This single gift of the undead equaled the attribute boost of a 3-level climb. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Suyu clenched his fists tightly, feeling the overwhelming power surging within him, and could not help but let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. He felt as if he were brimming with inexhaustible strength, his body light as a feather, as though it could soar with the wind, and his thoughts clearer and more agile than ever before. The overwhelming sensation of this all-encompassing surge was utterly intoxicating. Suppressing his excited emotions, Suyu promptly examined his attributes post-transformation. Name: Suyu. Occupation: Undead Sovereign. Level: LV10, 040000. Talent: Infinite Division, SSS level. Strength: 69. Agility: 68. Constitution: 685. Mental: 7,523. Equipment: Staff of Dark Metaphor, Bronze level. Flame Robe, Black Iron level. Heart of the Undead, Special. Skills: 1. Summon Skeleton Soldier. 2. Soul Burn. 3. Damage Transfer, Passive. 4. Demon's Hand. With his strength, agility, and constitution all nearing 70, and mental power approaching the formidable threshold of 100, given Suyu's current attributes, not only would he be unrivaled among peers of the same level, but even many level 20 class changers would pale in comparison, utterly overwhelmed. Truly, this is the gift from the ancient undead sovereign. Suyu nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the other rewards. First was the robe emanating a ghostly glow. Spirit Robe. This robe, deep blue in hue, appeared as if woven from solidified shadows and starlight, light and ethereal, with wisps of silver mist swirling at the edges, radiating a chilling and mysterious magical aura. Name: Spirit Robe. Quality: Silver level. Attributes: Mental 25, Constitution 15, Agility 10, Defense 100, Shadow Frost Resistance 50. Special effect: Touch of the Spirit, Passive. Your spell attacks have a certain chance to apply slow effect, reducing the target's movement and attack speed. Description: a robe formed from the essence of spirits, significantly enhancing the caster's mental power and survivability, endowing them with the ability to harness the powers of the spirits. Upon seeing the attributes of this robe, Suyu's eyes sparkled once more. These attributes utterly eclipsed those of his flame robe. Not only did it provide greater base attribute bonuses, but its defense doubled as well. Most crucially, the special effect, Touch of the Spirit, allows Suyu's spell attacks to inflict a slow effect. This is nothing short of a divine skill. Whether it be Soul Burn or Demon's Hand, both can trigger this effect. Once activated, it would slow down the enemy, perfectly complementing the onslaught of his skeleton soldiers. There was no reason to hesitate. Suyu promptly replaced the flame robe with this more powerful Spirit Robe. As the robe enveloped him, a refreshing chill washed over him, resonating harmoniously with the shadow elements surrounding him, allowing his mental power to flow more smoothly and freely. Next, Suyu shifted his attention to the newly acquired reward: Skeleton Soldier Exclusive Enhancement, Strength Enhancement. Much like the previous, Bone Hardening, this reward was intangible and transformed into a torrent of even more violent, destructive energy the moment he confirmed its acquisition, surging into all the skeleton soldiers under his command. Suyu immediately focused on the nearest skeleton soldier. He could clearly see the invisible energy tendrils connecting the bones within the skeleton soldier becoming thicker and denser, even exuding a faint explosive power. How much exactly did the strength enhancement add? Suyu curiously brought up the skeleton soldiers panel. Skeleton Soldier. Level: LV10. Race: Undead. Strength: 6,920. Agility: 69. Constitution: 6,920. Mental: 69. Traits: 1. Immune to various abnormal states. 2. Bone Hardening. 3. Strength Enhancement. A strength of 20, coupled with the 20 points added by Bone Hardening. Now his skeleton soldiers boasted a staggering strength and constitution of 89 points. What does this signify? They are akin to berserker skeletons clad in heavy armor, wielding colossal swords. Capable of both offense and defense, they are the epitome of a formidable war machine. Such skeleton soldiers, even if taken individually, could likely contend with a level 10 boss. Not to mention, he commands nearly 2,000 of these war machines. Suyu felt that his undead army had become somewhat absurdly powerful. Chapter 27: New Skill, Frenzy. Suyu turned his gaze to the final reward, 2 novice skill books. With the prior experience of Demon's Hand, Suyu was filled with anticipation for these 2 skill books. He hoped for another potent skill. He picked up the first skill book, took a deep breath, and chose to use it. Buzz. The skill book transformed into a stream of light, merging into his forehead. Ding. Using the novice skill book failed. Oh, another failure? Suyu's lips twitched. It seemed his luck was not always favorable. However, he did not dwell on it too much. Skill books inherently carry a failure chance, which is quite normal. He picked up the second skill book and tried again. This time it should succeed, right? Another stream of light merged into his forehead. Ding. Using the novice skill book succeeded. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the new skill, Frenzy. It worked, and just the name alone is quite promising. Suyu's heart leaped with joy as he immediately checked the skill description. Skill, Berserk, active. Effect, all undead units within the range activate their internal Berserk genes, entering a state of Berserk. In this state, undead units experience a temporary increase of 30 in all attributes, 50 in attack speed, and 30 in movement speed. But their defense is reduced by 20. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Incredible. A group Berserk buff? Upon reviewing the effects of the Berserk skill, Suyu was utterly astounded. This skill was truly the ultimate weapon tailored specifically for his undead sea tactics. His combat power had received a comprehensive enhancement. Although the side effect of a 20-point reduction in defense existed, it was insignificant for the skeleton soldiers, who already boasted absurdly high defense due to bone hardening. Imagine nearly 2,000 already formidable skeleton soldiers, transformed into a horde of even more ferocious killing machines under the influence of Berserk. The imagery was too splendid to fathom. The war intent aura enhances combat power by 10, and with the Berserk state further boosting all attributes by 30 and attack speed by 50. Could my undead army become even more outrageous? Suyu felt as though he was on the brink of euphoric asphyxiation. With the Berserk as his formidable weapon, the explosive and ambush capabilities of his undead legion would ascend to an entirely new dimension. In future encounters with bosses or formidable foes, a single activation of Berserk would unleash a cataclysmic undead army capable of tearing them to shreds in an instant. After tallying all the rewards, Suyu exhaled a long sigh, his face radiant with uncontainable excitement and satisfaction. This upgrade gift pack had yielded colossal returns. His overall strength had undergone yet another qualitative leap. Suyu's gaze wandered deeper into the wilderness. There lay more experience and energy. Time waits for no one. The hunt must continue. With a sweeping gesture, Suyu issued his command. Boom! Nearly 2,000 skeleton soldiers, brimming with an unmatched momentum, surged forward. Meanwhile, at the citizen square, the site of the novice dungeon, the portal radiating ethereal light remained steadfastly at the center of the square. Occasionally, students emerged from within, some weary, others bearing a hint of satisfaction at accomplishing their objectives, yet many still bore the lingering trepidation at the dungeon's difficulty. Few finally reached level 6. I'm utterly exhausted. Damn it, the deeper we went, the tougher the monsters became. It's hard to believe how Suyu cleared the dungeon yesterday. Suyu? How can we mere amateurs dare to compare ourselves to such geniuses? Not to mention Suyu, even with Luo Qingyan, we can't hold a candle to them. Phew. Our team's cooperation was commendable today. We finally elevated our levels to 7, which was no small feat. Alas, I wonder when we will reach level 8. According to the regulations of Binhai City and the entirety of Long Nation, only upon reaching level 8 can one apply for an out-of-city permit to venture into the wilderness for training. The purpose, naturally, is to safeguard these newly awakened novice transmuters. At the edge of the square, within the largest tent, several principals sat in a circle, engaged in idle chatter, yet the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Old Gua, your school truly excels this time. The principal of the second school remarked, his tone dripping with envy, his eyes betraying blatant admiration. One Luo Qingyan was already astonishing. And now there emerges a Suyu. Tut. Thinking of his achievements yesterday sends shivers down my spine. It will be difficult for your school to take off in this year's college entrance examination. Indeed, the principal of the third school sighed repeatedly. Our best students pale in comparison to Suyu. Sigh. It's infuriating to compare. But there's one thing I can't comprehend. The principal of the fourth school rubbed his throbbing temples, his expression filled with confusion. How on earth did Suyu accomplish this? Is it really possible to clear the novice dungeon in just 6 hours solely with the Necromancer class? Not to mention the formidable boss at the end. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the tent fell into a brief silence. The other principals nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting the same bewilderment. Indeed, it's utterly unreasonable. I understand that the Necromancer class relies heavily on skeleton soldiers in the early stages, and their sheer numbers can be formidable. But clearing the dungeon in 6 hours is simply impossible, and that boss is not something a novice could defeat. Something is amiss. I feel there is a significant issue here. The principals engaged in fervent discussion, increasingly convinced that Suyu's performance was shrouded in mystery, far exceeding rational expectations. Listening to their analyses and doubts, Gua Chunfeng's smile gradually faded. Previously consumed by excitement and elation, he had delved deeper into the matter. Now, reminded by his colleagues, he suddenly realized that Suyu's performance was indeed excessively impressive, even bordering on bizarre. Could a necromancer truly possess such grotesque combat power in the early stages? Is there a discrepancy in the records of this class? Or does Suyu's necromancer possess some unique trait? Gua Chunfeng's brow furrowed, lost in contemplation. Gradually, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, because he had contemplated a possibility. A possibility far rarer than hidden classes, one that was almost beyond belief. Buzz. Guo Chunfeng felt as if his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer, his pupils dilating sharply, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within, his gaze sweeping over the other principals still engrossed in their confusion, and he slowly spoke. His voice laced with an imperceptible tremor and unprecedented gravity. Ladies and gentlemen, I may have a hypothesis regarding why Suyu is so extraordinarily powerful. As these words emerged, silence enveloped the tent. All the principals' eyes, like searchlights, fixated on Guo Chunfeng. Old Guo, what is your hypothesis? Speak up. The principal of the second school urged impatiently, leaning forward unconsciously. Guo Chunfeng paused momentarily, seemingly organizing his thoughts, and ultimately raised his head, his gaze sharpening and becoming exceedingly serious. Enunciating each word, perhaps Suyu's awakening of a hidden class is not as simple as it seems. I suspect he may have simultaneously awakened a talent. Talent. These two words carried an infinite allure, instantly solidifying the air within the tent. The breaths of the principals halted at that moment, their pupils constricting. Disbelief etched across their faces. Talent, that is an existence even rarer than hidden classes. Even looking across the entirety of Long Nation, how many have awakened a talent? You could count them on one hand. And those transmuters who have awakened a talent are all formidable. Even the strongest individual in Long Nation at present is a talent awakener. What is talent? It is a unique and unparalleled force that transcends the class system. It is the source that breaks the rules, creates miracles, and transforms the mundane into the extraordinary. Old Guo, the principal of the second school, struggled to swallow, feeling parched. His voice trembling. Are you joking? Are you suggesting that Suyu has awakened a talent? How is that even possible? A talent awakener in our small place of Binhai City? How could that be possible? The principal of the third high school wore an expression of sheer astonishment, nearly dislodging his glasses from his nose. Hiss. The principal of the fourth high school gasped, feeling a tingling sensation creeping over his scalp. No wonder. No wonder Suyu's performance was so extraordinary. If he truly possessed talent, then everything suddenly made sense. Indeed, if Suyu had awakened his innate abilities, then clearing the novice dungeon and even single-handedly defeating the final boss, feats that seemed impossible, would now appear entirely plausible. Talent could elucidate all that was irrational. Realizing this, the glances of the principals toward Guo Chunfeng underwent a profound transformation. A hidden profession, coupled with an extraordinary innate talent. With these dual advantages, to what terrifying heights would Suyu's future accomplishments ascend? This question remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 28. A ruthless aura, a boss? Instant annihilation. Deep within the wilderness, the carnage continued unabated. In that moment, Suyu resembled a deathly monarch traversing the mortal realm, accompanied by an army of the undead of staggering proportions. A total of 2,285. Precisely 2,285 skeletal warriors, each boasting a formidable level of LV10, further enhanced by the dual augmentations of bone hardening and power augmentation. Their base attributes approached a staggering 70 points, with both vitality and strength nearing the 90 threshold. Their defenses rivaled those of a steel fortress, while their offensive power could rend solid rock asunder. This army surged forward like an unstoppable tide of white death, leaving desolation in its wake. A LV-16 Gale Lion attempted an ambush from the underbrush. Before it could draw near, it was pierced through by dozens of bone blades, transformed into a porcupine of skeletal fury. A LV-17 Swamp Crocodile, lurking in the mire in a bid to launch a surprise attack. The enraged skeletal warriors charged into the swamp, forcibly dragging it from the depths of the muck, tearing it to shreds along with its thick, leathery hide. Any creature daring to obstruct the relentless march of this undead calamity met but one fate: total annihilation, devoured, and transformed into experience points for Suyu and the energy dispersed by the skeletal warriors. Successfully defeated LV-16 Gale Lion, gained 160 experience points, 160 energy. Obtained materials, Gale Lion Fangs, X3. Successfully defeated LV-17 Swamp Crocodile, gained 170 experience points, 170 energy. Obtain materials. Complete Crocodile Hide X1. Congratulations, host. Your skeletal warrior's energy is fully absorbed. Successful division. Congratulations, host. Your skeletal warrior's energy is fully absorbed. Successful division. The experience bar surged rapidly, drawing ever closer to LV-11. The number of skeletal warriors steadily increased. Suyu remained composed, having grown accustomed to the gruesome spectacle of slaughter before him. These commonplace LV-16 and LV-17 monsters posed no threat whatsoever to his army of the undead. They were merely delivering packages. However, at that moment, an incredibly chilling, malevolent, and thickly malicious aura suddenly emanated from a shadowy grove, shrouded in dense spider webs. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The hair-raising sound of scuttling echoed ominously. Following this, a colossal creature slowly emerged from the web-laden abyss, a monstrous spider the size of a small truck. Its entire body was encased in a hard, jet-black exoskeleton, supported by 8 robust legs resembling steel spears, each tipped with a glimmering, eerie green venom. Most unnerving of all were the dozens of eyes, varying in size and glowing with a sinister crimson light that covered its ghastly head. Furthermore, emblazoned upon its back, which resembled a mask of darkness, was a distorted, anguished visage, seemingly screaming in silent torment. Name: Phantom Face Spider, Boss. Level: LV-17. Skills: Venomous Phantom Face, Death Web, Phantom Strike, 8-Eyed Gaze. Description: a horrifying entity dwelling deep within the shadowy forest, the nightmare of countless adventurers. Its venom is capable of instantly melting steel. Its webs can ensnare even the mightiest of beasts, and its ghostly speed and mental assaults are nearly impossible to counter. A LV-17 Boss. The Phantom Face Spider. With an aura of toxic gas and powerful control webs, it embodied a formidable adversary, combining crowd control, explosive damage, sustained harm, environmental debuffs, and mental disruption. Even a well-equipped and coordinated LV-20 elite squad would likely suffer grievous consequences, potentially facing total annihilation upon encountering it. Yet, in Suyu's eyes, there was no trace of fear. Instead, a glint of excitement flickered. Perfect. Just the opportunity to test the might of my new skills. Raising his allegorical staff, a surge of mental energy erupted like a tidal wave, enveloping the army of the undead behind him. Berserk! Boom! As Suyu unleashed his skill, an instant explosion of blinding scarlet light erupted from every skeletal warrior. It was as though the fires of hell had ignited. The air trembled violently. The ghostly blue flames within the hollow eye sockets of each skeletal soldier surged wildly, transforming into an even deeper, more ferocious shade of crimson. Crack! Crack! Their bones creaked under the overwhelming strain, their forms seemingly swelling in size. A pure, destructive, bloodthirsty aura radiated from them, coalescing into an overwhelming intent to slay that could alter the very fabric of reality. All attributes enhanced by 30. Attack speed increased by 50. Movement speed heightened by 30. In that moment, the skeletal warriors transcended their roles as mere cold machines of war, morphing into true undead berserkers. The Phantom Face Spider, just emerging from its lair and preparing to unleash its venomous phantom face upon these intruders, appeared momentarily stunned by the sudden, cataclysmic aura radiating from the army of the undead. Its dozens of crimson eyes widened in terror, instinctively recoiling. It was intimidated by the sheer momentum of the undead legion, contemplating retreat. Yet it was too late. Kill! Suyu's icy command resonated like the final verdict. Over 2,000 skeletal warriors, now in a state of berserk, raised their bone blades high. In the next instant, they surged forth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Like a blood-red tidal wave unleashed. The 2,000 skeletal figures, ablaze with crimson soul flames, charged with an unstoppable ferocity towards the massive Phantom Face Spider. Fast. Too fast. The 30 speed increase granted by Berserk nearly doubled their velocity, leaving trails of white afterimages in their wake. The Phantom Face Spider sensed a blur before its eyes as the terrifying tide of undead surged forth. Hiss! The Phantom Face Spider let out a piercing shriek, instinctively attempting to unleash its death web for defense and control. However, its movements appeared as sluggish as a snail before the skeletal warriors in berserk state, before the web could even take shape. Puff, 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 puff. Hundreds of bone blades, glimmering with a sanguine chill, descended upon its formidable black exoskeleton like a torrential storm, striking with relentless ferocity. In a state of frenzy, the skeletal warriors wielded a strength nearing 90 points, which, when augmented by an additional 30, soared to a terrifying 115 points or more. Coupled with a 50 increase in attack speed, the cacophony of clashing metal resounded. Sparks flew. The once impenetrable carapace of the Phantom Spider, capable of withstanding ordinary blades, was soon marred by a web of cracks under such a violent and concentrated assault. In the mere first wave of attacks, its shell teetered on the brink of shattering. Hiss! The excruciating pain drove the Phantom Spider into a frenzy. It attempted to unleash Phantom Assault to teleport away, striving to mount a mental counterattack with 8-Eyes Stare. Yet all was in vain. More skeletal warriors surged forth, overwhelming its massive form completely. They disregarded the toxic phantom emanating from the Phantom Spider. They ignored the wild slashing of its venomous claws. They overlooked the potential mental backlash. In their frenzied state, the skeletal warriors were consumed solely by a bloodthirsty desire for carnage. Their bone blades slashed wildly, seeking to obliterate all in their path. Splat, splat, crack, crack. The sickening sound of shattering exoskeletons accompanied the splatter of blood and chunks of flesh. In just 3 seconds, merely a fleeting 3 seconds, the once dominant Phantom Spider was brutally dismembered by the frenzied skeletal warriors. Its massive form was torn into countless fragments, dark green venom and viscera mingling with the shattered shell, splattering everywhere in a scene of utmost brutality and carnage. Chapter 29. A fortuitous encounter, Luo Qingyan successfully defeated LV-17 Phantom Spider, boss, earning 2,500 experience points. 2,500 energy. Acquired. Phantom Venom Gland, rare material, X1. Superior Resilient Spider Silk, rare material, X5. Acquired. Phantom Ring, Black Iron Grade, X1. This enhancement ability. Suyu gazed upon the now unrecognizable Phantom Spider, a satisfied smile gracing his features. The power of the frenzy skill exceeded his expectations. Its sudden surge in combat prowess effortlessly dispatching a formidable level 17 boss in mere seconds. This explosive capability could be deemed invincible. The sole drawback was its considerable consumption. In that fleeting moment, he felt nearly 1/3 of his mental energy drained. Moreover, the cooldown period lasted an entire hour. Yet, it was entirely worth it. The frenzy skill could serve as his ultimate trump card. Furthermore, after vanquishing this boss, he had obtained numerous valuable items. With that thought in mind, Suyu swiftly approached to collect the spoils. Both the Phantom Venom Gland and Superior Resilient Spider Silk were rare materials that could fetch a handsome price. The ring, a deep black bone artifact, was intricately carved with a miniature ghostly visage. Name, Phantom Ring. Quality, Black Iron Grade. Attributes, Spirit 5, Poison Resistance 20. Description, a ring forged from the core essence of the Phantom Spider, enhancing mental strength and resistance to toxins when worn. Though merely of black iron quality, its Spirit 5 and additional poison resistance made it a worthwhile acquisition. Suyu slipped it onto his finger. Subsequently, his gaze swept across the surroundings. With a level 17 boss dispatched, the ferocious beasts in this area posed no threat to him. At present, the utmost priority was to elevate his level to 11. With a decisive wave of his hand, he issued commands. The entire army was to sweep through and cleanse the entire area. Boom! Over 2,300 skeletal soldiers immediately dispersed, embarking on the eradication of all surrounding beasts. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the daylight in the western suburbs had given way to profound darkness and silence. Deep within the shadowy forest, a pair of calm, indifferent eyes stood out conspicuously in the dark. Suyu glanced at his simple electronic watch on his wrist. The time unmistakably indicated 9 o'clock. Unbeknownst to him, he had been relentlessly slaughtering in this area for nearly 10 hours. He slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over the dense, ghostly legion of skeletal warriors surrounding him. A sight resembling a haunting nightmare. 3,158. A total of 3,158 skeletal warriors, bolstered by the dual enhancements of bone hardening and power amplification, stood like the most loyal, cold steel sculptures, resolutely stationed on every inch of ground around him. Each possessed terrifying combat prowess akin to that of a level 20 monster. The amalgamation of over 3,000 such war machines radiated an aura of death potent enough to freeze the very night sky. This power could instill terror in any legion. It could effortlessly flatten a small town. And this was merely the undead Calamity forged within less than a day, given sufficient time and ability. The number of skeletal warriors could swell to millions, even tens of millions. By that time, the horrifying sea of the undead would be capable of engulfing all. With a long exhale, Suyu released a breath of pent-up frustration. It was nearly time to return. Though he yearned to continue summoning more skeletal warriors to push their numbers to even greater heights, reason dictated that excess could be detrimental. Sustaining such a massive army for prolonged periods of intense slaughter imposed a continuous burden on his mental energy. Additionally, he needed time to organize the spoils of the day and prepare for ascending to a higher level the following day. More importantly, after reaching level 12, his leveling efficiency would begin to decline. Clearly, the beasts in this area could no longer provide the experience he required. Withdraw. With a thought, Suyu commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a tide receding, the dense legion of skeletal warriors, shrouding the sky, transformed into countless streams of black light, all swiftly drawn into the vast expanse of the undead realm. Only 15 skeletal warriors remained, standing as the most loyal shadow sentinels, forming a battle formation around him. Serving as his bodyguards, parading through the streets with over 3,000 skeletal warriors? That would be merely asking for trouble. A necessary degree of discretion was still required. Having discerned the direction, Suyu no longer lingered and, accompanied by his 15 guardians, rapidly made his way back toward the coastal western suburb base. The nocturnal wilderness was far more perilous than during the day. The darkness served as the best cover, prompting numerous lurking predators to become active. Throughout the journey, Suyu maintained his vigilance. His perception, enhanced by the gift of the undead, was exceptionally keen, allowing him to sense impending danger well in advance. Splat. Occasionally, a foolish beast, overly confident in its supposed stealth, attempted to launch a surprise attack. However, before they could approach within 10 meters of Suyu, they were met with the silent emergence of gleaming white bone blades from the shadows. As the bone blades flashed, they left behind only severed limbs and shattered remains. The muffled sound of flesh being cleaved echoed momentarily in the stillness of the night. only to be swiftly consumed by an even deeper silence. Navigating swiftly through the rugged mountain forest for approximately 20 minutes, a considerable distance from the base still lay ahead. At that moment, Suyu's advance came to an abrupt halt. His previously placid gaze suddenly shifted towards a dense thicket several dozen meters to his right. A subtle yet frigid energy fluctuation was precisely captured by him. Rustle. Almost instantly upon his stop, 5 figures emerged silently from the shadows of the thicket. Leading them was a figure illuminated by the moonlight, exuding an aura of icy detachment. The ice-blue robe fluttered gently in the night breeze, shimmering with a faint glow, while in her grasp was a staff emanating a chilling aura, its magical crystal seemingly still warm from a recently cast spell. It was none other than Luo Qingyan. Behind her, for guards, their auras steady and gazes sharp, changed countenance upon catching sight of Suyu and the 15 skeletal warriors radiating a terrifying presence beside him. They immediately positioned themselves to shield Luo Qingyan, their bodies tense, eyes fixed on Suyu, filled with profound caution and a hint of disbelief. They could distinctly sense that the icy, deathly aura emanating from the skeletal warriors surpassed that of ordinary skeletons. It imparted upon them an instinctive sense of danger. Luo Qingyan was evidently taken aback, never anticipating to encounter Suyu in this desolate wilderness at such a late hour. After exerting herself to reach level 8 today, she had cautiously ventured into the wild under the protection of her home guards. But how could Suyu be here, and alone? Delving into an area she deemed perilous enough to warrant the protection of 4 seasoned professionals? Did he not fear for his life? On the other hand, upon seeing Luo Qingyan, a flicker of surprise crossed Suyu's eyes, albeit fleeting. Their acquaintance was superficial. He merely acknowledged her with a detached nod. The next moment, without a backward glance, he turned and disappeared into the shadows of the thicket alongside his 15 skeletal guardians, his movements brisk and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Luo Qingyan gazed at the swift retreating figure, her teeth gently biting her lower lip, her ice-blue eyes glinting with an intricate array of emotions, remaining motionless for a time. A female guard beside her quietly inquired, "Miss, who was that just now?" Luo Qingyan gently shook her head, her voice icy. "There's no need to concern ourselves. Let us return." She cast a lingering glance in the direction Suyu had vanished before turning, continuing her journey back to the base with her guards. Chapter 30. Chaos in the Wilderness. The Rampage of Skeleton Warriors? After another brisk trek of several minutes, the grand metallic wall finally came into view. The entrance to the base. To her surprise, it was still the resolute-faced middle-aged captain of the guard on duty during the night. Upon seeing Suyu approach, the guard captain's face registered unmistakable astonishment. You again?" As he verified Suyu's identity, he scrutinized him from head to toe, his brow furrowing slightly. "Why are you returning so late? Did I not instruct you to come back earlier? The dangers of the wilderness escalate significantly at night. Are you not aware of that?" Newcomer? Though his tone remained stern, a hidden concern seeped through. Suyu replied calmly, "I lingered a bit longer inside, engrossed in leveling up and lost track of time." Lost track of time? The guard captain was momentarily taken aback by his nonchalant response. Just as he was about to lecture him further, he seemed to recall something, regarding Suyu with a slightly inquisitive gaze. "By the way, since this afternoon, several adventurers have been returning, reporting that something seems amiss in the western outskirts of the wilderness." "Oh, what seems amiss?" Suyu's heart stirred, though his expression remained unchanged. The guard captain scratched his head, seemingly organizing his thoughts. "They claim to have seen an extraordinarily large number of skeleton warriors, hundreds, if not thousands, overrunning the area, leaving not a trace of life in their wake. Several teams were so frightened that they abandoned their tasks and retreated. Isn't that peculiar? In our coastal city, I haven't heard of any necromancer of note frequenting the low-level areas of the western outskirts, especially accompanied by so many skeleton warriors. It's as if a necromantic calamity has descended upon us." As he spoke, the guard captain cast a wary glance at Suyu and the 15 skeletal warriors behind him. Although he did not believe the matter concerned the newcomer, he nonetheless felt compelled to ask more, given Suyu's affiliation with the necromantic class. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible flicker of his gaze betrayed Suyu's thoughts. Indeed, the commotion caused by the skeleton's overwhelming advance was too conspicuous, ultimately drawing the attention of other adventurers. However, what did it matter? Who would suspect that such a scene, akin to a necromantic catastrophe, could be orchestrated by a mere novice? Surely, everyone would assume it was the work of a high-ranking necromancer passing through. With this thought, Suyu felt a sense of reassurance wash over him, casually affirming, "Hundreds or thousands of skeleton warriors. Quite strange indeed. Perhaps it is the work of some passing expert." Seeing his normal reaction, the guard captain dismissed his doubts, recognizing the absurdity of such speculation. Shaking his head, he returned Suyu's identity card and reiterated, "All right, hurry inside. Make sure not to linger in the wild this late again. Is that understood?" "Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Captain." Suyu nodded, accepting the identity card. Upon entering the base, he observed the brightly lit trading post and the bustling adventurer-esque guild nearby. Instead of returning to his rented room in the city, He opted for a nearby inn, as it was too late for public transport, and the hassle of back-and-forth travel was unnecessary. The Wildfire Inn boasted a reasonably pleasant dining environment. While it could not compare to the upscale restaurants within the city, it was clean and orderly. Suyu casually ordered a few hearty dishes to replenish his energy expended throughout the day. Surrounding him were many adventurers returning from the wild, some bloodied, others weary, gathered in small groups, animatedly discussing their gains and experiences. The air was thick with the aroma of food and the scent of alcohol, brimming with a rugged vitality. After a simple dinner, Suyu chose not to linger in the noisy dining area, heading directly back to the room he had reserved. The room, though modest, was well equipped, featuring a comfortable large bed and a private bathroom, sufficient for Suyu, who merely sought a place to rest. Closing the door, shutting out the din of the outside world, Suyu sat cross-legged on the bed and accessed his data panel. Name, Suyu. Class, Necromancer Lord. Level, LV12, 2350600000. Talent, Infinite Division, SSS rank. Strength, 79. Agility, 7,810. Constitution, 7,815. Mental, 8,545. Equipment, Dark Metaphor Staff, Bronze Grade. Wraith Robe, Silver Grade. Heart of the Undead, Special, Phantom Mask Ring, Black Iron Grade. Skills, 1. Summon Skeleton Warriors. 2. Soul Burn. 3. Damage Transfer, Passive. 4. Demon-S Grasp. 5. Frenzy. Current Undead Space, Infinite. Current number of Skeleton Warriors, 3. 158. After a day of near-manic slaughter, his level has risen to 11. The elevation in level has not only resulted in a comprehensive enhancement of his fundamental attributes, but has also significantly bolstered the prowess of his legion of Skeleton Warriors. Skeleton Warrior. Level, LV12. Race, Undead. Strength, 8, 120. Agility, 81. Constitution, 8, 120. Spirit, 81. Traits, 1. Immune to various abnormal states. 2. Bone Hardened. 3. Strength Enhancement. Each Skeleton Warrior now boasts a terrifying strength and constitution of 105 points. They are undoubtedly fearsome harvesting machines. Moreover, the total number of skeletons has successfully surpassed the threshold of 3,000, reaching 158. This formidable power grants Suyu an unimaginable strength. However, Suyu's brow furrowed slightly. He glanced at the experience bar, 235, 060, 000. To ascend from level 12 to level 13, a staggering 60,000 experience points are required. The experience needed for leveling up indeed grows exponentially. At this rate, relying solely on grinding monsters in the outskirts over the remaining 5 days to reach level 18 seems rather precarious. Although the wilderness is teeming with monsters and they respawn quickly, their distribution is scattered, and the level cap is a formidable barrier. It appears that a more efficient method of leveling up must be sought. Suyu's gaze sharpened, and his mind began to whirl rapidly. He requires a locale where experience can be accrued more abundantly. Chapter 31. Dungeon, Zombie Nest. Soon, an idea flashed through Suyu's mind. A dungeon, compared to the wilderness, where danger and opportunity coexist, yet efficiency remains relatively unstable. Dungeons undoubtedly serve as the optimal venue for professionals to acquire experience and equipment consistently. The monster levels within dungeons are fixed, their distribution dense, and they typically feature a final boss guarding the treasure. The experience rewards upon completion far surpass those from sporadic monster slaying in the wild. With this resolution, Suyu promptly retrieved his phone and began to sift through the internet for dungeons suitable for his current level. Level requirement, between LV15 and LV20. Location, preferably near the outskirts. Once he set the filtering criteria, he quickly discovered several dungeons that met his requirements. He swiftly browsed through the names and descriptions of each dungeon that flashed before him. Rotting Tomb, Ghostly Forest, Evil Spirit Castle. Ultimately, his gaze lingered upon one name. Dungeon name, Zombie Nest. Recommended level, LV15, LV20. Difficulty levels, Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell. Note, different difficulties yield varying experience and drops. Dungeon scale, Small. Number of participants required, 15. Dungeon description, an abandoned mine, inexplicably infested with a multitude of zombie-like undead creatures, with a powerful zombie lord reigning within. The mine's terrain is complex, reeking of decay and death. Location, coastal west outskirts, Black Wind Valley. Suyu's eyes lit up upon reading the description of the Zombie Nest dungeon. In this world, there are numerous restrictions on professional level-ups. Among them is a rule that professionals cannot slay beasts that exceed their level by more than 10, otherwise, they will not receive experience points. As Suyu's current level has reached 12, the highest level of beast he can defeat is 22. The monsters within the Zombie Nest dungeon perfectly align with Suyu's requirements. Furthermore, the dungeon is situated in Black Wind Valley, just outside the outskirts. This is it. Suyu made his decision immediately. However, a new problem arose. To enter the dungeon, a ticket is required. It seems he will need to make a trip to the trading post tomorrow. Additionally, he can dispose of those materials he has accumulated. With a plan set for the next day, Suyu felt a surge of anticipation welling up within him. Dungeons represent a realm of experience acquisition that is purer and more efficient than the wilderness. He could hardly wait to lead his army of 3,000 undead to completely clear and crush the zombie nest. Meanwhile, in the coastal city, within an elegantly appointed study in a villa, Principal Guo Chunfeng, having finished some school-related affairs, habitually opened his computer and logged into the Coastal City Professionals Forum. This forum, initiated by the coastal city authorities, gathers the vast majority of professionals in the city. Here, they exchange information, share experiences, form teams for adventures, trade items, and even vent their frustrations. It is one of the most vital information hubs within the professional community of Coastal City. Guo Chunfeng frequently peruses the forum to stay updated on the latest happenings in Coastal City and its surrounding areas. He skillfully navigated through popular posts, casually browsing. Looking for a team. Tomorrow we will delve into the LV-22 Flame Valley Dungeon, seeking a strong tank and healer. High price for ice crystal stones. Interested parties please message me. Rant. The current prices are outrageous. I can barely afford a bottle of blue potions. Guo Chunfeng's gaze swiftly swept across various posts. And just as he was about to close the forum, a post that had ascended to the homepage, marked with an eye-catching red explosion, instantly captured his full attention. The title of the post was striking. Shocking. A necromantic catastrophe emerges in the west outskirts. A skeleton army darkens the skies. Suspected high-level expert descends. Includes video. Caution for the faint of heart. Necromantic catastrophe? Skeleton army? Guo Chunfeng's heart skipped a beat. Upon seeing the word skeleton, he instinctively thought of Suyu. With a mixture of curiosity and confusion, he clicked on the post. The original poster was evidently a professional who had personally experienced the event, describing in an exceedingly terrified and exaggerated tone the horrifying scenes encountered this afternoon deep within the west outskirts. Brothers, I nearly wet myself today. Our team was happily grinding stone-armored rhinos over by the windbreak slope when suddenly, a vast expanse of white skeleton warriors appeared out of nowhere. My goodness, the number. At least a few thousand. So dense that one could not see the end. They came charging like a bulldozer. Those LV-15 stone-armored rhinos, though tough-skinned and hardy, were like paper in the face of that horde of skeletons. One charge, and they were overwhelmed, unable to mount any semblance of resistance. We were so scared that we immediately dove into the grass and dared not move. We watched helplessly as that skeleton army plowed through the entire windbreak slope multiple times like a swarm of locusts. Not a living creature remained, nor a single blade of grass intact. The scene was utterly terrifying, truly a necromantic catastrophe. It must be a high-level necromancer at work here. Everyone, be extremely cautious if venturing deep into the west outskirts recently. Do not inadvertently provoke this expert or risk being caught in the crossfire. The post also included a somewhat blurry yet still breathtaking video captured with a special recording crystal. Guo Chunfeng took a deep breath and clicked on the video. In the next moment, his pupils constricted suddenly, and he found himself momentarily breathless. The screen revealed countless skeletal soldiers, flickering with an eerie blue flame, forming an overwhelming and boundless torrent of white. Wherever they passed, the tough-skinned stone-armored rhinos were submerged and torn apart in an instant. The path of the bones was littered with corpses. The scene was so horrifying that even through the screen, one could feel a chilling terror that made the scalp tingle and the spine shiver. Even Guo Chunfeng, well-versed in the extraordinary, was profoundly shaken by the spectacle displayed in the video. Could the number of these skeletons possibly exceed 2,000? Guo Chunfeng murmured to himself, his heart racing, noting that the solidity and combat prowess of these skeletal warriors were undeniably formidable. As he gazed at the sea of skeletons on the screen, an absurd thought fleetingly crossed his mind. Could these skeletal soldiers belong to that lad Suyu? After all, that boy was in the outskirts of the western suburbs today. However, as soon as this thought arose, Guo Chunfeng vigorously extinguished it. He shook his head vehemently, chuckling to himself. Am I losing my mind? How could that be possible? Suyu is merely a newly awakened novice. Even if he possesses a hidden profession coupled with extraordinary talents, there is no way he could summon such a vast army of skeletons in just one day. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. It completely contravenes the fundamental principles and common knowledge of the professional system. The more Guo Chunfeng analyzed it, the more he found his thoughts ludicrous. It must be some high-level necromancer, unknown to us, passing through Binhai City, engaging in some form of specialized training or clearing the area. He ultimately reached this conclusion, dispelling the absurd associations sparked by Suyu. He closed the post. Yet the shocking image of the necromantic calamity in the video lingered in his mind. However, Guo Chunfeng could never have imagined that the master of the skeletal army depicted in the video was, in fact, the very Suyu he had dismissed. Chapter 32, The Dragon Nation Exchange. The following morning, Suyu arose and made his way directly to the Dragon Nation Exchange. The moment he stepped into the exchange, an atmosphere of grandeur enveloped him. The spacious and luminous hall was paved with a special alloy, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the soft light above. The hall was bustling with figures, professionals clad in various types of equipment, some hurrying along while others conversed in hushed tones in small groups. The most striking features of the hall were undoubtedly the enormous crystals suspended in midair, scattered like stars, exuding a gentle white glow. These were no ordinary decorative items. Each crystal represented the pinnacle of alchemical achievement in the Dragon Nation, intricately inscribed with complex and esoteric energy formations, connecting to a vast central database. They were the core trading crystals of the Dragon Nation exchange. All operations within the exchange could be conducted through these trading crystals. So you did not linger. Proceeding directly to an unoccupied trading crystal, he gently placed his right hand on the icy surface of the crystal. Buzz. The trading crystal suddenly illuminated, glowing even brighter. As a gentle scanning beam emerged from within, swiftly scanning Suyu's iris and bodily information. Subsequently, a virtual screen silently materialized before him. Verifying identity information, scanning complete. Matching information in progress. Beep. Verification successful. Dragon Nation citizen. Suyu, identity confirmed. First login to the Dragon Nation exchange system. Binding information in progress. Binding successful. Reading associated bank card information. Binding successful. A series of efficient notifications flashed by, and the information on the screen finally settled. Name, Suyu. Profession, Necromancer. Account funds, 3,188 Dragon Coins. Current permissions, Level 1. Note, minimum permission, limited to basic trading and inquiries. Seeing the meager sum of 3,188 Dragon Coins in his account, Suyu's lips twitched slightly. He also noted the designation of Level 1 permissions. The authority levels within the Dragon Nation exchange were stringent, directly correlating to a citizen's contributions to the nation. The higher the permissions, the greater the services available, lower transaction fees, and even access to some rare resources and information not disclosed to the public. However, improving his permissions was a matter for another time. Suyu had no time to ponder such things at the moment. With a focus of thought, he switched to the dungeon ticket sales section, inputting the keyword zombie lair. The ticket information for the target dungeon quickly appeared before him. Name, Zombie Lair Dungeon Invitation. Description, the essential ticket required to enter the zombie lair. Stock remaining, 999. Price, 10,000 Dragon Coins each. This price, given Suyu's current finances, was naturally beyond his reach. However, he had long been prepared. Suyu swiftly transitioned to the item sale interface. The Dragon Nation exchange offered two selling methods. The first was consignment, where the seller set the price and waited for buyers. The advantage of this method was the potential to sell items at a higher price, but correspondingly, one would need to wait for buyers and pay certain fees. The second was trade redemption, whereby items were sold directly to the exchange, with prices determined automatically by the system based on market conditions and item rarity, settling immediately. For Suyu, who urgently needed funds to purchase the ticket, the choice was obvious. He opted for trade redemption. Time was of the essence. It was entirely worth it to be efficiently processed by the official system. Please place the items you wish to sell in the scanning area beneath the trading crystal, or directly transmit items from your spatial ring inventory via mental link. With a thought, Suyu opened his spatial backpack. He transmitted the mountain of various monster materials he had amassed from his slaughter in the wild yesterday into the trading system. Instantly, the crystal's brilliance intensified, and the internal formations began to operate at high speed, quickly assessing and pricing the vast quantities of materials. Beep. Detected Hard Fangs X50, quality, ordinary. Redemption price, 180 Dragon Coins, total, 9,000 Dragon Coins. Beep. Detected Complete Venom Sacs X20, quality, good, redemption price, 280 Dragon Coins, total, 5,600 Dragon Coins. Beep. Detected Resilient Spider Silk X100, quality, ordinary, redemption price, 45 Dragon Coins, total, 4,500 Dragon Coins. Beep. Detected Shadow Leopard Fur X15, quality, fine, redemption price, 450 Dragon Coins, total, 6,750 Dragon Coins. A continuous series of notification sounds echoed as Suyu's account balance soared rapidly. Just from these ordinary and fine-grade materials, he had already amassed over 70,000 Dragon Coins. But that was not all. The real windfall was yet to come, particularly from the rare materials dropped by boss and elite monsters. Beep. Detected Heart of Flame Flower X1, quality, rare, high-level material, redemption price, 4,500 Dragon Coins. Beep. Detected Ghostface Venom Sac X1, quality, rare, recycling price, 7,000 Dragon Coins. Ding. Detected Superior Resilient Spider Silk X5, quality, rare, unit recycling price, 900 Dragon Coins. Total, 4,500 Dragon Coins. Ding. Detected Elite Leopard Claw X2, quality, excellent, elite material, unit recycling price, 1,200 Dragon Coins. Total, 2,400 Dragon Coins. All materials evaluated. Total earnings from the sale of various materials this time, 91,750 dragon coins. Account funds updated. Suyu gazed at the final figure displayed on the luminous screen, nodding in satisfaction. Account balance: 3188 91,750 94,938 dragon coins. Over 90,000 dragon coins. Although a substantial amount had been siphoned off by the trading post, Suyu felt immensely pleased with the efficiency. With the funds secured, he hesitated no longer, promptly switching to the purchasing interface and locating the Zombie Nest Dungeon Invitation. Purchasing 5 tickets. Confirm purchase of Zombie Nest Dungeon Invitation X5. Total: 50,000 dragon coins. Confirm. Purchase successful. 50,000 dragon coins have been deducted. Remaining funds: 44,938 dragon coins. As the notification chimed, 5 black cards radiating a faint ethereal glow materialized in Suyu's hand. Mission accomplished. With his objective achieved, Suyu did not linger a moment longer in the Dragon Kingdom exchange. He decisively severed his connection with the trading crystal and turned to exit the exchange. Under the sunlight, he oriented himself. The entrance to the Zombie Nest Dungeon lay approximately 5 kilometers away in the western outskirts, at Black Wind Valley. Chapter 33. A novice rookie? Is he mad? Black Wind Valley, as the name suggests, is a desolate gorge perpetually howling with chilling winds. The valley's mouth is littered with jagged rocks and sparse vegetation, with scattered remnants of rusted mining carts and tools strewn across the ground. A testament to its bygone mining history. At this moment, however, the entrance to the abandoned mine has been replaced by a spatial rift emanating a gloomy light, resembling a twisted vortex. This, indeed, marks the gateway to the Zombie Nest Dungeon. Upon Suyu's arrival at the valley's entrance, a considerable number of adventurers had already congregated, creating a cacophonous and vibrant atmosphere. Team up. Team up. We need one strong warrior T for the hard-level raid of the Zombie Nest. Bring a reliable one. Let the gear speak. Selling freshly acquired zombie fangs for 300 dragon coins each. Bulk discounts available. Purchasing corpse core fragments. Prices negotiable. Quantity no issue. Damn it. If the normal level is this tough, we nearly got wiped out by the undead hounds yesterday. We absolutely need a dependable team today. Level 20 healer. Ample healing output. Any handsome lads want to team up for leveling? A level 25 nightmare difficulty team. Bring in some strong players. Slackers and noobs stay far away. The marketplace buzzed with calls for teams, sales pitches, and haggling. This place had transformed into a makeshift market and adventurer camp centered around the Zombie Nest Dungeon. Suyu's calm gaze traversed the bustling crowd, landing on the ominous portal of the dungeon. In the next moment, detailed information about the dungeon materialized in his mind. Dungeon name: Zombie Nest. Recommended level: LV15, LV20. Difficulty levels: Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell. Dungeon scale: Small. Required number of participants: 15. Dungeon description: An abandoned mine that has inexplicably become infested with numerous undead zombies, including a powerful zombie lord. The mine's terrain is complex, steeped in decay and the stench of death. The dungeon's difficulty is divided into 4 tiers: Normal, Hard, Nightmare, and Hell, from lowest to highest. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the monsters within the dungeon. However, with risk comes reward. Successfully vanquishing high difficulty monsters yields far greater experience points, quality, and quantity of loot compared to lower difficulties. For Suyu, who commanded an army of 3,000 undead, was there any need for contemplation? The answer was glaringly evident. Only the hell level was worthy of my undead legion's foray. A cold, confident smile curled at the corners of Suyu's mouth as he made his decision in an instant. Holding the dungeon ticket, he approached the glowing portal with measured steps. Just as he drew near, a prompt regarding the dungeon entrance rules appeared in his mind, and a clear difficulty selection interface emerged. Detected player holding dungeon invitation. Please select difficulty to enter. Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell. Suyu Hell level. Buzz. At the moment he made his selection, one of the invitation tickets in his system bag vanished silently, while the previously dim and twisted dungeon portal flickered with a brief, yet striking blood-red glow. This crimson radiance, though fleeting, was so swift that many thought it a mere illusion. Yet for seasoned adventurers who had long lingered at the dungeon's entrance, it was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. That light was the activation signal for the Hell level, an astute veteran mercenary exclaimed, abruptly turning to gaze at Suyu, who had just completed his selection. Indeed, it is the Hell level's resonance. I've seen it during top guild raids before. A nearby mage's eyes widened in disbelief. Who selected Hell level? In an instant, all eyes in the vicinity converged sharply upon Suyu. Is it him? In truth, Suyu had drawn attention from those around him upon his arrival, not because of his handsome visage, but rather due to the youthful innocence of his face. He appeared undeniably like a novice, a fledgling just awakening. Yet this rookie had chosen the Hell level difficulty dungeon? The shock that this revelation imparted was immeasurable. What the hell? Is this kid insane? He actually opted for the Hell level? Just look at that youthful face. It's clear he's utterly clueless, a greenhorn just stepping out into the world. I bet he's merely seeking to draw attention, deliberately choosing hell level to grab the spotlight. I'd wager he doesn't have the guts to truly step inside. Ha ha ha, my brother is right. If he dares to enter the hell level alone, I'll perform a handstand and eat dung on the spot. Ha ha ha, don't actually provoke him. What if he really is that stubborn? Dare? He wouldn't have 100 lives to spare. Hell level is no newbie village. I reckon he's just putting on a show to attract attention, and soon enough he'll find an excuse to bolt. In no time, a myriad of discussions filled the air, most laced with unabashed mockery and a desire to spectate Suyu's folly. No one believed he would genuinely enter the dungeon. Nearly all were convinced he was merely posturing for attention. Some even began to loudly ridicule him, their words dripping with provocation, attempting to goad Suyu. Yet, in the face of derision and skepticism, Suyu's impassive expression betrayed no sign of excess emotional fluctuation. Nor did he offer any explanations. He merely took a step forward, his gait steady and unwavering, without the slightest hesitation, directly entering the distorted portal of darkness that emanated an ominous aura. His figure, akin to a droplet of ink dissolving into water, silently merged into the shadows. A soft ripple danced across the surface of the portal before it quickly returned to its original state, as if the act of devouring a soul had never transpired. All that remained at the entrance were the onlookers, 100 practitioners frozen as if ensnared by a spell, each one wide-eyed and stupefied, engulfed in a profound sense of shock and absurdity, rendered utterly silent. Good heavens, he truly ventured in. Am I seeing things? Charging into a hellish zombie lair all by himself. Is this not sheer folly? Insanity? This lad is undoubtedly out of his mind. Which asylum left its gates ajar to let him roam free? That is a hellish level. It is said that even the most mundane zombies within are more formidable than the elite monsters of the challenging tier, not to mention the final boss, that zombie lord, enhanced beyond measure. For him to enter alone is akin to delivering oneself as a sacrificial offering. He is either exceptionally bold or utterly foolish. Just wait and see. I wager he will be forcibly teleported out within half an hour, suffering a heavy penalty for his death. Half an hour? You overestimate him. I predict he won't even withstand the first wave of minions. Surely he will meet his demise within 10 minutes. Once Suyu's figure vanished entirely, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of fervent discussions, as if a pot had boiled over. None could fathom that this seemingly naive newcomer, whom they had deemed a novice, possessed the audacity to take action, to step alone into the depths of a hellish dungeon. Each person present unanimously believed that Suyu was doomed to perish. Some even questioned whether he was simply a madman. Nevertheless, they could never envision the cataclysmic storm of undead terror that this so-called doomed lunatic would unleash within the zombie lair of hellish difficulty. Chapter 34, Hellish Difficulty, Zombie Lair. The shadows twisted and morphed, a wave of putrid decay, dampness, intermingled with a faint scent of blood, suddenly assaulted Suyu, nearly suffocating him. Almost simultaneously, the cold and emotionless system notification echoed in his mind. Welcome to the dungeon, Zombie Lair. Current dungeon difficulty, Hellish. All monsters within possess a 100 increase in base attributes. Monster skills have been enhanced. The number of monsters has increased. Elite and boss monsters will gain additional special abilities. Hellish death penalty. Death within the dungeon will result in a loss of 3 levels, with a chance of equipment dropping. Note: only by completely defeating the dungeon's boss can you clear it. Any form of exit midway will be considered death and will trigger the death penalty. Brave challenger, please exercise caution, and good luck in this realm of death. A series of ominous notifications filled with foreboding and warnings. Yet, not a single ripple of emotion crossed Suyu's face. His gaze calmly swept across his surroundings, quickly acclimating to the dungeon's environment. As described, this was an abandoned mine. The ground beneath him was slick and muddy, mixed with rubble and a nauseating viscous fluid. The air was thick with the overpowering stench of decay and mildew. The rock walls were adorned with moss and mottled traces of ore, droplets ceaselessly falling from above, creating a rhythmic ticking sound that resonated eerily in the silence. The light was exceedingly dim, with only scattered, phosphorescent green minerals embedded in the walls providing a feeble illumination, casting the entire mine into a ghostly visage. As far as the eye could see, there lay a narrow and deep mine passage, winding forward into the unknown. In the darkness, faint, beast-like growls and the unsettling sounds of bones grinding could be heard from deeper within the passage. Let us commence. A cold smirk graced Suyu's lips. In the next moment, he hesitated no longer. Arise, my legion. Buzzing. Instantaneously, a pitch-black vortex blossomed like a flower of death, wildly unfurling within the narrow mine passage. Crack, crack, crack. 3,158 skeletal soldiers, flickering with ghostly blue flames, surged forth like a torrent of the undead rising from the depths of hell, instantly filling the entire mine passage. They wielded reinforced bone blades glimmering with a chilling light and impenetrable bone shields, their ivory-like skeletons reflecting a cold glow under the eerie green phosphorescence. The palpable aura of terror, born from over 3,000 high-tier undead, coalesced into a suffocating chill that froze the already frigid atmosphere of the mine. Even the flow of air seemed to come to a standstill. The sheer size of this legion created a scene that was both overwhelmingly crowded and suffocating within the not-so-spacious mine passage. Advance. Crush all that you see. Suyu's icy command resonated through the soul link. Rumbling. Like a war machine responding to orders, the hundreds of skeletal soldiers in front immediately marched in perfect unison, forming an impenetrable shield wall as they steadily pressed deeper into the mine passage, akin to a moving citadel of bone. The skeletal soldiers behind followed closely, ready to fill any gaps or launch flanking attacks at a moment's notice. The undead Calamity was set into motion once again, having moved only a few dozen meters. Hissing sounds echoed like a worn-out bellows, filled with a ravenous thirst for the flesh of the living, emanating from the darkness around the corner ahead. Then came the sound of heavy, stiff footsteps. A dozen figures staggered into view from the shadows. Their skin bore a sickly gray hue, marred with patches of decay and festering sores, some even writhing with maggots. Their eye sockets were sunken, leaving only lifeless, cloudy whites. Their mouths hung open unnaturally, revealing broken, yellowing teeth, with drool hanging grotesquely from the corners. They were clad in tattered mining gear, clutching rusted picks or shovels in their bony hands. These were none other than the most basic monsters of this dungeon, the zombie miners. Name, Zombie Miner, Hellish Enhancement. Level, LV-15, Skills, Corpse Claw, attacks with claws carrying corpse poison. Bite, frenziedly bites the target. Viral Infection, attacks have a chance to infect the target with corpse poison, causing continuous damage and reducing attributes. Description, the most common undead in the mine. Once miners in life, transformed by malevolent forces in death. Under hellish difficulty, their strength, speed, and potency of corpse poison have been significantly amplified, and they are undaunted by death. These were merely the LV-15 zombie miners, regarded as the lowest tier cannon fodder within the zombie lair. Yet, under the terrifying enhancements of hellish difficulty, their power had become incomparably more formidable. Were a typical novice team, even a 5-member squad around LV-15, to face these enhanced zombie miners, it would undoubtedly result in a grueling battle. A moment's carelessness could lead to casualties or even a complete wipeout. However, today, they encountered Suyu. It was the Undead Legion, a force so formidable it could be deemed a calamity. Sensing the presence of the living, the dozen or so zombie miners instantly became frenzied with excitement. They howled madly, brandishing their claws and weapons like famished wolves catching the scent of blood. They lunged towards the impenetrable wall of skeletal shields ahead. Bang, 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 clang, crack, the thunderous sounds of violent impacts. The piercing noise of claws scraping against the bone shields, and the brittle echoes of rusted weapons striking hard skeletal frames resounded in a chaotic symphony. These hell-level enhanced zombie miners possessed astonishing strength. Their decaying claws could even leave faint white scratches on the steel-like bones of the skeleton soldiers, and their pickaxes, when swung against the bone shields, caused the skeletons to sway slightly. However, that was where their prowess ended. With skeleton soldiers at LV-12 and zombie miners at LV-15, there appeared to be a disparity in levels. Yet Suyu's skeleton soldiers had undergone various enhancements such as bone hardening, strength enhancement, and Necromancer's hard aura. Their base attributes had long surpassed those of these ordinary zombies. As for the zombies' prideful, viral infection, apologies. Undead beings are innately immune to all toxins and diseases. From the very outset, this battle was destined to be a one-sided massacre. Before the zombie miners could launch their second round of attacks, kill, Suyu's cold will was issued. Swish, swish, swish. The skeleton soldiers forming the shield wall moved in perfect unison, taking a decisive step forward. Between the gaps of their shields, countless bone knives glimmering with a chilling radiance shot forth with the precision and lethality of striking serpents. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of blades slicing through rotting flesh filled the air. Those once ferocious zombie miners barely had time to emit a complete howl before dozens of bone knives swiftly ended their lives. Filthy black blood splattered everywhere, and dismembered limbs mixed with tattered miner uniforms littered the ground. A complete and utter rout. In mere seconds, these zombie miners, capable of causing headaches for ordinary teams under hell-level difficulty, were effortlessly reduced to a gruesome paste by the vanguard of the skeleton army. Successfully killed LV-15 zombie miner, Hell. Gained 300 experience points. 300 energy. Successfully killed LV-15 zombie miner, Hell. Gained 300 experience points. 300 energy. Successfully killed LV-15 zombie miner, Hell. Gained 300 experience points. 300 energy. Congratulations, host. Your skeleton soldier's energy has reached full capacity and has successfully split. Congratulations, host. Your skeleton soldier's energy has reached full capacity and has successfully split. Congratulations, host. Your skeleton soldier's energy has reached full capacity and has successfully split. Observing the abruptly rising experience bar and the multitude of notifications regarding the skeleton soldier's successful splits, A glimmer of satisfaction finally graced Suyu's face. 300 experience points and 300 energy at hell level difficulty. Indeed, it did not disappoint. This efficiency, compared to the western suburban wilderness, was simply worlds apart. Here, grinding monsters would undoubtedly elevate his leveling and soldier summoning speed to a new echelon. Truly, entering this dungeon was the right decision. Suyu harbored no doubts, his eyes solely reflecting a thirst for experience and energy. Continue. Let us completely overturn this lair. With the command issued, rumbling, over 3,000 undead soldiers, like awakening ancient behemoths, marched forward once more into the depths of the mine, launching an unstoppable campaign into the darkness filled with endless zombies and the stench of death. A hell-level zombie lair? Before Suyu's undead calamity, it was merely another breeding ground poised to be crushed. Chapter 35, Elite Monsters, Frostbitten Zombies. Having dealt with the appetizer-like zombie miners, Suyu's expression remained placid. The substantial experience and energy rewards brought on by the hell-level difficulty were entirely within his expectations. One might even say this was merely the beginning. Delve deeper. The frigid command, akin to an invisible whip, propelled the vast legion of the undead. Rumbling, over 3,200 skeleton soldiers transformed into a rolling tide of white, advancing through the dark and winding mine shafts towards the depths. Their bony footsteps echoed in a synchronized, muffled cadence on the slick ground, resonating like the footsteps of the Grim Reaper in the silent cavern. As they ventured further into the mine, the passageways grew narrower, and the forks in the road increased, resembling a massive subterranean labyrinth. The eerie green phosphorescence on the rock walls became sparser, while the darkness thickened, and the stench of decay grew more pungent. Suddenly, howl! A series of rapid and ferocious barks, accompanied by the sound of claws scraping against the rocky ground, erupted from a somewhat wider cave-like area ahead. Moments later, dozens of shadowy figures shot forth from the darkness like arrows, charging towards the vanguard of the undead army with a foul wind at their backs. These creatures, resembling hounds in size, but with rotting, matted fur revealing stark, white bones and decaying flesh, bore glowing green, ghostly flames in their eye sockets. They were incredibly swift, agile in their movements, with sharp fangs exuding a potent stench of death. Name: Decaying Corpse Hound, Hell Enhanced. Level: LV16. Skills: Plague Bite, Hell Enhanced. Bite carries a potent plague effect that significantly reduces target's defense and recovery abilities. Savage Pounce, Hell Enhanced. Pounce speed and strength increased by 50. Pack Hunting. The more companions nearby, the greater the aggression. Description: Undead beings transformed from deceased hounds, fast and aggressive, favoring pack behavior. Under hell-level difficulty, their plague is deadlier, and their pounce is more threatening. LV16 Decaying Corpse Hounds. Under hell-level difficulty, their speed is astounding, and the plague effect accompanying their bites can rapidly diminish the target's defenses, making them exceedingly troublesome. Howl! Dozens of decaying corpse hounds, like bolts of black lightning, surged forward in an instant. They opened their putrid maws, their fangs imbued with terrifying plague, lunging ferociously at the skeleton soldiers, attempting to tear through this wall of bony steel with their speed and numerical advantage. Clang, clang, creak. The sharp teeth clashed against the hard bones, producing a cacophony of jarring friction. Under the hell-enhanced plague bite, some skeletons even bore fine bite marks on their leg bones, emitting wisps of dark vapor. Their savage pounce was particularly ferocious. The sheer force of their assault caused several frontline skeleton soldiers' shields to slightly dent. However, that was their limit. Faced with these agile foes, Suyu's skeleton army required no intricate tactics. Crush. Simple and brutal. The frontline skeleton soldiers stood firm as mountains, wielding their bone knives like the sides of death, striking out with greater speed, enhanced strength, and at more cunning angles. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bone knives slicing into flesh echoed like cutting through melons. The rapidly moving, rotting corpse hounds were utterly feeble before the skeletal warriors, whose strength and constitution had both exceeded 100. The bone blades effortlessly cleaved through their seemingly resilient, decayed hides, severing their bones and dismembering their bodies in an instant. The ferocious biting had barely commenced before it was abruptly terminated by an even more violent slaughter. In a mere exchange of blows, these dozens of rotting corpse hounds were efficiently eradicated by the undead army, failing to even slightly hinder the advance of the troops. Successfully defeated LV16 Rotting Corpse Hound, Hell. Gained 320 experience points. 320 energy. Successfully defeated LV16 Rotting Corpse Hound, Hell. Gained 320 experience points. 320 energy. Successfully defeated LV16 Rotting Corpse Hound, Hell. Gained 320 experience points. 320 energy. Acquired material, Rotting Canine Fong X1. Congratulations, host. Your skeletal warrior's energy has reached full capacity, successfully splitting. Congratulations, host. Your skeletal warrior's energy has reached full capacity, successfully splitting. Congratulations, host. Your skeletal warrior's energy has reached full capacity, successfully splitting. Suyu gazed at the burgeoning legion of skeletal warriors, his countenance devoid of emotion as he waved his hand. Onward. The undead iron hooves pressed relentlessly deeper into the mine. Along the way, they encountered several waves of various enhanced zombies. Yet, without exception, they were all effortlessly crushed by the undead army with overwhelming force, transforming into Suyu's experience points and sustenance for the division of his skeletal warriors. Suyu's experience bar steadily progressed towards LV13 as the undead army advanced into a more expansive cavern, where the rock walls were even coated with a layer of frost. A chilling gust surged forth from the depths of the cavern, causing the temperature to plummet. Tiny ice crystals began to swirl in the air, and the moisture on the ground and rock walls instantaneously solidified into ice. Soon after, 3 figures, radiating a ghostly blue chill and towering nearly twice the height of ordinary zombies, emerged from the shadows of the cave, stepping heavily. Their skin was not the common ashen gray of zombies, but bore an eerie ice blue hue, as if sculpted from ancient glacial ice. Their bodies were enveloped in a layer of hard frost armor, with sharp ice spikes protruding at their joints, and their eyes burned with an icy blue ghostly flame. Wherever they walked, the ground was blanketed in thick frost. Most disconcerting was the visible icy mist that enveloped a radius of several dozen meters around them, slightly hindering the advance of the undead army. Elite monsters, and 3 of them. Moreover, they were exceedingly rare frost-type undead elites. Name, Extreme Cold Zombie, Elite Hell Enhanced. Level, LV18. Skills, 1. Ice Body. Passive, significantly enhances frost resistance and physical defense, reduces fire damage taken. 2. Frost Aura. Passive. Continuously inflicts frost damage on nearby enemies and applies the frozen effect, decreasing their movement and attack speed. 3. Icebound Claw Strike. Hell Enhanced. Claw strikes carry a terrifying freezing effect with a high probability of directly freezing the target. 4. Frost Breath. Hell Enhanced. Releases a larger and more powerful gust of icy airflow, dealing substantial frost damage and adding a deep freeze effect. Description: a terrifying elite zombie transformed by the corruption of extreme cold power. Their bodies are harder than ancient ice, and their chill can freeze souls. Under hell-level difficulty, their freezing capabilities have been devastatingly enhanced, making them an absolute nightmare for any melee unit. Chapter 36. The Undead Army Devours. LV18 Frost Elite Monsters. And all at once, 3 of them. Yet, from their skills, it is evident that these zombies are no ordinary foes. They seem specifically designed to counter melee troops. Frost Aura continuously slows. Icebound Claw Strike has a high chance of freezing, and Frost Breath is not only a powerful area control ability, but also explosive in nature. Coupled with their extraordinarily high physical defense and frost resistance, if these 3 extreme cold zombies joined forces, even the skeletal army would likely pay a hefty price. After all, while the skeletal warriors are formidable, they do not possess a high frost resistance. Interesting. Suyu's gaze sharpened, and a flicker of intrigue finally appeared on his face. At last, a worthy challenge had arrived. Roar. The 3 extreme cold zombies had evidently detected the intruders, their icy blue flames surging fiercely as they emitted a deep roar reminiscent of glaciers cracking. In the next moment, they simultaneously opened their frost-laden jaws wide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 visible streams of icy breath, interspersed with countless ice spikes and bone-chilling winds, surged forth towards the forefront of the undead army in a fan-like formation. Wherever they passed, the air solidified and the ground fractured. The power was terrifying. Should these 3 enhanced icy breaths strike directly, it was likely that hundreds of skeletal warriors in the front ranks would be instantly frozen into ice sculptures, or even shattered outright. Yet, would Suyu allow them to achieve their desires? Shield formation. Advance. Divide them. Suyu's commands were delivered with the precision of a scalpel, instantly dispatched. Clatter. The undead army promptly reacted. The frontline skeletal warriors did not retreat. Instead, they raised their bone shields even higher and denser, like a moving mountain, braving the slowing effects of the frost aura as they boldly faced the 3 devastating icy breaths. Sizzle crackle. The horrifying chill collided violently with the sturdy bone shields, emitting a sound that made one's teeth ache. Countless ice crystals formed on the surface of the bone shields, exploding. The foremost skeletal warriors were immediately coated in a thick layer of frost, their movements rendered exceedingly rigid. Some of those directly struck by the icy breath cracked audibly, with visible fissures appearing in their bones. Even bone hardening could not entirely mitigate such intense area frost damage. However, they did not collapse. With their terrifying physique and extraordinary bone density, they withstood this first wave of the most ferocious area attack, buying precious time for the troops behind to advance. Just as the potency of the icy breath began to wane, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. Flank them. Divide. Focus fire. Suyu's second command was issued. Swish, swish, swish. The originally dense advancing skeletal army parted like a tide, revealing a gap in the center, allowing the frontal assault of the icy breath to pass through. Then, thousands of skeletal warriors surged forth like two colossal pincers, with unmatched momentum from the left and right sides, closing in on the three extreme cold zombies, which had just unleashed their ultimate attack and were momentarily stunned. Roar. The three extreme cold zombies clearly did not anticipate that these skeletal forms would be so fearlessly aggressive, executing tactics with such precision. They attempted to retreat to evade the attack, but it was too late. Over 3,000 skeletal warriors surged from all directions, swiftly surrounding them, each ensnared in a frenzy of assault from over 1,000 skeletal warriors. Clang, clang, clang. Uft, crack. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. The ice body of the extreme cold zombies was indeed formidable. The skeletal warriors, wielding bone blades capable of cleaving through steel, could only leave behind a series of white marks, accompanied by sparks flying in all directions. They occasionally managed to breach defenses, inflicting a modicum of damage. Their frosted claw was particularly lethal. With each strike, it could nearly freeze a skeletal soldier into a solid block of ice, rendering it combat ineffective. The continuous slowdown and damage from the frost aura also posed significant trouble for the skeletal warriors. However, a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Moreover, these ants possessed terrifying offensive and defensive capabilities. One strike fails to harm, then 100 strikes, 1,000 strikes. A skeletal warrior became encased in ice. Instantly, 10 or 100 would rush to take its place. Utilizing the most primal and savage methods, they plunged their bone blades deep into the crevices of your icy armor, severing your arms and shattering your skull. Under the relentless and reckless assault of over 1,000 reinforced skeletal warriors, even the frigid zombies could not endure for long. It lasted barely half a minute, accompanied by three roars filled with resentment and malice. The three originally imposing and chilling frigid zombies were completely overwhelmed, dismembered, and pulverized by the endless tide of skeletal warriors. Their hard frost armor was violently breached, icy blue bones were severed inch by inch, and the burning soul fire was utterly extinguished. Ultimately, they were reduced to a ground strewn with glimmering shards of icy blue bones and energy cores. Successfully killed LV-18 Frigid Zombie, Elite Hell. Gained 1440 experience points. 1,440 energy. Successfully killed LV-18 Frigid Zombie, Elite Hell. Gained 1440 experience points. 1,440 energy. Successfully killed LV-18 Frigid Zombie, Elite Hell. Gained 1440 experience points. 1,440 energy. Acquired materials: Frigid Core X1, Frozen Skeleton X5, Frost Longbow, Black Iron Level, X1. Congratulations, host. Your skeletal warrior's energy has reached full capacity, successfully splitting. Congratulations, host. Your skeletal warrior's energy has reached full capacity, successfully splitting. Observing the bountiful experience and energy yielded by the elite creature, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the unexpectedly dropped equipment. It was a longbow crafted entirely from ice blue crystal, exuding a faint chill, elegant, yet deadly in design. Name: Frost Longbow. Quality: Black Iron Level. Attributes: Agility 10. Attack Power 50, Attack Speed 5. Special Effect: Frost Arrows. Passive: Arrows shot have a certain chance to inflict freeze effect. Description: a longbow imbued with the power of frost, suitable for agile range professionals. A Black Iron Level longbow, with a freezing effect? Suyu glanced at its attributes. For archers or rangers, this bow would be considered a rather excellent weapon for the early stages. Although he personally had no use for this equipment, he could list it on the trading market. He believed this longbow with special effects should fetch a handsome price. Suyu stored the longbow and materials in his backpack, his gaze again directed towards the depths of the melting cave. Elite monsters had already appeared, signaling their proximity to the final boss. A fervent battle spirit flickered in Suyu's eyes. All troops, maintain formation, continue advancing. Boom. The Undead Legion, now expanded to over 3,000, embarked upon their journey once more. Their iron hose were poised to shatter the last line of defense of this zombie lair. Chapter 37. Arrival at the end of the instance. In the subsequent journey, the variety of monsters became more singular, yet their might grew ever more formidable. Enormous, foul-smelling silhouettes staggered forth from the dark corners of the mine or abandoned passages. These zombies were abnormally large, nearly twice the size of ordinary zombie miners. Their bloated bodies exhibited a nauseating deep purple hue, covered in pus-filled sores the size of fists, oozing yellow-green pus. They moved slowly, yet each step seemed to cause the ground to tremble slightly, wielding massive, tattered mining hammers smeared with bits of flesh and filthy blood, exuding a terrifying aura of power and pestilence. Name: Putrid Giant Corpse, Hell Enhanced. Level: LV-19. Skills: 1. Mighty Strike, increases weapon swing power by 100 and adds armor break and knockback effects. 2. Plague Abscess. Passive, has a chance to explode upon being attacked, dealing plague damage and slowing nearby enemies. 3. Mountain of Corpses. Passive, Possesses extremely high health and physical defense. Description: a terrifying creature formed from the fusion of multiple corpses. Incredibly strong and resilient, capable of spreading deadly plague. At hell difficulty, they stand as moving mountains of flesh before challengers. The LV-19 Putrid Giant Corpse was a pure embodiment of strength and a meat shield type monster. At hell difficulty, their health and defense were outrageously high. The terrifying, mighty strike could incapacitate even well-equipped heavy-armored warriors if struck directly. Plague Abscess was equally repulsive. Once it burst, the surrounding area would be affected. Roar. Dozens of putrid giant corpses, like moving mountains, roared as they swung their heavy mining hammers toward the skeletal warrior formation with ferocity. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening sounds echoed continuously. The terrifying force coursed through the bone shields. Even the skeletal warriors were forced to retreat repeatedly. A few skeletal warriors in the front row were even directly sent flying by the immense impact, their bones cracking under the strain. Simultaneously, some skeletal warriors' bone blades struck the putrid giant corpses, causing plague abscesses to burst forth, splattering disgusting yellow-green liquid. While this did not inflict direct harm on the undead, it successfully hindered the skeletal warriors' attack rhythm. These LV-19 mountains of flesh proved to be significantly more troublesome than the previous monsters. Yet, they were merely bothersome. Faced with an undead legion of over 3,000, how much of a storm could a mere handful of sluggish meat mountains raise? Surround and encircle them. Cut through their formation. Suyu calmly issued the command. The undead army, akin to a finely tuned war machine, instantaneously adjusted their formation. The frontline skeletal warriors continued to withstand the attacks of the putrid giant corpses, drawing their fire. Meanwhile, the skeletal warriors on the sides and at the rear surged forth like a tide, leveraging their numerical superiority to swiftly encircle and divide these colossal mountains of flesh. Having lost their collective impact, the fate of the putrid giant corpses was now sealed, surrounded by hundreds of skeletal warriors. Their once proud defenses paled in comparison to the relentless onslaught of bone blades coming from all directions. Splat, splat, splat. Bone blades relentlessly hacked at the same spot, tearing through the resilient purple-black rotten skin, revealing wounds deep enough to see the bone. They clumsily swung their mining hammers. Although each strike could send a few skeletal warriors flying, there were always more skeletal warriors rushing forward fearlessly to attack them with bone blades. In less than a minute, the countless rotting giants, which had instilled despair in ordinary teams, were relentlessly ground to dust beneath the inexhaustible assault of the skeletal army. Transforming into foul-smelling puddles of purple flesh. Successfully slain LV-19 Rotting Giant, Hell, gained 380 experience points. Energy 380. Successfully slain LV-19 Rotting Giant, Hell, gained 380 experience points. Energy 380. Successfully slain LV-19 Rotting Giant, Hell, gained 380 experience points. Energy 380. Acquired material, Massive Rotting Heart, X1. Congratulations, host. Your skeletal soldier energy is fully absorbed. Successful division. Congratulations, host. Your skeletal soldier energy is fully absorbed. Successful division. Congratulations, host. Your skeletal soldier energy is fully absorbed. Successful division. Suyu glanced at the experience progress, a mere thread away from leveling up to 13. Moreover, the number of his skeletal soldiers had surged to an astounding 3,600 for the current undead army. As long as they did not encounter enemies with devastating area attacks, or those whose speed rendered them impossible to encircle, any other type of monster, regardless of its defensive capabilities or strength, would ultimately succumb to being engulfed by the inexorable tide of the undead. After clearing this area, the scene ahead opened up dramatically. A deep, narrow tunnel, seemingly leading to the depths of the earth, appeared before the undead army. The entrance of the tunnel was filled with ominous winds, emanating a deathly aura and the scent of blood 100-fold more potent than anywhere previously encountered. Faintly, one could even hear terrifying sounds from deep within the tunnel, akin to the wails of countless vengeful souls. If my guesses are correct, the final boss awaits within. Suyu's gaze sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, "All troops, enter the tunnel." Thunderous echoes followed as over 3,600 skeletal soldiers surged unwaveringly into the abyss of the pitch-black tunnel. The interior of the tunnel proved to be far longer than anticipated and was shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. The undead army advanced quickly and silently, relying on the dim light provided by the ghostly blue flames in the eye sockets of the skeletal soldiers, as well as Suyu's heightened perception. After approximately 10 minutes of progress, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. As they drew closer, the illumination grew more intense, and the terrifying roars along with the suffocating aura of death reached their zenith. Ultimately, the undead army emerged from the end of the tunnel. The sight before them was breathtaking. An enormous underground cavern loomed before Suyu. The cavern's ceiling soared high above, adorned with countless massive crystals radiating a ghostly white light. illuminating the entire space as if it were daylight, yet filled with an icy chill of death. At the center of the cavern stood a colossal altar-like plaza, constructed from innumerable bones and dried blood, spanning nearly 100 meters. Surrounding the plaza, a dense black mist of death swirled, within which shadowy figures emanating powerful auras could be faintly seen prowling, howling. Among them were the previously encountered LV-18 Elite Frost Zombies, as well as the LV-19 Elite Soul Reaver, cloaked in tattered robes and wielding a massive bone scythe. Additionally, a dozen or so LV-17 and LV-18 ordinary zombies wandered nearby, forming a tightly knit defensive line. And at the very pinnacle of the altar, the most imposing figure sat enthroned. Chapter 38, The Tyrant Zombie King. Before them was a terrifying zombie exceeding 5 meters in height, its physique akin to that of a small giant. Draped in a cloak fashioned from the anguished souls of the damned and shattered bones, it wore a grotesque crown crafted from the skulls of unknown creatures. Its skin bore a dark sheen reminiscent of obsidian, marred with twisted demonic runes and dried blood, while its eyes blazed with a ferocious crimson flame. Grasped tightly in its hand was an enormous double-handed battle axe, broader than a door, etched with countless curse runes, radiating an aura of boundless death and destruction. Just its presence alone unleashed a weighty terror, akin to a mountain, capable of suffocating ordinary adventurers with its oppressive force, sweeping through the entire cavern like a tidal wave. Name: Tyrant Zombie King, Boss Hell Enhanced. Level: LV-20. Strength: 197. Constitution: 195. Agility: 175. Spirit: 166. Skills: 1. Monarch's Corpse Might. Passive. Significantly enhances physical and magical defenses and resilience for itself and surrounding allied undead units, reducing the duration of control effects received. 2. Soul-Splitting Battle Axe. Active Hell Enhanced. Swings the massive axe to deliver devastating cleaves or sweeps, inflicting immense physical damage, and adds the Soul Shock effect, briefly stunning and diminishing the target's spirit. 3. Zombie Tide Summon. Active Hell Enhanced. Consumes energy to summon a large number of elite rotting guards to join the battle. 4. Dark Corrosive Domain. Active Hell Enhanced. Releases a vast area of dark corrosive energy, continuously inflicting shadow damage on enemies within, weakening their attributes while gradually restoring its own health. 5. Brutal Charge. Active Hell Enhanced. Enters a brief, unstoppable state, charging forward with unmatched force, dealing massive impact damage to all enemies in its path, and sending them flying. Description: the absolute ruler deep within the zombie lair, an ancient corpse king born from the absorption of endless death energy and the sulphurous breath of hell. It possesses immense strength and an indestructible physique, capable of shattering mountains with its battle axe, commanding an endless tide of undead, and corrupting all within its domain. Under hellish difficulty, every one of its abilities has been terrifyingly enhanced, making it a veritable mobile disaster. To face its wrath is to challenge death itself. Level 20 Hell Boss. The Tyrant Zombie King. With its exceedingly high attributes and formidable skill set, there is no doubt that this boss is the most powerful adversary Su Yu has ever encountered. At long last, I have found you. Su Yu's gaze remained calm, and in the face of this ultimate challenge, his heart held no trace of fear. He did not immediately command an assault, but instead slowly raised his metaphorical staff, channeling his surging mental energy like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Frenzy. Boom. It was as if the most potent stimulant had been unleashed upon the silent battlefield. In an instant, the previously subdued skeletal soldiers erupted in a dazzling crimson light. It was as though the fires of hell had possessed them. The air trembled violently. The ghostly blue flames in the eye sockets of each skeletal soldier instantly transformed into a bloodthirsty scarlet, leaping and burning with fervor. Their bones creaked under the strain, seeming to swell slightly in size. An utterly pure, destructive, and bloodthirsty aura surged forth from them, coalescing into a terrifying killing intent that could even make the Tyrant Zombie King feel apprehensive. All attributes temporarily increased by 30. Attack speed 50. Movement speed 30. Ignoring physical damage. In this moment, the Undead Legion truly became a relentless tide of the undead, a calamity unleashed. Roar. Perched upon the throne, the tyrannical Lich King appeared momentarily taken aback by the sudden eruption of cataclysmic energy emanating from the skeletal army before him. A flicker of evident doubt and trepidation flashed within his crimson eye sockets. Even the elite guards surrounding him emitted growls tinged with unease. At this precise moment, Su Yu's frigid and murderous final command was finally issued. Charge. Crush everything. Roar. The instant the order was given, over 3,600 skeletal warriors, now in a state of frenzy, unleashed a soul-shattering roar that reverberated throughout the battlefield. In the next moment, a thunderous rumble erupted. A blood-red torrent of death surged forth, moving with unparalleled speed and an indomitable momentum, charging towards the tyrannical Lich King and his guard corps at the heart of the plaza. Roar. Faced with this apocalyptic onslaught, the Lich King finally succumbed to rage. He let out a deafening roar, rising from his throne with immense stature. The surrounding elite guards and ordinary zombies, bolstered by the Lich King's majesty of the undead, steeled themselves for the impending blood-red tide of death. Frontline, break through, rear guard, clear the flanks. Suyu commanded with icy calm. Precise control was paramount amidst the frenzy. The rampaging skeletal vanguard, swift as a phantom, collided with the Lich King's protective battalion in an instant. Squelch, clang, crack. The battle commenced, plunging into the most brutal and sanguinary phase. The skeletal warriors, now in a frenzied state, exhibited unfathomable power and speed. Level 18 frost zombies, their proud icy armor crumbled like fragile ice before the onslaught of the frenzied bone blades. Before they could unleash a second breath of ice, they were instantly dismembered by dozens of bone blades ablaze with crimson soul flames. Level 19 soul reapers, their massive bone scythes, no matter how swift, could not outpace the attack speed of the frenzied skeletal warriors. Often, before the scythes could descend, their heads and limbs were already severed. As for the ordinary zombies, they evaporated like mere paper, vanishing without a trace in the crimson wave of death. In less than 10 seconds, the meticulously arranged guard battalion, composed of numerous powerful elites and ordinary zombies, was utterly annihilated by the frenzied skeletal army, torn apart with ease. Successfully killed level 17 rotting zombie, Hell, gained 340 experience points, 340 energy. Successfully killed level 18 frost zombie, elite Hell, gained 1440 experience points, 1440 energy. Successfully killed level 19 soul reaper, elite Hell, gained 1520 experience points, 1520 energy. Acquired material, complete soul scythe X1. With the obstacles cleared, the frenzied skeletal warriors encircled their ultimate target, the tyrannical Lich King, atop the altar like a blood-red canopy. Suyu gazed at the figure on the altar, softly murmuring to himself, "Now it is your turn." Chapter 39, a perfect opportunity to strike. Decapitate the Lich King. Roar. Faced with the seemingly endless, bloodthirsty tide of frenzied skeletons, the hellish zombie king descended into utter madness, wielding the colossal, soul-crushing battle axe. Each swing easily pulverized dozens of frenzied skeletal warriors into a cloud of bone dust. The effect of soul shock caused the affected skeletal warrior's soul flames to flicker dangerously. He continuously unleashed dark corrosion field, attempting to weaken the skeletal warriors while restoring his own strength. He even initiated frenzied charge, rampaging through the sea of skeletons like a maddened bull, striving to carve out an escape. It must be acknowledged, the zombie king's power was indeed terrifying. Even when besieged by the frenzied skeletons, he displayed astonishing destructive capability and tenacity. However, in Suyu's eyes, all his actions were merely desperate thrashes of a dying creature. Defeat was but a matter of time. Now, Suyu acutely sensed the fleeting moment of vulnerability following the Lich King's frenzied charge, during which his invulnerability faded. He thrust the metaphorical staff in his hand towards the massive figure on the altar, unleashing a torrent of mental energy. Hand of the demon, boom. Just as the tyrannical Lich King finished his charge, exhausted from his exertion, the bone altar beneath him erupted violently. A colossal arm formed from pure dark energy, adorned with fearsome claws and eerie runes, burst forth from the earth, exuding an aura of entrapment and destruction, and lunged towards the massive form of the Lich King. Roar? The Lich King sensed a lethal threat and attempted to struggle and evade. Yet, the timing of the hand of the demon's emergence was too impeccable. Its speed was unparalleled. Swoosh! The gigantic hand of the demon grasped the towering Lich King, who stood over 5 meters tall. As easily as one might grip a chick, the terrifying dark energy pressed inwards, corroding. The binding effect rendered him as if trapped in the deepest mire, unable to move a muscle. A golden opportunity. A glint of cold light flashed in Suyu's eyes. All forces, concentrate fire. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime chance for control, Suyu unhesitatingly issued the command for a full-scale assault. Roar. Over 4,000 frenzied skeletal warriors, like a pack of bloodthirsty sharks responding to a signal, unleashed all their attacks upon the colossal target ensnared by the hand of the demon. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Thousands of bone blades, ignited with frenzied soul flames, rained down like a crimson meteor shower, mercilessly slashing and stabbing at the Lich King. His dark heavy armor was already in tatters, and the once impenetrable obsidian skin was easily torn asunder, while his bones shattered under the relentless onslaught. Even the dark red gem atop his crown began to crack. Howl! The Lich King emitted a wretched howl, thrashing desperately, attempting to break free from the hand of the demon's grasp and retaliate with a skill. But all was in vain. Although the control effect of the hand of the demon was fleeting, in the face of the frenzied skeletal sea, those few seconds were enough to determine life and death. As the energy of the hand of the demon waned and it slowly retracted into the earth, a crisp crack resonated. It was the sound of the dark red gem, symbolizing the core of the Lich King's life, shattering completely, struck by no fewer than 100 bone blades simultaneously. Moan. The massive form of the Lich King trembled violently. The crimson flames in his eyes were extinguished as if blown out by a tempest. Life severed. Boom. His mountainous body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. This ultimate boss, the absolute ruler of the zombie lair, was unable to complete even his final struggle, succumbing to the relentless tide of frenzied undead and the pivotal control skill, collapsing with unending resentment, transforming into a heap of bones and equipment materials radiating pure death energy. Successfully vanquished the LV-20 Zombie King, the Tyrannical Corpse Emperor, boss of hell, earning 3,200 experience points. Gained 3,200 energy. Acquired materials: Tyrannical Corpse Emperor's Dark Crystal Core X1, Rare. Immortal Corpse King's Severed Arm Bone X3, Advanced. Shattered Soul Armor Fragments X10, Advanced. Congratulations, host, your skeletal soldiers have fully absorbed energy and successfully split. Congratulations, host, your skeletal soldiers have fully absorbed energy and successfully split. Congratulations, host, your skeletal soldiers have fully absorbed energy and successfully split. Buzz. Almost simultaneously with the demise of the boss, an immensely potent and pure stream of experience surged into Suyu's body. Congratulations, player, your level has successfully risen to LV-13. Your strength attribute increases by 5 points. Your agility attribute increases by 5 points. Your constitution attribute increases by 5 points. Your spirit attribute increases by 5 points. Level up. At long last, he had ascended to level 13. Feeling the sudden surge of power within him, along with an oceanic expanse of mental fortitude, a victorious smile finally graced Suyu's lips. He promptly examined his status panel. Name: Suyu. Class: Lord of the Undead. Level: LV-13, 450800000. Talent: Infinite Splitting, SSS Grade. Strength: 84. Agility: 8,310. Constitution: 8,315. Spirit: 9,045. Equipment: Dark Metaphor Staff, Bronze Grade. Phantom Robe, Silver Grade. Heart of the Undead, Special. Ghost Mask Ring, Black Iron Grade. Skills: 1. Summon Skeleton Soldier. 2. Soul Burn. 3. Damage Transfer, Passive. 4. Demon S Hand. 5. Frenzy. Current Undead Space, Infinite. Current number of Skeleton Soldiers, 4,126. His power had surged once more. The count of his skeletal soldiers had surpassed the formidable threshold of 4,000. Simultaneously, all his skeletal soldiers basked in the ethereal glow of their upgrade, rising in level to LV-13. Skeleton Soldier. Level: LV-13. Race: Undead. Strength: 8,720. Agility: 87. Constitution: 8,720. Spirit: 87. Traits: 1. Immune to various abnormal states. 2. Bone Hardening. 3. Strength Enhancement. Both Strength and Constitution had breached the 100 mark. The LV-13 skeletal soldiers were astoundingly powerful. Their defensive and offensive capabilities were such that even a LV-20 elite monster would need to reconsider. Moreover, with the count of skeletal soldiers now exceeding 4,000, this force was undeniably terrifying. Chapter 40. Dungeon Rewards, Bronze Treasure Chest. With the demise of the final boss, Suyu had conclusively cleared the dungeon. After completing the dungeon, rewards would be bestowed. It was now time for the distribution of the completion rewards. Just as this thought arose in Suyu's mind, a chilling voice reverberated throughout the cavern. Congratulations, player Suyu. You have successfully cleared the Hell-level dungeon, Zombie Nest. Completion duration: 1 hour and 49 minutes. Completion rating: SSS Grade, Perfect. Generating rewards based on your completion rating. Congratulations, you have received an additional reward, Bronze Dungeon Treasure Chest X1. Accompanied by the notification chime, a gentle bronze-hued light descended from above, coalescing into an ancient and weighty treasure chest, radiating a faint aura, where the Tyrannical Corpse Emperor had dissipated. Name: Bronze Dungeon Treasure Chest, Zombie Nest. Quality: Bronze Grade. Description: a reward for flawlessly clearing the Hell level, Zombie Nest. Contains precious treasures related to the dungeon. Opening it will surely yield significant gains. A bronze treasure chest? Suyu raised an eyebrow, anticipation swelling within him. With an SSS Grade Perfect rating, coupled with Hell level difficulty, the contents of this chest would undoubtedly be exceptional. He stepped forward and unhesitatingly chose to open it. Crack. The chest opened with a resounding sound, emanating a dazzling bronze light. Successfully opened Bronze Dungeon Treasure Chest. Congratulations, you have obtained card: Tyrannical Corpse Emperor, Bronze Grade, X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Corpse Emperor Leggings, Bronze Grade, X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Intermediate Life Recovery Potion, Bronze Grade, X5. Congratulations, you have obtained Zombie Nest Dungeon Invitation X1. A cascade of rewards materialized. Suyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. A piece of bronze-grade leg armor was just what he needed to fill the gap in his lower attire. Although its attributes might lean towards physical enhancement, it was certainly better than being bare-legged. 5 bottles of intermediate bronze-grade recovery potions could prove life-saving at critical moments, while not particularly beneficial for him. Given his damage transfer ability, they could still provide emergency healing for his skeletal soldiers. An invitation to the dungeon was equivalent to saving 10,000 dragon coins. Excellent. However, what intrigued him the most was the shimmering silver card. Suyu immediately retrieved it for inspection. The card felt cool to the touch, the front clearly depicting a miniature version of the imposing tyrannical corpse emperor wielding a gigantic axe, its edges adorned with mysterious silver runes. Card: Tyrannical Corpse Emperor. Quality: Bronze Grade. Type: Monster Card Material Card. Description: a rare card infused with the core essence of the LV-20 Hell-level boss Tyrannical Corpse Emperor. Can be activated through special methods to unleash its energy, possessing various applications. Uses 1. Equipment enchantment. Can imbue weapons or armor with powerful effects such as Corpse Emperor's Might or Soul Shock. 2. Forging material. Can serve as a core material to forge powerful equipment imbued with the power of the Corpse Emperor. 3. Alchemical material. Can be used to brew advanced undead curse potions or special alchemical items. A bronze-grade boss card. Suyu's gaze burned with intensity. In this world, monster cards were exceedingly precious and rare items. They had a minuscule chance of dropping only after clearing a dungeon. The higher the card's level, the greater the power contained within and the broader its applications, whether used for enchanting equipment to provide formidable attribute bonuses or effects, as core materials for top-tier craftsmen to forge exclusive gear, or handed over to alchemical masters to concoct astonishing potions. The value of the bronze-grade, Tyrannical Corpse Emperor card in Suyu's hand was immeasurable. If he were to take this card to the Dragon Kingdom trading post, even if officially redeemed, it could fetch a staggering price of at least 100,000. Suyu quickly assessed its worth in his mind, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This was undoubtedly a windfall. He carefully stowed the highly valuable bronze-grade, Tyrannical Corpse Emperor card into his backpack, then turned his attention to the other items procured from the treasure chest. First, a pair of leg armor radiating a heavy metallic sheen. This is a pair of heavy greaves crafted from a peculiar dark metal intertwined with resilient skeletal remains. The design is somewhat rugged, and the surface is etched with simplistic runes of power, reinforced at the joints with thick leather, exuding an aura of formidable defense. Name: Greaves of the Corpse Emperor. Quality: Bronze level. Type: Heavy leg armor. Attributes: Constitution 10, Strength 8, Physical Defense 80. Description: These heavy greaves, forged from the bones and shattered armor fragments of the Tyrannical Corpse Emperor, offer substantial physical protection, albeit with a slight cumbersome feel. Bronze-level heavy armor greaves. Suyu glanced at the attributes. The bonuses to Constitution and Strength were reasonably beneficial for him, and the enhancement of 80 points in physical defense was indeed considerable. Although, given that he was surrounded by a legion of skeletal minions and possessed the damage transfer ability, this level of defense would serve him little purpose. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Without hesitation, Suyu donned the greaves of the Corpse Emperor. Instantly, he felt a newfound stability in his lower body, a sense of solid strength emanating from his legs. His panel attributes also received a slight boost. Next, he discovered 5 vials containing a thick red liquid. Name: Intermediate Life Recovery Potion. Quality: Bronze level. Effect: Upon consumption, restores a total of 1,000 health points over 10 seconds. Description: An alchemical potion with remarkable efficacy, capable of rapidly restoring significant health within a short time, a staple for adventurer survival. Suyu regarded the 5 vials of healing potions. For someone like him, who possessed the damage transfer passive and was nearly immune to physical harm, these potions that directly restored health were not particularly impactful. However, it was prudent to be prepared. Thus, he carefully stored the 5 bronze-level healing potions in his backpack. The final reward was a dungeon ticket. Name: Invitation to the Zombie Nest Dungeon. Description: A necessary ticket to enter the Zombie Nest Dungeon. It had a chance to drop after each dungeon run. After tallying all his spoils, Suyu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This dungeon excursion not only elevated his level to 13, but also increased the number of his skeletal minions beyond 4,000. Coupled with various rewards, it could be said that he had reaped a bountiful harvest. It was time to exit. With that thought, Suyu waved his hand, summoning all his skeletal minions back into the realm of the undead before departing the dungeon. Chapter 41. Astonishing all, did he complete it? Outside the Zombie Nest Dungeon, at the entrance of Blackwind Valley, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. The number of adventurers gathered here had not diminished. In fact, it had increased since Suyu's arrival. Many teams, having just emerged from the dungeon, some successful, others not, were resting, replenishing supplies, or seeking new allies for another attempt. The air was still thick with the cacophony of sales pitches, team formations, and varied discussions. Gradually, the conversation shifted to the newcomer who had bravely ventured alone into the hellish difficulty level. "Hey guys, What do you think happened to that kid who chose the hell difficulty? Inquired a weary shield warrior, just out of a hard-level dungeon, wiping sweat from his brow with curiosity. As soon as he spoke, it was as though a spark had ignited a calm pot of oil, instantly fueling a fervor of debate among the surrounding adventurers. What else could have happened? You can guess with your backside, scoffed a sharp-featured rogue, brandishing dual daggers. He's been in there for nearly 2 hours now, and not a ghost has emerged. He.S. definitely toast. I bet his body has been reduced to nothing but scraps by the zombies in there. Absolutely, chimed in a burly man wielding a massive axe. The hellish zombie nest. What a death trap. Not even seasoned veterans like us can come out unscathed with an elite team. Him alone? Huh. He.S. just asking for death. I've heard that even the most basic zombie miner in there starts at level 18 elite, and they come with special enhancements. Not to mention the grotesque corpses and the icy zombies lurking deeper. Any one of them could wipe out our average team. The most terrifying of all is the final boss, the Tyrant Corpse Emperor. That's a level 20 hellish super boss. They say it can summon endless waves of corpses and has area corrosion attacks. A single strike could split mountains. Is he really going to take that on? Oh, young ones these days, so reckless. Sighed an older mage, shaking his head. A bit of talent and a few good pieces of equipment. And they think they can conquer the world. Does he think the dungeon is an amusement park? Well, now he'll drop 3 levels and lose his gear. What a foolish endeavor. I think he just wanted to show off, deliberately choosing hell difficulty to grab attention. And now he yes and over his head. Scoffed another, shaking his head in disbelief. The entrance was soon filled with derisive laughter, scorn, and schadenfreude directed at Suyu. Hardly anyone held a favorable view of him, and all had resigned to the belief that the oblivious newcomer had surely met a tragic end amidst the harrowing challenges of the hell difficulty. He was either drifting as a soul within the dungeon, waiting for time to expire, or had been forcibly teleported out, hiding in a corner lamenting the painful price of losing 3 levels. Just as the crowd was abuzz with speculation and had effectively sentenced Suyu to doom, a weak voice piped up from the throng. But what if? What if that kid actually completed it? At this, an immediate hush fell over the crowd, followed swiftly by an uproarious eruption of laughter. Ha! Complete it. Are you out of your mind? Uffed. Buddy, has your brain been eaten by zombies? Soloing the hell difficulty zombie nest, and actually completing it? Why not say he can fly to the heavens? Exactly, let alone being a rookie. Even a well-equipped level 20 team needs meticulous planning for hell difficulty, exclaimed the sharp-featured rogue, laughing so hard he was nearly in tears. Complete it? That's the funniest joke of the century. Mark my words, if that kid really manages to complete it, I'll do this. I, Ghostfire Lu San, will stand before all of you, upside down, spinning, and eat dirt. Naked. Whoever goes back on their word is a dog. His words were delivered with such conviction and malice that they incited another wave of raucous laughter and jeering from the crowd. Ha! Lu San, you're bold. That's quite the wager. I can't wait to see Lu San eat his words. But that kid surely wouldn't he come out, right? Lu San, you've set your flag firmly. Ghostfire Lu San, with an air of triumph, raised his chin, basking in the adulation of the crowd, as if he could already envision the glory of his victory. He even spat disdainfully towards the direction of the dungeon's light portal. However, just as his spit had yet to hit the ground, and the laughter still echoed around him, a sudden hum erupted from the once quiet, shadowy dungeon portal, which without warning, burst forth into a gentle yet brilliant white light. This radiance was unlike the eerie distortion upon entry or the crimson sky during the activation of hell difficulty. This unmistakably signifies the radiant light that emerges upon the successful completion of a dungeon. In the next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, a tall and statuesque figure gracefully stepped forth, one deliberate stride at a time. Beneath a cascade of ebony hair lay a strikingly handsome visage, the eyes exuding a tranquil indifference, reminiscent of a placid ancient well, clad in an immaculate, spectre-esque robe that shimmered with a silvery luminescence, and grasping an obscure staff that pulsated with a mysterious aura. The figure revealed itself to be none other than Suyu, the very individual they had unanimously deemed to be utterly defeated, the one they derided as oblivious to the perils of his circumstance. The newcomer, Suyu, whom the nefarious Lu San had maliciously wagered would never emerge alive. Not only had he returned, but he had done so triumphantly, having cleared the dungeon. Silence. An oppressive, deathly silence. The entire valley seemed to transform into an enormous, motionless canvas, imbued with an absurdly surreal quality. Everyone stood frozen in place, their expressions rigid, as if collectively turned to stone. Their pupils quaked, shaken to the brink of rupture, their minds completely crashed, as if formatted, thoughts entirely stalled. What on earth was happening? Where was the promised death penalty? Where was the assured plummeting of levels? Where were the remnants of his remains? Where was the hellish forbidden zone? Why? Why had this rookie emerged not only alive but seemingly unscathed, as if he had just returned with abundant spoils? Had he truly cleared the dungeon? A solo completion of the hellish zombie nest? Incredible. After a moment of breath-stealing silence, the entire valley erupted into a frenzy. He had emerged. He had truly emerged. Had he cleared it? Had he really conquered the hellish level? Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. Was I hallucinating? Someone, please slap me and tell me this isn't real. Damn it. A rookie soloing a hellish dungeon and succeeding? This must be a monster. This is undoubtedly a prodigy. Where did this aberration come from? When did our coastal city witness such an extraordinary being? Good grief. If this news spreads, the entire coastal city will erupt in chaos. The crowd was utterly deranged. Who would have thought that a novice could conquer a zombie nest, especially at hellish difficulty? This was no longer a miracle. It was sheer fantasy. Reason? Logic? Common sense? All shattered into fragments. Countless gazes, akin to focused searchlights, fixated intently on Suyu. Their eyes brimmed with shock, horror, awe, fear, and profound incredulity. The previous derision? Scorn? Schadenfreude? In hindsight, they felt as if each had delivered resounding slaps upon their own faces, leaving a stinging ache. Amidst this uproar and chaos, one individual exhibited the most intense and comical reaction, the nefarious Lu San, who had just set the malicious wager. Upon witnessing Suyu stride forth from the portal, the smug assassin's face drained of color, turning as pale as a ghost. His eyes bulged as if witnessing the most terrifying spectacle imaginable. No, this is absolutely impossible. He murmured, his voice tinged with terror and despair. It's over. All over. That kid, that rookie, had he truly cleared it? Soloing the hellish dungeon? Had my wager just turned upside down? The very notion sent Lu San reeling, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. Lu San, it's your turn to perform. Ha! Hurry up, Lu San. We're eagerly waiting. Yes, let us see you eat your words, one by one. Just then, those around began to react, igniting a raucous uproar. Countless mocking, derisive gazes honed in on Lu San. Lu San's face was ashen. His lips trembled as he attempted to utter something, yet no words escaped his mouth. To uphold such a wager in front of so many? How could he ever show his face in the coastal city again? Did he even want to keep his dignity? No, absolutely not. Better to preserve the green hills than to worry about firewood. In a flash of instinct, Lu San made a decision. Gritting his teeth, a flicker of resolve sparked in his eyes. He disregarded his pride, harnessing the speed of a seasoned assassin. Like a startled rabbit with its tail stepped on, he suddenly turned and bolted. Whoosh! He became a fleeting shadow, racing away with unprecedented speed, rolling and scrambling towards the periphery of the crowd. His movements were clumsy yet astonishingly swift. At that moment, his speed surpassed anything he had ever achieved, shattering his own limits. Damn it! Lu San is trying to flee. Catch him. Don't let him weasel out. Damn! I knew this kid wouldn't own up. Although some attempted to intervene, Lu San was a professional assassin, renowned for his escape skills. With a few deft maneuvers, he vanished into the depths of the crowd, leaving behind a flurry of laughter and jeers. The once cocky Lu San had met with absolute social demise. Meanwhile, at the heart of this tempest, Suyu remained unfazed. Upon exiting the portal, he calmly surveyed the surrounding onlookers, who appeared as if they had seen a ghost, his expression devoid of any ripple. The clamor of the ants held no significance for him. Ignoring everyone, he did not pause for even a moment. Under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, he took steady strides toward an open area, sat cross-legged, and slowly closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. What he needed to do now was to wait. In this world, upon clearing a dungeon, every adventurer would enter a 2-hour cooldown period. During this time, they were prohibited from engaging in any dungeons. This fundamental restriction was established by the world's rules to prevent adventurers from endlessly farming dungeon resources and to maintain ecological balance within dungeons. Thus, for the next 2 hours, Suyu would be unable to re-enter the zombie nest. Upon witnessing Suyu's actions, the surrounding adventurers once again fell into a stupor. Is he not leaving? Does he intend to wait out the cooldown and attempt another run? My heavens, does he really aspire to solo the hellish level again? This guy must be made of iron. He just emerged from the hellish dungeon. Shouldn't he be utterly exhausted? How can he remain so composed in meditation? Suyu's calmness and composure starkly contrasted with their expectations of a survivor's demeanor, further shattering their already shaken perspectives. Many who initially contemplated approaching him to ingratiate themselves or glean information now discerned his aloof demeanor and wisely abandoned their intentions. They sensed that this young man might truly belong to a realm far removed from their own. Time flowed inexorably during Suyu's meditation, each passing second marked by a deepening of focus. Seizing the opportunity to rejuvenate his mental fortitude, Suyu plunged into the depths of his soul, scrutinizing his newly expanded legion of undead. Skeleton Soldier. Level, LV13. Race, Undead. Strength, 8,720. Agility, 87. Constitution, 8,720. Spirit, 87. Traits, 1. Immune to various abnormal states. 2. Bone Hardening, 3. Strength Enhancement. Current number of skeleton soldiers, 4,126. At present, the count of Suyu's skeletal warriors had surged to 4,126. This formidable force was sufficient to instill despair in any practitioner below level 30. Yet, Suyu remained unsatisfied. He yearned to vanquish more ferocious beasts and split further skeleton soldiers. Only through such endeavors could he forge a true ocean of the undead. The 2-hour cooldown period slipped away in an instant. When Suyu reopened his eyes, his previously expended mental energy had fully replenished, restoring him to his prime condition. Within the depths of his calm, indifferent gaze flickered a chilling intent to kill and an insatiable thirst for experience. He rose slowly, brushing off the dust from his attire. This motion instantly captured the attention of all the practitioners gathered at the valley's entrance. They held their breath, their expressions a complex tapestry of curiosity and apprehension as they regarded Suyu. What was he about to do? With a composed adjustment of his ghostly robe and a firm grip on his dark symbol staff, Suyu, under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, once more set forth with deliberate steps towards the ominous portal exuding a dark aura. Was he truly entering again? 2 hours. Precisely the duration of the dungeon cooldown. My heavens. Surely he does not intend to select the hell difficulty again. This time, no one dared to mock, no one ventured to question. The previous slap of reality had been too resounding, too definitive. They were now solely interested in what this young man would do next. Before the gazes of all, Suyu approached the dungeon's portal. Communicating with the invitation in his bag, the difficulty selection interface reappeared. Without a hint of hesitation, Suyu's will decisively landed upon the foreboding option shimmering with ominous light. Hell. Buzz. The invitation vanished. A fleeting yet spine-chilling crimson aura flickered across the dungeon's portal. Then, amidst an eerie silence, Suyu's figure calmly and resolutely stepped into the hell-level zombie nest. After a prolonged silence, the murmurs erupted again. He entered again. And still at hell level. Has he truly made this hell-level dungeon his second home? A madman. He is undoubtedly a veritable leveling lunatic. What manner of creature is this? Is he perhaps a prodigy groomed by some hidden family? Who can say? Regardless, from now on, encountering him would warrant a wide berth. Such a prodigy is beyond our reckoning. The previous mockery and skepticism had vanished, replaced by awe, curiosity, and a profound sense of helplessness. They even privately coined the moniker Hell Walker for Suyu to describe this terrifying entity who treated hell-level dungeons as casually as one would their own backyard. News of a mysterious newcomer repeatedly conquering the hell-level zombie nest spread like wildfire among the practitioners at the west suburb base, garnering much attention and discussion. Yet, the majority of those who heard the news initially reacted with disbelief, dismissing it as preposterous. The orchestrator of this whirlwind, Suyu, remained unfazed. In his world, there existed only an unwavering obsession with becoming stronger, with slaughter, leveling up, and expanding his legion. The clamor of the outside world was of no concern to him. As night descended once more, enveloping the entirety of Black Wind Valley, the clock struck 10. Buzz, accompanied by a gentle white light. Suyu emerged from the portal of the zombie nest. Today, he had successfully cleared the dungeon 5 times, enduring 5 consecutive incursions at hell-level difficulty. Even with his vast army of undead, had tested Suyu's mental stamina considerably. Exhausted though he was, the rewards were immeasurable. At long last, he had reached level 15. Feeling the surge of power and the vastness of his mental capacity, a satisfied smile graced his lips. After an entire day of relentless dungeon runs, his level had finally ascended to 15. In merely 3 days since his awakening, Suyu's level had skyrocketed to 15. Such a terrifying pace of advancement, if known, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. It was time to depart. Suyu glanced at the sky, mentally confirming his decision. Reaching level 15 not only brought him closer to his goal of level 18, but more importantly the level 15 upgrade gift package. The thought of the system's bountiful rewards ignited a fervor within him. He could hardly contain his eagerness to find a tranquil spot to unveil this new surprise. Without further delay, Suyu oriented himself and prepared to return to the west suburb base's inn. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, lurking in the shadows of an inconspicuous rock at the edge of the crowd, a pair of chillingly beautiful eyes, complex and akin to glazed glass, were intently fixed upon his departing figure. It was Luo Qingyan. In truth, by midday, Luo Qingyan had already attained level 10. Subsequently, accompanied by her family's guard squad, she had chosen to venture into the most suitable leveling dungeon at this stage, the zombie nest. Here, she bore witness to a scene that would forever remain etched in her memory, one that would utterly shatter her pride. She observed Suyu, like an indefatigable machine, repeatedly stepping into the dungeon. Each time the entrance to the dungeon flickers, it signifies the presence of the highest difficulty level, hellish bloodlight. Time after time, he emerges unscathed, even more composed than before, within a span of merely 2 hours. Once, twice, thrice. Every time Suyu enters a dungeon, it strikes like a silent hammer, ruthlessly pounding upon Luo Qingyan's heart, causing her very being, along with her soul, to tremble uncontrollably. Behind Luo Qingyan follows an elite upgrade team meticulously assembled for her benefit. This team consists of 4 young women, clad in remarkably superior gear, all uniformly at level 15. In this world, Forming a team for leveling comes with stringent level restrictions. The level disparity among team members cannot exceed 5 levels, or the lower level members will be unable to gain experience points effectively. The Luo family, in a bid to expedite Luo Qingyan's level advancement, has mobilized substantial familial resources to carefully select and cultivate such a top-tier auxiliary team perfectly aligned with the experience gain limits. Among them are a paladin specializing in defense, a priest skilled in healing, an arcanist who provides powerful control and elemental enhancements, and a shadow dancer responsible for aggro management and handling unforeseen circumstances. One could assert that this team configuration is undoubtedly among the most luxurious and efficient upgrade combinations available at their current level. However, despite this elite squad, which embodies the family's dedication and premier resources, they approached the zombie nest after thorough assessment and experimentation, daring only to challenge the hard difficulty. Furthermore, each successful completion of the hard level demands nearly 3 hours, alongside a significant expenditure of potions and energy, with occasional peril arising from coordination mishaps. As for the hell difficulty, it was beyond their wildest imaginations. In their eyes, hell difficulty represented an absolute death zone, utterly unconquerable at this stage. Yet, there stood Suyu, a boy of her own age, awakening on the same day, effortlessly soloing what they dared not even contemplate, the hell difficulty, as if traversing his own backyard with ease. The impact on Luo Qingyan was nothing short of devastating. She stood there, watching Suyu's calm retreat, feeling an indescribable chill and sense of helplessness wash over her, nearly freezing and shattering her once proud heart, as solid as ice. The disparity. It was only at this moment that Luo Qingyan truly grasped the enormity of the chasm that lay between her and Suyu. How utterly despairing. It was a gulf that could not merely be bridged by effort or resources. It was a fundamental difference, akin to a yawning chasm, that rendered even gazing upward a strenuous endeavor. She possessed the unwavering support of the Luo family, one of the 4 prominent families by the coast, the finest equipment, the most impeccable auxiliary team, an abundance of resources. And what of Suyu? Perhaps he was just an ordinary orphan? Yet the result? While her team struggled even at hard difficulty, he strolled through hell difficulty with a nonchalance that was staggering. In that moment, the words Suyu had spoken yesterday in the principal's office echoed in her mind. After he had declined her invitation to team up, teaming up would only hinder my leveling efficiency. At the time, she had thought him excessively arrogant, even somewhat ludicrous. But now Luo Qingyan felt her face flush as if struck by an invisible hand. Indeed, teaming up with him and her so-called elite squad would only serve as a burden, severely hampering his terrifying efficiency that trampled over hell difficulty. An ineffable sense of defeat and bitterness engulfed her like a tidal wave. She recalled a phrase she had seen on a forum, which she had previously dismissed as pretentious, yet now resonated deeply. If you do not raid dungeons, you see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. If you do raid dungeons, you see me as an ant looking up at the heavens. Only then do you realize the vast difference, unable to catch up. In that moment, the icy blue of Luo Qingyan's beautiful eyes lost their usual luster for the first time, leaving only profound bewilderment and despair. Perhaps she and Suyu were simply not from the same world. Chapter 44. The New Undead, the Undead Night. The night was deep, and the room in the wildfire inn was brightly lit. Suyu sat cross-legged on his bed, having just completed an exhilarating day of dungeon runs, reaping tremendous rewards. He needed time to meticulously account and digest them. He first brought up his attribute panel. Name, Suyu. Class, Undead Monarch. Level, LV15, 218-010-0000. Talent, Infinite Division, SSS level. Strength, 89-8. Agility, 88-10. Constitution, 88-25. Spirit, 145. Equipment, Dark Metaphor Staff, Bronze level. Phantom Robe, Silver level. Corpse Emperor Leggings, Bronze level. Heart of the Undead, Special, Ghostface Ring, Black Iron level. Skills, 1. Summon Skeleton Soldier. 2. Soul Burn. 3. Damage Transfer, Passive. 4. Demon Hand. 5. Frenzy. Having reached level 15, Suyu nodded in satisfaction upon viewing his panel. The 5 hell difficulty runs he completed today had not been in vain, successfully elevating his level to a new height. The substantial increase across his base attributes made him feel as though his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. With strength nearing 100, agility approaching 100, and constitution surpassing 100 with ease, his physique was far more robust than that of any heavy-armored warrior of the same level. Moreover, his staggering spirit of 145 was sufficient to leave most spirit-specialized spellcasters in the dust. Subsequently, he turned his attention to his main army of skeleton soldiers. With a mere thought, the skeletal soldier's panel information materialized before him. Skeleton Soldier. Level, LV15. Race, Undead. Strength, 105-20. Agility, 105. Constitution, 105-20. Spirit, 105. Traits, 1. Immune to various abnormal states. 2. Bone Hardening. 3. Strength Enhancement. Skills, 1. Heavy strike passive, with a 10 chance to trigger a powerful strike on each attack, dealing 150 physical damage. Current skeleton soldier count, 6,238. A new skill has been unlocked? So you noticed an additional skill titled Heavy Strike in the skill bar. Upon reaching level 15, the skeleton soldiers naturally acquired this passive skill, although the trigger rate is only 10. The 150 physical damage bonus is explosive for skeleton soldiers with a terrifying strength of 125. Once triggered, it can undoubtedly unleash devastating damage. This undoubtedly elevates the overall output capacity of his skeletal army to a new level. Quite a pleasant surprise, Suyu smiled slightly. He then glanced at the count of skeleton soldiers, 6,238. The 5 held difficulty runs today had caused his undead army to swell by over 2,000. More than 6,000 level 15 enhanced skeleton soldiers. This power is sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of the vast majority of adventurers. However, Suyu found himself only partially satisfied. This was merely the beginning. With the increasing number of fierce beasts slain, the count of skeletal soldiers would continue to rise. He was increasingly looking forward to the day when the Sea of the Undead would truly take shape. According to the pattern of level 15, the system's upgrade gift pack should be forthcoming, right? As this thought crossed Suyu's mind, the familiar cold, mechanical notification echoed precisely in his mind. Ding. Host level has reached LV15, receiving LV15 upgrade gift pack. Would you like to open it immediately? It has arrived. Suyu's spirit soared, his eyes brimming with anticipation. What delightful surprises would this upgrade package bring? Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to open it. Successfully opened LV15 upgrade gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the exclusive skill, Summon Undead Knight. Congratulations, host, you have received Withering Staff, Golden Grade, X1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Basic Skill Book X2. Congratulations, host, you have gained Skeletal Soldier Exclusive Enhancement, Agility Boost. Note, this will automatically take effect for all skeletal soldiers. A Golden Grade weapon, a new exclusive summoning skill, and an agility boost for the skeletal soldiers. Gazing at these lavish rewards, Suyu felt his breath quicken. He first focused his attention on the brand new exclusive skill. Skill, Summon Undead Knight, active. Effect, consumes a large amount of mental power to summon a powerful undead knight to fight for you. The undead knight possesses attributes and combat techniques far surpassing those of skeletal soldiers, excelling in charging and close combat. An undead knight. Upon reading the skill description, Suyu's heart leaped with joy. Finally, a new type of undead soldier has arrived, and it is a formidable knight unit. Without a second thought, he instantly activated this brand new skill, Summon Undead Knight. As the skill was unleashed, Suyu felt an immense surge of mental power, dozens of times greater than that used to summon skeletal soldiers, being drawn from the vast ocean of his consciousness. Buzz. On the floor of the room, a dark magic circle, far larger and more profound than that of summoning skeletal soldiers, suddenly materialized, exuding a faint scent of sulfur and war. At the center of the magic circle, the space violently twisted, as pure dark energy and the essence of death converged and compressed frantically. Plop, plop, plop. The heavy and rhythmic sound of hooves echoed like a war drum striking the heart, emanating from the depths of the magic circle. Soon after, a skeletal warhorse, clad in burning blue ghost flames, and with its eye sockets aglow with 2 crimson flames, emerged first from the distorted space, its majestic form astonishingly powerful. It raised its head in a silent neigh, exhaling a chilling breath of death. Upon the warhorse's back sat a figure similarly enveloped in sinister black knight armor. The knight stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, imposing and exuding an overwhelming presence. The dark armor was inscribed with ancient and bloodthirsty runes, and beneath the helm, 2 crimson soul flames blazed, cold and indifferent, filled with a desire for slaughter against the living. In his grasp, he tightly held an enormous lance, shimmering with a dark cold light. The lance's tip seemed capable of tearing through space itself. A powerful aura, a terrifying pressure. This was the Undead Knight. As the Undead Knight fully emerged from the magic circle, Suyu immediately sensed a new soul link being established. He could distinctly perceive the terrifying power contained within this Undead Knight and its unwavering loyalty. Chapter 45, Abyss of the Undead, Withering Staff. Suyu focused his thoughts and promptly checked the Undead Knight's information panel. Undead Knight. Level, LV15. Race, Undead Knight. Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Constitution, 150. Spirit, 150. Traits, 1. Immune to various abnormal states. 2. Knight's Armor, passive, provides high physical and magical defense. 3. Indomitable Will, passive, increases combat power as health decreases. 4. Horse and Rider, shares certain attributes and skill effects with the Undead Warhorse. Skills, 1. Undead Charge, active, after a brief charge up, launches a devastating charge forward, dealing massive physical damage to enemies in its path and knocking them back, immune to certain control effects during the charge. 2. Soul Piercing Lance, passive, Attacks have a certain chance to ignore part of the target's defense and inflict soul damage. Current split progress, 02000. The LV-15 Undead Knight boasted a staggering 150 points in all basic attributes, even surpassing his own, coupled with its seemingly formidable Knight's Armor, the damage-increasing passive Indomitable Will, the chance to bypass defenses while inflicting soul damage with soul-piercing lance, and the signature charging skill, Undead Charge. This Undead Knight was nothing short of a killing machine on the battlefield. Its single combat capability was absolutely off the charts, and the phrase one knight against 1,000 was no exaggeration. Furthermore, it could even split. So you took note of the final line regarding the split progress. Although it required more energy, this implied that, as long as he could gather enough energy, he could eventually possess an army of undead knights. A steel torrent composed of explosive attributes and invincible charges from undead knights. The mere thought of such a scene sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Suyu. This is fantastic. This undead knight is undoubtedly my strongest trump card at this stage. Suyu gazed with exhilaration at the imposing, aura-filled undead knight before him, his heart swelling with an unprecedented sense of security and control. With it by his side, his forthcoming dungeon adventures would be considerably more manageable, and he would face even stronger foes with newfound confidence. Very well, for now, you shall remain in the realm of the undead. Tomorrow, you shall feast upon the blood of our enemies. With a thought, Suyu summoned the undead knight back into the realm of the undead. Exhaling deeply, he suppressed his excitement. Only then did he turn his attention to the second reward within the gift pack. It was a staff radiating a brilliant golden light. A golden grade weapon. Name, Withering Staff. Quality, golden grade. Attributes, Spirit 80, Magical Attack 100, Casting Speed 10, Magic Crit Rate 10. Effect 1. Withering Curse. Active skill consumes mental power to release a withering curse in a designated area, inflicting sustained high shadow damage to all enemies within the region while applying the withered effect, significantly reduces the target's defense, life recovery speed, and various resistances. Cooldown time, 40 minutes. Effect 2. Energy Siphon. Passive when your magical attack kills a target. There is a chance to restore a small amount of mental power to yourself. Description: a staff crafted from the withered branches of an ancient world tree, imbued with terrifying powers of decay and siphoning. Hiss. This golden grade staff possesses explosive attributes. Moreover, it comes with a powerful area curse skill. Upon reviewing the attributes of the withering staff, Suyu felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. With a staggering 80 points in mental power and 100 points in magical attack, complemented by a 10 critical hit rate, its foundational attributes utterly eclipsed those of the allegory staff. Moreover, the passive ability, Energy Siphon, served as a remarkable sustain technique, enabling him to cast spells with greater longevity. Astonishingly, this golden staff also boasted an active area of effect skill, Withering Curse, which inflicted sustained high shadow damage while significantly weakening defenses, recovery, and resistances with its wither effect. It was undoubtedly the quintessential companion for a necromancer's maritime strategy. Imagine casting Withering Curse into a throng of foes, rendering their defenses and resistances as fragile as paper, then unleashing the undead army to wreak havoc. The imagery was simply breathtaking. A divine artifact, an unequivocal divine artifact. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu discarded the allegory staff and grasped the golden, withering staff, exuding an aura of decay and death. Instantly, a more vast and formidable mental power surged into his mind, elevating his sensitivity and control over magical elements to unprecedented heights. His attributes swiftly updated. Name, Suyu. Class, Necromancer. Level, LV-15, 218-010-0000. Talent, Formless Division, SSS level. Strength, 89-8. Agility, 88-10. Constitution, 88-25. Mental power, 100-110. Mental power, 100-110. With 210 points in mental power, what does this signify? Not even a level 15 specialized mage, let alone one at level 20 or 25, could ever possess such formidable mental prowess. Exhilarating. Suyu felt an overwhelming surge of ambition. He turned his gaze towards the remaining rewards, 2 elementary skill books. Armed with prior experience, he mentally prepared for failure. He casually employed the first skill book. Buzz. A stream of light merged into his third eye. Ding. Failed to use the elementary skill book. As expected, Suyu pursed his lips, unconcerned. He then picked up the second book. Buzz. Ding. Successfully used the elementary skill book. Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the new skill, Abyss of the Undead. Oh, success? Moreover, judging by the name, it seems to be a commendable area control skill. Suyu's spirits soared as he promptly examined the details. Skill, Abyss of the Undead, active. Effect, consumes a substantial amount of mental power to designate an area, forcibly tearing the earth to summon an endless abyss from the realm of the deceased. The abyss will continuously devour all enemies within the area, inflicting persistent shadow damage while imposing powerful, binding, and tugging effects, greatly restricting the enemy's mobility and freedom of action. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. A powerful area control skill, and it also deals continuous damage. Suyu's eyes sparkled. This, Abyss of the Undead, was essentially an upgraded version of Demonic Grasp. Not only did it cover a larger area, but it also lasted longer, provided stronger control, and inflicted ongoing shadow damage. This skill was a veritable weapon of mass destruction in team battles, a battlefield disruptor. Tossing an Abyss of the Undead into the densest cluster of enemies would instantly incapacitate a significant portion, allowing the undead army to charge forth and unleash carnage. Simply perfect. Although the cooldown spanned a full hour, as a strategic control skill, it was entirely acceptable. Excellent. Another powerful trump card added to his arsenal. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he turned his attention to the last reward. Skeleton Soldier Exclusive Enhancement, Agility Boost. Just like the previous, Bone Hardening and Strength Enhancement. A peculiar energy flowed through the soul link, instantly bestowing enhancements upon all of his 6,000 skeleton soldiers. Suyu could distinctly sense that the joints of all skeleton soldiers had become more agile, their movements seemingly less rigid, infused with an ineffable lightness and swiftness. He promptly accessed the Skeleton Soldier panel to inspect. Skeleton Soldier. Level, LV15. Race, Undead. Strength, 105-20. Agility, 105-20. Constitution, 105-20. Mental Power, 105. Traits, 1. Immune to various abnormal states, 2. Bone Hardening, 3. Strength Enhancement, 4. Agility Boost. Skill, Heavy Strike. Agility 20. As expected, the agility of the skeleton soldiers had indeed been enhanced. Now, these skeletons could withstand attacks, deal damage, and even sprint. They were the hexagonal warriors in skeletal form. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. As Suyu felt the reborn Necromancer army, an unparalleled confidence filled his heart. With over 6,000 skeletons, each with attributes exceeding 100 and equipped with various enhancements and skills, along with a more formidable, charge-capable undead knight, how could his strength not have multiplied beyond measure? The rewards from this gift package far exceeded Suyu's expectations. Chapter 46. The Goal, National Top Scholar. The night was as dark as ink, and the once bustling Black Wind Valley outside had fallen silent. Within the room, Suyu did not immediately succumb to sleep, but instead fell into a brief contemplation. The day's gains had been monumental, marking yet another qualitative leap in strength. Yet, with increased power, Suyu's ambitions grew clearer and more grandiose. Only 4 days remained until the college entrance examination. Suyu gazed at the calendar, silently calculating. In just 3 days, his level had skyrocketed like a rocket to 15. Such speed, if revealed, would render any so-called genius utterly abashed, even prompting them to question their existence. The threshold for Yanjing University at level 18 was no longer a challenge for Suyu. He could achieve it with ease. However, Suyu's aspirations had always transcended merely gaining admission to Yanjing University. A sharp glimmer flashed in Suyu's eyes as he contemplated the National College entrance examination. He was acutely aware that this highly anticipated nationwide examination was fundamentally a grand ranking of power across the nation, a final contest for all graduating students. Ultimately, the Dragon Kingdom's officials would compile a comprehensive ranking based on all candidate scores. Those who ranked highly would receive rewards from the Dragon Kingdom's authorities. Among these, the accolades for the National Top Scholar, second place, and third place were the most lucrative, especially the reward for the National Top Scholar. The magnitude of that reward was sufficient to elevate an ordinary individual with no background to prominence in a remarkably short time. And Suyu's ambition was to strive for that singular title of National Top Scholar. He intended to grasp that superlative reward, set to propel ordinary individuals to great heights, firmly within his grasp. Should this goal be disclosed to others, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar, with everyone believing Suyu to be mad. Such an ambition was deemed utterly unattainable. After all, how vast was the Dragon Kingdom? How numerous were the geniuses? Every year, during the National College entrance examination, a multitude of hidden professions, extraordinary talents, noble heirs, and fortuitous adventurers emerge in abundance. The challenge of standing out among the millions of examinees to seize the singular title of national champion is as daunting as scaling the heavens. Yet, Suyu harbors unwavering confidence. His greatest assurance lies in his abilities, bolstered by the infinite splitting and supreme undead system. These are the very foundations upon which he dares to set his sights on becoming the national champion. The national champion shall be mine. Suyu's gaze is resolute, brimming with an undeniable determination. However, merely attaining level 18 is far from sufficient to claim the title of champion. I must elevate my level as much as possible before the examination, enhancing my strength to a point where I can effortlessly overshadow all my contemporaries. Thus, the most critical task ahead remains the relentless pursuit of leveling up, a frenzied ascent to higher levels. Contemplating this, Suyu couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Currently, his level had reached 15. To advance to level 16, A staggering 100,000 experience points were required. The subsequent levels would demand even more astronomical figures. Today, he had cleared the hellish zombie nest 5 times. Though his efficiency was high, the monsters within were only at level 20, which meant that the rate of experience acquisition had begun to noticeably decline for him. The zombie nest could no longer meet his upgrading needs. He must seek out new dungeons with higher levels, denser monster populations, and richer experience rewards. With this in mind, Suyu pulled out his phone, accessed the dungeon database of Binhai City, and began filtering for higher level instances. This time, he set his criteria directly to LV20, LV25. Soon, a dungeon's information caught his eye, piquing his interest. Dungeon name, Dusk Forest. Recommended levels, LV20, LV25. Difficulty levels, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Dungeon size, medium. Number of participants required, 110. Dungeon description, an ancient forest perpetually shrouded in orange-red twilight. In its depths dwell various tribes of trolls, from the cunning forest trolls to the immensely strong mountain trolls, and even the shadow trolls who wield primal shamanistic magic, culminating in the legendary Troll King who rules over this realm. Trolls possess rugged skin, formidable regenerative abilities, and excel at throwing and wielding rudimentary weapons, posing a significant threat. Dungeon location, western suburbs of Binhai, midsection of the Phoenix Mountain Range. Trolls of the Dusk Forest? Suyu's eyes brightened at the dungeon information. The level range of LV20, LV25 perfectly aligned with his needs. A medium-sized dungeon meant a greater number of monsters, a larger area, and thus, ample experience and energy for him to harvest. Moreover, the dungeon's location was convenient, situated not far from him in the western suburbs of Binhai's Phoenix Mountain Range. This is it. I shall venture to the Dusk Forest tomorrow, Suyu decisively concluded. However, before that, he needed to make a trip to the trading post to purchase a ticket and, at the same time, dispose of the plethora of materials and unused equipment cluttering his backpack, converting them into dragon coins. Glancing at the towering pile of materials and equipment in his storage, Suyu planned his itinerary for the next day. He did not immediately rest, but resolved to utilize the time before sleep to expand his elite fighting force of undead knights as much as possible. Considering the limited space of his hotel room, Suyu decided to summon the undead knights directly into the realm of the undead. Focusing his mind, he communicated with the vastness of the realm bestowed upon him by the system, pinpointing the coordinates for summoning directly within that space. Summon Undead Knight. Buzz. Suyu immediately felt a tremendous drain on his mental energy. Even with his impressive 210 points of mental strength, he experienced a slight dizziness. Almost simultaneously, within his perception, a colossal and intricate black magic circle materialized in the depths of his exclusive realm, swirling into existence. Thud, thud. The sound of heavy hooves echoed. A spectral warhorse engulfed in nether flames, and a fearsome knight clad in black armor materialized in response to their sovereign's call, standing silently in the realm of the undead, awaiting orders. Indeed, the consumption is immense. Suyu assessed the remaining mental energy within him and made a determination. Continue summoning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the 10th undead knight coalesced in the realm, Suyu felt as though his mental ocean had been entirely drained, and overwhelming fatigue and dizziness washed over him, causing his complexion to pale slightly, forcing him to cease the summoning. With my current total of mental energy and recovery rate, I can summon a maximum of 10 undead knights. Suyu rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. Though weary, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At this moment, within his realm of the undead, in addition to over 6,000 skeleton soldiers, he had summoned an additional 11 formidable undead knights radiating an aura of terror. These 11 knights would serve as his sharpest blades, capable of piercing through any enemy line. With preparations complete, Suyu exhaled a long breath, feeling the intense fatigue emanating from his mental ocean. Not pushing himself further, he collapsed onto the bed, closed his eyes, and swiftly entered a deep slumber. He needed to make the most of these final hours to restore his mental and physical state to optimal levels, preparing thoroughly for the morrow. Chapter 47, Dungeon, Dusk Forest. The following morning, Suyu's first stop was once again the Dragon Nation trading post. He needed to liquidate the copious spoils cluttering his backpack and purchase a ticket for the Dusk Forest. Arriving at the familiar trading crystal, he verified his identity and logged into the system. Suyu first accessed the item sale interface. He selected all the ordinary, good, and excellent quality monster materials in his backpack for trading post recycling. These low-value materials were numerous, and quick liquidation was the optimal choice. Ding. Detected zombie leg bones X50. Quality, ordinary, recycling unit price, 160 dragon coins, total, 8,000 dragon coins. Ding. Detected rotten canine teeth X20, quality, good, recycling unit price, 300 dragon coins, total, 6,000 dragon coins. Ding. Detected huge decayed hearts X12, quality, excellent, recycling unit price, 800 dragon coins, total, 9,600 dragon coins. Total recycling amount, 38,550 dragon coins. Just from these scattered materials, he garnered nearly 40,000 dragon coins. Next, he turned his attention to the higher value advanced and rare materials. Ding. Detected Extreme Cold Core X3, quality, advanced, total, 5,400 dragon coins. Ding. Detected Arm Bone of the Immortal Corpse King X3, quality, advanced, total, 3,600 dragon coins. Ding. Detected Shattered Soul Armor Fragments X10, quality, advanced, total, 3,500 dragon coins. Ding. Detected Dark Crystal Core of the Brutal Corpse Emperor X1, quality, rare. Recycling price, 9,000 dragon coins. The total from advanced and rare materials added up to over 20,000 in revenue. After completing all these transactions, Suyu's gaze landed on a card flickering with a bronze glow within his backpack. Card, Brutal Corpse Emperor. This is indeed a card dropped by the level 20 Hell level boss. Although it is merely of bronze quality, its value is undeniably substantial. Suyu, finding himself unable to utilize this item for the time being, deems it most practical to sell it for currency. He once again opts for exchange recovery. Ding. Detected card, Brutal Corpse Emperor X1, quality, bronze, system assessment recovery price, 100,000 dragon coins. Do you confirm the sale? Confirm sale. Ding. Card, Brutal Corpse Emperor sold successfully. Acquired 100,000 dragon coins. Just this single card has garnered him a hefty sum. After liquidating all materials and cards that required swift conversion, Suyu's account balance soared. Account balance, 172,988 dragon coins. Over 170,000 dragon coins. He is now free from financial constraints. As for the equipment, Frost Longbow, Suyu pondered for a moment and decided against immediate recovery. With his ample funds, there was no need to be gouged by the exchange. He chose Entrust Consignment, Frost Longbow, Black Iron, with freezing effect. Consignment price 80,000 dragon coins. Setting the price, he confirmed the listing. Suyu was confident that this piece of equipment, boasting commendable attributes, would undoubtedly attract discerning buyers. He could afford to wait. After all, there was no urgency. With funds secured, Suyu cheerfully navigated to the dungeon ticket purchase interface, searching for the Dusk Forest. Name, Dusk Forest Dungeon Invitation. Description, a ticket required to enter the Dusk Forest. Remaining stock, 999. Price, 20,000 dragon coins each. Suyu, purchase 5 tickets. Confirm purchase of Dusk Forest Dungeon Invitation X5. Total, 100,000 dragon coins. Confirm. Purchase successful. 100,000 dragon coins deducted. Remaining balance, 72,988 dragon coins. Items have been sent to your backpack space. Please check. The dungeon tickets were now in his possession. He promptly turned away from the Dragon Kingdom exchange. Boarding the base's transport vehicle, speeding towards the entrance of the Dusk Forest dungeon nestled in the midsection of the Phoenix Mountain Range. The Phoenix Mountain Range, located approximately 30 kilometers northwest of the coastal city base, is the largest expanse of pristine mountains surrounding the coastal metropolis. Its terrain is intricate, with towering ancient trees, home to a myriad of formidable magical beasts, and is the site of numerous dungeons. The entrance to the Dusk Forest dungeon lies within a secluded valley in the midsection of the Phoenix Mountain Range. After traversing the rugged mountain paths for over an hour, Suyu arrived at the valley, which once again presented a bustling scene. At the valley's mouth, a considerable number of adventurers had gathered, surpassing even the crowd at the entrance of the Zombie Nest dungeon. After all, the Dusk Forest is one of the most sought-after dungeons for adventurers at levels 20 to 25, drawing many from this power tier to challenge it. The air was filled with cries for team formations, shouts for equipment and materials, and discussions on experience sharing. Dusk Forest Nightmare level team, fully equipped. Just missing a skilled DPS over level 22. Don't bother coming if your gear isn't up to par. Selling fresh troll fangs and troll war clubs. Bulk prices available. Looking to purchase Shadow Troll's voodoo masks? Willing to pay. Damn. The difficulty of the mountain trolls is insane. They nearly shattered my shield. This dungeon is no joke. Suyu's gaze calmly swept over the bustling crowd, ultimately resting on the dungeon portal emanating a peculiar orange-red glow at the deepest part of the valley. Dungeon name, Dusk Forest. Recommended level, LV 20-25. Difficulty level, normal, hard, nightmare. Hell. Dungeon scale, medium. Required personnel, 10 to 110. Dungeon description, an ancient forest perpetually shrouded in orange-red twilight. Deep within the forest reside various troll subspecies. From cunning forest trolls and immensely strong mountain trolls to shadow trolls wielding primal shamanistic magic, as well as the legendary Troll King, who rules this forest. Trolls have tough skin and strong recovery abilities, adept at throwing and wielding crude weapons, posing a significant threat. Dungeon information matches the database. Suyu lingered not, preparing to enter. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen phenomenon occurred. Buzz. The dungeon portal, which had merely emitted an orange-red glow, suddenly began to tremble violently without warning, the space warping and flickering uncontrollably. Following this, an indescribable aura, filled with chaos, malice, destruction, and madness, surged forth from the portal as if the gates of hell had been flung wide open. The stench was so vile and terrifying that it seemed to taint the very air, twisting it, as the surrounding light dimmed instantly. Even the rocky ground at the valley's mouth began to manifest eerie, pulsating dark purple veins. The once orange-red portal, under the assault of the abyssal aura, rapidly changed color. Ultimately, it transformed into a heart-stopping, pitch-black hue reminiscent of the abyss itself. Chapter 48, Abyssal Infection. No, did he just enter? Concurrently, a cold, authoritative alert echoed throughout the valley like thunder. Warning, warning, intense abyssal energy fluctuations detected. Dungeon, Dusk Forest has been severely infected by abyssal power. Dungeon status changed. All internal entities have entered a state of abyssal transformation, significantly enhancing their power and amplifying their desire to attack. Dungeon difficulty forcibly elevated. Current dungeon difficulty has surpassed hell level, now classified as abyssal level. Special reminder, dying in an abyssal dungeon incurs the ultimate death penalty. Adventurer level reset to 0. All equipment lost, soul permanently damaged, and potential significantly weakened. All adventurers are advised to carefully assess the risks. Boom. As this terrifying system alert reverberated, particularly the last part, which emphasized the death penalty thrice, it echoed hauntingly in their minds. The once bustling valley fell into an oppressive silence. The faces of all adventurers turned ashen, their eyes filled with sheer terror. Abyssal infection? This is an abyssal infection. How could such a catastrophic event transpire? Damn. Thankfully, we didn't enter. Otherwise, we would have been in grave peril. That foul, malevolent aura is undeniably the essence of the abyss. It's over. The Dusk Forest has become a death trap. The crowd erupted into chaos. However, this time, it was not the previous clamor but instead filled with whispers of panic and despair. Abyssal infection. For any adventurer, this is undoubtedly a nightmarish existence. It signifies that the dungeon's difficulty will soar to an insurmountable level, far beyond hell. An abyssal difficulty dungeon is beyond the capabilities of any adventurer present. Even elite teams at level 30 must exercise extreme caution, particularly in light of the terrifying death penalty. Level reset. All equipment lost. Permanent soul damage. These three conditions, individually, are sufficient to drive any professional to utter despair. Together, they amount to a declaration of a dual demise, socially and physically, for a practitioner. It is akin to being cast from heavenly heights directly into the abyss, with no hope of redemption. Who would dare to attempt such a dungeon? Even a fool would promptly turn and flee, seeking to distance themselves as far as possible. In that moment, all professionals at the valley's mouth instinctively took several steps back, retreating from the ominous, pitch-black portal that exuded a foreboding aura, their eyes brimming with trepidation and dread. The once vibrant atmosphere of team formation and trading had dissipated, leaving only a suffocating silence and a sense of relief akin to surviving a catastrophe. Let's disperse. The Dusk Forest is off the table for today. Damn it. What a wasted trip. What bad luck. Let's make haste and leave this cursed place. The abyssal infection is no trifling matter. I recall there is a level 20 dungeon nearby. Shall we head there instead? Anywhere but here. I refuse to remain in this accursed spot. Many professionals had already begun their retreat, or were preparing to challenge other dungeons. The abyssal-level Dusk Forest had become a taboo in their minds. Yet, just as everyone was keen to distance themselves, a solitary figure emerged, akin to a lone boat rowing against the current, unwaveringly advancing towards the dark, terrifying abyssal portal. Under the astonished and bewildered gazes of the crowd, who regarded him as though he were mad, this figure was none other than Tsuyu. At that moment, his expression remained calm and indifferent, as though he had not heard the earlier warnings. Abyssal difficulty? Monstrous foes with augmented power? Death penalties? To Tsuyu, these ominous concepts were akin to the most exquisite blessings. Stronger monsters? Greater numbers? More ferocious bosses? Did that not imply more experience? More energy? Superior loot? As for the death penalty? Apologies, but for one who commands an infinite legion of undead and the damage transfer ability, death? What does that even mean? Can one consume it? Abyssal difficulty? Just what he desired. A cold chuckle echoed within Tsuyu's mind. He had been concerned that the hell-level challenge might not suffice to satiate his appetite for ascension. This was as if a pillow had arrived just as he felt drowsy. He could hardly ask for more. The abyssal difficulty would allow him to level up more rapidly and amass his army with greater speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Tsuyu directly activated the Dusk Forest dungeon invitation from his bag. However, this time, there was no need to select a difficulty. Abyssal was the only mandatory option. Under the gaze of hundreds of professionals at the valley's mouth, who looked upon him as if he were a prehistoric monster, Tsuyu's figure, like a moth drawn to flame, resolutely stepped into that portal radiating endless terror and the scent of death. His silhouette was instantly swallowed by the profound darkness. leaving behind a throng of petrified professionals who found themselves momentarily unable to comprehend the scene. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted among the crowd. What did I just witness? He entered. Someone has dared to enter the abyssal difficulty dungeon, and he did it alone? Has he lost his mind? Doesn't he fear the death penalty? What a lunatic. That kid is undoubtedly insane. Is there truly someone who disregards their life so callously? I've made up my mind. I'm staying right here to witness the outcome of this reckless fool. The result is all but certain. He will undoubtedly face the death penalty. As the professionals debated amongst themselves, they shared a common conclusion. A madman. Suyu was undeniably a madman. They could even foresee that it wouldn't be long before this audacious fool would encounter a severe death penalty. One far more torturous and agonizing than death itself. Many resolved to remain, waiting to watch the spectacle unfold. They were eager to see the fate that awaited this audacious challenger of the abyss's might. The thought of witnessing his level reset and equipment obliteration was thrilling. Chapter 49, The Undead Knight. The Iron Cavalry marches, leaving destruction in their wake. Welcome to the dungeon, Dusk Forest. Current dungeon difficulty, Abyssal. All monsters within have been transformed by the abyss, their powers significantly amplified. The number of monsters has increased. Elite and boss monsters will receive additional special abilities. Abyssal level death penalty. Death within the dungeon results in a complete level reset, total equipment loss, permanent soul damage, and a substantial reduction in potential. Note: only by completely defeating the dungeon boss can you clear the dungeon. Any form of exit midway will be considered death and will trigger the death penalty. Brave warrior who has entered the abyss, may your challenge be successful. Accompanied by the chilling notification sound, Suyu had entered the dusk forest. The scene before him shifted abruptly. What greeted his eyes was a bizarre forest enveloped in an impenetrable, dark purple mist. The sky bore a suffocating shade of crimson, as if viscous blood flowed slowly across the horizon. The entire atmosphere was steeped in oppression, danger, and foreboding. The abyssal infection was indeed as notorious as claimed. Suyu surveyed his surroundings, feeling the chaotic energy in the air that seemed capable of eroding one's very soul, yet his face remained tranquil. This environment would render ordinary professionals exceedingly uncomfortable, potentially even succumbing to the abyss's corrupting influence. However, for Suyu, who possessed formidable mental fortitude, it posed little more than a slight oppression. He did not act immediately, but instead observed his surroundings calmly while unleashing his vast mental power without reservation. Arise. Buzzing. In an instant, a dark vortex spread across the tainted forest floor like a plague, blooming forth. Over 6,000 skeletal soldiers, boasting a formidable level of LV-15 and enhanced by bone hardening, strength enhancement, and agility enhancement, emerged silently from the vortex, transforming the area around Suyu into a realm of bones. The chilling bone armor, sharp bone blades, and indomitable bone shields reflected a heart-stopping glimmer beneath the dark crimson sky. Then, with another flicker of Suyu's mind, buzz, 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 11 larger, deeper black magic circles, radiating the sense of sulfur and warfare, abruptly materialized before the skeletal army. Thud, 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 thud. The heavy, urgent sound of hoofs, imbued with a sense of destructive power, resonated intensely. In the next moment, 11 knights clad in bone armor, ablaze with ghostly blue flames, and riding undead warhorses with fiery crimson eyes, emerged from the magic circle, bringing with them an overwhelming aura of dread, akin to harbingers from the depths of hell. As they thundered forth with unmatched authority, upon their appearance, the surrounding chaotic abyssal energy seemed to be subdued, with base attributes soaring to 150 across the board, combined with the defensive prowess of knight's armor, the fervor of indomitable will, and the sharpness of the soul-piercing lance. They transformed into 11 moving fortresses of slaughter. The Death Knight, my ace. Suyu gazed upon the 11 formidable Death Knights ahead, feeling the terrifying power coursing through their beings, his heart brimming with confidence. Forward. The target lies deep within the forest. Suyu issued a concise command. Boom. The undead army surged forth like an unstoppable torrent. The 11 Death Knights serving as the absolute tip of this lethal spear, charging towards the depths of the forest shrouded in abyssal mist. Not far into the journey, from the distorted woods ahead came a series of heavy and frenzied roars. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled under the weighty footsteps. Dozens of towering figures, over 3 meters tall, their skin a dark green, muscles bulging, and faces grotesque and fierce, erupted from the forest, brandishing rough stone clubs or their massive fists, roaring fiercely. Their eyes glowed crimson, filled with chaos and a bloodthirsty light, clearly driven mad by the abyssal forces. Name: Forest Troll, Abyssal Frenzy. Level: LV-20. Skills: 1. Heavy Slam. Power increased by 150, attack inflicts, armor break, effect. 2. Barbaric Charge, Abyssal Enhancement, gains invulnerability during the charge, with doubled impact force. 3. Troll Regeneration, passive abyssal. Recovery speed significantly reduced, yet retains some resistance to non-lethal injuries. Description: a basic troll unit inhabiting the Dusk Forest, immensely strong with remarkable recovery abilities. Under the infection of the abyss, they have succumbed to madness. Their strength and desire to attack have surged, although their regenerative capabilities are suppressed. Their destructive power has increased exponentially. These LV-24 trolls are merely the foundational monsters of this dungeon. However, in their abyssal frenzy state, their strength has become utterly incomparable. If unleashed upon the outside world, these dozens of frenzied trolls would be capable of delivering a devastating blow to a well-equipped LV-25 team. Yet today, they face Suyu and his undead Calamity. The outcome has been predetermined from the very beginning. Perfect. You shall serve as a test for the might of the Death Knights. Suyu refrained from immediately ordering the skeleton army to encircle, instead transmitting his intent precisely to the 11 Death Knights at the forefront. Death Knight, Undead Charge. The moment the command was issued, roar. The crimson soul flames in the hollow eye sockets of the 11 Death Knights flared dramatically. The massive lances in their grasp were instantly enveloped in a deeper, colder, shadowy radiance, while the undead steeds beneath them surged forward, their hooves igniting with ghostly blue flames, producing a thunderous roar akin to a drum. After a brief moment of gathering power, whoosh, 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 11 bolts of pitch-black lightning tore through the air. They transformed into 11 indomitable arrows of death, moving at a speed nearly impossible to perceive, hurtling towards the roaring, frenzied forest trolls, colliding with unyielding ferocity. Undead Charge, the signature skill of the knights, possessing a devastating impact while granting immunity to certain control effects. Although the frenzied forest trolls have experienced a surge in power, their speed and reaction times remain relatively sluggish. Faced with this sudden, extreme death charge, they could not mount any effective defense or evasion. In the next moment, splatter, there was no earth-shattering collision. Only the sound reminiscent of blades piercing decayed wood, an incessant, teeth-grinding noise. The 11 Death Knights penetrated the solid line formed by the frenzied forest trolls as effortlessly as a hot iron slicing through butter. The enormous lances, shimmering with a chilling, soul-piercing glow, ignored the trolls' tough hides, piercing through their chests, heads, and abdomens with ease. The terrifying force erupted instantaneously. The trolls struck directly by the lances exploded in midair like shells, scattering into a shower of blood and flesh. Those merely caught in the wake of the charge were sent flying, bones shattering and sinews snapping, akin to tattered sacks, already lifeless before hitting the ground. In but a single charge, in a mere instant, in less than 2 seconds, the dozens of frenzied forest trolls, their strength comparable to LV-30 ordinary monsters, were all annihilated. The entire process was blindingly swift, violently overwhelming, utterly shocking. On the ground lay the remnants of the trolls, a chaotic array of corpses, while the 11 knights gradually halted their momentum, their lance tips still dripping with dark green blood, emanating an aura of unending cold and death. Hiss. Even Suyu himself was momentarily taken aback by the Death Knight's terrifying destructive power. Although he had long known of their strength, he had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. With just one charge, they had obliterated dozens of frenzied trolls of LV-30 caliber. Excellent. What splendid Death Knights. What a remarkable undead charge. Suyu's eyes sparkled with admiration, unable to contain his praise. The singular destructive capability was indeed far beyond that of the skeleton warriors. The skeletons excelled in numbers, defense, and versatility. In contrast, the Death Knights were the true daggers of the battlefield, the invincible vanguards that pierced through all defenses. The combination of the two would render his undead legion utterly unstoppable. Successfully killed LV-24's troll, Abyssal Frenzy, gained 800 experience points. 800 energy. Successfully killed LV-24's troll, Abyssal Frenzy, gained 800 experience points. 800 energy. Obtain material, Frenzied Troll Fong X1. Congratulations, host, your Death Knight energy is fully absorbed. Successful split. Congratulations, host, your Death Knight energy is fully absorbed. Successful split. Listening to the notifications of kills and gains echoing in his mind, Suyu smiled. This experience, this energy, the abyssal difficulty truly is a treasure trove. Onward. Obliterate all living beings. Suyu waved his hand, issuing the command. Boom. The undead army set forth once more. Their iron hooves were about to traverse this dusk forest tainted by the abyss. Chapter 50. The Battlefield Meat Grinder, a Relentless Advance. Meanwhile, at the city square, at the entrance to the novice dungeon. Today marked the 4th day post-awakening, with only 3 days remaining until the college entrance examination. Compared to the previous days, the number of students here had noticeably dwindled. After 3 days of effort, a small portion of the more gifted students had successfully raised their levels to the threshold of level 8, qualifying them for training in the wilderness, thus departing from this novice village. However, the majority of students remained behind. Some persisted alone, gritting their teeth, while others banded together in temporary teams, repeatedly entering the familiar, almost numbing dungeon entrance. A faint air of exhaustion and anxiety pervaded the atmosphere, as each individual silently burned themselves in pursuit of the seemingly unattainable level 8 threshold. Within the tents at the edge of the square, several principals remained stationed. They served not only as the last logistical support for the students, but also as overseers of their respective schools' overall progress and reporting. At this moment, they were gathered together, sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation. Principal Ji Ling of 3rd High School set down his teacup and inquired, "Old Zhao, how is the progress at your 2nd High this year? How many students have reached level 8? Principal Zhao Liqiang of 2nd High let out a wry smile and shook his head. Don't mention it. The few with good aptitude left yesterday. The rest will probably linger in the novice dungeon for another day or two. This year's cohort of students, overall, feels distinctly inferior to last year." Indeed. Principal Ma Hongji of 4th High echoed, sharing the sentiment. "Yesterday, I did a count, and we only have about 10 students who have reached level 8. And that includes those with some family resources to support them. For ordinary students, achieving level 8 in just 4 days is exceedingly difficult." As they chatted, the conversation naturally shifted to Su Yu and Luo Qingyan. Speaking of which, Old Gua, Zhao Liqiang directed his gaze towards the leisurely sipping Principal Gua Chunfeng of 1st High. "What is the status of your 2 prodigies, Luo Qingyan and Su Yu? Especially Luo Qingyan, with her talent and family background. She must have reached a high level by now, right?" Upon mentioning Luo Qingyan, Gua Chunfeng's smile brightened even further, though tempered with a hint of modesty. "Hee. That child Qingyan is indeed very diligent. Yesterday, someone from her family came to inform me that she has already reached level 12 by last night." Gasp. A chorus of astonished gasps filled the tent. Level 12. Has it only been a few days? This level far exceeds our expectations. They knew that even their most elite students were barely scratching the threshold of level 10. My heavens. Level 12. Zhao Liqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. As a top-tier rare profession, the Ice Mage, combined with the Luo family's full support, her leveling speed was nothing short of meteoric. How terrifying. Ji Ling also voiced his admiration sincerely. At this rate, reaching level 18 before the college entrance examination is indeed plausible. The chances of entering Yanqing University are quite significant. Envy was the only shared sentiment within the tent at that moment. Compared to Luo Qingyan's dazzlingly near-mythical progress, the performance of their own students seemed somewhat lackluster, casting a pall over the atmosphere. After a brief silence, Ma Hongji couldn't contain himself and asked again, "But what about Su Yu? That lad awakened the hidden class, Undead Lord, and given his astonishing performance in clearing dungeons, what level is he at now?" With this question, the gazes of the principals once more focused on Gua Chunfeng. His smile faltered slightly, revealing an imperceptible flicker of concern and doubt in his eyes. He raised his teacup, using the motion to mask his unease before slowly responding. "That boy Su Yu has been missing since he ventured into the wild area the day after he reported his safety. Yesterday, I specifically sent someone to check on his residence, and it was already empty. Since then, there has been no word, and the school has been unable to contact him." He paused, a subtle furrow forming on his brow. Logically, with his extraordinary talent and potential, his level shouldn't be too far behind Qingyan's. He might even surpass her. Yet, 2 days have passed with no news at all. I can't help but wonder how he is faring. Gua Chunfeng privately mused that while Su Yu was indeed a prodigy, he was still a newcomer. The complexities of the wild environment were fraught with dangers, not only from powerful monsters, but also from treachery among people. What if he encountered insurmountable troubles or faced unforeseen misfortune? As this thought crossed his mind, Gua Chunfeng tightened his grip on the teacup, unable to maintain his previous composure. "This simply won't do. After today, I must find a way to get in touch with that young man. I cannot allow this promising seedling to encounter any mishaps before the college entrance examination." Of course, beneath his worries, Gua Chunfeng was equally filled with curiosity. He longed to discover what level the miraculous boy had attained. Was it level 12? Level 13? Or had he possibly reached an astonishing height that would leave everyone in awe? Meanwhile, within the Twilight Forest dungeon, as they delved deeper, the forest tainted by the abyssal aura grew increasingly dark and eerie. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and blood, almost tangible, while the twisted trees loomed like clawing specters, and the ground was coated in a slick, dark purple moss. Amidst this desolate land, a far more terrifying and frigid torrent of death surged forward with an unstoppable force. Su Yu's expression was cold as he stood at the center, surrounded by the layers of the undead army. Following a period of relentless harvesting, the scale of his legion had expanded to a staggering degree. At this moment, the number of skeleton soldiers under his command had surpassed 7,000, reaching an astonishing 7,055. Simultaneously, the number of undead knights had also increased to 31. This power, within the abyssal Twilight Forest, was truly unstoppable. Whether faced with the level 20 Berserk Forest Troll or the cunning and swift level 21 Dark Spear Troll, wielding poisoned spears, any resistance appeared feeble against the inexhaustible tide of the undead, especially the 31 undead knights, who were akin to meat grinders on the battlefield. Each undead charge could easily tear through the troll lines, shattering dozens of trolls into a pulp. The passive effects of this soul piercer rendered the troll's proud toughness utterly meaningless. Chapter 51. The Soul-Piercing Lance, Soul Breaker. At this moment, Tsuyu had entered the core area of the Twilight Forest. Thud, thud, thud. Ahead, the ground shook violently with the heavy footsteps akin to a mountain collapsing. Soon after, a group of even larger, more imposing figures emerged upon the slightly elevated terrain ahead. They were a cluster of trolls, each towering over 4 meters, their physiques resembling small hills. Their skin was a hard gray-brown, reminiscent of rock, adorned with moss and rugged patterns, exuding explosive strength. The weapons they wielded were no longer crude stone clubs, but rather enormous totem poles or stout stone axes hewn from solid rock. Their eyes, though murky, emanated a primal and heavy aura. Each step they took seemed capable of triggering localized tremors. Name: Mountain Troll, Abyssal Berserk. Level: LV22. Skills: 1. Rock Throw, Abyssal Enhancement. Increases the power of thrown boulders by 200, with a stun effect. 2. Earth Tremor, Abyssal Enhancement. Increases the range and power of stomps, with slow and armor break effects. 3. Stone Skin, Passive Abyssal Enhancement. Increases physical defense by 150, with additional damage reduction against Earth-type physical attacks. 4. Fury Power, Passive, the lower the health, the higher the attack power. Description: a powerful troll dwelling in mountainous regions, renowned for its astonishing strength and defense. After Abyssal Berserk, they have grown even larger, with their strength and defense reaching terrifying levels, and the boulders they throw rival siege weaponry. They are exceedingly troublesome heavy units. There were a full 30 of these level 22 mountain trolls, and at the forefront of this group stood an even larger, terrifying entity, nearly 5 meters tall. Its rocky skin exudes a profound dark golden hue, seemingly imbued with a metallic luster. In its grasp is a colossal totemic pillar, meticulously carved from a single piece of obsidian, inscribed with ancient runes. Its gaze has transformed from murky to a fiery, earth-toned blaze, brimming with a sense of tyranny and dominion, radiating an even more formidable aura. Name: Mountain Troll Warlord, Elite Abyssal Frenzy. Level: LV23. Strength: 209. Constitution: 210. Agility: 189. Intelligence: 177. Skills: 1. Shattering Strike. Active, delivers a devastating blow with the totemic pillar, inflicting immense area-wide physical damage and applying the Shatter effect, significantly reducing the target's armor. 2. Summon Stone Spirits. Active, conjures several powerful LV20 rock elementals to aid in battle. 3. Rock Shield. Active, bestows a layer of rock shield that absorbs substantial damage upon itself or an allied unit. 4. Earthquake. Ultimate skill. Triggers a violent tremor causing continuous damage to a wide range of enemies, enforcing displacement and prolonged stun. Description: a formidable leader among the mountain trolls, possessing unparalleled strength and defense, as well as the ability to manipulate the earth and command its kin. Following its Abyssal Frenzy, its capabilities have undergone a qualitative leap, even mastering a potent ultimate skill. An elite-level creature at LV23, merely observing its attribute panel reveals that under the influence of the Abyss, it rivals the hellish boss in power. Not to mention the augmented skills that follow. The Mountain Troll Warlord before us possesses a truly astonishing combat power. Nevertheless, Tsuyu's expression remains unperturbed as he calmly issues commands. Undead Knights, breach the enemy lines, target the elite leader. Skeleton Legion, ensnare the flanks and eliminate the minions. Capture the leader first. Once the most troublesome foe is dealt with, the rest will be manageable. Roar. At the forefront of the Undead Legion, 31 Undead Knights instantaneously responded to their lord's call. The crimson soul flames in their hollow eye sockets surged dramatically, while the spectral steeds beneath them emitted silent neighs. Their hooves engulfed in blazing ethereal fire, scorching the dark purple moss underfoot to a sizzling crisp. Undead Charge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 31 bolts of black lightning, suffused with an essence of death and destruction, tore through the night sky in an instant, covering the distance of 100 meters. Their singular aim was the Mountain Troll Warlord at the heart of the troll formation. Roar. The Mountain Troll Warlord, perceiving the imminent threat, unleashed a furious and commanding roar. The surrounding mountain trolls immediately brandished their massive stone axes and totemic pillars, roaring as they attempted to intercept. A few trolls even lifted boulder-sized rocks from the ground, channeling all their strength to hurl them toward the charging undead knights amidst a howling wind. Boom, bang, bang. Those colossal stones, capable of flattening armored vehicles, crashed mercilessly against the bodies of the undead knights and their steeds. However, the knights in the charged state not only moved with unparalleled swiftness, but also possessed partial immunity to control and formidable impact resistance. The knight armor, enveloping their forms, provided terrifying defense. Most boulders were accurately deflected by the knight's lances, sent flying. Those few that struck only caused a momentary pause, exploding into a shower of stone fragments, utterly failing to halt their advance. In the blink of an eye, the Undead Knights had become an indomitable black scalpel, effortlessly tearing through the seemingly solid defensive line of the mountain trolls, plunging directly into the heart of the enemy. Their blades aimed directly at the mountain troll warlord. Roar! The mountain troll warlord remained composed under pressure, abruptly slamming the obsidian totem pillar into the ground. Rock shield. Summon stone spirits. Buzz. A dense, heavy layer of earth-toned rock shield instantaneously enveloped its massive form. Simultaneously, the ground around it convulsed violently, rapidly coalescing into several towering, hard rock elementals of LV-20, roaring as they charged toward the Undead Knights. Yet, all of this appeared futile before the 31 Knights' charge. They disregarded the incoming stone spirits, unleashing all their murderous intent and momentum against the mountain troll warlord encased in the rock shield. Thud! At the forefront, 3 Undead Knights collided head-on with the warlord, their lances, infused with the terrifying energy of undead charge and the sharpness of soul piercer, struck forcefully against the thick rock shield. Crack! A sound as crisp as shattering glass. That rock shield, capable of withstanding multiple heavy artillery strikes, crumbled in mere moments before the combined might of the 3 lances wielded by the Undead Knights. Immediately, more Undead Knights surged forth. Thud! 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 Countless massive lances, glimmering with a dark, cold light, plunged mercilessly into the mountain troll warlord's vast and hardened body. A horrifying event unfolded. The soul piercer passive effect activated. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ignoring defenses, inflicting soul damage. The skin and muscles of the mountain troll warlord, originally as tough as granite and significantly enhanced by the stone skin passive, were effortlessly torn asunder by the soul-piercing lances, as if they were mere tofu, leaving wounds deep enough to glimpse bone. Even more terrifying, waves of cold, malevolent energy, striking at its very soul, surged through the lances into its body, frantically tearing and extinguishing its soul fire. Chapter 52, The Final Boss, Lava Troll King. Ack! The mountain troll warlord emitted a heart-wrenching wail. This agony, stemming from the very essence of its soul, was 1,000 times more terrifying than any physical injury. Its immense form quivered violently, convulsing. It attempted to wield the totem pillar in retaliation, to unleash earthquake for control. Yet its body remained utterly unresponsive under the excruciating pain and the overwhelming force of the charge. The attacks from the Undead Knights rained down like the coldest storm of death, unceasing. Draw the lance. Strike again. Draw the lance. Strike again. Their movements were as swift as lightning, precise and lethal. Each thrust aimed at the warlord's vital points. Each thrust potentially triggering that dreadful, soul-piercing effect. Thud, thud, thud. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the numerous deep wounds on the mountain troll warlord, staining its dark, golden, rocky skin crimson. In mere seconds, this incredibly formidable mountain troll warlord, unable to mount any significant resistance, was reduced to a sieve beneath the relentless onslaught of the Undead Knights. Ugh! The final sound, filled with resentment and unwillingness, escaped from the throat of the mountain troll warlord. Its eyes, once ablaze with an earthy glow, swiftly dimmed, and its colossal body collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust, entirely devoid of life. Successfully vanquished the level 23 mountain troll lord, Elite Abyss, earning 3,000 experience points and 3,000 energy. Acquired materials: Lord's Rock Heart X1, high grade; Mountain Core Shard X3, high grade; Obsidian Totem Fragment X5, fine. Congratulations, host. Your Undead Knight's energy has been fully absorbed, successfully splitting. Current Undead Knight count, 32. Meanwhile, as the Undead Knights executed the Elite Lord with thunderous force, the battlefield on the opposite side had also reached a decisive conclusion. Suyu's gaze shifted towards the flank. There. The 30 ferocious and immensely powerful level 22 ordinary mountain trolls had utterly vanished. In their stead lay a battlefield reduced to ruins, and a legion of skeletal warriors with burning azure soul flames in their eye sockets. They resembled the coldest of meat grinders, having completely submerged the mountain trolls. This exemplifies the overwhelming numerical superiority of the Undead Sea. No matter how tough or powerful one may be, ultimately, in the face of the relentless and fearless tide of skeletons, one cannot escape the fate of being overwhelmed. Successfully slain a level 22 mountain troll, Abyss, earning 880 experience points and 880 energy. Successfully slain a level 22 mountain troll, Abyss, earning 880 experience points and 880 energy. Successfully slain a level 22 mountain troll, Abyss, earning 880 experience points and 880 energy. Acquired material: Rough Troll Skin X1. Congratulations, host. Your skeletal warrior's energy has been fully absorbed, successfully splitting. Congratulations, host. Your skeletal warrior's energy has been fully absorbed, successfully splitting. Listening to the notifications echoing in his mind, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. The Undead Knights were tasked with decapitation, while the sea of skeletons cleared the field. This combination proved remarkably efficient. After purging this area, the number of the undead army expanded once more. Suyu directed the undead army to continue advancing deeper into the forest. The phrase "a relentless push" encapsulates the current demeanor of the undead legion. Along the way, they encountered a greater variety of increasingly perilous abyssal frenzy trolls. There were those lurking in the shadows, wielding poison-boned spears, adept at ambushes, and casting slow curses. Known as shadow trolls. There were also shorter, yet formidable, shaman trolls, who wielded primal and ferocious fire or lightning shamanic sorcery. Regardless of the type of troll encountered, the outcome remained unchanged. In an instant, they were devoured by the undead army. Successfully slain a level 23 shadow troll, Abyss, earning 920 experience points and 920 energy. Successfully slain a level 24 shaman troll, Abyss, earning 960 experience points and 960 energy. Successfully slain a level 24 frenzied troll, Abyss, earning 960 experience points and 960 energy. Acquired material, Heart of Frenzy X1. Congratulations, host. Your skeletal warrior's energy has been fully absorbed, successfully splitting. Congratulations, host. Your undead knight's energy has been fully absorbed, successfully splitting. In a short span of time, Suyu's experience points began to surge rapidly. Simultaneously, the numbers within the undead legion were dividing swiftly. It was unclear how many trolls had been crushed or how many tainted woodlands they had traversed. At last, the dense dark purple mist ahead began to dissipate, revealing a clearer view. The undead army had arrived at the terminus of this abyssal twilight forest. Before Suyu now lay not the distorted trees and muddy terrain, but a relatively open expanse, nestled within a valley, brimming with the rugged and primal essence of a troll tribe. The tribe was substantial, constructed with massive logs and rough stones, forming rudimentary yet sturdy stone houses and wooden shelters. Surrounding the tribe stood towering totem poles crafted from the bones of colossal beasts and twisted wood, adorned with vibrant and eerie paints, ablaze with ghostly green flames, exuding a savage and malevolent aura. Within the tribe, one could glimpse countless troll figures moving about. There were ordinary forest trolls, robust mountain trolls, cunning shadow trolls, irascible frenzied trolls, and even a few chaos shamans performing bizarre dances before an altar. Various types of trolls congregated here, forming a mixed troll legion. This was evidently the core of the entire Twilight Forest troll power, the final stronghold of the trolls. At the very heart of the tribe lay an expansive plaza paved with volcanic rock. In the center of the plaza stood a colossal throne constructed from the skulls of immense beasts and burning lava. Upon this throne sat a figure of overwhelming size, brimming with an aura of destructive power. Its stature exceeded that of an ordinary mountain troll by more than double, towering nearly 6 meters tall. Its skin resembled cooled volcanic lava, a dark red hue marked by cracked patterns, with a magma-like glow slowly coursing through the fissures. Its head was massive and grotesque, filled with lava-like fangs, and its eyes burned like 2 molten cores, harboring endless brutality and the will to annihilate. Clad in heavy armor forged from volcanic obsidian and the hide of some unknown colossal beast, it bore a massive double-handed battle axe that seemed to be composed of solidified volcanic magma, merely sitting there. A terrifying heat capable of melting steel and an unmatched oppressive force swept over the entire tribe like a tsunami, distorting the surrounding air. Undoubtedly, it was the undisputed ruler of this forest, the final boss of the dungeon, the Lava Troll King. Chapter 53, Undead Cataclysm, the Frenzied Sea of Skeletons. Name, Lava Troll King, Boss Abyssal Enhanced. Level, LV 25. Strength, 419. Constitution, 438. Agility, 342. Spirit, 320. Skills, 1. Lava Skin, Passive Abyssal Enhancement, Extremely High Physical Defense. Immunity to most fire damage, causing continuous burn damage to nearby enemies, with an astonishing life recovery rate. 2. Flame Cleave, Active Abyssal Enhancement wielding the lava axe for a devastating cleave, dealing immense fire physical hybrid damage, and applying the Molten Armor effect, significantly reducing the target's physical defense. 3. Lava Throw, Active Abyssal Enhancement, hurling massive burning rocks, causing widespread explosive fire damage and leaving a continuously burning lava area on the ground. 4. Earthly Roar, Active Abyssal Enhancement emitting a soul-stirring roar that inflicts sonic damage on a wide range of enemies, applying fear and stun effects, rendering them disoriented or immobile. 5. Totem Summon, Active Abyssal Enhancement summoning several powerful troll war totems on the battlefield, providing surrounding allied troll units with significant boosts to attack power, attack speed, and lifesteal. 6. Heart of Molten Fire, Ultimate Skill Abyssal Enhancement activated when health drops below 30, briefly entering an invincible state, followed by detonating the molten heart within, unleashing a devastating fire shockwave over a vast area, permanently enhancing its attack power, but causing continuous health loss. Description: the ruler of the Twilight Forest. A colossal troll king born from the embrace of lava and abyssal flames. Its might is sufficient to rend the earth asunder. and its lava battle axe can incinerate all in its path. Empowered and corrupted by the forces of the abyss, it has grown increasingly tyrannical and formidable, emerging as the undisputed harbinger of destruction within this woodland. Any who dare to challenge its sovereign existence shall be utterly crushed beneath the weight of lava and axe. Terrifying, potent, dominant. These attributes and skills far surpass those of the previously brutal undead emperor. Truly, it is a level 25 abyssal boss. Coupled with the trolls of the tribe, this perilous landscape would send any elite squad fleeing in trepidation. Yet, there was no trace of retreat on Suyu's countenance. Instead, a glimmer of avarice crossed his face. Indeed, it was avarice. In Suyu's eyes, this entire tribe appeared as a mountain of gold, an inexhaustible reservoir of experience and energy awaiting his harvest. Splendid, most splendid, standing at the heart of the undead army. He faced the terrifying pressure emanating from the lava troll king, his black locks dancing without wind. He raised the staff of withering in his hand, activating the frenzy skill instantaneously. Buzz. A crimson radiance descended abruptly. The thick and sanguine energy of frenzy surged forth like a bursting dam, engulfing the entire legion of the undead. Under the influence of the frenzy skill, both skeleton soldiers and undead knights experienced an instantaneous transformation. The soul flames in their eye sockets morphed into a bloodthirsty red. Crack, crack. Their forms swelled slightly as their bones creaked under the strain. The three core attributes, strength, agility, and constitution, soared by 30, while attack speed surged by 50 and movement speed by 30. An intensely pure, destructive, and reckless bloodlust erupted from this legion of undead, almost tearing apart the dark red sky above. In the next moment, Suyu pointed forward, issuing a command. Flatten it. These three cold and indifferent words, imbued with a certain magical power that rendered speech into action, ignited the slaughtering will of the entire undead army. Subsequently, they charged toward the troll tribe. Roar. The lava troll king at the center of the tribe sensed the anomaly and let out a furious and frenzied roar. In the next instant, all the trolls seemed to have received a command, brandishing their weapons and roaring as they surged forth from the tribe. Simultaneously, Suyu adjusted his commands in response to the battlefield dynamics. Undead knights. Target the lava troll king. Skeleton legion. Fan out. Exterminate the tribe. Kill. With the orders given, the formation shifted immediately. Leading the charge were the undead knights, whose speed reached its zenith in their frenzied state. As they raced forward, they resembled black blood arrows released from a bow, hurtling toward the prominent target, the lava troll king in the center of the square. Meanwhile, over 8,000 frenzied skeleton soldiers dispersed rapidly to the sides, forming a vast fan-shaped assault formation that enveloped the entire entrance of the tribe. Then, like an unleashed torrent of crimson, they surged into the trolls within the tribe, initiating indiscriminate slaughter. Boom. Rumble. The entire troll tribe was instantaneously swept into a maelstrom of blood and fire. The battlefield split into two segments. One segment was the tribe's periphery. A blood-red tide formed by over 8,000 frenzied skeleton soldiers clashed with various types of trolls. Swoosh, swoosh, crack, boom. In their frenzied state, the skeleton soldiers achieved an astonishing height in both attack power and speed. Their bone blades swung with the swiftness of lightning, each strike accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Suddenly, boom, a dull thud resonated. A skeleton soldier's bone blade, while cleaving a frenzied troll, erupted with a surge of even greater power. This triggered the heavy strike, passive. The instantaneous burst of 150 physical damage was unleashed. With a crack, the massive arm bone of the frenzied troll was severed cleanly by this strike. Following suit, similar dull thuds echoed throughout the battlefield in a chain reaction. Boom, boom, boom. Skeleton soldiers continuously triggered the heavy strike, passive. Although the 10 trigger rate may not have seemed high, the sheer number of skeletons was overwhelmingly large. With over 8,000 skeletons unleashing frenzied attacks simultaneously, hundreds of heavy strikes were triggered each second. This significantly enhanced the overall explosiveness of the skeleton horde, making their efficiency in dispatching these trolls truly astounding. The skeleton army surged forth like a swarm of locusts, unstoppable, laying waste to everything in their path. Within mere seconds, the outer region of the troll tribe had transformed into a hellish landscape. Rivers of blood flowed, and corpses lay strewn about. The cries of the dying and the sound of shattering bones echoed relentlessly. And this is the might of the skeleton horde. Successfully killed LV-22 Hill Troll, Abyss. Gained 880 experience points. 880 energy. Successfully killed LV-23 Shadow Troll, Abyss. Gained 920 experience points. 920 energy. Successfully killed LV-24 Frenzied Troll, Abyss. Gained 960 experience points. 960 energy. Congratulations, host. Your skeleton soldiers have absorbed enough energy to successfully split. Congratulations, host. Your skeleton soldiers have absorbed enough energy to successfully split. Chapter 54. The Abyss of the Undead, Absolute Binding. Defeating the Boss. Meanwhile, in the central square of the tribe, the undead knights charged rapidly toward the Lava Troll King. Sensing the frenzied aura emanating from the undead knights, even the Lava Troll King did not dare to underestimate them. Roar! It let out a furious roar towards the heavens. Lava skin activated. In the next moment, the massive form of the Lava Troll King trembled violently. The cracked patterns on its dark red skin glowed instantly, forming a layer of visible lava armor exuding terrifying heat. Simultaneously, it opened its cavernous mouth and unleashed a soul-shaking, terrifying roar. Earth roar. Buzz. An invisible sound wave spread like a tsunami, attempting to instill fear or dread in the undead knights. However, undead beings are innately immune to mental negative states. What would have thrown a living profession into chaos only caused the undead knights to momentarily hesitate in their charge, failing to impede their advance. One failure led the Lava Troll King to promptly alter its strategy. Lava throw. It seized a burning, basin-sized volcanic rock from the ground with its colossal arm and hurled it with cataclysmic force towards the foremost undead knights. Whoosh! The burning boulder streaked through the air like a meteor. Yet, the undead knights in their frenzied state reacted with astonishing speed. Whoosh! 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 The leading undead knights executed evasive maneuvers almost simultaneously, slipping aside like phantoms. The flaming boulder grazed past their armor, crashing into the ground in the distance, erupting into a massive conflagration of flames and lava. The charge continued unabated. In the blink of an eye, the Death Knight had surged forth to confront the Lava Troll King. With a thunderous roar, the Lava Troll King unleashed a ferocious bellow. Wielding a massive battle axe engulfed in blazing flames, its terrifying might capable of cleaving mountains as it swung down upon the nearest Death Knight. Yet, at this critical juncture, a frigid voice echoed from afar, "Abyss of the Undead." In the next moment, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. Beneath the Lava Troll King's feet, the solid ground of the volcanic rock plaza suddenly and violently collapsed, tearing apart without warning. Following this, a gaping chasm, exceeding 30 meters in diameter and seemingly bottomless, emerged, swirling with boundless dark energy and the anguished wails of countless spectral arms. This was the manifestation of Su Yu's new skill, Abyss of the Undead. Designate an area, forcibly rending the earth to summon an endless abyss from the realm of the deceased. The abyss will ceaselessly consume all foes within its vicinity, inflicting persistent shadow damage while imposing powerful binding and tugging effects, severely restricting their mobility and freedom of action. Caught off guard by this sudden development, the Lava Troll King was unable to react in time. Its immense form lost balance and plummeted uncontrollably into the dark abyss. Abyss of the Undead. A formidable area control skill, not only dealt continuous shadow damage, but also wielded the horrific effects of binding and tugging. With a resounding thud, half of the Lava Troll King's colossal body was engulfed by the abyss. Countless spectral arms, composed purely of dark energy, coiled around it like maggots, grasping its limbs and body with ferocious intensity, relentlessly pulling it downward. This overwhelming binding force not only immobilized its movements, but also hindered its ability to exert strength. Although, as a level 25 Abyss boss, the Lava Troll King's might could potentially break free after a few seconds. For the Death Knights, that was more than sufficient. Now is the moment. Unleash the full might of the Death Knights. Su Yu's command rang out like a death knell, roaring in unison. The Death Knights seized this golden opportunity. They aimed their lances at the Lava Troll King, trapped within the abyss and temporarily bereft of resistance. Without a hint of compassion or hesitation, a multitude of massive lances, shimmering with the cold light of soul-piercing, rained down upon the Lava Troll King's body with relentless fury. Triggering soul-piercing, they disregarded defenses and inflicted soul damage. The dark red lava skin was repeatedly torn asunder, while its hardened bones were forcibly penetrated. The Lava Troll King howled in anguish, struggling frantically to escape the clutches of the Abyss of the Undead, attempting to swing its axe in retaliation. Yet all was in vain. Although the binding and tugging effects of the Abyss were waning, they still held firm, stifling its movements. Meanwhile, the output of the Death Knights resembled an unrelenting storm of death, with hundreds of lances striking down upon it every second. In mere moments, as the duration of the Abyss of the Undead came to an end and the terrifying chasm began to close, the Lava Troll King, now resembling a honeycomb from the relentless assault, collapsed to the ground like a rag doll. The flames in its eyes were extinguished, leaving behind an abyss of emptiness and silence. This level 25 Abyss Superboss did not even have the chance to unleash its ultimate ability, Heart of the Magma, before being obliterated by Su Yu's exquisite skill execution and the Death Knight's devastating burst damage. Successfully defeated the level 25 Lava Troll King, Boss Abyss, earning 8,000 experience points, 8,000 energy. Acquired materials: Heart of the Lava Troll King X1, Rare, Burning Obsidian Totem X1, High Grade, Embers of Abyssal Fire X10, High Grade. Congratulations, host. Your Death Knight energy has been fully absorbed and successfully split. Hearing the notifications reverberate in his mind, Su Yu nodded in satisfaction. Truly, as an Abyss-level boss. It had granted a staggering 8,000 experience points and energy. Meanwhile, the battle at the outskirts of the tribe had also reached its conclusion. After the last rampaging troll was torn apart by skeletal warriors, the entire troll tribe had transformed into a mountain of corpses, with not a single soul remaining alive. Only more than 8,000 skeleton warriors, their eye sockets ablaze with eerie blue soul flames. And over 60 menacing death knights stood like silent sentinels amidst the desolate ruins of death. Thus, the Abyss-level Twilight Forest was flawlessly cleared. Chapter 55, Clearing the Abyss. Rewards doubled. At that moment, the entire dungeon space began to tremble violently. The ominous crimson sky above, seemingly unable to withstand an overwhelming pressure, began to manifest numerous intricate cracks, resembling a shattered mirror. The suffocating dark purple mist enveloping the forest swiftly dissipated, the chaotic, frenzied, and tainted aura of the abyss receding like a tide, allowing the previously distorted environment to gradually revert to its twilight visage. Though still dilapidated, it was no longer malevolent. Simultaneously, a cold and grand voice resonated throughout the dungeon. Congratulations, player Suyu. You have successfully cleared the Abyss-level dungeon Twilight Forest. Total clearing duration, 2 hours and 11 minutes. Completion evaluation detected that the player cleared the dungeon alone, overcoming the severe corruption of the abyssal power. Your performance has far exceeded the SSS level evaluation limit. Based on your extraordinary performance, the rewards for this completion will receive a special upgrade. Congratulations. You have obtained a completion reward, Golden Level Dungeon Treasure Chest. A Golden Level Treasure Chest. Upon hearing this final reward notification, even Suyu, with his usual composure, could not suppress his exhilaration. Originally a silver-level treasure chest, it had been elevated to golden level. Golden level, indeed. That represented a significant tier above silver level. Its value was immeasurably greater than that of a silver-level chest. It appeared that this venture into the abyssal difficulty had been a prudent gamble. Riches lay in peril. Although the abyss-level dungeon posed a formidable challenge, the rewards for clearing it were equally substantial. At that moment, a dazzling golden light descended from the heavens. A massive treasure chest, crafted entirely from gold, floated gracefully at the spot where the lava troll king had dissolved. Name, Dungeon Treasure Chest, Twilight Forest Abyss. Quality, Golden Level. Description, a super special reward generated due to the challengers surpassing their limits to clear the Abyss-level Twilight Forest. It is certain to contain precious treasures of immeasurable worth. A Golden Level Treasure Chest. Suyu gazed at the chest before him, his heart racing with anticipation. His most formidable equipment at present was merely the recently acquired Golden Level Withering Staff. Should he manage to obtain another piece of Golden Level armor or accessory, his prowess would undoubtedly surge to unprecedented heights. Without further hesitation, Suyu promptly approached and placed his hand upon the golden treasure chest. Open! A resounding hum reverberated through the air as blinding golden light erupted forth. Successfully opened the Golden Level Dungeon Treasure Chest. Congratulations! You have obtained card, Lava Troll King, Golden Level. Congratulations! You have obtained Lava Robe, Golden Level. Congratulations! You have obtained Blazing Battle Axe, Golden Level. Congratulations! You have obtained Giant Strength Pills, Golden Level, X5. Congratulations! You have obtained Invitation to the Dusk Forest Dungeon. Goodness gracious! Such opulence! Gazing at the lavishly extravagant list of rewards, even Suyu, who had experienced numerous treasure openings, could not stifle a gasp of astonishment. The golden treasure chest had indeed exceeded his expectations. His attention first gravitated toward the card, shimmering with resplendent golden light. The card felt warm to the touch, akin to grasping a smoldering rock, its face emblazoned with a striking image of the Lava Troll King, brandishing the lava battle axe, radiating an aura of immense power. The edges of the card were adorned with intricate and potent golden flame runes. Card, Lava Troll King. Quality, Golden Level. Type, Monster Card Material Card. Description, an exceedingly rare card containing the core and complete essence of the power of the LV-25 Lava Troll King, Abyss Enhanced. It can be activated through special means to unleash its energy, offering an array of immensely powerful applications. Uses 1. Equipment enchantment. Can bestow power of the Lava Monarch. Significantly enhances strength, constitution, and fire resistance, or flame conflagration. Attack has a chance to inflict substantial area flame splash damage, and other top-tier effects on weapons or armor. Effects are random and contingent upon equipment quality, with golden level enchantments yielding the best results. 2. Forging material. Serves as a core primary material, with a chance to forge powerful golden level or even higher quality equipment, inheriting some power of the Lava Troll King. 3. Alchemical material. Can be used to concoct top-tier firepower potions or strategic alchemical items. A golden level boss card. Moreover, an Abyss enhanced version. The value of such an item transcends mere dragon coins, compared to the previous Brutal Corpse Emperor card. This golden level Lava Troll King card boasts not only a higher level, but also a significantly enhanced essence of power. If put up for auction at the Dragon Kingdom exchange, it would likely fetch a staggering price in the millions. A fiery light flickered in Suyu's eyes as he cautiously stowed this priceless golden card into his backpack. This item was not to be sold just yet. He needed to thoroughly explore how to maximize its value. Suppressing his excitement, Suyu turned his gaze to the second reward. This was a magnificent robe crafted from a special fabric adorned with dark red lava patterns. Its edges embellished with burning flame runes, and a few obsidian plates covering the shoulders and collar, exuding powerful waves of fire elemental energy. Name: Lava Robe. Quality: Golden Level. Type: Body Armor Robe. Attributes: Spirit 60, Constitution 40, Fire Resistance 100, Physical Defense 150, Magical Defense 200. Special Effect 1, Lava Shield. Active skill instantly conjures a lava shield around the body that absorbs damage equivalent to 50 of the caster's maximum health, lasting for 1 minute. Cooldown: 40 minutes. Special Effect 2, Heart of Magma. Passive when receiving lethal damage, has a certain chance, low, to trigger the Heart of Magma effect, rendering the caster immune to that damage and instantly restoring 20 of maximum health and spirit. This effect can trigger a maximum of once every 4 hours. Description: a formidable robe woven from the core fire energy of the Lava Troll King and the essence of the Earth's molten lava, providing unparalleled fire resistance and formidable protective capabilities, even containing a trace of indomitable magma will. Golden level equipment. And it is a robe. Suyu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he examined the attributes of the lava robe. With a spirit of 60, it surpassed his silver-level Wraith robe by a remarkable 35 points. Its fire resistance of 100 would allow him to virtually ignore most fire damage. Coupled with its physical and magical defenses, the lava robe already eclipsed the Wraith robe in attributes alone. Not to mention it boasted 2 special traits: Lava Shield, which could generate a protective shield, ensuring safety, and Heart of Magma, which could prove invaluable in moments of imminent peril. These 2 traits represented a lifeline for fragile magic users. Truly, it was golden-level equipment. Suyu nodded in satisfaction, unhesitatingly replacing his Wraith robe with the radiant Lava robe. As a warm and powerful surge of energy coursed through him, Suyu's attributes experienced yet another enhancement. Chapter 56. Has he gone mad? Did he truly clear the Abyss dungeon? Next, Suyu's gaze shifted to the third reward. It was a colossal battle axe engulfed in flames, its surface marred by cracks reminiscent of cooled lava. Name: Blazing Battle Axe. Quality: Golden Level. Type: Two-handed weapon battle axe. Attributes: Strength 70, Attack Power 500, Fire Damage 80. Armor Penetration 10. Special Effect 1, Fiery Cleave. Passive: each attack has a 15 chance to trigger, inflicting an additional 200 fire damage to the target and applying a burn effect. Special Effect 2, Power of Lava. Passive: the higher the holder's strength, the greater the base attack power and fire damage of the battle axe. For every 100 points of strength, base attack power increases by 10, and fire damage increases by 5. With a cap. Description: a terrifying battle axe infused with the frenzied fire power of the Lava Troll King, each strike capable of shattering foes and incinerating all. It resonates with the wielder's strength, unleashing even greater might. A golden-level battle axe. Its attributes were explosive, accompanied by 2 formidable special effects. Suyu regarded the imposing weapon with awe. Although he was a magic-based class and could not wield it, he could easily imagine the dreams of mightier physical warriors who would covet such a weapon. If this axe were listed in the exchange, it would undoubtedly command at least $1 million in price. Contentedly, Suyu secured it within his backpack. He then turned his gaze to the final reward. It consisted of 5 pills radiating a gentle golden glow, resembling rubies. Name: Giant Strength Pills. Quality: Golden Level. Type: Consumable Potion. Effect: upon consumption, temporarily increases strength attribute by 50 points for the next 2 minutes, with no significant side effects after the effect wears off. Description: a top-tier strength-enhancing potion crafted from a blend of various essences and rare materials, capable of bestowing divine power upon the user in a short span of time. The Golden Grade Strength Enhancement Potion. Lasting for 2 minutes, it directly boosts strength by 50 points, and it comes without any side effects. For those who pursue the pinnacle of explosive power, this elixir is akin to a dream come true. In a critical moment, consuming one can elevate combat prowess to an entirely new echelon, rendering it immensely valuable. Indeed, while it may not serve me greatly, whether for selling or for potential use by future melee undead units, it remains an exceptional treasure. Suyu carefully stowed it away. After tallying all the rewards from the golden treasure chest, he felt as if he were about to ascend into the heavens. A golden grade boss card, a golden grade robe, a golden grade potion. The bounty from this endeavor was simply overflowing, enough to make any practitioner green with envy. The Abyss difficulty had indeed lived up to his expectations. With rewards growing at a geometric rate, it was time to depart. After organizing all his spoils, Suyu gazed at the increasingly ethereal dungeon space and took a deep breath. This expedition into the Twilight Forest had yielded tremendous gains, not only in leveling up but also in expanding the scale of his undead legion, with his power experiencing a comprehensive and terrifying enhancement. A flash of white light enveloped him as he was teleported out of the Twilight Forest. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Twilight Forest dungeon, the valley was bustling with practitioners. Over 2 hours had passed since Suyu entered the dungeon, and rather than dispersing, the crowd only grew denser. Those who initially intended to leave lingered, drawn by the news of someone attempting to solo the Abyss dungeon, eager to witness the spectacle. Some even arrived specifically to watch the unfolding drama. The atmosphere in the valley had shifted from the previous clamor of trade to a cacophony of whispered discussions and unabashed mockery, charged with a tense and morbid excitement. Hey, I say, that kid has been inside for so long without a peep. He must have been torn to shreds by the trolls in the abyss, a burly warrior remarked, arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips. Absolutely, chimed in a diminutive rogue, his eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Abyss difficulty, level reset, gear all gone, soul damage, TSK. Just thinking about it makes me giddy. Let him show off. Let him be oblivious to his demise. I bet he's regretting it terribly right now. He's probably curled up in some corner, waiting to be forcibly teleported out. A mage-like woman stifled a laugh behind her hand, adding, I wonder if he'll even retain his human form or just emerge as a pile of mush. Ha ha ha. He might even experience complete soul annihilation. With no chance of escape, the crowd erupted into bouts of laughter. Their disdain and contempt for Su Yu's earlier bravado were palpable. In their eyes, his choice of abyss difficulty epitomized foolishness and arrogance, a textbook example of self-destruction. They remained there not in anticipation of miracles, but purely to witness his folly firsthand. To see the arrogant youth endure the most brutal of fates. Imagining Su Yu's despair at losing his level, his gear, and perhaps even his soul, many wore twisted, gleeful grins. It seemed to offer a perverse thrill to these ordinary practitioners struggling at the bottom. Where do you suppose his gear will drop? That robe and staff looked to be of decent quality. If only I could snag something. Some began to entertain thoughts of claiming Su Yu's belongings, their eyes glinting with greed. Come on, anything that drops from abyss difficulty might be cursed. Who would dare take it? Exactly. Let us just sit back and enjoy the show, waiting to see how that prodigy falls. Time passed in this atmosphere thick with malicious speculation and eager anticipation, each second stretching into eternity. Everyone had resigned themselves to the belief that Su Yu was doomed, merely awaiting the final judgment. However, just as their patience began to wear thin, and some even contemplated leaving out of boredom, an unexpected change occurred. The pitch-black abyssal portal, exuding an aura of boundless evil and chaos, trembled violently. Suddenly, the oppressive darkness began to dissipate, yielding to a hint of orange-red light. The original radiance of the Twilight Forest, breaking through the inky backdrop like the dawn's early light. The abyssal force was retreating. This sudden transformation silenced all mockery and discussion at the valley's entrance. All eyes, as if drawn by an invisible thread, fixated on the portal undergoing this dramatic metamorphosis. The deep blackness receded at a visibly perceptible pace as the orange twilight surged back into dominance. The suffocating aura of the abyss melted away like snow in the sun, replaced by the Twilight Forest's slightly oppressive yet no longer malevolent atmosphere. The dungeon portal had returned to normal. The abyssal taint had vanished, restored. The Twilight Forest dungeon had reverted to its former state. Why was this happening? Could it be that the time had expired, causing the abyssal force to dissipate automatically? Someone attempted to rationalize this phenomenon, but was quickly rebutted. Impossible. Once abyssal corruption takes hold, how could it vanish so swiftly? The only explanation, the only one that seemed feasible, was so absurd that the one who uttered it trembled, their voice faltering, unable to continue. Yet, everyone understood the unspoken implication. Clearing the dungeon. Only by completing the abyss-level dungeon could one purify the abyssal force. Could it be that Kid actually cleared it? This thought spread through their minds like a terrifying plague, leaving them cold and shivering. No, it couldn't be. That kid looked like a total novice. There was no way he possessed the strength to conquer the abyss dungeon. Moreover, he was attempting a solo run. Impossible. It could not be that boy. Chapter 57, Stupefied. The fool was I all along. Yet, as if to confirm their most dreaded suspicion, the portal, now shimmering with orange-red twilight, erupted once more in a gentle, white light, signifying successful completion. Under the gaze of hundreds filled with shock, fear, and utter disbelief, a tall, composed figure emerged step by step from the portal. It was none other than Su Yu. He had emerged, and in the manner of clearing the dungeon. Silence. A grave silence akin to a tomb. All prior mockery, all derision, all certainty, all malice seemed so pale and laughable in this moment. The faces of those who had anticipated a spectacle morphed through a vivid palette of emotions, from shock to astonishment, from astonishment to horror, ultimately dissolving into blankness and stupor. It was as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, rendering even the act of breathing a challenge. Was it true that the fool was I all along? They mocked and reveled in schadenfreude for an entire afternoon, only to find that not only had he survived, but he had also achieved a miraculous feat they could scarcely fathom, a solo completion of the abyss-level Twilight Forest. This was no mere slap in the face. It was akin to pressing their faces into the ground and rubbing them mercilessly until they were bloodied and bruised, their very souls trembling in horror. Astonishing. An unparalleled shock. The crowd fell utterly silent, staring blankly at Suyu, a tumult of awe, fear, and even admiration churning within them. In that moment, they realized that Suyu was far from a novice. He was a formidable figure, a powerhouse capable of conquering the abyss dungeon alone. Suyu, however, maintained his serene demeanor. He calmly stepped out of the light portal, feeling the surge of power coursing through him once more. Abyss level? Merely a trifle. Ignoring the stunned onlookers, he proceeded directly to a relatively spacious rocky area at the edge of the valley, where he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. He needed to wait for the 2-hour cooldown of the Twilight Forest dungeon to elapse. It was a pity that the abyss state had faded. Suyu felt a tinge of regret. The restoration of the dungeon to normalcy meant that the forthcoming challenges would be significantly less daunting, and correspondingly, the efficiency of experience and energy acquisition would diminish. He calmed his mind, channeling the principles of meditation to swiftly recover the mental energy expended during the recent battle and spell casting, while also checking his personal panel. Name: Suyu. Occupation: Undead Sovereign. Level: LV 15, 6855 010 0000. Talent: Infinite Division SSS Grade. Strength: 89.8. Agility: 88.10. Vitality: 88.50. Mentality: 100-145. Equipment: Withering Staff, Golden Grade. Lava Robe, Golden Grade. Corpse King's Leggings, Bronze Grade. Heart of the Undead, Special, Ghost Face Ring, Black Iron Grade. Skills: 1. Summon Skeleton Soldier. 2. Summon Undead Knight. 3. Soul Burn. 4. Damage Transfer, Passive. 5. Demoness Hand. 6. Frenzy. 7. Undead Abyss. Current Undead Space, Infinite. Current Skeleton Soldier Count, 8,496. Current Undead Knight Count, 64. He required over 30,000 experience points to reach LV 16. As Suyu surveyed the experience bar, he estimated that the next venture into the Twilight Forest would likely facilitate his upgrade. A satisfied expression crossed his face as he glanced at the vast number of undead soldiers. 8,496 LV, 15 super skeletons, and 64 LV, 15 annihilating undead knights. This formidable power was already quite terrifying. Not to mention the Twilight Forest, even a level 30 dungeon could be swept aside. Had it not been for the lack of experience points, Suyu would have long since ventured into higher level dungeons. Time quietly passed, as Suyu remained absorbed in meditation and planning. Meanwhile, those professionals at the dungeon's entrance, gradually recovering from their profound shock, began to regard Suyu with transformed gazes. The previous disdain, mockery, and schadenfreude had vanished, replaced by deep reverence and a desire for camaraderie. They were not fools. A person capable of soloing an abyss-level dungeon, regardless of the methods employed or background, had already proven their prowess beyond doubt. This youth before them was undoubtedly a pillar of strength. Establishing a favorable relationship with such an entity, even if merely for familiarity, could potentially alter the destinies of these ordinary professionals struggling at the bottom. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation and observation, some could no longer contain themselves and cautiously approached Suyu's vicinity. "Hello, esteemed powerhouse," began a seemingly honest shield warrior, summoning all his courage to be the first to speak, a fawning yet anxious smile adorning his face. "You are truly exceptional. What we just witnessed was an eye-opener." Suyu did not even lift his eyelids, continuing his meditation as if he hadn't heard. The shield warrior, rebuffed, could only awkwardly smile and retreat to the side. Soon after, several others, undeterred, approached again. "Esteemed powerhouse, I am the vice captain of the Swift Mercenary Corps. We just acquired some ogre materials. Would you be interested?" "Great one. I am an alchemist. Do you require potions? I have some here." "Senior, care to team up? I have ample healing resources. Please take me along." A sweet-looking female priest blinked her eyes, attempting to employ her charm. Various attempts at conversation, flattery, and overtures of goodwill surrounded Suyu like flies buzzing incessantly. Though his eyes remained closed, his formidable mental acuity allowed him to perceive everything around him. He had grown weary of the sycophantic faces that oscillated between subservience and arrogance. His heart remained unperturbed, even tinged with annoyance. All he desired was to quietly await the cooldown's conclusion, to continue grinding for experience. Teaming up? It would only hinder his efficiency. He had no interest in even opening his eyes to respond, instead immersing himself deeper into his meditative realm. However, Suyu's indifference and disregard did not deter everyone from lingering. Some, emboldened by their own perceived strength and connections, persisted in their efforts to draw his attention. The clamor began to intrude upon Suyu's meditative state. Ultimately, he found himself with no choice but to exert a subtle thought. Buzz, buzz. Two massive, profound black magic circles, even more formidable than those summoned for skeleton soldiers, silently materialized beside him. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sound of hooves echoed. Two undead knights, clad in menacing black armor, their eye sockets ablaze with crimson soul fire and wielding enormous lances, emerged from the magic circles like harbingers of death returning from the abyss. They stood silently at Su Yu's side, resembling two impenetrable iron deities, their frigid gazes sweeping over the surrounding professionals, the terrifying pressure akin to two mountains, crushing down upon everyone's hearts. In that instant, no one dared to approach Su Yu any closer. Those who had previously harbored hopes of ingratiating themselves were now blanching in fear, retreating hastily. In an instant, a true vacuum was established around Su Yu, extending 20 meters in radius. The world had finally quieted. A barely perceptible smile graced Su Yu's lips as he once again closed his eyes, resuming his meditation. The two formidable undead knights remained like the most loyal guardians, silently watching over him, their icy gazes enough to freeze any ill-intentioned prying. Chapter 58, The Bewildered Principal. You're level 17? In the dead of night, shrouded in darkness, Su Yu returned to the inn, wearied. He took a deep breath before summoning his panel. Name, Su Yu. Occupation, Undead Sovereign. Level, LV 17, 7253, 018, 0000. Talent, Infinite Division, SSS Grade. Strength, 94.8. Agility, 93.10. Constitution, 93.50. Mentality, 110-145. Equipment, Withering Staff, Golden Grade. Lava Robe, Golden Grade. Emperor's Leggings, Bronze Grade. Heart of the Undead, Special. Demon Mask Ring, Black Iron Grade. Skills, 1. Summon Skeleton Soldier, 2. Summon Undead Knight, 3. Soul Burn, 4. Damage Transfer, Passive, 5. Demoness Hand, 6. Frenzy, 7. Abyss of the Undead. Current Undead Space, Infinite. Today, aside from the Abyss encounter, Su Yu has successfully cleared the Twilight Forest 4 times, ultimately elevating his level to 17. Remarkably, merely 4 days post-awakening, Su Yu has already attained level 17. This rate of advancement defies description, leaving any knowledgeable observer utterly astounded and questioning their very existence. In terms of levels, it can be said without exaggeration that he has eclipsed the 999 fresh graduates nationwide, even those prodigies hailing from esteemed families, endowed with the finest resources and awakened to formidable, rare professions, are likely still grappling at levels 14 or 15. Furthermore, his fundamental attributes have surged dramatically with each level gained. This status panel hardly resembles that of a novice at level 17. One could convincingly argue he is akin to a level 25 professional. Subsequently, Su Yu inspected the state of his undead army. Skeleton Soldier. Level, LV 17. Race, Undead. Strength, 117-20. Agility, 117-20. Constitution, 117-20. Mentality, 117. Traits, 1. Immune to various abnormal states. 2. Bone Hardening. 3. Strength Enhancement. 4. Agility Enhancement. Skills, Heavy Strike, Passive. Current number, 10, 355. Undead Knight. Level, LV 17. Race, Undead Knight. Strength, 170. Agility, 170. Constitution, 170. Mentality, 170. Traits, 1. Immune to various abnormal states. 2. Knight Armor, Passive, 3. Indomitable Will, Passive, 4. Centaur Fusion. Skills, 1. Undead Charge, Active, 2. Soul Piercer, Passive. Current number, 108. The number of skeleton soldiers has officially surpassed 10,000. Their level has also ascended to LV 17 in tandem with Su Yu, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Moreover, the count of undead knights has triumphantly exceeded 100, reaching a total of 108. Their 4-dimensional attributes have astonishingly achieved 170 points. It is almost unimaginable. Should the undead knights collectively unleash Undead Charge, the devastation would be cataclysmic. In summary, the collective strength of the Undead Legion has risen to a new echelon. Indeed. Su Yu nodded in satisfaction, closing the panel. At this moment, he genuinely felt a sense of confidence in establishing a foothold in this perilous world. Just then, his phone, resting on the bedside, began to vibrate, displaying a familiar name, Guo Chunfeng. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. Over the past few days, in his fervent pursuit of leveling up, he had kept his phone on silent, or even turned off, leading to the conclusion that the old principal had been unable to reach him and was now somewhat anxious. He casually picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Almost instantaneously upon the call connecting, a robust, nearly roaring voice erupted from the receiver. Su Yu, where on earth have you been these past few days? Huh, I couldn't get through on the phone, and you haven't replied to any messages. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? What if something happened to you out in the wild? You cough, my apologies, principal. Su Yu hastily interrupted the principal's tirade, calmly explaining, I've been focusing on leveling up in the wild these past few days, the signal has been poor. And my phone often ran out of battery, so I didn't notice your calls. His excuse was unassailable, leaving Guo Chunfeng momentarily at a loss for words. Only able to grunt heavily in frustration, suppressing his ire as he softened his tone, still laden with concern and a hint of urgency. All right. As long as you're safe. So how are things going now? Is leveling up going smoothly? What level are you at? This was the question of utmost importance to Guo Chunfeng. He was eager to ascertain just how much this prodigious student had grown after nearly 3 days of seclusion in the wild. Suyu replied, maintaining his calm demeanor as if discussing a trivial matter. Well, it's going quite smoothly. I've just reached level 17. Bang! Almost instantaneously upon Suyu finishing his statement, a loud crash echoed from the other end, followed by a crackling sound, and the call was abruptly terminated. Suyu, he raised his phone, bemusedly arching an eyebrow. The principal's capacity for handling surprises certainly needed improvement. Nevertheless, Suyu did not set down the phone, confident that the principal would soon attempt to contact him again. As expected, mere seconds later, the urgent ringtone resonated anew, once again from Guo Chunfeng. Suyu answered the call again. This time, there were no shouts nor urgent inquiries from the other end, only an eerie silence. After a prolonged silence of over 10 seconds, Guo Chunfeng's voice, trembling with disbelief, finally broke through. Suyu, what did you just say? What level are you at? Level 17, principal. Once again, silence enveloped the line. Yet this time, it was not a dead silence, but rather a heavy, almost terrifying breathing echoed through the receiver. Ha ha ha. The sound resembled an old bellows gasping for breath. Suyu could vividly imagine the astonished expression on the usually dignified and composed principal, who remained unfazed even in the face of calamity. In truth, Suyu had accurately surmised the situation. At this moment, Guo Chunfeng was indeed utterly flabbergasted by this revelation. 17 levels. By the heavens. Are you certain you're not joking? Guo Chunfeng felt his heart racing, overwhelmed with an uncontainable surge of joy. How many days had it been? Suyu's level had already soared to 17. This was simply unfathomable. It was nothing short of a miracle. The pace of this advancement shattered Guo Chunfeng's decades-long understanding of how professionals evolve, the heights that ordinary students might take weeks to achieve. Suyu accomplished within 4 days. Even the top prodigies among rare professions, like Luo Qingyan, who had the full backing of her family, had only just managed to break through to LV14. But Suyu, he shot straight to level 17, surpassing Luo Qingyan by a full 3 levels. A 3-level gap. After level 10, the disparity between levels becomes an immense chasm, requiring a vast amount of experience to bridge. Is this reasonable? This is utterly unreasonable. However, Suyu truly accomplished it. Simultaneously, Guo Chunfeng suddenly became aware of a more pivotal issue. Yanqing University, level 18, an unwavering threshold for admission. And now, Suyu's level was merely a step away from this benchmark, just 1 level short. What does this signify? It means that Suyu is almost guaranteed to meet the admission standards of Yanqing University. That is Yanqing University, the most prestigious institution in the entire Dragon Country, the ultimate sanctuary that countless students yearn for. For how many years has this small third-tier city of Binhai not produced a student capable of stepping through the gates of Yanqing University? And now, at last, there's hope. Suyu possesses the potential to challenge that highest institution. Chapter 59, Level 20, Return to School Assembly. Guo Chunfeng forcibly suppressed the tumultuous waves of emotion within, striving to make his voice sound calm as he solemnly declared, Good. Level 17. Remarkably well. He repeated the word good thrice, his tone imbued with an indescribable excitement and gratification. Suyu, the purpose of my call today, aside from confirming your safety, is to inform you of the most crucial matter. The National College Entrance Examination is merely 3 days away. The school's arrangement is that on the afternoon of the 3rd day, at 2 p.m., we will gather at the school. I will personally lead the team, and we will take a special vehicle to Jiangzhou, the provincial capital, to participate in this year's national examination. Every year, the college entrance examination in Dragon Country is conducted in the provincial capital. Thus, Binhai No. 1 High School annually leads its students to the capital for this pivotal event. Suyu listened quietly, committing the key points to memory. The most crucial part was when Guo Chunfeng's voice suddenly intensified. In these remaining 2.5 days, you must elevate your level to 18. Level 18. This is the rigid standard for admission to Yanqing University, and the only credential for you to secure your entry ticket. Only by reaching level 18 will you be qualified to truly vie for that highest sanctum in the hearts of all students. Guo Chunfeng emphasized this with fervor, fearing Suyu might underestimate the significance of this final level. In his view, given Suyu's unfathomable rate of progression, it was undoubtedly feasible for him to achieve 1 more level in just over 2 days. Yet, he could not help but reiterate, anxious that the boy might become complacent due to his previous successes. After all, this was a matter of great importance concerning the reputation of Binhai No. 1 High School. A pivotal highlight in Guo Chunfeng's illustrious career as principal. It absolutely could not afford to falter. listening to Guichunfeng's earnest admonitions and repeated emphasis. A peculiar glint flickered in Su Yu's eyes. He hung up the phone, slowly shaking his head. Level 18? Yanqing University? Such a trivial aspiration. The principal's vision remains too limited. For others, Yanqing University might represent an insurmountable mountain, the ultimate goal of a lifetime. But for Su Yu, Yanqing University was merely an inconspicuous little hill on the path to greater heights. His singular ambition from the outset was clear, to strive for the national top scholar. He not only aimed to reach level 18, but also intended to exert every effort in this final stretch, aspiring to elevate his level to a point where he could overshadow all competitors, a height that would astonish the entire Dragon Country. In the last 2.5 days, Su Yu transformed into a relentless leveling machine devoid of emotion. The Dusk Forest dungeon became his exclusive training ground. By day, he descended like the Grim Reaper, leading his ever-expanding legion of the undead into the forest resonating with the roars of trolls, navigating the hellish difficulty as if it were commonplace. Wherever the skeletal army trod, not a blade of grass remained, leaving only a carpet of experience and energy in their wake. By night, he returned to the Wildfire Lodge at the Shijiao base for rest and meditation. Thus, the cycle continued, monotonous yet exceedingly efficient. Time slipped by quietly. Before long, it was the morning of the last day before the college entrance examination, the day for all examinees to return to school for assembly. As the portal to the Dusk Forest dungeon illuminated once more with a soft white light, Su Yu emerged. He exhaled a long breath imbued with the scent of sulfur and forest, feeling an exhaustion that resonated from the depths of his soul, yet accompanied by an unprecedented sense of strength and fulfillment. He opened his status panel. Name: Su Yu. Occupation: Lord of the Undead. Level: LV 21-875-030-0000. Talent: Infinite Division SSS level. Strength: 109.8. Agility: 108.10. Vitality: 108.50. Mentality: 125-145. Equipment: Withering Staff, Golden level. Lava Robe, Golden level. Undead Emperor's Leggings, Bronze level. Heart of the Undead, Special, Ghostly Mask Ring, Black Iron level. Skills: 1. Summon Skeleton Soldiers. 2. Summon Undead Knights. 3. Soul Burn. 4. Damage Transfer, Passive. 5. Demon's Grasp. 6. Frenzy. 7. Abyss of the Undead. Current Undead Space, Infinite. Current Skeleton Soldier Count, 15,974. Current Undead Knight Count, 246. After days of frenzied effort, his level had finally ascended to 20. Simultaneously, the scale of his undead army had experienced an epic expansion. The number of skeleton soldiers approached 16,000. The count of undead knights reached an impressive 246. This power was sufficient to sweep through various lower-tier dungeons. Finally, at level 20, Su Yu glanced at his formidable attributes and muttered to himself, although he still fell short of the higher levels he had envisioned. Achieving level 20 in such a brief span was already enough to grant him the absolute strength and confidence to strive for the title of National Top Scholar. He took out his phone, noting the time, 1:40 p.m. Not good. He was running late. Without hesitation, Su Yu immediately set off, hastening towards Binhai No. 1 High School. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Binhai No. 1 High School, contrary to its usual tranquility, the area was now teeming with life. As hundreds of young professionals clad in various gear congregated, their faces a mixture of excitement, anxiety, and trepidation. They were the graduates of Binhai No. 1 High School, returning for assembly today in preparation for tomorrow's life-altering National College entrance examination. The atmosphere was fervent yet tinged with a sense of oppression. Alas, the exam is tomorrow. I wonder if I can manage to secure a spot at a decent second-tier university. Indeed, I just reached level 8. I suppose I'll only be able to attend a vocational college. You're better off than me. I'm stuck at level 7, unable to progress. It's driving me mad. Ha ha ha. I've already reached level 11. I'm confident I can aim for at least a second-tier university. Hey, I've made it to level 12. My goal is simple. I must secure a spot at a first-tier university. Among the crowd, most students wore expressions of uncertainty about the future and anxiety regarding their own capabilities. After all, the competition in the college entrance examination was fierce, and their levels and strengths determined the limits of their futures. Certainly, there are a few exceptionally gifted students whose higher levels radiate confidence as they engage in discussions about their prospective universities, dreaming of a splendid future. Central to nearly all conversations inevitably lie two names, as luminous as comets, Luo Qingyan and the more enigmatic, legendary Su Yu. What level do you suppose Luo, the school beauty, is at now? She is a rare ice mage, surely quite advanced, right? I heard she reached level 14 just 3 days ago. Now she must be at least level 16. Don't you think? She should have no trouble aiming for the top universities. And what about Su Yu? The one who awakened the hidden class of the undead sovereign. What level could he possibly be at? Who knows? With a hidden class and his talents, he is shrouded in mystery. I would wager he must be at least level 16, perhaps even higher. Really? Level 16? That's rather extraordinary. Wouldn't that guarantee him a spot in a prestigious university? The students buzzed with excitement, their curiosity piqued. Filled with envy and speculation about these two prominent figures in the school, Luo Qingyan's prowess was widely acknowledged, while Suyu donned a veil of mystery, becoming a legendary figure in his own right. Chapter 60. The eve of the college entrance examination, the amethyst star. At this moment, before the school gates, a crystal, the size of a fist and radiating a noble dark purple hue, floated gently, emanating a soft glow. This was the amethyst star, one of the masterpieces of alchemy from the Dragon Kingdom, specifically designed for verifying and registering the information of candidates prior to the entrance examination. It could accurately read students' identities, professions, and levels, uploading the information in real time to the official database. Currently, returning students queued to undergo the scanning process of the amethyst star. Each time a student passed through, the crystal would emit a faint glow, followed by a cold, crisp electronic announcement. Name, Shueshun. Profession, assassin. Level, LV10. Name, Fan Yongrui. Profession, warrior. Level, LV11. Name, Shishanshan. Profession, summoner. Level, LV9. The announcements resonated, drawing either envious or sympathetic glances from surrounding students. The stark display of levels served as a naked measure of one's worth at that moment. Not far away, Principal Guo Chunfeng, along with several key school officials, stood with arms folded, their expressions grave as they listened intently to each announcement, their emotions fluctuating with every level reported. Name, Shi Juanja. Profession, archer. Level, LV12. Ah, splendid. Young Jia has always been diligent, a level 12. He should be well within the line for the first-tier universities, Guo Chunfeng mused, a flicker of satisfaction gracing his features. Name, Lu Xiaobang. Profession, chef. Level, LV3. Guo Chunfeng's lips twitched, shaking his head in resignation. Upgrading in a life profession is inherently slow. It seems this child hasn't devoted all his attention to improvement. Perhaps he should consider seeking employment at a better restaurant. Name, Wang Tao. Profession, mighty warrior. Level, LV13. Oh, this lad is impressive. Level 13. Higher than I anticipated. He has a chance at a prestigious university, exclaimed a vice principal beside him. Guo Chunfeng also displayed an approving smile, his gaze brimming with encouragement. As time ticked away, most students had completed their information registration. The results varied, with an overall impression slightly less favorable than the previous year, yet still acceptable. However, Guo Chunfeng's heart remained unsettled, growing increasingly anxious as time passed. For the two individuals he awaited most eagerly, Luo Qingyan and Su Yu, had yet to make an appearance. Given her talents and the resources of the Luo family, reaching level 16 or 17 should pose no significant challenge for her, right? As long as she maintains her composure, she would undoubtedly possess the potential to aim for the top universities in the Dragon Kingdom. And Su Yu, the mere thought of him reminded Guo Chunfeng of their recent conversation, where the young man had nonchalantly recounted the profound shock he experienced upon reaching level 17. Now, over 2 days had elapsed. What level had Su Yu attained? Had he possibly reached level 18? This was the burning question in Guo Chunfeng's mind, one he yearned to have answered. Oh, Su, please do not let me down, he silently prayed, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, just as he anxiously awaited. A sudden wave of gasps and commotion surged through the crowd. There, a figure as breathtakingly cold and beautiful as an ice mountain snow lotus commenced her approach. Dressed in white, her demeanor ethereal, she seemed like a celestial being descending from the heavens. It was none other than Luo Qingyan. Her arrival infused a dazzling diamond into the otherwise anxious and mundane student body, instantly captivating all eyes. It's the school beauty. She's here. Wow, she's so beautiful. After a few days, she seems even more aloof, yet stronger. Quick look. I wonder what level Luo Qingyan is at now. She must be high. Of course. She's an ice mage. I heard just 3 days ago she was at level 14. She has to be at level 15 or even 16 by now. Countless students excitedly speculated, their eyes filled with awe, envy, and boundless curiosity about her prowess. Luo Qingyan, already considered a goddess at Banhai No. 1 High School, had her presence elevate the atmosphere to a crescendo amidst the throng's rapt attention. Luo Qingyan's exquisitely beautiful face remained serene and composed as she approached the school gate to undergo the scanning by the amethyst star. Buzz. The amethyst star blazed magnificently. In the next moment, the cold electronic announcement resonated clearly throughout the entrance. Name, Luo Qingyan. Profession, ice mage, rare. Level, LV18. Boom. It was as if the entire world came to a standstill at that moment. Level 18. When those 3 words thundered above the school gate, everyone felt as though they had been struck by a petrifying spell, their minds blank. Time seemed to freeze for a full 3 seconds. Following this, an eruption of excitement and chatter exploded throughout the entrance of Banhai No. 1 High School. Wow, level 18? Did I hear that correctly? It's truly level 18? Goodness, the school beauty is astonishing, achieving level 18. How on earth did she manage that? It's settled. Even if she doesn't make it to Yinjing University, she can choose from any other prestigious institution. A miracle. This is undoubtedly a miracle. How many years has it been since our school produced a graduate capable of reaching Yinjing University's scoreline? Luo Qingyan has accomplished it. She has made history. Goddess. Our eternal goddess. Luo Qingyan, you are the everlasting pride of Binhai No. 1 High School. The students erupted into sheer frenzy. Their cheers and applause resounding in waves. The gazes directed at Luo Qingyan transformed from mere admiration and envy to a profound reverence and adoration. Even those who had previously taken pride in achieving levels 13 or 14 now bowed their heads in shame, overwhelmed by a sense of inadequacy. In the radiant glow of Luo Qingyan's brilliance, their accomplishments appeared as insignificant as fireflies competing with the resplendent moon. Guo Chuanfeng, along with several school leaders, was so overwhelmed with excitement that he trembled all over. His face flushed crimson, and his hands clenched tightly together. 18 levels. Excellent. Splendid. Guo Chuanfeng's heart surged with elation. With Luo Qingyan, the prodigy who had achieved the score required for Yin University, their school, Binhai No. 1 High School, would undoubtedly make a significant mark in this year's college entrance examination results across the province. Future educational funding and resources would certainly be heavily skewed in their favor. It was all worth it. Every moment had been worthwhile. Just as the entire school entrance basked in the joy and astonishment brought by Luo Qingyan, a somewhat hurried figure pushed through the crowd and briskly walked to the school gate. It was Su Yu, who had just returned from the dungeon. Chapter 61, Level 20. Shocking the crowd. Su Yu, you rascal, you finally arrived. The keen-eyed Guo Chuanfeng was the first to notice Su Yu's arrival. Almost instantly, the old principal could no longer contain his excitement. He stepped forward and grasped Su Yu's arm, his expression a blend of concern and barely concealed urgency. Do you see what time it is? I thought you wouldn't make it. Guo Chuanfeng's voice lowered slightly, tinged with a hint of reproach, but more so with a sense of relief. Su Yu offered a slightly apologetic smile. Sorry, principal, I was delayed on the way. Enough, enough. The important thing is that you're here. Guo Chuanfeng was not in the mood to dwell on the reasons for the delay. His gaze was fixed on Su Yu, brimming with unutterable anticipation, urging him, don't just stand there. Hurry up. Go and pass the test of the Amethyst Star for information verification and registration. Su Yu's arrival was akin to pouring a ladle of cold water into a boiling pot of oil, instantly silencing the raucous scene stirred by Luo Qingyan reaching level 18. Whoosh. Almost simultaneously, every pair of eyes in attendance, be they students or teachers, including the recently celebrated Luo Qingyan, was drawn towards Su Yu. The atmosphere shifted, becoming subtle yet tense. It was him, the one who had created miracles since the moment of awakening, a formidable entity who had cleared the dungeon during the novice phase. At last, he had made his appearance. So what level had he achieved now? This question loomed like a colossal mystery, seizing the hearts of everyone present. Was he, as speculated, at level 16 or 17? Or had he, like Luo Qingyan, successfully surpassed the threshold of level 18? Could it even be higher? Among the crowd, Luo Qingyan's icy gaze fell upon Su Yu, her ice-blue eyes revealing a flicker of exceedingly complex emotion. Just days prior, witnessing Su Yu repeatedly soloing the hell-level dungeon at the entrance of the zombie nest had utterly shattered her pride, making her acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm between them. In the past few days, she had exerted herself to the utmost, with the aid of her elite family team, almost sleeplessly grinding to barely elevate her level to 18 at the last moment. She had thought this was her limit, an elevation unattainable by ordinary individuals. But what about Su Yu, that prodigious entity who had left her far behind from the outset? What level could he possibly be? Level 18, 19, or even higher? Luo Qingyan felt her heartbeat inexplicably accelerate. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Su Yu's expression remained calm and indifferent, as if everything surrounding him was of no consequence. He nodded at Guo Chuanfeng, then took measured steps towards the hovering Amethyst Star. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to Su Yu, fixated on the dark purple crystal that was about to reveal the final mystery. Tap. Su Yu's footsteps halted beneath the crystal. Buzz. The Amethyst Star erupted with a dazzling brilliance, its radiance so intense that it nearly transformed the entire school entrance into a dreamlike purple haze. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. It's here. It's coming. The cold, emotionless electronic announcement rang clearly in everyone's ears. Name, Su Yu, profession, Undead Lord, level, 20. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the space, as if the entire world had been muted. At the entrance of Binhai No. 1 High School, thousands of students, teachers, and school leaders froze in place at that final number, as if collectively ensnared by an incantation that halted time. Every movement, every expression crystallized in that instant, suspended. Every individual maintained their previous posture, some gazing upward, some straining to listen, some whispering to one another, but without exception, Their faces bore the same expression of astonishment. It was as if they had witnessed the descent of a miracle. Their pupils dilated to the point of losing focus, mouths agape in disbelief, their minds blank. As though all cognitive functions had collapsed in an instant. What had they just heard? 20. Suyu's level had actually reached 20. Wow. The suffocating silence shattered completely. In its place surged a cacophony of exclamations and discussions, akin to a torrential flood. Level 20. I can't be hearing this wrong. Can I? Can someone tell me if the machine is malfunctioning? How could the amethyst star possibly be broken? Suyu's level is truly 20. My goodness. In just 7 days, he reached level 20. Is this truly within human capability? Good grief. This is utterly outrageous. Could hidden professions truly be this abnormal? Not just abnormal. If I'm not mistaken, Suyu might have just shattered the highest pre-exam record in Dragon Country. Goodness. This is simply monstrous. Compared to Suyu, I might as well find a piece of tofu to end it all. Take me with you. I want to hang myself with a noodle. Level 20. Surpassing Luo Qingyan's 18 by 2 levels. What a staggering disparity. The students erupted into a frenzy. Their gazes towards Suyu were filled with shock, reverence, and even a hint of fear. This level had entirely transcended their comprehension, rendering them as if they were facing an enigmatic being cloaked in youthful guise. Meanwhile, Guo Chuanfeng was utterly dumbfounded. He stood there, dazed, his murky old eyes brimming with incredulous astonishment. Level 20? It was indeed level 20. He had not anticipated such monumental joy from Suyu. Not 18, but a staggering 20. This surprise was monumental. So immense that he felt his aging heart might not withstand it. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions. Yet his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Good heavens, he murmured, gazing at Suyu, his voice hoarse, eyes filled with indescribable excitement and pride. Our Benhai no. One high school is truly about to produce a real dragon. On the other side of the crowd, Luo Qingyan, the once celebrated prodigy who had just sparked a commotion with her achievement of level 18, now stood completely stunned. Her eternally frozen, exquisite visage, once vibrant, now bore an ashen pallor, devoid of life. The stunning azure orbs, reminiscent of the purest sapphires, had lost all their luster. Level 20. This figure was etched into her heart like a brand. In that moment, she comprehended that the youth she had once regarded as a rival, one she had even looked down upon, had decisively left her behind, ascending to a height she might never reach. At least not in the near future. At this very instant, the entrance of Benhai No. 1 High School was enveloped in a prolonged fervor, ignited by Suyu's extraordinary level. Chapter 62. Departure to the Provincial Examination Site. Suyu's terrifying level 20 was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, creating unceasing ripples at the school gate. The students erupted as if a kettle had boiled over, their gazes towards him filled with disbelief and fervent admiration, as murmurs and gasps echoed in a relentless chorus. Ultimately, it was only through the combined efforts of Principal Guo Chunfeng and several school officials that the situation was brought under control, calming the students' exuberance. Under the guidance of the teachers, all students who had completed their registration began to board the luxury buses that awaited them at the roadside, organized by class. These buses had been specially chartered by the school to transport all candidates from Benhai No. 1 High School to the provincial examination venue in Jiangzhou City. The distance from Benhai City to Jiangzhou City was approximately 270 kilometers, requiring a 4-hour journey. Suyu, swept along with the throng, boarded one of the buses. He intended to find a quiet spot towards the back, but as the undeniable focal point of the school, he was instantly ensnared by countless gazes upon entering. Suyu, the Great One, please sit here. Brother Yu, would you like some water? Su God, Great One, could I have your autograph? The enthusiastic greetings surged forth like a tidal wave. The brilliance of his level 20 was simply too dazzling. In the eyes of these ordinary students, Suyu had transcended the realm of peers, becoming a figure of infinite potential, a veritable giant to be revered, establishing a rapport with such a promising future powerhouse. Even if just through a few exchanged words, was a privilege they cherished, perhaps even a boastful capital for the future. Many students who had previously cast aspersions or mocked Suyu now displayed a remarkable change of heart, eagerly approaching him in an attempt to ingratiate themselves and become familiar faces. Faced with this sudden adulation, Suyu felt an irksome impatience. He disliked such meaningless socializing and abhorred being treated like a spectacle. He casually chose a window seat, offering only a polite nod to those who attempted to engage him, then turned his attention away. Eventually, growing weary of the incessant chatter, he simply closed his eyes, leaning back in his seat, adopting a posture that signaled, I am asleep. Do not disturb. This indifferent demeanor finally prompted the overly enthusiastic students to retreat somewhat, yet the hushed discussions about him within the bus continued unabated. Unfazed by their murmurs, Suyu delved deep into his consciousness, assessing his own capabilities. He once again summoned his attribute panel. Name, Suyu. Class, Necromancer. Level, LV 21875-025-0000. Talent, Infinite Division, SSS level. Strength, 109.8. Agility, 108.10. Vitality, 108.50. Mental power, 125, 145. Equipment, withering staff, golden, lava robe, golden, corpse king leggings, bronze. Heart of the Undead, special, ghost mask ring, black iron. Skills, 1. Summon skeleton soldier, 2. Summon undead knight, 3. Soul burn, 4. Damage transfer, passive, 5. Demonic hand, 6. Frenzy, 7. Abyss of the Undead. Level 20. Suyu regarded this level with silent approval, even when considering the entirety of Long Country. This level was sufficient to stand head and shoulders above the rest. In terms of fundamental attributes, owing to the terrifying growth of his hidden class and the enhancement from Gift of the Undead, both his strength and agility were nearing 120, with vitality surpassing 150, while his core mental attribute amassed an astonishing total of 270 points. Such a formidable panel could rival even a level 25 mage. Next, he retrieved the data on his Legion of Undead. Skeleton Soldier. Level, LV20. Race, Undead. Strength, 135-20. Agility, 135-20. Vitality, 135-20. Mental power, 135. Traits, 1. Immune to various abnormal states, 2. Bone hardening, 3. Strength enhancement, 4. Agility enhancement. Skills, 1. Heavy strike. Passive, each attack has a 10 chance to trigger a powerful strike, dealing 150 physical damage. 2. Block. Passive, when attacked, has a 10 chance to trigger a block, reducing damage taken by 50. Current skeleton soldier count, 15, 974. Undead Knight. Level, LV20. Race, Undead Knight. Strength, 200. Agility, 200. Vitality, 200. Mental power, 200. Traits, 1. Immune to various abnormal states, 2. Knight's armor, passive, 3. Indomitable spirit, passive, 4. Centaur integration. Skills, 1. Undead charge. Active, after a brief build-up, launches a devastating charge forward, inflicting massive physical damage on enemies in its path and knocking them back, immune to some control effects during the charge. 2. Soul-piercing lance. Passive. Attacks have a certain chance to ignore part of the target's defense and inflict soul damage. 3. War tread. Active. The Undead Knight leaps high and forcefully stomps a designated area, dealing area physical damage to all enemies near the landing point and applying a shockwave effect that temporarily reduces their movement speed. Current Undead Knight count, 246. With the ascension to level 20, both Suyu's skeleton soldiers and undead knights had acquired new skills. The skeleton soldier's block was a passive skill that reduced damage with a 10 chance upon receiving attacks, significantly enhancing their resilience. Meanwhile, the undead knight's new skill, War Tread, possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Just envision the devastation should over 200 undead knights unleash this skill simultaneously. No beast would likely withstand such an onslaught. With the current count of skeleton soldiers reaching 15,974, alongside 246 undead knights, the combat prowess of Suyu's undead legion was formidable enough to face the challenges of the upcoming examination. Suyu calmly assessed his battle strength, his confidence regarding the examination growing ever more robust. The title of national champion was within his grasp. Just then, a system notification echoed within his mind. Ding. Notification. Host level has reached LV20, and you have received the LV20 upgrade gift pack. Would you like to open it immediately? The upgrade gift pack. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Suyu's heart raced with excitement. Previous upgrade packs had bestowed upon him transformative enhancements each time. What magnificent rewards could the LV20 pack possibly hold? The thought was almost too exhilarating to fathom. However, he forcibly suppressed the urge to open the gift pack at once. A quick glance around the bus revealed that while the students had momentarily ceased their scrutiny, many still cast curious glances in his direction. Suyu's brow furrowed slightly. No, this setting is too public. Should any extraordinary phenomena occur upon opening the pack, or should he acquire something astonishingly remarkable, it could lead to unnecessary complications. It would be far wiser to wait until they reached the hotel, seeking a truly secure and private environment for such an occasion. With this in mind, Suyu set aside his desire to open the pack and continued to feign sleep. Chapter 63, Level 20, Upgrade Gift Pack. The 4-hour journey swiftly came to an end. As the bus gradually entered the city of Jiangzhou, the scenery outside transformed into a bustling panorama. Towering skyscrapers lined the streets, which were wide, clean, and thronged with a vibrant flow of people. Along both sides of the roads, an array of uniquely styled shops, malls, and guild branches flourished, radiating vitality and a potent energy. As the capital of South Jiang Province, Jiangzhou's level of prosperity was far beyond that of the small third-tier city of Banhai. Ultimately, the bus fleet rolled into a meticulously planned, elegantly appointed upscale hotel district, halting before an imposing, modern hotel. Above the entrance, enormous neon letters composed of energy shimmered with artistic brilliance, spelling out Jiangzhou Shermana Hotel. Beneath the letters, four dazzling golden stars clearly indicated its prestigious rating. Goodness. Shermana Hotel? This is a 4-star luxury hotel. My heavens. The school has truly spared no expense this time. They arranged for us to stay here. Incredible. In my entire life, I have never even approached a hotel of this caliber. I seriously suspect that this is entirely due to the influence of Su Yu and the school beauty Luo Qingyan. Otherwise, how could the school afford such extravagance? When the students beheld the name of the hotel and the gleaming 4 stars, a chorus of astonishment erupted. In a bid to provide these soon-to-be test takers with the best possible rest and mental preparation prior to the National College Entrance Examination, Manhwaedit High School had indeed made a significant investment. They had booked the renowned 4-star luxury hotel in Jiangzhou, ensuring that each student enjoyed their own private room to optimize their state of readiness. Under the warm and attentive guidance of the hotel staff, all students quickly completed their check-in procedures and received their room keys. Subsequently, Principal Guo Chunfeng strode confidently to the center of the spacious and bright hotel lobby. Students. His voice was resonant and inspiring, instantly capturing the attention of all present. First and foremost, welcome to the provincial capital, Jiangzhou. This place will witness a pivotal turning point in your lives. Tomorrow marks the nationwide college entrance examination that will determine your futures. I understand that many of you are feeling a mix of tension, excitement, and perhaps a bit of anxiety. Such feelings are entirely normal. However, I want you to remember this. Guo Chunfeng's gaze sharpened, filled with conviction. You are students of Binhai No. 1 High School. You have endured years of diligent study and rigorous training. Many of you have made significant strides in just the past few days through your own efforts. His eyes inadvertently swept over Luo Qingyan and Su Yu in the crowd, filled with pride and satisfaction. The college entrance examination is indeed of great importance. It will determine which university you can enter, what resources you can access, and how far you can progress in your professional journey. But Guo Chunfeng's tone shifted, becoming fervent. The college entrance examination is merely a starting point in your long life and career, a test, regardless of the ultimate results. I hope you will present your very best selves. Showcase everything you have learned, practiced, and comprehended over these years without reservation. Leave no regrets. Do not squander your youth. Binhai No. 1 High School may not be a prestigious institution, but we are never lacking in courage and the spirit of perseverance. I believe every one of you can prove yourselves in this challenge. Surpass yourselves. Create your own brilliance. Show your confidence. Exhibit your strength. Embrace the challenge. The school will always stand as your strongest support. His impassioned pre-battle rally successfully ignited the fervor and fighting spirit of all the students present, many of whom flushed with excitement and clenched their fists. Seeing the effect of his words, Guo Chunfeng nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he waved his hand. All right, I shall refrain from further rambling. You are all dismissed to your respective rooms for some rest. Remember, no going out tonight. Eat well, sleep well. Get yourselves into optimal condition. We will gather promptly at 7 tomorrow morning in the lobby. We will proceed to the examination venue together. With the principal's command, the students eagerly grabbed their room keys and surged towards the elevators, returning to their rooms. Su Yu also received his room key, which granted him access to a luxurious executive suite on the 32nd floor of the hotel. It seemed the school had bestowed upon him, this extraordinary genius, a special degree of favor. Upon entering his lavish executive suite on the 32nd floor, Su Yu found the space to be spacious and bright, adorned with understated luxury. The massive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of Jiangzhou's dazzling nightscape. Yet at this moment, he had no mind to admire the city's splendor. With a soft click, the door closed and locked securely. Su Yu cautiously employed his mental energy to scan the room, ensuring there were no listening devices or surveillance equipment before finally allowing himself to relax. What followed would be the moment he had long anticipated, the opening of the LV-20 upgrade gift pack. He settled cross-legged on the plush carpet, clearing his mind, and delved deep into his consciousness to connect with the system. Ding! Detected that host level has reached LV-20, and you have obtained the LV-20 upgrade gift pack. Would you like to open it immediately? Open. Successfully opened LV-20 upgrade gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have received Gift of the Undead X1. Congratulations, host. You have received Ring of Shadows, Golden Grade, X1. Congratulations, host. You have received Boots of the Wind, Golden Grade, X1. Congratulations, host. You have received Intermediate Skill Books, X3. Congratulations, host. You have received Skeleton Soldier Exclusive Enhancement, Mental Fortification. Note, this will automatically apply to all skeleton soldiers. Congratulations, host. You have received Undead Knight Exclusive Enhancement, Source of Power. Note, this will automatically apply to all Undead Knights. The Gift of the Undead. Upon seeing the first reward, Su Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He vividly recalled how the LV-10 pack had granted him the Gift of the Undead, which had directly boosted his foundational attributes by a staggering 15 points. Now, the LV-20 pack had once again yielded this item. This was a higher-level gift pack, and its effects would undoubtedly surpass those of the previous one. As a fleeting thought crossed his mind, a pure black orb emanating an even deeper and more ancient aura, seemingly harboring the profound mysteries of the entire realm of the deceased, once again floated before him. Name: Gift of the Undead. Type: Special item. Description: a boon from an ancient lord of the dead, containing a more profound and potent source of power. Upon usage, it will undergo a deeper transformation and sublimation of your body and soul, enhancing your 5 senses. Enhance the 5 senses. Transform the soul. Suyu's heart raced with fervor. Indeed, it was stronger than before. Would you like to immediately use the Gift of the Undead, enhanced version? Yes. Chapter 64. The Gift of the Undead, Comprehensive Enhancement. Buzz. The pure black orb instantly transformed into a stream of light, merging seamlessly into Suyu's brow. Boom. A power, far more formidable than before, an ancient and frigid force of the undead, swept through his body and soul in an instant. This transformation was far more thorough and profound than the last. Suyu felt as if his bones were being reforged by black flames, becoming harder than diamond, yet imbued with an indescribable flexibility. His muscles and tendons seemed infused with a hellish power, brimming with explosive force capable of tearing asunder anything. His blood thickened and deepened, as if it contained the stillness of the deceased and the vitality of the living, roaring through his veins. His mental consciousness felt as though it had undergone a rebirth akin to a cataclysmic explosion, expanding in both breadth and stability, with the speed of his mental prowess elevating to unprecedented levels. Even more wondrous were his 5 senses. His vision sharpened dramatically, as if he could pierce through darkness and discern the flow of energy. His hearing became extraordinarily acute, enabling him to detect the sound of insects buzzing from several meters away. His sense of smell, taste, and touch experienced an astonishing enhancement. The entire world around him transformed into an unprecedented clarity, dimensionality, and richness of information previously undetectable. This all-encompassing, soul-deep sense of sublimation bestowed upon Suyu immense benefits. Successfully used the Gift of the Undead. Your body and soul have undergone profound transformation and sublimation. Your strength attribute, 30. Your constitution attribute, 30. Your agility attribute, 30. Your mental attribute, 30. Your 5 senses have been significantly enhanced, an increase of 30 points in 4 attributes. Upon witnessing this outcome, Suyu inhaled sharply. The augmentation of these attributes was monumental, akin to a 6-level boost in his capabilities. Coupled with the comprehensive enhancement of his senses, it was exhilarating. Suyu sprang up from the carpet, stretching his limbs, feeling an explosive power surging through him. His body light as if weightless, his thoughts racing like lightning, and his range and precision of perception magnified several-fold. After a brief adjustment to his bodily changes, Suyu turned his gaze toward the second reward. It was a golden ring that emanated a dim glow. This was no ordinary circular band. Its design was remarkably unique. The body was forged from a profound black metal, cold and smooth to the touch. The surface of the ring was adorned with complex patterns resembling interwoven shadows, appearing almost alive as they subtly shifted under light, exuding a powerful yet elusive spatial fluctuation. At the top of the ring was set a small, pure dark crystal, within which twinkled faint cold stars, radiating a chilling and mysterious aura that seemed to draw one's soul into its depths. Name: Ring of Shadows. Quality: Golden level. Type: Ring accessory. Attributes: Mental 40, Agility 40, Constitution 20, Strength 20, Shadow Resistance 80, Stealth Effect 20. Special Effect 1, Shadow Blink. Active skill consumes a certain amount of mental energy to instantly move to any visible location within a 500-meter range. Cooldown: 40 minutes. Special Effect 2, Shadow's Embrace. Passive: when you are in shadow or dark environments, your movement speed and evasion rate increase slightly, and the chances of being detected by enemies decrease. Description: a ring forged from the essence of abyssal shadows, granting the wearer partial control over shadows and space. A golden level ring, an increase in 4 attributes, and it possesses 2 formidable special effects. The passive Shadow's Embrace allows Suyu to navigate specific environments with ease, making both pursuit and retreat far more graceful. Meanwhile, the active skill, Shadow Blink, is truly a divine ability. A 500-meter teleportation distance. What does that imply? In the heat of battle, it could mean the difference between evading a lethal strike or executing a surprise assault, rendering this skill unimaginably potent. This ring is exquisite. Without hesitation, Suyu replaced the Ghost Mask ring with the Ring of Shadows. In the next moment, a chilling and subtle power surged into his body. Suyu's attributes were further augmented. He then turned his attention to the third reward. It was a pair of boots radiating a cerulean glow. These boots were not heavy armor or clumsy leather footwear. They were crafted from an extraordinarily light and uniquely shimmering leather that glimmered with a pale azure light. The surface of the leather appeared to be flowing with a gentle breeze, smooth as silk, yet remarkably resilient. The lines of the boots were graceful and elegant, perfectly conforming to the contours of the legs, exuding both agility and explosive potential. Name, Windwalker Boots. Quality, Golden Level. Type, Foot Armor Boots. Attributes, Agility 70, Movement Speed 15. Enhanced Jumping Ability. Special Effect 1, Windborne Stride. Active skill for the next 5 minutes. Your movement speed is increased by an additional 100. Cooldown, 40 minutes. Special Effect 2, Windwalker. Passive, your movements become lighter, leaving fewer traces, and the speed penalties when traversing complex terrains, such as swamps, sandy areas, and gravel paths, are reduced by 50. Description: a pair of boots crafted from wind elemental crystals and the skin of agile mystical beasts, granting the wearer the speed and lightness of the wind. Another golden level piece of equipment. Moreover, they are exceptional boots that enhance agility, movement speed, and jumping ability. The passive Windwalker is a true skill for traversing maps. Meanwhile, the active skill, Windborne Stride, with its 100 movement speed boost lasting for 5 minutes, is simply exhilarating for long-distance dashes, pursuing enemies, or escaping peril. Paired with Shadow Blink, Tsuyu felt like a ghost, moving freely. He immediately donned the Windwalker boots, and instantly sensed his body becoming even lighter and swifter, as if the wind itself coursed through his feet. The fourth reward consisted of 3 intermediate skill books. Name, Skill Book. Level, Intermediate, LV20, LV30. Description: upon usage, the player will randomly comprehend a skill relevant to their profession. Note, there is a certain chance of failure. Between levels 20 and 30, practitioners seeking to learn new skills must utilize higher-tier intermediate skill books. With prior experience, Tsuyu navigated the process with ease. Come on, I hope for another surprise. In a moment of fervent prayer, Tsuyu utilized the first skill book. Buzz. Ding. Intermediate skill book usage failed. As anticipated, Tsuyu pursed his lips and attempted the second one. Buzz. Ding. Intermediate skill book usage failed. Not again, another failure? Tsuyu sighed in exasperation. He picked up the last book, taking a deep breath. This was his final chance. Let this work. Buzz. Ding. Intermediate skill book succeeded. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended a new skill. Self-destruct. Chapter 65. New skill. Art is explosion. Huh. Self-destruct. Is it a suicide-type skill? Curiosity piqued. Tsuyu accessed the skill list. Skill, Self-destruct, active. Effect, designate any number of allied undead units, consuming a small amount of mental energy to guide them, causing their core energy to go out of control and explode violently. Note, multiple targets can be guided for a chain reaction, and the designated undead units will be utterly annihilated. Warning, this skill possesses immense power, but at a steep cost. Please use it with caution. Undead units self-destructing? As he perused the skill description, Tsuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This skill was akin to a last resort weapon of mutual destruction. By sacrificing the lives of undead units, it unleashed catastrophic explosive damage. Just imagine, when confronted with formidable foes or trapped in dire straits, he could direct hundreds, even thousands of skeleton soldiers to execute a chain self-destruction. What a cataclysmic spectacle that would be. Tsuyu couldn't help but recall a famous saying from his previous life. Art is explosion. Although this skill required the complete sacrifice of undead units, its strategic value and deterrent potential were undeniably substantial. In critical moments, it could clear the battlefield or even result in a Pyrrhic victory against the enemy, yielding extraordinary results. Excellent. This adds yet another ace up my sleeve. Tsuyu nodded in satisfaction. His gaze then shifted to the fifth reward. The fifth reward was a unique trait for skeleton soldiers, mental fortification. As the reward was redeemed, an intangible stream of energy surged into all the skeleton soldiers, enhancing not their physical attributes, but their souls and intellect. So you could distinctly sense that the once dim blue flames flickering in their hollow eye sockets now shone brighter and more vibrantly. Their movements appeared more synchronized, and their understanding of complex commands grew significantly more efficient. Skeleton Soldier. Level, LV20. Race, Undead. Strength, 135-20. Agility, 135-20. Constitution, 135-20. Spirit, 135-20. Traits, 1. Immune to various abnormal states. 2. Bone hardening. 3. Strength enhancement. 4. Agility enhancement. 5. Mental fortification. Skills. 1. Heavy strike. Passive. 2. Block. Passive. Spirit 20. While not a direct enhancement to combat attributes like before, this increase in mental fortitude held significant meaning for the Undead Legion. It implied that the skeleton soldiers would possess greater magical resistance, enhanced ability to withstand special conditions, and improved learning and adaptability. While the effects might not be immediately evident, given time, these skeleton soldiers would demonstrate tactical acumen and coordination far beyond that of ordinary undead cannon fodder. Excellent. This is akin to outfitting my army with intelligent chips. Tsuyu was thoroughly pleased. Finally, there was the exclusive enhancement for the undead knights. Source of power. Buzz. A more ferocious, purer energy, seemingly derived from the very essence of power, surged into the bodies of the over 200 undead knights. Crack, crack. Their black heavy armor resonated with an excited hum. The runes of power at their skeletal joints flashed wildly, and the enormous lances they wielded emanated a more terrifying aura of destruction. The undead warhorses they rode also seemed infected, restlessly pawing the ground with their hooves ablaze with infernal flames. Suyu immediately checked the panel for the undead knights. Undead Knight. Level, LV20. Race, Undead Knight. Strength, 260. Agility, 200. Constitution, 200. Spirit, 200. Traits. 1. Immune to various abnormal states. 2. Knight's Armor, Passive, 3. Indomitable Spirit, Passive, 4. Man and Horse in Unison, 5. Source of Power. Skills. 1. Undead Charge, Active. 2. Soul Piercer, Passive, 3. War Trample, Active. An increase of 60 points in strength. Upon seeing this number, Suyu clenched his fist tightly. The base strength of the undead knights had already reached 200 points, and now it soared to a terrifying 260 points. What does this signify? This is practically equivalent to the full force strike of a level 30 pure strength warrior. Over 200 undead knights with a strength attribute of 260, simultaneously launching Undead Charge, complemented by the defensive breach and soul damage of Soul Piercer. It's hard to believe the sheer impact they would unleash. This represents a monumental enhancement to the combat power of the Undead Legion. After organizing the rewards from the upgrade package, Suyu exhaled deeply and then accessed his personal panel. Name, Suyu. Occupation, Undead Monarch. Level, LV21-875-025-0000. Talent, Infinite Division, SSS level. Strength, 139-28. Agility, 138-110. Constitution, 138-70. Spirit, 155-180. Equipment, Withering Staff, Golden. Lava Robe, Golden. Corpse Emperor's Leggings, Bronze. Shadow Ring, Golden. Windrider Boots, Golden. Heart of the Undead, Special. Skills. 1. Summon Skeleton Soldier. 2. Summon Undead Knight. 3. Soul Burn. 4. Damage Transfer, Passive. 5. Demonic Hand. 6. Frenzy. 7. Abyss of the Undead. 8. Self-Destruct. Current Undead Space, Infinite. Current Skeleton Soldier Count, 15,974. Current Undead Knight Count, 246. Following this reward, Suyu's attributes experienced another explosive surge. The 4 pieces of golden equipment he possessed were nothing short of astonishing. What does this imply? Even the core offspring of prominent families likely wouldn't enjoy such extravagance as Suyu's. At most, they might wield bronze, or, at best, silver-grade equipment. Coupled with the enhanced skeleton soldiers and undead knights, Suyu's overall combat power saw a tremendous elevation. A top scorer in the National College entrance examination. Suyu rose from his seat and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the bustling provincial capital beneath him. The depths of his dark eyes shimmering with a brilliance akin to the stars. Here I am. Chapter 66. Arrival at the examination venue. The target. National Top Scholar. At precisely 7 o'clock in the morning, the urgent and crisp sound of alarm clocks reverberated through every room of the Sherman Hotel, rousing all the students of Manhwaedit. One middle school, who had been lost in dreams, meditation, or final adjustments. Moments later, the spacious and bright lobby of the hotel was filled with all the candidates from Binhai No. 1, gathered together. After a night of luxurious rest at the hotel, most students appeared relatively well-rested, though the air was still thick with an indescribable tension and solemnity. The college entrance examination, a decisive battle that would determine their fates, was finally set to commence today. Each youthful face was a tapestry of complex emotions, a blend of anticipation and excitement for the future, confidence and hope in their abilities, yet overshadowed by the anxiety and trepidation of this ruthless selection process and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. At that moment, Principal Guo Chunfeng, alongside several other solemnly disposed school leaders, strode to the front of the assembly with a steady gait. Clearing his throat, his resonant voice echoed clearly throughout the lobby. Students, today marks the moment of truth where you will demonstrate the fruits of your labor and engage in a crucial battle to secure a brighter future for yourselves. I understand that you are feeling anxious. This is entirely normal. For each of us, the college entrance examination is an immensely significant milestone in our lives. It may not wholly dictate your future, but it undoubtedly serves as a vital springboard towards a broader world and better resources. The past is behind us. What matters is the present. What counts is your performance in the examination room today. Unleash all your strength. Realize your full potential. Let the skills honed through countless practice sessions and the knowledge accumulated through relentless study burst forth without reservation. Do not dwell on the outcome. Do not concern yourselves with rankings. And certainly, do not worry about others' opinions. Your sole focus now must be on yourselves. Concentrate on the task at hand. Strive to execute every detail to perfection. Deliver each answer with utmost precision. Believe in yourselves. You are the pride of Binhai No. 1. You possess both the capability and the right to seize a future that belongs to you. Now, lift your heads high, stand tall, present your most confident and spirited selves. Let us together face this challenge. Onward. Guo Chuanfeng's impassioned speech resonated like a clarion call before battle, successfully dispelling much of the anxiety and unease within the students, igniting the fire of determination and fervor in their hearts. Go for it. Victory is ours. The students encouraged one another, their eyes once again sparkling with hope. Subsequently, under the guidance of their teachers, all students began to board the luxurious buses lined up before the hotel, preparing to head to the unified examination venue located in the outskirts of Jiangzhou City. Just as Suyu was about to step onto the bus, Principal Guo Chunfeng hurried over, standing in his path. The usually stern old principal wore an unusually complex expression, a mixture of excitement, anticipation, gravity, and even a hint of tension that he himself was barely aware of. He said little, merely raising a slightly trembling hand to firmly pat Suyu's shoulder. The force of the gesture was such that Suyu could feel the pressure radiating from it. Leaning closer, Guo spoke in hushed tones, his voice barely above a whisper, yet filled with fervent emotion. "Su, my boy, give it your all. Bring back the provincial top scholar for me." Provincial top scholar. This was Guo Chuanfeng's ultimate expectation for Suyu, the highest honor he believed Suyu was capable of attaining. After all, with a level 20 ranking and an exceedingly rare hidden profession, combined with the potential for extraordinary talent, who among the hundreds of thousands of candidates in the province could rival him? Suyu undoubtedly possessed the absolute strength and the greatest potential to challenge for the title of provincial top scholar. Securing this title would not only pave a magnificent future for Suyu, but would also elevate Binhai No. 1 Middle School to unprecedented prominence, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. For Guo Chunfeng, this represented the pinnacle of his career as a principal. Listening to Guo Chuanfeng's hopeful words, a faint smile graced Suyu's calm visage. He understood the principal's feelings in this moment. The title of provincial top scholar had indeed become an elusive dream for a third-tier city like Binhai. However, Suyu merely shook his head slightly, opting for silence. "Principal, your vision is still too limited. The provincial top scholar? Apologies, but such an accolade had never been on his list of aspirations. What he sought was to stand atop the highest podium, gazing down upon all the prodigies of the Dragon Nation. What he desired was the singular, supreme title of national top scholar." With no further words exchanged, Suyu offered a brief nod to Guo Chunfeng before calmly stepping onto the bus, leaving the principal standing there, watching his nonchalant retreat with mixed emotions. He felt a profound confidence in Suyu's abilities, yet sensed that this young man harbored thoughts yet unspoken. The convoy of buses slowly set off, carrying the dreams and hopes of all Binhai No. 1 candidates towards the examination venue in the outskirts of Jiangzhou City. The examination site was established in a vast square, artificially constructed and enveloped in a special barrier. Its expansive terrain was capable of accommodating tens of thousands of candidates simultaneously. Upon the arrival of Binhai No. 1's delegation, the square was already teeming with a sea of humanity, a dense crowd. Candidates from numerous cities under the jurisdiction of South Jiang Province had arrived early, led by their respective teachers. It was estimated that nearly 50,000 candidates would participate in this unified examination across the province. Such a formidable candidate pool foretold the fierce competition that lay ahead. The air was thick with tension, excitement, anticipation, and a barely perceptible scent of rivalry. Students from various schools congregated, whispering amongst themselves while casting glances towards other schools' groups, attempting to identify those legendary competitors. "Look, there are the students from Jiangzhou Experimental Middle School. I heard they have a powerhouse this year." "I heard too. His name is Sun Qihong, and he awakened the rare profession, Demon Pact, reportedly reaching level 18. He is a strong contender for the provincial top scholar." "Wow, a Demon Pact. That is a formidable profession capable of forging contracts with demons to harness their powers. Level 18. So powerful. And don't overlook Li Jianfei from Xining No. 1. He is also a force to be reckoned with, a rare, blood berserker at level 18. Known for his ferocious combat style, growing even more formidable in battle. Indeed, Li Jianfei's combat prowess is said to be terrifying. There is simply no rival for him in his tier in Xining City. And then there is Luo Qingyan from Binhai No. 1, an 18-level ice mage. Also a strong contender for the provincial top scholar. Amidst the crowd, information about these top talents spread rapidly, each mention eliciting gasps of awe and envy. At the 18th level, this cohort has nearly come to epitomize the pinnacle of the younger generation in the southern frontier province. Undoubtedly, they are the most resplendent stars of this year's college entrance examination, vying fiercely for the title of provincial champion. However, just as the crowd is still in awe of these remarkable 18th level prodigies, a somewhat uncertain voice suddenly emerges from a corner. I happened to see a post on the practitioner forum yesterday, claiming that a student from Binhai No. 1 high school has achieved an even more astonishing feat. Apparently, they have reached level 20. Chapter 67. Wait, really? Level 20? That is a level that would dominate the entire scene. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals immediately perk up with interest. Level 20? Is that true? I can't verify the truth, but the post mentioned that aside from Luo Qingyan, another student from Binhai number 1, named Su Yu, has purportedly reached level 20. If I recall correctly, his class should be the hidden profession of the Necromancer. As soon as the words were spoken, the previously bustling chatter momentarily ceased, followed by a simultaneous eruption of laughter from the crowd. Brother, are you joking? Level 20. Coming from a little place like Binhai City, leveling up to 20 in just 7 days? Do you think we are 3-year-olds that can be so easily deceived? Can't you at least make your fibs somewhat credible? You actually believe what is posted on the forum? It's probably some attention-seeking fool spinning tales for clout. Exactly. Forget about level 20. If he even reaches level 18, I'll eat the energy indicator light next to me. No one in the crowd believed this claim. They all considered it a poor joke or an internet rumor. Leveling to 20 in 7 days? That is more absurd than pigs flying. It completely surpasses the limits of their comprehension. However, at that moment, more individuals who had heard similar news from various sources began to join the discussion. Oh, you've heard about it too? I saw someone mention in the practitioner trading group in Jiangzhou yesterday that Binhai City has produced a level 20 monster. Is it true? I also overheard a few old mercenaries chatting near the task board at the Mercenary Guild, saying that there is a newcomer named Su Yu from Binhai who is astonishingly powerful. No way. Could there really be some truth to this? My cousin serves as a city guard at the Binhai Western Suburb base, and he told me that the base forum has been inundated with discussions about a newcomer named Su Yu, claiming he soloed hell-level dungeons as if it were a walk in the park. Wait, I just received a message from a friend at Binhai number 1 high school, stating that Su Yu's level has indeed reached 20. Wow, is he really that impressive? Truly level 20? As this final piece of seemingly irrefutable news spread, the previous doubts, derisive laughter, and disdain evaporated like smoke in a gale, replaced by an eerie silence. No way. Has he genuinely reached level 20? How is that possible? After a moment of silence, an uproar of excitement and debate erupted in the crowd. What? He really reached level 20? In just 7 days, he leveled up to 20. What kind of monster is this? It's insane. I'm working myself to the bone every day, and I'm barely at level 12, and you're telling me someone has reached level 20? Is this the terrifying power of a hidden profession? But even so, it can't be that outrageous, can it? Level 20, surpassing recognized prodigies like Sun Qihong, Li Jinfei, and Luo Qingyan, making him the unparalleled highest level among this year's Southern Frontier Province examinees. My heavens, who would have thought such a genius could emerge from a place like Binhai City? I used to think that the talents from Jiangzhou were the pinnacle of the Southern Frontier Province, but now it seems Enough said, comparing oneself to others is disheartening. I once believed my level 16 was commendable, but now, in comparison, I feel utterly inadequate. Hidden profession, level 20, sigh. This world ultimately values professions. Su Yu's level struck like a tempest, shattering the psychological defenses of all present candidates. Shock, jealousy, disbelief. A myriad of complex emotions spread through the crowd. Those who had been fervently debating which of the 3 18th level prodigies would claim the provincial title fell silent. In the face of level 20, the so-called 18 levels and prodigies seemed to pale in comparison. The once self-assured geniuses, confident in their own levels, now found themselves largely subdued, their expressions grave. Level 20 loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily upon their hearts and instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure. Just as the atmosphere in the square grew strange due to Su Yu's level, a commanding and clear voice rang out over the loudspeaker. Candidates from Binhai No. 1 High School, please gather at the designated location in Central Area A for the final pre-exam information verification. Suddenly, countless gazes converged upon the newly arrived Binhai No. 1 High School team at the entrance of the square. Leading the procession was Principal Guo Chunfeng, followed by thousands of students from the school. At the forefront of the line was a group of top students, led by Luo Qingyan, who boasted the highest levels and strongest abilities. Luo Qingyan maintained her ethereal and stunning demeanor, clad in an ice-blue mage robe that enhanced her nobility. Yet, at this moment, her gaze was slightly lowered, seemingly avoiding the probing eyes around her. At level 18, she was supposed to be the focal point of attention. Yet now her brilliance was destined to be eclipsed by another. Then, the crowd's eyes began to frantically search the back of the line. Which one? Which one is Su Yu? What kind of attire does the Necromancer wear? Look, is it that one? The one in the dark red robe. Yes, that is him. Su Yu. A figure gradually came into view, walking steadily at the rear of the line, exuding an air of calm confidence. He donned a simple design robe that shimmered with a molten, dark red hue, and held a peculiar staff, entirely black, with the gnarled branches of a withered world tree embedded at its tip. Beneath his tousled black hair was a face so handsome it seemed almost unreal. Yet, the most captivating aspect was his pair of eyes, dark, profound, and utterly tranquil, as if harboring an endless abyss, inscrutable in their depths. At that moment, Su Yu also perceived the searing gaze of tens of thousands upon him. His brow twitched imperceptibly. He disliked the sensation of being observed like a rare animal. It appeared that his level of 20 had drawn a touch too much attention. Yet, it mattered little. What he sought was never low profile. What he desired was to crush everything with absolute power, to seize the ultimate glory. Chapter 68. The National College Entrance Examination begins. Approximately half an hour later, candidates from all cities under the jurisdiction of Nanjiang Province had arrived one after another, completing their final identity verification and registration. The square was a sea of black, with tens of thousands of young candidates gathered, awaiting the moment that would determine their fates. The atmosphere was thick with tension, anticipation, and anxiety, akin to an invisible storm cloud hanging over every heart. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated across the square like thunder. Silence. Just 2 words. Yet they carried an undeniable authority and a power capable of shaking souls. The previously restless square fell into an immediate hush. All candidates, please maintain silence. Any violation of examination discipline will result in immediate disqualification. The last 8 words struck each candidate with the force of a hammer. The prospect of disqualification meant that years of effort would vanish into thin air, rendering their futures utterly bleak. Such a punishment was more terrifying than death itself. The majority of candidates immediately fell silent, not daring to even breathe, fearful that a careless action would breach this ironclad rule. Yet, there were always a few oblivious individuals who continued to murmur in the corners of the crowd, seemingly unperturbed by the warning. However, in the next moment, a formless yet fierce whirlwind swept through the square without warning, precisely targeting those few candidates still engaged in hushed conversation. With terrified gasps, they were lifted like kites with severed strings, cast aside into the isolation zone beyond the square, landing heavily upon the ground in a pitiful state. The authoritative voice rang out once more, cold and unyielding. Violation of examination discipline, disturbing order, disqualifying several candidates, record their files, never to be employed. Hiss. A collective intake of breath echoed throughout the square. The faces of all candidates turned ashen, their eyes filled with dread. Was it truly happening? And with such severity, disqualification and a permanent record? This effectively severed all prospects for their futures. The lesson was clear, and the effect was immediate. No candidate dared to harbor any delusions of luck. The square descended into complete silence. Everyone lowered their gaze, deliberately slowing their breaths, fearful of becoming the next unfortunate soul. No one dared to tempt fate at that moment. Then, the authoritative voice resonated again. Now, all candidates, please listen attentively to the examination rules. This National College Entrance Examination will be conducted uniformly within the trial tower. Once the assessment begins, all candidates will be randomly teleported to the first level of the trial tower, projection space, according to their examination numbers. The assessment consists of 6 rounds, corresponding to levels 1 through 6 of the trial tower projection space. The 1st through 5th rounds will be in a racing challenge format. Each level will generate energy-based monsters corresponding to that level number. Candidates must swiftly eliminate all monsters to clear the path to the next level. The system will score candidates based on the time taken to clear each level. The shorter the time, the higher the score, with a maximum of 100 points per level. Thus, the total maximum score for the first 5 rounds is 500 points. The 6th round will be the ultimate challenge, wherein the perfect score system is abolished, and candidates will be graded based on their overall performance. The final cumulative score will constitute your total score for this examination. Furthermore, I must emphasize one crucial point. The authoritative voice heightened, laden with warning. During the examination within the trial tower, candidates are strictly prohibited from using auxiliary tools, including, but not limited to, enhancement potions, powerful scrolls, alchemical devices, etc. Should any candidate be found attempting to employ illicit means to cheat, they will be immediately disqualified. I hope all candidates will consciously adhere to the examination order and compete fairly. Now, initiate the projection of the trial tower. As the final word of the authoritative voice echoed, a tremendous rumble reverberated through the sky. In the next instant, a brilliant golden beam of light descended from the heavens, striking precisely at the center of the square. Within the beam, a towering ancient spire, exuding an aura of antiquity and sanctity, slowly materialized. This tower, whose height was unquantifiable, pierced the clouds and soared into the sky. Its structure was composed of an unknown material, shimmering with a faint starlight. Its surface etched with countless intricate runes that seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe. As the tower appeared, a vast, invisible pressure enveloped the square, instantly shrouding it in an atmosphere of solemnity. Within the Dragon Nation, there are 3 national guardian towers. The first, known as the Tower of Sacred Artifacts, is said to house countless treasures and powerful relics passed down since ancient times. Its location is shrouded in mystery, rumored to be nestled within the dimensional rifts of the Demon City, guarded by the nation's most elite protector families, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to glimpse its visage in their lifetime. The second, known as the Tower of Demon Suppression, is said to possess terrifying powers to subdue gods and demons. Its master is reputed to be an undefeated legend from the Dragon Nation's military, hailed as the war god Zhou Chongtian, the stabilizing force of the sea. The tower currently looming above the square is the projection of the third National Guardian Tower. The Trial Tower. Though merely a projection, its inherent power and mysteries are unfathomable to ordinary minds. The actual Trial Tower is said to be located deep within Yenjing University. Its interior creates a self-contained space capable of simulating various combat environments and generating formidable energy-based monsters that match the challenger's strength, making it the optimal venue for honing practical abilities and unleashing potential. Thus, Yenjing University maintains its esteemed position among educational institutions. At this moment, not only in Jiangzhou City, but across all provincial capitals within the Dragon Nation, the projection of the Trial Tower would descend. Countless millions of candidates nationwide would soon step into this divine tower, facing the most significant test of their lives. As the projection of the Trial Tower solidified, an invisible, solemn, and dignified atmosphere enveloped the entire square. The hearts of all candidates raced, their eyes brimming with tension, excitement, and fervent fighting spirit for the impending challenge. The college entrance examination was finally about to commence. The authoritative voice reverberated once more, akin to the final horn signaling the start of battle. All candidates, please step into the teleportation light in batches, entering the first level of the Trial Tower. This year's National College Entrance Examination officially begins. Chapter 69, the first level of the Trial Tower, Racing Challenge. As the chief examiner's authoritative voice faded, the energy barrier enveloping the projection of the Trial Tower shimmered, and gentle white beams of light cascaded down like waterfalls, precisely landing at the feet of each candidate in the square. Candidates, please follow the instructions and step into the light. Yes, tens of thousands of candidates responded in unison, their voices merging into a resounding chorus that surged toward the heavens, filled with youthful vigor and the spirit of battle. Subsequently, guided by their respective instructors and prompted by the luminous system, all examinees began to step in orderly batches into the adjacent teleportation light columns, following the sequence of their examination numbers. Each time a candidate entered, the light column flickered gently, and the figure of that candidate would instantaneously vanish from sight, transported into the enigmatic projection space of the Trial Tower. When it was Suyu's turn, he calmly lifted his foot and stepped into the light column before him. A soft hum resonated, accompanied by a slight sensation of spatial distortion. When Suyu opened his eyes once more, he found himself ensconced within a secluded and enclosed space. A chilling system notification promptly echoed in his ears. You have successfully entered the first level of the Trial Tower. This level serves as an independent assessment space, where you will undergo your first round of practical testing. Please be advised, the college entrance examination is fraught with unknown challenges and dangers. Should you feel overwhelmed or encounter a crisis during the test, you may silently recite your intent to forfeit, and you will be immediately transported out of the tower. Is this the internal space of the Trial Tower? Suyu swiftly surveyed his surroundings. The area was exceedingly vast, likely the size of a standard football field. The ground was paved with an unknown material, hard and smooth, glimmering with a metallic sheen, and utterly level. The perimeter and ceiling were enveloped by a translucent energy barrier radiating a faint white glow, isolating him from the outside world and obscuring the presence of other candidates. An independent space? Suyu understood in his heart. This method of completely isolating each examinee undoubtedly represents the fairest and most precise means of evaluating individual capability. It precludes interference among candidates and eliminates the possibility of underhanded tactics. He stood serenely at the center of the space, regulating his breath and optimizing his state, awaiting the commencement of the first round of testing. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Trial Tower, this was not an expansive testing space, but rather a colossal control room. At the center of the room hovered numerous large three-dimensional screens, providing a godlike perspective that clearly displayed the real-time images and data streams of each candidate within the tens of thousands of independent assessment spaces below. Before these screens stood several figures, the esteemed examiners responsible for the practical assessment of the college entrance examination in the southern Jiang province. Each one hailed from the upper echelons of prominent institutions, military strongholds, or headquarters of professional associations within the Dragon Kingdom. Any one of them could cause a stir with merely a stomp of their feet, all possessing a minimum strength of level 80 or above. Leading them was a stern-faced middle-aged man, clad in the distinctive deep blue and gold-trimmed uniform of Yenjing University, adorned with a badge denoting the rank of vice president. He was Su Kaicheng, the chief examiner for this year's college entrance examination in the southern Jiang province, a level 88 master of spatial magic. With such a high level and the rarity of his spatial abilities, Su Kaicheng enjoyed a formidable reputation in the educational sphere and among high-ranking professionals throughout the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, several examiners monitored the candidates' entry below while engaging in casual conversation, evaluating the overall quality of this year's cohort from southern Jiang province. From the preliminary registration information, the caliber of candidates in southern Jiang province this year appears quite promising, remarked a graceful woman in an ornate purple robe, her voice laced with a hint of languid magnetism. She was Lu Qingmei, the admissions director from Magic City University, a level 85 elemental mage. Several top students from key cities have levels generally above 12, with quite a few nearing the thresholds of 14 or 15. Indeed, quite commendable. A burly man, akin to an iron tower and clad in military green combat attire, exuded an air of iron-blooded ferocity as he spoke in a deep voice. This man was Lei Dong, the vice commander of the southeastern military district of the Dragon Kingdom, a level 86 berserker. However, it seems that the truly exceptional candidates are still concentrated in the traditional strongholds of provincial cities like Jiangzhou and Xining. Huh, old Lei, your assertion is flawed. Interjected an elderly man clad in a white research coat, his hair mottled with gray and thick glasses perched on his nose, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. His name was Mo Bai, the director of the Alchemist Association of the Dragon Kingdom, a level 82 mechanical master. One cannot solely consider levels. Profession and potential are equally paramount. I have observed several youngsters awakening rare life professions, showcasing substantial developmental value. The group continued their idle chatter, their gazes occasionally darting to the screens displaying the candidates of particular interest. Sun Shihong from Jiangzhou Experimental High School, a rare profession contract demonist, level 18. With immense potential and commendable temperament, definitely warrants close attention. Lu Qingmei noted as she traced a finger across the screen to highlight a name. Li Jianfei from Xining First High School, a rare profession bloodthirsty warrior, also level 18, exhibiting a fearlessly aggressive combat style, an excellent candidate for military service. Lei Dong added with a rumble. And that young lady from Binhai First High School, Luo Qingyan, a rare profession ice mage, also level 18. I hear she hails from the Luo family of Binhai. Her foundations are solid, and her control is exceptional, making her a sought-after talent among top-tier academies. Mo Bai contributed. Chief Examiner Su Kaiching listened calmly, nodding slightly. Indeed, these individuals represented the most promising candidates currently recorded in southern Jiang province, all capable of vying for high scores and potentially the provincial top rank. At that moment, a figure who had remained silent, seemingly merging with the shadows, clad in a tight-fitting black combat suit and wearing a mask that revealed only a pair of cold, piercing eyes, suddenly spoke. His voice was raspy and deep, slicing through the air like a blade. I have just received an intriguing piece of information from the intelligence department of the Professional Alliance. This man was the executor known as Shadowblade from the Judgment Hall of the Professional Alliance, a level 87 Shadow Master, responsible for intelligence and handling various special events. His words immediately captured the attention of all the examiners. Oh, what discovery has Executor Shadowblade made? Su Kaiching inquired, his interest piqued. Shadowblade's icy gaze swept across the screens, finally settling on an inconspicuous corner, where the images of the Binhai First High School candidates had just been transmitted into the tower. He spoke slowly. Intelligence indicates that Binhai First High School may have produced an extraordinary newcomer. Newcomer? Lu Qingmei's beautiful eyes flickered. Are you referring to Luo Qingyan? No. Shadowblade shook his head, his tone still flat yet tinged with a barely perceptible nuance. I speak of another. The records show that he also hails from Binhai First High School, and his profession is the hidden class of Necromancer. Necromancer. The mere mention of this name caused even the typically composed Su Kaiching to raise an eyebrow slightly. Lei Dong exclaimed in astonishment. A hidden profession? And one of the Necromancer class? Such a profession may not emerge even once in hundreds of years. However, that is not the crux of the matter. Shadowblade's voice remained gravelly. The key point is that this examinee, named Su Yu, has already attained level 20. Chapter 70. The Undead Catastrophe, Unstoppable. What? How much? 20 level. Shadowblade, are you certain this information is accurate? This cannot be possible, can it? To elevate one's level to 20 before the college entrance examination? Such a feat seems beyond anyone's capability, doesn't it? Even the legendary Zhou could not achieve that. This time, not only Lei Dong and Mo Bai, but even Lu Qingmei could not maintain her composure, as they all gasped in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. To ascend to level 20 in merely 7 days is an unfathomable feat. Even Su Kaiching, the well-versed vice president of Yen University, now found his pupils constricted, revealing a rare moment of visible emotion on his face. Taking a deep breath, he gravely inquired whether this meant that the record for the fastest upgrade, previously set by the war god Zhou, had indeed been shattered. Indeed, Principal Su, Shadowblade affirmed with certainty. If the information is accurate, Su Yu has definitively broken that record. The examiners exchanged glances, each reflecting a flicker of astonishment. Breaking the record for the fastest upgrade, a hidden profession, reaching level 20 within 7 days. The amalgamation of these three elements created an overwhelming impact. This truly is the emergence of a prodigy. Mo Bai, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, the profession of necromancer is something I have only encountered in sporadic records. It is said to be exceedingly mysterious and powerful. This young man is no ordinary individual. Absolutely remarkable. Whether it is true or false, the answer will soon be revealed. Su Kaiching's eyes glimmered with intensity as he regained his composure, promptly instructing the technical staff beside him to retrieve Suyu's detailed information from Binhai No. 1 High School. I shall verify this personally. As the chief examiner of this college entrance examination, he possessed significant authority. Not only could he access real-time footage of any examinee within the trial tower, but he could also directly consult the officially certified confidential files of the candidates. Understood. Principal Su. The technical support examiner immediately began executing commands on the interface. Following successful authorization, a highly classified electronic file was retrieved and displayed on the enormous main screen before everyone. Name: Suyu. Examination number: BH382190731. Affiliated school: Binhai No. 1 High School. Nanjing Province. Profession: Necromancer, hidden profession. Current level: LV20. Personal information: orphan. Parents perished in a car accident when he was 3 years old. Upon seeing the clearly marked LV20 on the file, even these seasoned examiners could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. It was indeed real. A hidden profession and a level 20 status. Each piece of information alone could drive the most prestigious academies in Long Country into a frenzy. The realization that the Necromancer was this very profession made Su Kaiching's gaze turn profoundly contemplative. He seemed to recall something. Speaking slowly with a tone tinged by nostalgia and gravity. I once encountered a vague record regarding this profession in the highest classified archives at Yen University. His words immediately captivated everyone's attention. This was a secret that occurred nearly a century ago. Su Kaiching began narrating. A powerful and mysterious organization beyond the borders of Long Country, for reasons unknown, had incited the wrath of a necromancer. Consequently, in a mere night, Su Kaiching's eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation as he recounted how that organization, which boasted several individuals above level 80 and resided upon a massive island, vanished entirely from this world. According to the descriptions observed by adventurers from a distance, he continued in a hushed tone. That necromancer merely waved a hand and summoned an army of undead that blotted out the sun. It was a true ocean of the undead, composed of corpses, bones, and vengeful spirits. Wherever they passed, all living beings were instantaneously annihilated, assimilated until only a lifeless island of the dead remained. Gasp! Hearing this secret, the examiners involuntarily shuddered, their eyes filled with incredulous horror. Summoning a cataclysm of the undead with a mere gesture? One individual annihilating an entire island. What unfathomable power is this? At the conclusion of that classified document, there was a particular assessment. Su Kaiching gazed at Suyu's name on the screen, articulating each word solemnly. The Necromancer, enemy of the living, king of the dead. One person is a legion. A single thought transforms into a myriad of undead. Where they tread, all things perish, like a natural disaster, unstoppable. These 8 words struck each examiner's heart like a hammer. In that moment, they began to grasp the terror of the Necromancer. Truly, it is a hidden profession. Such power is beyond imagination, Lu Qingmei murmured, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. However, just as everyone was immersed in the shock of the Necromancer's terrifying potential, Su Kaiching shifted his tone, shaking his head. The document also mentioned that while the Necromancer's potential is extraordinary, its growth heavily relies on the quantity and quality of the undead. In the early stages, when the summoned entities are insufficient in number and lacking in quality, the Necromancer's combat prowess is, in fact, rather limited, even described as quite fragile. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Suyu's name on the screen, his eyes brimming with intense curiosity and confusion. I am genuinely intrigued as to how this Suyu managed to elevate his level to 20 in just 7 days. How did he overcome the initial weaknesses of the Necromancer? This question mirrored the thoughts of the other examiners. Ascending to level 20 within 7 days is a miracle for any profession, let alone for a profession recognized as weak in the early stages. This is a veritable miracle among miracles. There is but one explanation. Shadowblade's hoarse voice echoed once more. Talent. Perhaps Suyu has awakened some formidable gift. This could indeed elucidate everything. The others nodded in agreement, finding this to be a plausible explanation. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Su Kaiching's lips finally curled into a faint smile of interest. The hidden profession of Necromancer, seemingly possessing a heaven-defying talent, has broken the record set by the war god Zhou. This Suyu is indeed intriguing. He waved his hand decisively, stating, "Designate Suyu as a primary observation target for this year's college entrance examination in Nanjing Province." Understood. Each year during the college entrance examination, the examining team selects several key candidates for focused observation based on their profiles and potential. This serves to better assess the true strength and potential of these top talents during the evaluation process, while also aiding the upper echelons of Long Country and various top powers in identifying and nurturing future pillars worthy of resource investment. Being designated as a primary observation target signifies that the candidate's performance will garner the utmost attention from the chief examiner and all examiners. Every detail of their actions within the trial tower may be magnified and analyzed. I intend to see, Su Kaiching contemplated as he observed the figure of Suyu, who had just stepped into the independent space of the first floor of the trial tower, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. What surprises will this record-breaking, enigmatic young man bring us in this college entrance examination? In the control room, all examiners simultaneously focus their gazes on the independent screen representing Suyu. Chapter 71, Soul-Scorching, Instantaneous Kill. Meanwhile, a screen materialized before Suyu, accompanied by a chilling alert sounding throughout the vast space. Warning, warning. The first round of testing is about to commence. Current test objective, eliminate the Energy Entity Shadow Cat Demon, LV-22. Note, the scoring for this round will be based on your elimination time. As the countdown dwindled to a close, the atmosphere around Suyu shimmered with a subtle disturbance, heralding the emergence of an entity composed entirely of pure shadow energy. This entity swiftly coalesced, elongating until it manifested as a shadow cat demon, entirely cloaked in darkness, its eyes glinting with a chilling emerald light. Name, Shadow Cat Demon, Energy Entity. Level, LV-22. Skills, 1. Shadow Leap, active short-distance teleportation, allowing rapid approach or retreat from targets. 2. Shadow Claw Strike, active a swift attack utilizing claws imbued with shadow energy, bypassing a portion of physical defenses. 3. Cat's Agility, passive possessing an exceptionally high evasion rate and movement speed. Description, an imitation of the Shadow Cat Demon simulated by the Trial Tower's energy, though not a physical entity, it flawlessly replicates its core abilities. Its speed is remarkable, excelling in ambush tactics. Its level dynamically adjusts based on the candidate's level, always exceeding it by 2 levels. At this moment, the LV-22 Shadow Cat Demon was temporarily confined behind a transparent energy barrier, approximately 50 meters from Suyu. It paced restlessly, emitting a low, threatening growl. Its green-hued pupils locked onto Suyu with a palpable bloodlust. For an average candidate, facing such a formidable foe, which possessed both superior speed and an armor-piercing attack, would undoubtedly present a significant challenge. A moment's misstep could lead to a devastating combo that would spell instant defeat. Yet, Suyu merely cast a calm glance at the demon, his expression betraying no hint of trepidation. His gaze fell upon the screen before him, which displayed the crucial information. The faster one eliminated the cat demon, the better the score attained. Suyu understood this well, adjusting his state to its utmost peak as he awaited the countdown's conclusion. Meanwhile, within the central control room on the top floor of the trial tower, several examiners were drawn, almost instinctively, to the enormous screen showcasing Suyu's assessment space. Oh, the first round features the Shadow Cat Demon? Mused Lu Qingmei, the director of the admissions office, her crimson lips curving into an intrigued smile. This energy entity's level surpasses that of the candidate by 2 levels. One cannot afford to be complacent simply because it is the first round of testing, lest they pay dearly for their hubris. The Shadow Cat Demon's rapidity and armor-piercing attacks present a certain disadvantage for a Necromancer, a class that relies heavily on summoned minions and possesses a fragile physique in the early stages, commented Vice Commander Lei Dong, crossing his arms, his voice resonating with curiosity. I wonder how this lad intends to respond. Will he summon skeleton warriors to withstand the onslaught, or? Let us observe further, added Imobai, the head of the Alchemy Association, adjusting his thick glasses, his eyes sparkling with a scholarly gleam. I find myself quite curious about his hidden profession. This presents a fine opportunity for observation. Even the usually taciturn Shadow Blade Executor, with his icy gaze concealed behind a mask, fixated intently on the screen, seemingly eager to discern something extraordinary from Suyu's forthcoming actions. Chief Examiner Su Kaiching, his eyes alight with anticipation, was equally intrigued. He too wondered how this prodigious newcomer, who had shattered the God of War records, would present himself in his inaugural battle. At this moment, all the examiners were imbued with curiosity. They yearned to witness how Suyu, the Necromancer, would strategize in the face of the enhanced Shadow Cat Demon, both in level and attributes. Would he adopt a steady approach by summoning skeleton warriors? Or perhaps leverage some unique trump card? Or would he directly exhibit overwhelming prowess? And Suyu, through his ensuing actions, would soon provide them with the answer. As the countdown reached its terminus, the screen displayed 3, 2, 1. Testing commences. Almost instantaneously, as the prompt resonated, the transparent barrier isolating the Shadow Cat Demon dissipated. With a primal roar, the Shadow Cat Demon, unable to contain its fervor, surged forward like a blurred shadow, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards Suyu, intent on tearing apart this seemingly fragile human in the shortest span of time. It was swift, too swift. The agility of the LV-22 energy entity, coupled with the passive ability of Cat's Agility, resulted in a burst of speed that exceeded the sound barrier. This terrifying velocity left many candidates with no time to react. However, Suyu had already discerned the demon's approach. He refrained from summoning any skeleton warriors or undead knights. Instead, he calmly raised the withering staff in his grasp, which emanated an aura of decay and death. At the staff's tip, a minuscule, almost imperceptible flash of an even darker blue light flickered, deeper than the abyss itself. In the next heartbeat, he locked onto his target and unleashed his skill, Soul Burn. There was no grand spectacle, no dazzling display of effects. Even the direction of the staff seemed somewhat casual. Yet, as Suyu silently invoked the skill, the Shadow Cat demon, having barely leaped less than 10 meters, suddenly froze mid-air, its form inexplicably suspended as though a pause button had been pressed. Then, without warning, a wisp of ghostly blue flame erupted from its energy core, ascending as if conjured from thin air. The flame appeared feeble, yet radiated a chilling essence capable of freezing souls. Ignoring the entity's unique structure and transcending the boundaries of physical and energy constructs, it directly affected the demon's very essence. A mournful cry escaped the Shadow Cat demon as its form twisted and convulsed, desperately attempting to extinguish the soul fire consuming it. Yet all was in vain. Soul burn incinerated the very essence of the soul, delivering a catastrophic dimensional blow to an energy entity devoid of formidable mental resilience. In but an instant, the ethereal blue flames devoured the Shadow Cat demon entirely. With a faint sound, akin to a whisper, the once menacing and lightning-fast Shadow Cat demon disintegrated into the purest particles of energy, obliterated without a trace. A swift kill. With a single skill, Suyu had vanquished the cat demon. Moments later, another screen materialized before him. First round test concluded. Time taken, 0:33 seconds. Score 100 points. Congratulations. Candidate Suyu, you have qualified for the next round of testing. Chapter 72. What just happened? It was over in a second? Meanwhile, back in the top-level control room, even the seasoned examiners were momentarily left speechless. What had they just witnessed? A flicker of ghostly blue flame, and that formidable Shadow Cat demon evaporated into thin air. This was astonishingly swift. It was an outright execution. And what of the power behind that skill? Isn't it a bit exaggerated? What kind of skill is that? Lu Qingmei was the first to regain her composure, yet her voice still carried a hint of disbelief. The instantaneous power was terrifying and seemed to disregard the defensive mechanisms of energy bodies. This skill's level is undoubtedly high. The critical factors are the casting speed and reaction time. Lei Dong furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with gravity, as he locked onto the target and launched an attack almost the moment the barrier vanished. Such combat awareness and reflexes are something even seasoned veterans forged in the crucible of the military might struggle to attain. I noticed the equipment he was wearing. The meticulous director of the Alchemy Association, Mo Bai, adjusted his thick glasses, his eyes gleaming with the light of discovery akin to finding a new continent. Look closely. The staff in his hand emits energy fluctuations, and the flowing runic luster of his dark crimson robe is remarkable. If I am not mistaken, he paused, his tone laced with uncertainty yet tinged with conviction. That must be Golden Tier equipment, right? Golden Tier. Upon hearing these two words, the other examiners gasped in astonishment once more. Their surprise did not stem from the equipment's level, but rather from the fact that a newcomer like Suyu, only at level 20, could possibly possess Golden Tier gear. This seemed utterly unreasonable, did it not? What a joke. How could a mere level 20 novice have such Golden Tier equipment? Lei Dong grumbled, his face etched with confusion. Even the core descendants of the top-tier families, at this stage, would at most manage to acquire a full set of top-tier silver gear, wouldn't they? Would their families invest such substantial resources in him? Perhaps he hails from a hidden illustrious family, or is a prodigy secretly nurtured by an ancient master. Lu Qingmei speculated, considering that this was the only possibility that could explain his extraordinary equipment and his abnormal leveling speed. Not quite. Mo Bai immediately countered. We have all reviewed his data. He comes from an ordinary background, having lost his parents at a young age, and is an orphan without any connections. The examiners fell into silence once more, grappling with even greater confusion. An orphan? No background. Yet he possesses at least 2 pieces of Golden Tier equipment? What on earth is going on with this young man? Could it be that fortune has unexpectedly smiled upon him, just as everyone was lost in thought? The icy gaze of the shadow blade hidden behind the mask suddenly glimmered with an unusual light, as if he had come to a realization. He slowly began to speak. Perhaps it is related to his experiences over the past 2 days. Su Kaiching turned to him. Are you referring to the Shadowblade Executor? Shadowblade paused for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before continuing. In the intelligence I previously gathered, aside from his level reaching LV20, there was another piece of information that I had temporarily shelved due to its incredibility. The report indicated that just a few days ago, an extremely rare abyss infection event transpired in the Twilight Forest instance, forcing the difficulty to escalate to abyss level. Abyss infection? The examiners were taken aback. They understood the gravity of such an occurrence, as it represented an exceedingly dangerous and rare mutation in an instance. Yes, Shadowblade nodded. According to multiple descriptions from adventurers who evacuated from the periphery of the Twilight Forest instance, after the abyss infection occurred, Suyu entered the abyss-level Twilight Forest alone. And after more than 2 hours, the abyss infection dissipated. At this revelation, the control room fell into a hushed silence. Even Su Kaiching, who had remained composed, wore an expression of astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. They were not fools. Following Suyu's solitary entry into the abyss instance, the abyss infection subsequently vanished. Coupled with Su Yu's extraordinary strength and level, a chilling, wild conjecture surged into everyone's minds. Are you implying, Lu Qingmei's voice trembled slightly with shock, that this young man soloed an abyss-level instance? I was skeptical before, Shadowblade admitted, his tone unusually wavering. After all, challenging an abyss instance at LV20-25 and succeeding was already beyond logical limits. Yet now, Shadowblade's cold gaze returned to the screen displaying Su Yu's resplendent golden tier gear, compelling him to reconsider that the information he had deemed false might indeed be true. Completing an abyss-level instance would undoubtedly yield extraordinarily generous rewards, possibly even high-quality finished equipment. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation for the origin of Su Yu's golden gear. The examiners were left in stunned silence, their minds in a state of disarray. Soloing an abyss-level instance at the LV20-25 level? What an astonishing feat. No wonder he reached LV20. No wonder he possesses golden tier equipment. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, Lei Dong murmured, his expression a complex blend of shock and disbelief, as he recalled his own youthful experiences battling high-difficulty instances, which paled in comparison to this young man's achievements. Incredible. This is simply unprecedented. Director Mo Bai shook his head repeatedly, his gaze fixed on Su Yu with the fervor of a researcher examining the most exquisite piece of art. Only Su Kaiqing, after the initial shock, regained his composure first. He observed the boy on the screen, who remained calm, awaiting the next round of testing, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented interest and admiration. The hidden profession, the potential for awakening talents, the record-breaking leveling speed, and the triumph over what appeared to be a solo abyss instance. It was clear that this young man named Su Yu was a tapestry of mysteries and surprises. A smile filled with anticipation crept onto Su Kaiqing's lips. Things were becoming increasingly intriguing. I am eager to see what further shocks this young fellow will bring us. In the control room, all the examiners' attention once again focused intently on the screen displaying Su Yu. Their curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Chapter 73, Ranking Announcement, First Place. Outside the training tower, in the vast plaza, tens of thousands of examinees had already been teleported inside the tower, commencing the assessments that would determine their fates. Yet the plaza did not grow empty. Instead, it gathered even more onlookers. They were teachers, principals, and certain authorized officials from various schools and educational departments across the southern Jiang province, as well as representatives from various major factions. Their expressions varied. Some were tense, others were expectant, and yet others remained composed. But without exception, their gazes were fixed firmly on the central projection of the training tower, which radiated a sacred brilliance. In accordance with the traditional practices of the entrance examination, to enhance transparency and motivation, after each round of practical testing, the scores and rankings of all examinees would be displayed in real time on the giant luminous screen at the center of the plaza for everyone to review. At this moment, nearly half an hour had elapsed since the first batch of examinees entered the training tower, and the atmosphere in the plaza grew increasingly anxious. Although the first round was the easiest, serving more as a warm-up and a screening process, it still allowed for a rough assessment of the examinee's foundational strength and reaction speed based on completion times and scores. In particular, the subtle differences among the top-tier talents often began to emerge in the first round. At this juncture, murmurs and speculations began to ripple through the crowd. Half an hour has elapsed, and it feels as though the results of the first round are about to be announced. I wonder how the outcomes of the initial assessment will turn out. Our school's Dongpingyu, the level 15 wandering swordsman, should secure a commendable score, shouldn't he? It's hard to say. Although the first round was not overly challenging, it tested the students' explosiveness and reflexes, and the swordsman class may not necessarily have an advantage. Ultimately, we must consider the few level 18 prodigies, right? I wonder which of Li Jianfei, Sun Qihong, or Luo Qingyan will seize the top spot in the first round. My guess is Sun Qihong. The Pact Warlock boasts high burst potential and peculiar tactics, which should give him an edge against those agile creatures. I believe Li Jianfei, the Abyss Blood Berserker, is even more formidable. Once he enters a berserk state, he could potentially eliminate that cat demon with a single strike. Let us not forget about Su Yu. That lad is a level 20 undead lord, and I sense he might be the one to beat. Indeed. If we consider nothing else, Su Yu's level alone has already placed him far ahead of all the other candidates. Frankly, I still find it somewhat incredible. How on earth did Su Yu manage this? Achieving level 20 in just 7 days is an almost insurmountable feat. Perhaps this encapsulates the distinction between genius and mediocrity. Meanwhile, within the confines of Binhai City, the principal of Binhai No. 1 High School, Gua Chunfeng, is casually chatting with several other principals from schools in Binhai City. Old Gua, your No. 1 High School has truly concealed its talents this time, remarked Zhao Liqiang, the principal of No. 2 High School, with a complex tone, his eyes betraying an unmistakable envy. Luo Qingyan at level 18 was already astonishing enough. I never anticipated you also had a Su Yu hidden away. Achieving level 20 in just 7 days. What an unprecedented prodigy. Indeed, Old Gua, that's rather underhanded, added Ji Ling, the principal of No. 3 High School. adjusting his glasses with a mixture of jest and seriousness. How come we had no inkling of such a significant event prior to this? If it weren't for today's information registration, we would still be kept in the dark. What is the point of keeping us in the dark? Chimed in Mahongji. The principal of number 4 high school, gold will shine regardless. Level 20. TSK. I dare say the provincial champion for this cycle will most likely emerge from your Binhai number 1. Listening to the somewhat envious compliments and exclamations of his old friends, Guo Chunfeng felt an immense satisfaction swelling within him, his face beaming with joy, though he maintained a humble facade. Oh, it's nothing much. The children are simply striving hard. It's all about luck. He waved his hand dismissively. That Suyu is indeed a bit exceptional. Even I, as the principal, was taken aback. However, in the college entrance examination, merely looking at levels isn't sufficient. We must also consider practical performance. It's still too early to declare a champion. Though he spoke these words, the upward curve of his lips and the glimmer in his eyes had already betrayed his inner pride and anticipation. Just as the principals were engaged in their banter, a soft hum emanated from the central projection of the trial tower. Immediately afterward, a dignified and grand voice reverberated throughout the entire square. The first round of the practical assessment has concluded. At that moment, the previously bustling square fell into a sudden silence. Everyone ceased their discussions, their gazes converging on the center of the square. They understood that the rankings for the first round were about to be revealed. The authoritative voice continued to announce the statistical data. This round saw a total of 248 candidates from Nanjing province. The number of those who successfully passed the first round, 229. The number of candidates who failed or withdrew midway, 19. The elimination rate is approximately 86. Upon hearing this elimination rate, the expressions of several school leaders shifted slightly. In merely the first round, which was relatively the least difficult, nearly 1 in 10 candidates had been eliminated, highlighting the ruthlessness of the entrance examination. Now announcing the rankings for the first round of the practical assessment in Nanjing province. As the voice fell, a colossal virtual screen, radiant with a brilliant golden hue, unfurled above the square. The screen clearly displayed a dense array of names and scores. First round practical assessment rankings for Nanjing province. First place, Suyu, profession, Undead Lord, completion time, 0:33 seconds, score, 100 points. Second place, Li Jinfei, profession, Abyss Blood Berserker, completion time, for 22 seconds, score, 98 points. Third place, Sun Shihong, profession, Pact Warlock, completion time, 5:04 seconds, score, 97 points. Fourth place, Luo Qingyan, profession, Ice Mage, completion time, 6:38 seconds, score, 97 points. Fifth place, Deng Muyue, profession, Evil Spirit Summoner, completion time, 7:26 seconds. Score, 96 points. Almost the instant the screen appeared, everyone's gaze instinctively gravitated towards the top of the list. They were all curious about who would claim the pinnacle of the first round. And then they saw it. The name at the summit was none other than Suyu. When they beheld Suyu's score and noted the astonishing 0:33 seconds, all composure was lost. 0:33 seconds? Surely this is a mistake. What does it even mean to clear the round in 0:33 seconds? The objective for the first layer of the trial tower is to defeat an energy creature 2 levels higher than oneself. This almost implies that the level 22 creature had been annihilated by Suyu the moment the barrier dissipated. Instant kill. How can this be possible? Even if he reached level 20, even if he is a hidden class, to execute an instant kill against an entity 2 levels higher is utterly absurd. Is this a fabrication? 0:33 seconds. Is the system malfunctioning? This time frame is practically the theoretical limit, perhaps even surpassing it. How did he achieve this? Could it be some large-scale instant kill skill? Even Li Jinfei, ranked second, the Abyss Blood Berserker, who specializes in explosive damage, took over 4 seconds, which is already an exemplary achievement for a top genius. Yet Suyu 0:33 seconds. A true prodigy, an unequivocal prodigy. One cannot assess him by ordinary standards. The crowd erupted once more, this time not merely astonished by Suyu's level, but profoundly shaken by the incomprehensible, overwhelming dominance he had showcased. While a level 20 status might have initially seemed unfathomable, the completion time of 0:33 seconds truly imparted the essence of what it means to deliver a dimensional strike. Although this was merely the first round, the least challenging test, the absolute prowess exhibited by Suyu had already begun to hint at a capacity to overshadow all competitors. Chapter 74, an uproar, an unbelievable achievement. In the waiting area of Binhai City, Guo Chunfeng gazed at the blinding first place and the even more dazzling 0:33 seconds on the screen. Unable to suppress his gaping astonishment, his jaw slacked for an extended moment. He had anticipated Suyu would perform well, but never to such an extraordinary degree. 0:33 seconds? Instant kill? This lad has once again redefined his understanding of the term prodigy. Bravo. Well done. After a brief moment of daze, Guo Chunfeng slapped his thigh with enthusiasm, nearly leaping with excitement. As he glanced at Luo Qingyan, who had secured 4th place, his heart brimmed with elation. 1st place. 4th place. Binhai No. 1 High School had, astonishingly, claimed 2 of the top 5 positions in the first round. Moreover, they held the most prestigious 1st and 4th spots. This is undoubtedly an unprecedentedly glorious achievement since the foundation of Binhai No. 1 High School. Guo Chunfeng felt as though he were about to faint from sheer happiness. Beside him, Zhao Liqiang, the principal of No. 2 High School, Ji Ling, the principal of No. 3 High School, and Ma Hongji, the principal of No. 4 High School, gazed at the rankings displayed on the luminous screen. Observing the ecstatic Guo Chunfeng, who was nearly beside himself with excitement, their faces reflected not just envy and resentment, but also profound bitterness and helplessness. Sigh, old Guo, congratulations, congratulations. Zhao Liqiang was the first to respond, forcing a smile and clasping his hands. His tone was tinged with a hint of jealousy. Your school is truly soaring to new heights this time. 1st and 4th place, both from your institution, impressive indeed. Ji Ling and Ma Hongji could only echo his sentiments, while their hearts bled, comparing their own school's top student, whose best performance barely made it into the top 100. Against Suyu was simply disheartening. Guo Chunfeng waved his hand dismissively, yet remained modest in his speech. Hee, it's all just luck, mere luck. The first round doesn't signify much. The subsequent tests will be crucial. We must see how the children perform later. Despite his words, he was inwardly ecstatic, envisioning the provincial champion's trophy beckoning to him. The announcement of the first round results created a tremendous ripple, akin to a stone cast into a lake, stirring the entire square. Suyu's name, along with his astonishing time of 0.33 seconds, was indelibly imprinted in the hearts of all present, becoming the first and most dazzling focal point of this examination. Meanwhile, outside the training tower, the revelation of the first round results stirred considerable commotion. And within the tower's myriad independent assessment spaces, a similar unrest unfolded. All the candidates received their rankings immediately, and upon seeing Suyu's score, they were left utterly astounded. 0.33 seconds? Is this for real? Almost all the candidates, upon witnessing Suyu's seemingly bug-like score, instinctively rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they were hallucinating. Once they confirmed the accuracy, an overwhelming sense of astonishment surged within them. This must be a trick. 0.33 seconds. That's the Shadow Cat Demon. I barely managed to defeat it in 30 seconds, exclaimed a warrior candidate who had narrowly passed the challenge. His face etched with defeat as he compared his rank with Suyu's score. This is absurd. Even with instant skills, transitioning from the barrier to targeting and then hitting the monster should take at least a second, right? How could he accomplish this in 0.33 seconds? An assassin, acutely aware of time, pondered in confusion. Could it be that he didn't even allow the cat demon to move? Did he eliminate at the moment the barrier vanished? What kind of terrifying explosive power does that require? An elemental mage murmured, his eyes filled with awe. Having faced the shadow cat demon themselves, they understood its tenacity. Its speed was ghostly, and its attacks penetrative. Any lapse in concentration could expose one to its claws. To slay it required absolute focus and caution. Yet Suyu concluded the battle in less than half a second. This transcended mere differences in strength. It was an utter obliteration. It was a dimensional assault, completely surpassing their realm of understanding. Shock, horror, confusion, and even a tinge of fear permeated the candidates' hearts. Suyu's name and that glaring 0.33 seconds loomed over them like a mountain, pressing down with an unprecedented weight of pressure and disparity. However, for those prodigies ranked at the top, the initial shock ignited an even fiercer fighting spirit. In one independent space, a tall and robust young man, with faint crimson patterns coursing across his skin, was wiping the blood from his menacing great sword. He furrowed his brow as he surveyed the rankings displayed on the luminous screen. He was Li Jianfei, a top genius from Xining No. 1 High School, and had just secured second place with a time of 4.22 seconds. Suyu, the Undead Sovereign? 0.33 seconds. Suyu, the Undead Sovereign? 0.33 seconds. Li Jianfei murmured, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, quickly overshadowed by a sense of arrogance and combativeness. Humph, this is intriguing. I hadn't anticipated that besides Sun Qihong and Luo Qingyan, there was such a figure hidden in southern Jiang province. A proud smile curved at the corners of his mouth. 0.33 seconds is indeed impressive. He must have mastered some unique method or hidden card to achieve such instantaneous strikes on lesser targets. But how sharp his gaze is. What of it? This is merely the first round of testing. It assesses immediate explosiveness and reaction, dealing only with a mindless energy entity. The true trial lies ahead. Li Jianfei tightened his grip on the blood-red great sword, feeling the fervent power within him craving battle and bloodshed, his eyes shimmering with boundless confidence. I didn't even activate Blood Fury just now. I was merely warming up. Suyu, is it? He lifted his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the barriers of space. Looking toward an unknown direction, your first round was indeed astonishing, but it ends here. Wait for it. From the second round onward, I will show you what true power is, what a real berserker is. There is indeed a chasm between geniuses. And I, Li Jinfei, am destined to stand atop the pinnacle, a mountain you shall never reach. The provincial champion shall be none but me. A fierce confidence and combat spirit emanated from Li Jinfei, nearly saturating the entire independent space in a crimson hue. Simultaneously, in another space, a strikingly handsome young man, surrounded by a faint aura of black, demonic energy, was also reviewing the rankings. This youth was named Sun Shihong, an 18th level demon contractee. He glanced at the list, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, quickly transforming into profound interest. The Undead Sovereign? Instantaneous defeat of the cat demon? Hee, this could be interesting. I hope you can bring me some amusement in the future. Elsewhere, within a space enveloped in frost and mist, Luo Qingyan gazed at that familiar yet blinding name. Alongside the despair-inducing 0:33 seconds, her delicate face paled once again. But soon, she took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her sense of powerlessness, and the icy blue gleam in her beautiful eyes reignited with an indomitable spirit. The gap is indeed vast, she murmured, but I, Luo Qingyan, shall never concede easily. The college entrance examination has only just begun. Su Yu's earth-shattering score undoubtedly delivered a tremendous shock to all the top prodigies, yet it also ignited their competitive spirit. While they marveled at the terrifying prowess Su Yu displayed, each, as a standout from their respective cities, held their own pride and hidden cards. Leading in the first round does not guarantee final victory. The college entrance examination is a protracted journey, and even more rigorous challenges await. They all silently resolved to showcase their true strength in the forthcoming tests, to chase and even surpass Su Yu. Meanwhile, Su Yu was also examining the rankings. He calmly observed the standings displayed on the luminous screen. First place, score 100. Completion time, 0:33 seconds. Well, not bad, he nodded, his expression devoid of any surprise or astonishment. This result was entirely within his expectations, not surprising in the least. Just then, the information on the screen before him shifted once more. The first round of testing has concluded. Congratulations on advancing successfully. The second layer of the training space has now opened for you. A low hum resonated as the space before Su Yu shimmered, revealing a softly glowing portal. This was the passageway to the second level of the training tower. Without hesitation, Su Yu stepped into the radiant portal. The second round of trials had commenced. Chapter 75, The Skeleton Army, Instant Annihilation. Upon traversing the gentle white portal, Su Yu found himself in the second layer of the training tower's realm. Compared to the first layer, this space appeared largely unchanged, still vast and enclosed, constructed from an unknown metallic substance, with a faintly glowing energy barrier enveloping the surroundings and ceiling. However, the energy fluctuations in the air seemed to be more intense than those in the first layer. Before he could observe more closely, a cold voice echoed throughout the space. Warning, warning, the second round of testing is about to commence. Objective for this round, eliminate 5 evil thought zombies, LV22. Note, scoring for this round will be based on your elimination time. The shorter the time, the higher the score, with a maximum of 100 points. Countdown, 10 seconds. Almost instantaneously as the alert sounded, the space approximately 50 meters ahead of Su Yu rippled again, and 5 clusters of viscous, filthy black mist ascended from the ground, twisting and writhing as if imbued with life. From within the mist emerged nauseating low growls and the sound of bones grinding together. Soon, the mist dissipated, revealing 5 formidable energy entity monsters. They shared the same zombie form, yet were starkly different from the zombies found in the zombie nest instance. These zombies were not clad in decaying flesh, but were instead enveloped in a layer of dark gray energy carapace resembling solidified sludge, adorned with distorted, anguished human faces that emanated potent negative spiritual energy. Name, Evil Thought Zombie, Energy Entity. Level, LV22. Skills, 1. Evil Thought Impact, active releases a wave of mental shock, inflicting mental damage on a small area of enemies and applying a fear effect. 2. Corrupt Claw, active attacks with claws infused with negative energy, causing damage that also inflicts slow and weaken effects, reducing target's attack power. 3. Undying Resilience, passive possesses high health and physical defense, and when attacked, emits a small amount of negative energy to disrupt enemies. Description, a special energy entity zombie simulated by the training tower, condensed from a plethora of negative emotions and malicious thoughts. They not only boast high physical defense, but also excel in mental shock and applying negative states, posing a significant threat to candidates with weaker mental fortitude or insufficient countermeasures. In this second round, 5 ordinary monsters, you say? Su Yu observed the 5 evil thought zombies temporarily obstructed by the transparent barrier before him and nodded slightly. However, such a degree of challenge was still child's play for him. Let's resolve this swiftly. With a flicker of thought, a swarm of small black whirlpools silently manifested on the ground before him and at his sides. Crack, crack. The sound of bones grinding together filled the air. 110. 50, 100. A full 100 enhanced skeleton soldiers materialized around Su Yu. Subsequently, All skeleton soldiers charged directly towards the barrier, their bone blades pointed forward, locking onto the 5 agitated evil thought zombies on the other side of the barrier, like springs coiled to their utmost. Awaiting the moment the barrier vanished to unleash a thunderous, fatal strike. In the control room at the top of the training tower, several examiners were once again captivated by the spectacle before them. Has he finally decided to summon? The alluring Lu Qingmei regarded the screen, displaying the sudden appearance of 100 skeleton soldiers, a hint of intrigue curving her red lips. I thought he would opt to obliterate them with spells instead. 100 skeletons. The observer Lei Dong gasped at the sight, astonished that a level 20 necromancer could summon 100 skeleton soldiers. The speed and quantity of this summoning are rather extraordinary. A typical necromancer at this stage could barely maintain a dozen or so at once. Indeed, it is quite abnormal. The director of the Alchemy Association, Mo Bai, adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with fervent curiosity. And look at these skeleton soldiers. Their bones are ivory white, their structure dense, and their soul flames vibrant and animated. This is far from an ordinary low-tier skeleton. Their quality is exceptional. I dare say their strength rivals that of a standard level 20 warrior. Moreover, the previously silent Shadow Blade executor added hoarsely, his summoning process exhibited almost no discernible casting delay or energy fluctuation. This indicates that his mastery over necromantic energy has reached an unfathomable level. The seasoned examiners discern numerous anomalies merely from Su Yu's initial act of summoning skeleton soldiers. The speed of summoning, the quantity, the quality of the skeletons, and that nearly instantaneous summoning method all surpass their understanding of the necromancer class. This lad harbors secrets more profound than we imagined. Chief Examiner Su Kaiching gazed at the screen, showcasing the imposing 100 skeleton soldiers, his eyes glinting with curiosity. And a growing intrigue about Su Yu stirred within him. I am eager to see just how capable these skeleton soldiers are in combat. At this moment, not only Su Kaiching but the other examiners were also keen to gauge the combat prowess of the skeleton army. Yet, they could hardly fathom that these 100 skeleton soldiers were merely the tip of the iceberg compared to Su Yu's total legion of over 15,000 undead. They could not begin to comprehend the extraordinary magnitude of the skeleton soldiers' power. Within the tower's space, the countdown finally reached its conclusion. 3, 2, 1. Test commencing. Whoosh. The barrier blocking the evil thought zombies vanished with a sound. The 5 evil thought zombies, unable to contain their agitation, brandished their dark claws and charged towards Su Yu. However, before they could make significant progress, they were engulfed. Su Yu's calm voice, akin to a whisper from the Grim Reaper, resonated through the soul link. The 100 enhanced skeleton soldiers, poised for action, surged forth like unleashed tigers. Transforming into streaks of swift white lightning, they charged at the 5 evil thought zombies with an overwhelming speed and an unassailable momentum. In the blink of an eye, splat, splat, crack, boom. The 100 skeleton soldiers, like the most tumultuous white waves, instantaneously overwhelmed the 5 relatively massive evil thought zombies. Bone blades slashed, bone shields crashed, critical hits triggered. The scene was not one of battle but a unilateral, indisputable onslaught. The evil thought zombies' proud, undying resilience and sturdy carapace crumbled before the skeleton soldiers like fragile paper. Coupled with their sheer numbers, the battle began and ended in an instant. The 100 skeleton soldiers receded like a tide, leaving behind only a scattering of dissipating negative energy particles. Second round of testing concluded. Time taken, 42 seconds. Score 100 points. Congratulations, candidate Su Yu, you have qualified for the next round of testing. 42 seconds. Once again achieving a perfect score, Su Yu gazed calmly at the result, as if it were merely a matter of course. 100 level 20 super skeletons besieging 5 level 22 ordinary energy entities. If he could not eliminate them in an instant, that would indeed be peculiar. At this very moment, the examiners in the control room were rendered speechless. They stared at the score of 42 seconds displayed on the screen, then at the 100 skeletons, utterly unscathed and maintaining their formation, unable to utter a single word for an extended period. No, is this really the end? The 5 malevolent zombies, without even a struggle, were dispatched in mere moments? Chapter 76. Unbelievable power. Is this really a skeleton? The scene of Su Yu utilizing those 100 reinforced skeletons to obliterate the malevolent zombies with the ease of slicing through vegetables was vividly showcased across every corner of the control room at the pinnacle of the training tower. The examiners were astounded by the formidable combat prowess exhibited by the skeletons. The incredulous director of the Alchemy Association, Mo Bai, a scientific fanatic devoted to research and data, could not help but shake his head repeatedly, saturating his tone. The individual strength of those skeletons likely matched the standard of a level 20 ordinary creature, if not higher. 100 level 20 ordinary creature units. Lu Qingmei's voice was tinged with an unmistakable surprise. Is this truly the skeleton I envisioned? It shouldn't be. Could it be that the Necromancer class enhances summon creatures? No wonder he dared to solo the Abyss dungeon. Commander Lei Dong, a formidable military figure, now regarded Su Yu with entirely transformed eyes. Possessing such powerful summons, coupled with his own strength, conquering the Abyss dungeon was certainly not out of reach. Even the typically silent Shadow Blade Executor, who had remained like a shadow, revealed a rare glimmer of astonishment in his eyes concealed behind his mask. As a member of the Judgment Hall of the Professional Alliance, he had witnessed countless prodigies and anomalies. Yet, it was rare to encounter someone like Su Yu, who could display such terrifying quality and quantity of summons at the novice stage. The Necromancer, the Skeletons, Su Yu's power may surpass our expectations. Chief Examiner Su Kaiching spoke slowly, his voice maintaining a calm demeanor, yet his profound gaze burned with an unprecedented brilliance. Clearly, we had underestimated him previously. At this moment, the examiners began to comprehend why Su Yu had reached level 20. With such a robust and potentially vast legion of summons, whether in farming or dungeon runs, his efficiency was undeniably beyond that of ordinary practitioners. As for soloing the Abyss-grade dungeon, it no longer seemed implausible. This young man possesses boundless potential. Lu Qingmei's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, already contemplating how to extend an olive branch to this super genius on behalf of Magic Capital University. The other examiners, save for the Shadow Blade Executor, harbored similar thoughts to varying degrees. Who wouldn't want to recruit such a prodigy? While the examiners were astounded by the mere glimpse of Su Yu's capabilities in another independent space on the second level of the training tower, the top contenders from the southern Jiang province began their battles. In one such space, Li Jianfei faced 5 level 20 malevolent zombies. A flicker of disdain and savagery crossed his eyes. A bunch of rabble perished swiftly. He let out a low growl, activating the skill Blood Rage. Buzz. A dense crimson aura enveloped him like armor. As his already formidable muscles bulged further, the blood-red patterns on his skin growing increasingly grotesque. His combat power surged instantly. Berserker Charge. With those words, Li Jianfei propelled himself like a cannonball towards the 5 malevolent zombies, raising his blood-red greatsword high. Die! The blood-red greatsword emitted a piercing shriek as it carved through the air, leaving behind brutal and frenzied trajectories. In the blink of an eye, thud, 5 simultaneous explosive sounds. The 5 malevolent zombies were utterly torn apart by his wildly aggressive stance. The battle concluded. Li Jianfei, now splattered with a fair amount of negative energy, though it had little effect, surveyed the vacant arena before him, a profoundly confident and arrogant smile spreading across his face. Humph, this time, my speed is undoubtedly sufficient. He glanced at the system prompt that had just appeared, eyes gleaming with determination. Swish, swish, swish. The malevolent zombies' relatively sturdy energy shells were effortlessly shredded, like paper, before Li Jianfei's obviously high-quality greatsword. His combat style perfectly epitomized the essence of a berserker. He resembled a terrifying killing machine, each swing imbued with explosive power and boundless madness. In mere moments, all the malevolent zombies were obliterated by his wildly ferocious combat technique. Time taken, 308 seconds. Score, 99 points. 308. This score is undoubtedly first place. Li Jianfei laughed maniacally within. Su Yu? What does it matter if you were faster in the first round? In the face of true combat, what can you possibly compare to me? The top scholar of southern Jiang province is mine. He brimmed with confidence in the extreme speed he had just unleashed. He believed this score would overshadow all opponents, including Su Yu, and secure his place at the pinnacle. In another space, Sun Shihong, a demon conjurer from Jiangzhou Experimental High School, stood against the 5 malevolent zombies, a sinister smile still gracing his lips. Unlike Li Jianfei, who charged in with brute force, he delicately extended his fair, slender fingers, tracing several dark runes in the air. Come forth, my little darlings. Buzz, buzz. From the shadows beside him, 2 small yet exceptionally grotesque demonic creatures emerged silently. One resembled a black hound with wings, dripping with corrosive saliva, while the other appeared as a twisted mass of writhing tentacles and sharp teeth. Lesser Demon, Acid Hound. These were low-tier demonic servants summoned by the demon conjurer through contracts with abyssal demons. Go forth, tear them apart. Sun Shihong commanded with a smile. The 2 demonic servants erupted with excited howls, darting like black lightning towards the malevolent zombies. The acid hound spewed corrosive acid, instantly eroding the energy shells of the zombies. The lesser demon ensnared the zombies with its agile tentacles, its sharp teeth savagely gnawing away. Meanwhile, Sun Shihong remained leisurely in place, conjuring dark purple, shadow arrows, filled with negative energy in his hands, precisely targeting the energy cores of the immobilized zombies. Under his precise strikes and the frantic assault of the 2 demonic servants, the 5 malevolent zombies swiftly met their demise, disintegrating into energy particles. Time taken, 419 seconds. Score, 99 points. Oh, just under 4 seconds more. Not bad. Sun Shihong gazed at the results, seemingly pleased. It appears my little darlings have indeed become significantly stronger of late. He extended his hand, gently caressing the slick head of the acid liquid hound, which immediately emitted a sound of eager submission. In the space occupied by Luo Qingyan, the ice-cold campus bell, after experiencing initial shock and a fleeting sense of disappointment, swiftly recalibrated her mindset. Her gaze once again transformed into an unwavering and tranquil resolve, as steadfast as eternal ice. Confronted by 5 approaching malevolent zombies, she exhibited not a hint of panic. With a delicate wave of her ice-blue staff, the temperature in the air plummeted. Ice barrier. Buzz. A magnificent wall of ice, crystalline and emanating an excruciating chill, abruptly rose before her, effectively shielding her from the first wave of the malevolent zombies' assault. In quick succession, her delicate fingers danced like butterflies flitting among flowers, conjuring ice runes that coalesced and swirled around her. Blizzard. Whoosh. A biting wind, interspersed with countless sharp shards of ice, enveloped the area occupied by the malevolent zombies like a tempestuous tornado. Crack. Crack. The movement speed of the malevolent zombies was drastically reduced, thick layers of frost rapidly forming on their energy shells. Ice spike spell. Rapid fire. Luo Qingyan calmly locked onto her targets, her staff tapping rhythmically. Swish. 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 Several massive ice spikes, gleaming with a piercing chill and as thick as an arm, surged forth with a sharp whooshing sound, crashing violently into the malevolent zombies, now slowed and hindered by the blizzard. Uft. Uft. The ice spikes effortlessly pierced through the zombies' defenses, striking directly at their energy cores. Ultimately, under the relentless bombardment of frost spells, all 5 malevolent zombies disintegrated into particles of energy. Time taken, 466 seconds. Score, 98 points. As Luo Qingyan surveyed her results, she let out a soft sigh. This score surpassed her expectations somewhat. She wondered if it would surpass Suyu's. At this moment, many of the top candidates completed the second round of testing. All shared the same goal, to seize the top spot on the leaderboard and claim the title of champion of South Jiang Province. Chapter 77, Second Round Results Announced. Continuing the dominance. Half an hour later, as all candidates within the training tower finished the second round of tests, the authoritative voice echoed once more. The second round of practical tests is concluded. The number of participants in this round from South Jiang Province, 53,229. The number of successful candidates, 42,852. The number of candidates who failed or withdrew, 10,377. Elimination rate for this round, 19.5. In this second round of testing, the elimination rate approached 20%. This harsh data caused a wave of anxiety to wash over many of the surviving candidates. While the first round might have allowed for a degree of luck or basic skills to carry one through, the true disparities in strength began to manifest from the second round onward. Now announcing the rankings for the second round of the South Jiang Province College entrance examination. Finally, it had arrived. Almost all candidates instinctively held their breath, their eyes fixated on the virtual screen before them. They were eager to discover how their rankings would shift after this more challenging round of testing. Especially, would the top spot still belong to the enigmatic Suyu? Or would it be reclaimed by the likes of Li Jianfei or Sun Qiang? The screen flickered, the clear rankings cascading forth like a waterfall. South Jiang Province second round test rankings. First place, Suyu, profession, necromancer, completion time, 42 seconds, score, 100 points. Second place, Li Jianfei, profession, bloodthirsty berserker, completion time, 308 seconds, score, 99 points. Third place, Sun Qihong, profession, demon contract holder, completion time, 419 seconds, score, 99 points. Fourth place, Luo Qingyan, profession, ice mage, completion time, 466 seconds, score, 98 points. Fifth place, Deng Muyue, profession, evil spirit summoner, completion time, 628 seconds, score, 97 points. Sixth place. Within the enclosed space, almost instantaneously after the results were announced, Li Jianfei turned his gaze toward the top of the leaderboard. He had anticipated the moment his name would appear. Yet, when he beheld Suyu's name alongside the unfathomable time of 42 seconds, his triumphant smile froze in an instant. Li Jianfei stared intently at the name and time displayed on the screen, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. First place still belonged to Suyu, and this time, 42 seconds? Nearly 7 times faster than him. This must be a hoax. He had unleashed Heart of Fury, driving his speed and power to their utmost limits. He was certain that this was an unparalleled speed within South Jiang Province. Yet what was the outcome? In the face of Suyu, his proud burst of speed felt like a childish jest. Li Jianfei felt blood surge to his head, his cheeks flushing crimson. His body, as solid as steel, trembled slightly from the overwhelming shock within. It was not anger, nor resentment, but an unfathomable sense of defeat. A feeling as if all his efforts had been effortlessly trampled beneath another's feet. He had previously thought that Suyu had merely relied on luck or trickery in the first round. Yet now, Suyu had unequivocally demonstrated the truth through his results. How is this possible? Li Jianfei felt his mind buzz, a blankness enveloping him. His once unshakable confidence, as steadfast as iron, had suffered a devastating blow in that moment. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Jianfei murmured to himself, a look of confusion and defeat creeping into his gaze for the first time. Could it be that his vaunted strength and speed meant nothing in the presence of this necromancer named Suyu? No. Li Jianfei clenched his fists tightly, knuckles turning white. The bewilderment in his eyes was swiftly replaced by a fervent battle spirit and an insatiable desire for revenge. This is just the second round, merely the beginning. I refuse to believe. I refuse to accept that Suyu can maintain such speed. I still have a chance. Grinding his teeth, Li Jianfei's gaze reignited with an unyielding flame of determination. Meanwhile, Sun Shihong was also perusing the leaderboard. At this moment, the sinister smile that had once graced his lips had vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. 42 seconds. Sun Shihong furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated him. Suyu's strength was likely far beyond what I had anticipated. He had initially believed that, with the aid of his contracted shadow demon, he could at least narrow the gap or even surpass it in this round. Yet unexpectedly, Suyu had once again ascended to the top with an overwhelming display. This sensation was akin to having meticulously prepared for a grand performance, only to have the opponent waltz on stage, overturn the table, and declare that the rules of the game were entirely different. He had thought Suyu was merely exceptionally skilled in one aspect or possessed some hidden trump card. However, the consecutive rounds of overwhelmingly dominant results compelled him to re-evaluate this opponent's true capabilities. A necromancer summoning the undead, indeed? Uncertain as to whether my abyssal creature surpasses your undead minions, a glimmer of cold and ruthless battle intent flickered in Sun Shihong's eyes. He had begun to regard Suyu as a formidable adversary worthy of earnest consideration, contemplating the true depths of his strategies. Meanwhile, in the space occupied by Luo Qingyan, she sighed softly upon witnessing the scoreboard, where Suyu had once again left her far behind. 42 seconds. It was 10 times faster than her utmost effort of 66 seconds. The disparity was so vast that the mere thought of attempting to catch up seemed almost ludicrous. A profound sense of helplessness surged within her like a chilling tide. She had always believed herself to be a paragon among her peers. But in the presence of this youth named Suyu, all her pride and endeavors appeared utterly inconsequential. Was the gap truly this immense? She even began to doubt whether her choice to compete with Suyu had been a mistake from the outset. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. When she reopened her ice-blue eyes, though still tinged with disappointment, the tenacity belonging to a true warrior remained undiminished. I concede. He is extraordinarily strong, Luo Qingyan whispered, as if to convince herself. Yet, the Gaokao was not over. The forthcoming test would become increasingly challenging, perhaps in more complex battles. I might have an opportunity to narrow the gap. She lifted her gaze, her ice-blue eyes regaining their calmness and resolve. Regardless of how formidable her opponent might be, she would commit herself fully to her own path. At this moment, it was not only Luo Qingyan who felt this way. The remaining candidates, upon witnessing Suyu's results, fell into a state of astonished disbelief. It was unavoidable. Suyu's achievements were simply too staggering. Dominating the leaderboard in 2 consecutive rounds with overwhelming prowess felt as if 2 heavy blows had struck deep within their hearts, causing their very beings to tremble. In that instant, they felt as though Suyu's name had been magnified infinitely, gradually transforming into an insurmountable peak. Chapter 78, Absolute Dominance. Is Suyu really this strong? Simultaneously, in the square outside the training tower, the hovering golden screen updated the rankings for the second round. It's out. The results for the second round are here. A voice called out, instantly capturing the attention of everyone awaiting in the square. Thousands of eyes turned towards the massive screen, searching for the names of students from their respective schools, but more importantly, focusing on the identity at the pinnacle of the leaderboard. However, when they spotted that familiar name at the top, alongside the shockingly short time, a peculiar silence enveloped the square once more. If the first round's time of 33 seconds was dismissed as luck or a momentary skill, then how could they explain Suyu's second round performance, where he faced 5 even stronger malevolent zombies and completed it in merely 42 seconds? How could this possibly be rationalized? After the silence, a wave of astonished gasps and discussions erupted like a tidal surge. It's him again, Suyu, still in first place. 42 seconds. Is that instant? My goodness. Facing 5 malevolent zombies in the second round, how on earth did Suyu achieve this? This time, he was several times faster than Li Jianfei and the others. Is this truly so outrageous? A monster. This kid is undoubtedly a monster. He cannot be measured by ordinary standards. This is utterly absurd. The results are a complete rout. Compared to him, other talents are simply insignificant. This time, no one dared to question Suyu's strength. Having consistently topped the leaderboard in 2 rounds with absolute dominance was sufficient proof of his prowess. The name Suyu, along with his seemingly bug-like results, began to etch itself into the hearts of all who were observing this Gaokao, igniting unprecedented interest and discussion. At that moment, within the region of Binhai City, Hua Chuanfeng, who had just been modestly conversing with other principals, now trembled with excitement as he gazed at the rankings displayed on the screen, his face nearly glowing with exhilaration. First place again. and still dominating the leaderboard. What divine speed is 0. 42 seconds. What a remarkable youth. Guo Chuanfeng was ecstatic. Although he had mentally prepared himself for Su Yu's impressive results upon seeing his level at 20, he had not anticipated the level of astonishment Su Yu would deliver. The first round's time of 0. 33 seconds had already left him speechless, but now, facing 5 malevolent zombies, creatures that were not only tough but also capable of mental interference and negative states, Su Yu completed the challenge in just 0. 42 seconds. This was nearly identical to the first round's performance. What did this signify? It indicated that the increase in numbers and the change in monster types had no impact on Su Yu whatsoever. How did this prodigy achieve such feats? He was simply a monster. In that moment, Guo Chuanfeng realized that Su Yu's combat power was likely far more terrifying than he had imagined, much more so. Beside him, Principals Zhao Liqiang, Ji Ling, and Ma Hongji, upon witnessing Su Yu's accomplishments, found themselves utterly at a loss for words. The sour expressions that had once adorned their faces had vanished, replaced by a state of near-numb shock and wry smiles. The disparity was insurmountable. The so-called geniuses from their own schools, when compared to Su Yu, were akin to fireflies vying with the bright moon, ridiculous and utterly unaware. Old Guo, this Su Yu from your school is truly... Zhao Liqiang struggled to articulate, his voice somewhat parched. After much contemplation, he could only utter 2 words, a prodigy. Not just a prodigy. Principal Ji Ling sighed in resignation. This is simply a dimensional strike. I am beginning to understand why he could elevate his level to 20 in such a short span of 7 days. With such strength, I would not be surprised if he were to reach level 25. Indeed, Ma Hongji also sighed, his tone filled with envy. Old Guo, congratulations. Your school has truly discovered a treasure. Perhaps this year's top scholar in Nanjing province will belong to this young man. Top scholar in the province. Hearing those 3 words from his old friend, Guo Chuanfeng's heart, which had gradually calmed, surged once more with fervor. Could the top scholar truly be within reach? That would mean being the best among nearly tens of thousands of examinees across the entire province. It was the highest honor that countless geniuses yearned for. A pinnacle that Guo Chuanfeng and all past principals of Binhai No. 1 High School had never dared to dream of. To be honest, while Guo Chuanfeng had harbored some expectations, he only dared to quietly fantasize about it in his heart, convinced there was a glimmer of hope. Yet now, having witnessed Su Yu's nearly invincible and dominantly superior performance firsthand, the fantasy within him began to crystallize and solidify. Given Su Yu's current display of dominance, who in the entire Nanjing province could possibly rival him? The top scholar in the province no longer seemed an unattainable dream. Could it be that Binhai No. 1 High School is truly on the verge of producing a provincial top scholar? Guo Chuanfeng murmured to himself, his voice trembling with excitement. What would it mean if Su Yu truly became the provincial champion? It would signify a meteoric rise for Binhai No. 1 High School. From an inconspicuous, ordinary high school, it would leap into the limelight, drawing attention from across the province and even the nation. It would herald substantial monetary rewards and a continuous influx of resources, leading to unprecedented enhancements in the school's infrastructure, teaching quality, and student enrollment. It would mean that Guo Chuanfeng's name would not merely be inscribed in the annals of Binhai's educational history. He might even receive commendations at the provincial level or beyond. His tenure as principal would reach an unparalleled zenith. Countless benefits and honors flashed through his mind like scenes from a film. Guo Chuanfeng felt an overwhelming happiness wash over him, so sudden and intense that even this seasoned veteran, accustomed to life's tempests, felt a bit dizzy and nearly stumbled. Old Guo, are you all right? Zhao Liqiang, standing beside him, noticed his agitation and quickly lent him support. I'm fine. Guo Chuanfeng snapped back to reality, taking several deep breaths to suppress the excitement surging within him. He straightened his back and forced a composed smile. Well, it's still too early to talk about being the provincial champion. We must see how the subsequent rounds unfold. Those will be crucial. Although he feigned modesty, the corners of his mouth, nearly stretching to his ears, betrayed his true feelings. The other principals around him exchanged helpless glances, sharing bittersweet smiles, internally cursing the luck of that old fox, while simultaneously feeling genuine envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, on the square, teachers and representatives from other schools had also noticed the unusual fervor emanating from Binhai No. 1 High School, drawing their attention to the glaring rankings displayed on the screen, casting envious glances in their direction. At that moment, many among them were pondering the same thought. How could such an extraordinary talent not emerge from their own institution? Chapter 79. The third level of the training tower, 200 skeleton soldiers. Within the tower's confines, Su Yu was also examining the rankings. Not bad, still in first place. He calmly glanced at the results displayed on the screen, a conclusion he had anticipated. Just then, the information on the screen changed. The second round of testing has concluded. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced. The third level of the training space has been unlocked. With a soft hum, a white teleportation gate materialized before him. Without a moment's pause, Su Yu stepped forward and entered. After a slight ripple in the air, his figure reappeared in the third level of the training tower. The environment here seemed altered. It was no longer merely a metallic floor, but an arid landscape filled with red rocks and sulfur pits, the air thick with a faint, searing heat. The space remained expansive, enveloped by an energy barrier above and around him. At that moment, a chilling electronic voice echoed, heralding the onset of a new challenge. Warning! Warning! The third round of testing is about to commence. This round's objective: eliminate the elite-level energy entity, Crimson Flame Giant Bear, LV-24. Note: scoring for this round will be based on your kill time. The shorter the duration, the higher the score, with a maximum of 100 points. Countdown: 10 seconds. Almost instantaneously as the prompt sounded, the space approximately 100 meters ahead violently distorted, a torrent of searing energy coalescing. In the next moment, a terrifying energy entity resembling a bear, towering over 4 meters and engulfed in blazing crimson flames, roared into existence. Its form was composed of flowing flames. Its fur akin to solidified magma, with powerful limbs and claws gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its enormous eyes, ablaze with golden flames, radiated an aura of brutality and destruction. An overwhelming sense of pressure and intense heat bearing down upon him. Name: Crimson Flame Giant Bear, Elite Energy Entity. Level: LV-24. Strength: 188. Vitality: 195. Agility: 120. Mental: 115. Skills: 1. Flame Claw Strike. Active attack with fiery claws, inflicting substantial physical and fire damage, with an additional Ignite effect. 2. Flame Breath. Active exhale a cone of searing flames, dealing continuous fire damage in the targeted area. 3. War Roar. Active emit a heart-stopping roar, increasing its own attack power while briefly lowering the defenses of nearby enemies. 4. Lava Skin. Passive covered in lava energy, providing high physical and fire resistance. Description: an elite-level Crimson Flame Giant Bear simulated by the advanced energy of the training tower. Incredibly powerful. It boasts thick skin and excels in fire attacks, posing a formidable challenge to Examinee's comprehensive response capabilities and sustained output. ALV-24 Elite Energy Entity. This time, it was no longer a mere ordinary monster or energy entity, but rather an elite-level foe. Its attributes and skill potency far surpassed those of the previous Shadowcat Demon and Malicious Zombie. Particularly striking were its staggering 195 points in vitality and the formidable defense granted by its passive ability, Lava Skin. This would undoubtedly be a formidable adversary for the vast majority of Examinees. At this moment, the enormous Crimson Flame Giant Bear was restrained by a transparent barrier, anxiously clawing at it with its flaming paws, emitting thunderous roars that sent waves of heat surging through the air. An elite monster? Tsuyu regarded the menacing Crimson Flame Giant Bear with an expression of calm indifference. This one has a bit more to offer than the previous 2 rounds. He decided to summon additional skeleton soldiers. With a thought, a series of dark whirlpools emerged, like ink spots materializing from thin air, silently coalescing before him. Crack! Crack! The sound of clattering bones echoed as 100 reinforced skeleton soldiers, their eye sockets ablaze with ethereal soul fire and wielding shields and swords, marched forth in perfect unison, seamlessly integrating into the ranks of the previous 100 skeleton soldiers. 200. A full 200 LV-20 super skeleton soldiers stood resolutely before the barrier, their cold soul fires fixated on the roaring Crimson Flame Giant Bear beyond. The overwhelming aura of death coalesced, nearly solidifying the surrounding air. They were poised and ready, waiting for the barrier to dissipate before unleashing a savage onslaught to utterly obliterate their foe. Meanwhile, in the control room at the top of the training tower, several examiners had just begun to recover from the shock of Tsuyu's astonishing 042 second elimination in the second round, each evaluating the remarkable combat prowess displayed by the 100 skeleton soldiers. Although the number was only 100, each one's strength rivaled that of LV-20 elite warriors. Wasn't the quality of this necromancer's summons astonishingly high? Lu Qingmei still found it hard to believe. Perhaps it's not just about high quality. Director Mo Bai adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. His summoning speed is astonishingly rapid, and the almost negligible energy expenditure is highly unusual. Perhaps his talent is connected to summoning or the nature of the undead units themselves. Whatever the reason, the Vice Commander Lei Dong broke into a broad smile, his eyes brimming with admiration for the formidable. This lad possesses undeniable prowess. The third round featured a level 24 elite Crimson Flame Giant Bear, a significant step up in difficulty from the previous 2 rounds. It was the perfect opportunity to observe whether he and his 100 elite skeleton soldiers could continue to work wonders. All attention was fervently fixed on Su Yu's display screen, eagerly anticipating the ensuing battle. However, at that moment, a scene unfolded on the screen that left the examiners utterly astonished. Who could have imagined that Su Yu would summon yet another 100 skeleton soldiers? The control room fell into an immediate, stunned silence. Even the most seasoned examiners, accustomed to extraordinary feats, found themselves frozen, their expressions more vivid than when they had previously witnessed Su Yu's instantaneous kills. Another 100. Lu Qingmei, momentarily losing her composure, covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes wide with incredulity. 200. He can summon and maintain 200 skeletons of that caliber simultaneously. The vice commander Lei Dong's voice quivered, filled with disbelief. What manner of monster is this? Is his mental energy inexhaustible? Something is amiss. Very amiss. Director Mo Bai's breath became rapid, his eyes, magnified behind his glasses, fixated on the screen. This method of summoning, this quantity, this quality, this is undoubtedly not ordinary necromancy. This young man harbors an earth-shattering secret. The executor Ing Ron, hidden behind his mask, also had his eyes widen momentarily, clearly taken aback by this astonishing spectacle. 200 powerful skeleton soldiers. Surely, this could sweep through most level 25 instances. Only the chief examiner Su Kaiching, after the initial shock, erupted into an even stronger gleam in his eyes, akin to discovering a rare treasure. 200. How intriguing, he murmured softly, a smile spreading across his face. This Suyu continues to deliver surprises, one after another, ad infinitum. He now even began to question whether these 200 were truly the young man's limit. He eagerly gazed at the screen, anticipating the final outcome of the third round of testing. He was keen to discover what achievements these 200 skeletons would manifest against the level 24 elite Crimson Flame Giant Bear. Chapter 80. The Surging Sea of Skeletons. Instantaneous kill. Within the scorched expanse of the third level of the training tower, the atmosphere was as tense as iron. 200 skeletons emanating a chilling murderous intent stood ready, like the most meticulously crafted death legion. Their ethereal blue soul flames fixated unwaveringly on the level 24 elite Crimson Flame Giant Bear, which was ablaze with ferocious flames. Time passed slowly in this silent standoff. The countdown on the screen ticked away like a pendulum of doom, shifting continuously. 3, 2, 1. Test commences. Whoosh. The barrier vanished. Roar. The Crimson Flame Giant Bear, unable to contain its raging desire to kill, unleashed a thunderous roar. Its massive frame, akin to a small mountain, surged with astonishing power, charging recklessly towards Suyu. Simultaneously, its flaming claws were raised high, prepared to shred anything that dared stand in its path. The full-force assault of a level 24 elite creature was sufficient to instill dread in any examinee, necessitating total defense or immediate evasion. Yet, just as the Crimson Flame Giant Bear initiated its charge, the examiners atop the tower widened their eyes, eager to see how Suyu would command his 200 skeleton soldiers to counter the terrifying elite creature's first wave of assault. What transpired next was utterly shocking. 4. The skeleton soldiers moved in unison. The moment the barrier dissolved, all the skeletons received their master's final command. Devour it. Roar. Whoosh. 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 The once orderly 200 reinforced skeleton soldiers surged forward like a deluge, charging at the Crimson Flame Giant Bear. Their speed, augmented by agility enhancement, reached its zenith, leaving behind a series of clear white afterimages. There was no semblance of strategy, no hint of coordination. The sole action of the 200 skeletons was a charge, like harbingers of death executing final judgment. From all directions, the 200 skeletons, adopting an utterly unreasonable, overpowering approach, pounced mercilessly upon the Crimson Flame Giant Bear, which had just begun its charge, yet had not had the chance to unleash its full might. In the next instant, ufti! This was not a singular sound but 200 sounds of bone blades cleaving, bone shields colliding, and bones compressing and overlapping, creating a cacophony so dense it nearly melded into one terrifying noise. The scene was not one of battle, but rather a living act of consumption. The once imposing and ferocious level 24 elite Crimson Flame Giant Bear had no time to react. Its massive, mountain-like body was completely engulfed by an overwhelming tide of countless, unending white bones. From the control room atop the tower, the view was breathtakingly shocking. It was as if a mere red pebble had been instantly swallowed by a sudden white tsunami. Not even a single splash emerged as it vanished entirely from sight. Only a few muffled, unwilling roars filled with agony, and the increasingly dense, nerve-wracking sounds of bone shattering and energies detonating could be faintly heard. Then, silence reigned. The entire sequence unfolded with suffocating rapidity, as the surging sea of white bones receded like a tide, reforming into a neat formation before Suyu. There was not a trace of the Crimson Flame Giant Bear left. Only a few dissipating particles of fiery energy lingered in the air, slowly dispersing. Not a single hair remained. Instantaneous kill. Once again, without a shadow of a doubt. Instantaneous annihilation. Ding. Third round test concluded. Time taken, 0:36 seconds. Score 100 points. Congratulations, examinee Suyu. You have qualified for the next round of testing. 0:36 seconds. Even faster than the second round's 0:42 seconds. A score of 100 points. Suyu gazed at the result, nodding calmly. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Although the Crimson Flame Giant Bear was an elite creature, with defenses and health far surpassing the ordinary energy entities encountered previously, this time, he had summoned 200 skeleton soldiers. 200 level 20 super skeletons overwhelming a level 24 elite creature. If that couldn't lead to an instant kill, it would indeed be embarrassing. He even felt that this 0.36 seconds might have been prolonged by the time it took for the skeletons to charge. Otherwise, it could have been even quicker. Within the control room atop the tower, silence reigned. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The examiners were left astonished, their mouths agape. What had they just witnessed? Another instant kill. And this time it was the level 24 elite Crimson Flame giant bear. Renowned for its defenses and strength, this was a particularly troublesome elite creature. But the outcome? In the presence of the skeletal army, a mere glance led to annihilation. The Crimson Flame giant bear was overwhelmed without so much as a semblance of a counterattack. Engulfed by 200 skeletal soldiers that descended like a locust swarm. Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? What on earth are the skeletal soldiers of this undead lord made of? Gulp. Deputy Commander Lei Dong swallowed hard, feeling an intense dryness in his throat. He gazed at the screen, displaying a time of 0.36 seconds, recalling his own valiant struggle during the college entrance examination, where he faced similar elite monsters for nearly 3 minutes before triumphing. For the first time, he felt a profound doubt about his profession. Could it be that reckless brutes truly possess no future? The combat prowess of these skeletal soldiers is extraordinarily grotesque, far beyond imagination. The stunning director Lu Qingmei, at this moment, completely disregarded her image, her delicate hands instinctively clutching her robe, murmuring to herself, her eyes fixed on Suyu, brimming with indescribable astonishment. I have dedicated my life to the study of undead creatures and alchemical puppets. Director Mo adjusted his nearly slipping glasses, his voice trembling. Having never witnessed such an outrageous spectacle of skeletal soldiers, their strength, their speed, their defense, even their coordination and agility in movement. These are nothing short of the most perfect killing machines, far more terrifying than the golden golems I have crafted. Although Executive Shadowblade remained silent, the icy gaze hidden behind his mask now narrowed sharply, clearly stirred by a tempest of emotions. Meanwhile, the chief examiner, Su Kaiching, the vice president of Yenjing University, observed the serene youth on the screen, whose demeanor suggested that nothing had transpired, and the smile of interest that once adorned his lips had completely frozen. In its place was an unprecedented seriousness, alongside an even more intense excitement, nearly bursting forth. He had initially believed that he had sufficiently overestimated Suyu. Yet, it now appeared that he had gravely underestimated the terror of this youth. This goes beyond the realm of mere genius or prodigy. This is a being that utterly transcends logic, a monster capable of overturning the existing understanding of the professional hierarchy. Just 200 skeletal soldiers, merely 200, could instantaneously obliterate a level 24 elite. Su Kaiching inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, his eyes glittering with a piercing intensity. Then, where truly lies his ultimate limit? I suspect this lad possesses not merely 200 skeletal soldiers. There may be even more. This notion sent an involuntary shiver through all present examiners. They dared not contemplate further. If there were indeed more skeletal soldiers, would that not lead to the complete obliteration of the entire college entrance test? However, they could never have imagined that Su Yu's army of skeletal soldiers had already surpassed 10,000. Had they known this truth, the expressions on the examiners' faces would have been even more spectacular. Continue observing. Su Kaiching commanded in a grave tone, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Raise Su Yu's priority to the highest. I want to scrutinize every performance he delivers henceforth. Inside the control room, the atmosphere had reached a peak of tension. All examiners were wholly captivated by Su Yu. They were fervently eager to discover what astonishing feats this youth, who continuously reshaped their understanding, would unveil in the forthcoming assessments. Chapter 81. Rankings announced, still first. Outside the trial tower, in the vast square. At this moment, the teleportation area in the center of the square began to radiate a gentle white light incessantly. With each flash of white light, one or several pale-faced, dejected young figures, some even bearing injuries, were teleported out. They were all candidates eliminated in the third round of the trial tower test. Damn it, the third round was exceedingly difficult. A warrior candidate, just teleported out and still bearing burns on his arm, cursed with lingering dread. What on earth was that Crimson Flame giant bear? Not only was its hide tough and its flesh thick, but its strength was also terrifying. It could even breathe fire. I nearly met my demise at its hands. Indeed, a female mage, also eliminated, echoed with a face full of fear. The bear's fire resistance was absurd. My fireball spell barely tickled it. After much effort to whittle down its health, it unleashed a war cry that nearly shattered my magical shield. Sigh. I was fortunate enough to exchange a few blows with that bear. I had intended to sneak around for a surprise attack, but was sent flying by a single swipe, resulting in an immediate failure and teleportation. As the number of eliminated candidates increased, the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly lively. Elite monsters. The third round of testing directly featured elite monsters, and a defensive powerhouse like the Crimson Flame giant bear at that. I estimate that at least 10,000 candidates will be eliminated from this round. This is unavoidable. The Crimson Flame Giant Bear is incredibly adept at countering fragile professions, and its defense and health are alarmingly high. Without genuine skill, one cannot hope to inflict damage. Who do you think will take first place in this round? I have faith in Li Jianfei. The Bloodfiend Berserker has an extremely high burst potential, granting him a significant advantage against such a cumbersome, tank-like elite monster. Sun Shihong's Demon Pact Summoner is also formidable. His demon might just restrain the giant bear. Luo Qingyan's Ice Mage boasts excellent control, and coupled with attribute advantage, should also manage well against the Crimson Flame Giant Bear. I still favor Suyu, putting aside everything else. His previous 2 rounds of instant kills have already placed him in the lead. I too believe it will be Suyu. I just wonder what his final score will be. Do you think he can continue his streak of instant kills from the previous 2 rounds? At this remark, everyone paused momentarily. Then, they all shook their heads. Instant kills against elite monsters? What a joke. That is a Crimson Flame Giant Bear with exceptionally high defense. It is utterly beyond the capabilities of current candidates to achieve an instant kill. All believe that facing the elite-level Crimson Flame Giant Bear, Suyu's momentum of consecutive instant kills would inevitably be curtailed. With such thoughts, everyone turned their gaze to the center of the square, awaiting the final results. An hour later, as the last candidate was eliminated, that majestic and authoritative voice resonated once more. The 3rd round of practical testing is concluded. Here it comes. The square fell instantly silent. Whether it was the students still engaged in discussion or the anxious teachers and principals, all conversation ceased abruptly, their eyes fixed intently on the luminous screen. The number of participants from Nanjing province in this assessment, 42,852. The number of successful candidates in this round, 28,464. The number of those who failed or withdrew midway, 14,388. This round's elimination rate is approximately 33.6. Now announcing the rankings for the 3rd round of practical testing for Nanjing province. Wow. The golden screen updated once again, clearly displaying the latest rankings. Nanjing province 3rd round testing rankings. First place, Suyu Profession, Undead Lord, completion time, 0:36 seconds, score, 100 points. Second place, Sun Shihong, Profession, Demon Pact Summoner, completion time, 15:21 seconds, score, 92 points. Third place, Luo Qingyan, Profession, Ice Mage, completion time, 18:16 seconds, score, 90 points. Fourth place, Li Jianfei, Profession, Bloodfiend Berserker, completion time, 19:44 seconds, score, 89 points. Fifth place, Deng Muyue, Profession, Evil Spirit Summoner, completion time, 22:31 seconds, score, 87 points. Rank 6. All eyes were immediately drawn to the leaderboard. However, upon witnessing Su Yu's astonishing completion time, they were utterly dumbfounded. 0:36 seconds? What on earth? How is this possible? He annihilated it. This time, he faced the elite Crimson Flame Giant Bear. How could it have been dispatched so swiftly? This defies all logic. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the entire square erupted into chaos. 0:36 seconds? Am I seeing things, or has the system malfunctioned? No way. To annihilate an elite monster, how could that be feasible? It's simply absurd. In disbelief, they pondered Su Yu's incredible strength. A glance at the scores of other candidates compared to Su Yu's elicited gasps of astonishment. My goodness, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seems that the top scorer in the southern border province this year will undoubtedly be Su Yu. I share the same sentiment. His combat prowess and dominance utterly overshadow all other candidates. The crowd buzzed with excitement. There was no denying it. The shock from Su Yu's completion time was overwhelming, surpassing their understanding and imagination. What genius! What prodigy! In the face of such a feat as annihilating an elite monster in 0:36 seconds, all of it seemed trivial. Mere illusions. This left them in utter astonishment. Some even speculated that this year's provincial top scorer had already been secured by Su Yu. Such a monster as him would be insurmountable by any other candidate. Chapter 82. Despairing, the 4th round of testing. Meanwhile, the candidates within the training tower were also scrutinizing the leaderboard. When Su Yu's unfathomable achievement was presented before them, each independent space within the tower was enveloped in an indescribable, mingling silence infused with despair. 0:36 seconds. Annihilation of the LV-24 Elite Crimson Flame Giant Bear. This achievement struck each candidate's heart like a heavy hammer, plunging them into profound despair. In the space where Li Jianfei resided, this bloodthirsty berserker gazed at the glaring 0:36 seconds displayed on the screen, then at his own meager score that barely placed him in the top 5. The color drained from his face, leaving only a pallid visage. His eyes, once ablaze with fervent battle intent, now resembled those doused in icy water, extinguished completely. Annihilating an elite monster, Li Jianfei muttered, his voice dry and hoarse, laden with disbelief and profound helplessness. He had initially thought that Su Yu's advantage lay solely in speed and explosive power. Facing a truly formidable elite monster would inevitably lead to a grueling battle. Yet, the result? Still an annihilation. Still a crushing superiority. Still that absolute dominance that rendered any thought of pursuit utterly futile. How on earth do I compare? Li Jianfei chuckled bitterly, the blood-red giant sword in his hand feeling inexplicably heavier. His once proud strength and explosive power appeared laughably insignificant before Suyu. On the other side, in Sun Shihong's space, this demon contract holder had long since lost his sinister smile, replaced instead by an unprecedented gravity and trepidation. 36 seconds, elite crimson flame giant bear. Sun Shihong scrutinized the leaderboard, his brow furrowed. Just how powerful were Suyu's summoned undead? Capable of annihilating an elite monster? He had originally thought to summon more formidable contract demons in the subsequent tests to compete with Suyu, but now it seemed he lacked the qualifications to contend. Truly a monster. Sun Shihong sighed softly, his expression complex. In Luo Qingyan's space, this Ice Queen gazed at Suyu's impossibly leading score on the leaderboard, simply closing her eyes in tranquility. When she reopened them, her ice blue eyes still carried a hint of undeniable disappointment, yet more so, a sense of acceptance and focus. In that moment, she finally comprehended. Perhaps she and Suyu had never been on the same playing field from the very beginning. Forcing a comparison would only lead her into an abyss of endless frustration and confusion. Doing her best was sufficient. Luo Qingyan softly reassured herself, redirecting all her attention to the forthcoming assessment. Not just them. Almost all candidates who had survived the third round, upon witnessing Suyu's miraculous score, felt a surge of similar thoughts arise within them. Despair. Yes, pure despair. The kind that arises when faced with an insurmountable mountain. At that moment, they profoundly understood the terrifying chasm that lay between them and Suyu, akin to an insurmountable divide. Those who had once burned with fervent ambition to claim the top spot and vie for provincial honors now found their flames of determination quietly extinguished. Competing for first place against such an unreasonable monster? Don't be ridiculous. Alas, the prospect of being the provincial top scorer seemed a distant dream. With such a monster present, who would dare to vie for first? Better to humbly secure one's current ranking and aim for second or third place. If I could land in the top 10 and gain admission to a good university, I would be thoroughly satisfied. Under the overwhelming pressure of Suyu's absolute strength, these once arrogant prodigies were compelled to lower their aspirations, shifting their gaze from the unattainable summit to the second and third positions. Suyu, in a manner they could not fathom, single-handedly altered the competitive landscape of the southern border province's college entrance examinations. At this moment, the architect of all this upheaval, Suyu, remained as calm as ever. Just then, the information on the screen before him shifted. The third round of testing has concluded. Congratulations on your successful advancement. The fourth layer of the training space has been opened for you. Buzz. A white teleportation portal quietly manifested before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu stepped through. Crossing the gentle white portal, when Suyu opened his eyes once more, the scene before him had transformed dramatically. No longer the scorched, reddish rocky terrain of before, he found himself enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. The air was cold and damp, permeated by a faint odor of decay and rot. Beneath his feet lay an uneven rocky surface, seemingly slick with some viscous liquid. All around was a profound silence. Not even the faintest whisper of wind could be heard. Only the sound of his own breath and heartbeat echoing in the darkness. This was a space entirely shrouded in shadows. A dark environment? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Yet his expression betrayed no hint of panic. For ordinary practitioners, such an abrupt descent into absolute darkness would be enough to disorient them, instilling fear and drastically diminishing their combat effectiveness. However, for Suyu, within the gift of the undead, his senses had already been heightened. At this moment, to him, this so-called absolute darkness bore little difference from daylight. The surrounding scenery, the texture of the rocks, the moisture on the ground, and the contours of distant energy barriers were all vividly clear to his vision. This dark environment posed no hindrance to Suyu whatsoever. At that moment, a chilling system notification echoed through the darkness. Warning, warning, the fourth round of testing is about to commence. Objective for this round, eliminate 3 elite-level toxic demonic spiders, LV-24. Note, the scoring for this round will be based on your kill time. The shorter the duration, the higher the score, with a maximum of 100 points. Countdown, 10 seconds. Almost instantaneously after the alert sounded, the space in front of Suyu slightly warped in the darkness, and 3 orbs of eerie green poisonous light swiftly coalesced into form. They were 3 massive giant spiders. Their bodies were pitch black, cloaked in hard exoskeletons, and their 8 legs, adorned with menacing barbs, resembled sharp scythes. Their abdomens were noticeably swollen, evidently harboring deadly venom. Most unnervingly, their densely packed compound eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty, ghostly green luminescence in the dark. Name, Toxic Demonic Spider, Elite Energy Entity. Level, LV-24. Strength, 171. Constitution, 165. Agility, 179. Spirit, 192. Skills, 1. Toxic Spray. Active expels a wide fan-shaped spray of highly corrosive venom, inflicting sustained poison damage and reducing the target's defense. 2. Shadow Stealth. Passive greatly enhances movement speed and concealment in dark environments, making detection exceedingly difficult. 3. Venomous Bite. Active attacks with venomous fangs, dealing significant physical damage and inflicting paralyze effect. 4. Web Trap. Active deploys invisible web traps in designated areas. Upon enemy contact, they become powerfully ensnared and subjected to continuous poison erosion. Description: an elite-level toxic demonic spider simulated by the advanced energy of the training tower. They are ambushers in the darkness, adept at utilizing their surroundings for surprise attacks and trap setting, incredibly venomous, and swift in movement, posing a formidable challenge to assess candidates' reconnaissance skills, adaptability, and ability to navigate complex combat environments. 3. Elite-level toxic demonic spiders, skilled in stealth and ambush within the dark. Coupled with the obscuring environment, this exemplifies the challenge of the 4th round of testing. At this moment, due to the transparent barrier in the middle, the 3 menacing toxic demonic spiders could only pace restlessly in place, emitting hissing threats from their mouths, their ghostly green compound eyes fixed intently on Suyu, brimming with a predatory glint. Chapter 83. A New Summon? The Undead Knight. Meanwhile, in the control room atop the training tower, the attention of several examiners was intensely focused. The difficulty of the 4th round had escalated yet another notch. Lu Qingmei observed the pitch-black combat scene on the screen, along with the 3 elusive toxic demonic spiders, her brows furrowing slightly. The absolute darkness severely limited the candidates' visibility, testing their perceptive abilities and adaptability to dark environments. Indeed, Vice Commander Lei Dong solemnly remarked, and this time, the adversaries are 3 elite-level toxic demonic spiders. Such creatures excel in stealth and ambush tactics, thriving in the dark. For most candidates, this will be an exceedingly arduous challenge. They must contend not only with the foes in front, but also remain vigilant against lethal attacks from the shadows and the omnipresent web traps. This round will likely eliminate a substantial number of participants. Director Mo Bai adjusted his glasses, his tone grave. Especially for those who lack perceptive skills or means to combat stealth and toxins, who will find themselves at a considerable disadvantage. I wonder how Suyu will perform in such an environment? The raspy voice of Executive Officer Ing Run carried a subtle hint of anticipation. In the first 3 rounds, Suyu exhibited overwhelming and unyielding combat prowess. In the 4th round, this dark hunting ground designed to exploit candidates' weaknesses, could he maintain that invincible stance? Would his seemingly omnipotent skeletal soldiers still manifest their terrifying might under restricted visibility and the threat of ambush and traps? Or did he harbor other hidden cards? All the examiners turned their gazes toward the screen where Suyu stood, filled with curiosity and expectation. They were eager to witness how this continually surprising youth would perform in this latest test. In the 4th level of the training tower, within a space enveloped by absolute darkness, Suyu stood calmly in place. His gaze was sharply fixed upon the 3 elite-level toxic demonic spiders within the barrier ahead. The countdown continued to tick coldly. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. Faced with these elite adversaries, Suyu chose not to summon the skeletal soldiers as he had previously. Although the sheer number and combat strength of the skeletal soldiers would suffice to annihilate the 3 spiders instantaneously, such an approach would undoubtedly slow his momentum. It seemed time had come to summon the Undead Knights. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all the examiners, Suyu's will, like an invisible command, instantaneously connected with the boundless realm of the undead. Buzz, a colossal black magic circle, over 3 meters in diameter and fringed with azure hellfire, abruptly materialized around Suyu. The overwhelming power emanating from it caused the surrounding thick darkness to subtly distort. Plop, plop, plop. The heavy and rapid sound of hooves echoed like the war drums of hell from within the magic circle. The next moment, in the control room atop the tower, the 5 examiners stared, their eyes wide with disbelief. 20 knights. A full 20 knights, riding undead steeds and wielding massive lances, emerged from the magic circle with an unmatched air of authority and chilling intent. Upon their arrival, the temperature of the entire space seemed to plummet several degrees. The sheer terror of the pressure radiating from the 20 high-level undead knights instinctively provoked a wave of unease from the 3 toxic demonic spiders, who were previously roaring arrogantly, their 8 ghostly green eyes flickering erratically as they sensed an unprecedented and lethal danger. What is that? In the control room, Lu Qingmei's eyes sparkled with extreme shock and incredulity. A new undead summon. Vice Commander Lei Dong was equally taken aback, his voice wavering slightly. A nightly form of the undead. The scholarly director Mo Bai, who was usually absorbed in research, was now thoroughly unsettled. His gaze fixated on the imposing undead knights on the screen, his eyes shimmering with fervor akin to that of a biologist discovering a new species. Their structure, their energy cores, their weapons and armor. My heavens, they are the epitome of killing machines. Although Executive Officer Ing Run remained silent, the icy eyes concealed behind his mask were now wide with astonishment, clearly stirred by a tumultuous inner storm. Chief Examiner Su Kaiching, the vice president of Yenjing University, also locked his gaze firmly on the screen, fixated on the 20 newly emerged undead knights and the calm, indifferent boy standing behind them. The second undead type. He murmured softly, and such a powerful knight unit. Just how many cards does this young lad still conceal? All the examiners were left stunned by Su Yu's sudden introduction of this new unit. They had previously speculated on how Su Yu would confront these elite monsters. Yet he astonishingly unveiled the even more terrifying undead knights. Is it not utterly unreasonable for the necromancer class? What are your thoughts on these undead knights? Su Kaiching broke the silence, his gaze sweeping over the other equally stunned examiners, his voice tinged with gravity. This is undoubtedly extraordinary. Lei Dong was the first to speak, his tone filled with awe. I can almost feel the pure will to kill and destructive power emanating from them. Each knight possesses formidable combat strength, I dare say. The director of the Alchemy Association, Imo Bai, adjusted his spectacles, his eyes gleaming with fervor behind the lenses as if he had beheld the most perfect creation. Observe their armor and weapons closely. They are certainly not crafted by ordinary undead beings. And the steeds beneath them, perfectly harmonizing with the knight's essence, embody a seamless unity. They are nothing short of natural war machines. If only we could procure one for research purposes. Mo Lauscher, now is not the time for academic pursuits. Director Lu Qingmei interjected with a wry smile, interrupting his technical analysis. I am more curious about the combat capabilities that these 20 undead knights can unleash. In the face of 3 LV-24 elite venomous spiders, what can they achieve in a completely dark environment? The Shadow Blade executor rasped. The venomous spiders excel at stealth and toxins. Darkness is their domain. While these 20 undead knights appear formidable, their numbers are limited. Should they be divided or ensnared by webs, they may find themselves in a dire struggle. Despite their astonishment at the appearance of the undead knights and the overwhelming aura they exuded, they maintained a degree of cautious anticipation regarding the ensuing battle. After all, their adversaries were 3 synergistic elite monsters with a distinct advantage in terrain. They were eager to witness whether Su Yu's undead knights were mere decorative facades or truly possessed combat prowess. And Su Yu, through decisive action, provided them with the answer. Chapter 84, Charge. Instant kill the venomous spider. Within the tower's confines. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Testing begins. Swish. The barrier dissipated. Hiss. The 3 elite venomous spiders, long unable to contain their anticipation, transformed into 3 indistinct, ghostly green afterimages the moment the barrier vanished. They chose not to charge head-on but, leveraging their passive, shadow stealth, and perfect adaptation to the dark environment, moved like phantoms from 3 separate directions, stealthily and swiftly encircling Su Yu, attempting to tear apart this seemingly solitary human. However, just as they initiated their assault, Su Yu's cold and indifferent voice, akin to a judgment from the depths of hell, resonated clearly within the soul link of the 20 undead knights. Undead charge. Roar. The 20 undead knights erupted with terrifying roars. They divided into 3 squads, charging fiercely toward the 3 venomous spiders. Swift. Exceedingly swift. The undead knights carved dark fissures in the shadows. The targeted venomous spider had yet to comprehend what was transpiring. It merely sensed a blur before a pressure capable of pulverizing it, and an aura of annihilation bore down upon it. Boom. Without a hint of suspense, the venomous spider was struck squarely by the undead knight's undead charge, unable to emit even a single cry of despair. The terrifying force erupted instantaneously. The soul-piercing spear ignored all defenses, delivering a direct impact to its very soul. Thud. Its hardened exoskeleton crumbled like paper. The massive body exploded in midair, transforming into a shower of ghostly green energy fragments and noxious venom. One strike. Instant kill. And this was merely the beginning. After obliterating the first spider, the remaining undead knights surged toward the other 2 venomous spiders. Hiss. The 2 spiders emitted terrified hisses, attempting to evade with speed and stealth. But it was far too late. The leading undead knights suddenly leaped high, descending like black meteors. War tread. The undead knights leap high and forcefully stomp a designated area, inflicting area physical damage on all nearby enemies and applying a shockwave effect, momentarily reducing their movement speed. This was a skill the undead knights had mastered upon reaching level 20. Boom, boom. Waves of terrifying power surged forth, rippling outward as they accurately engulfed the 2 venomous spiders attempting to flee. Hiss. The 2 spiders emitted a shriek, their massive bodies trembling. Their movement speed plummeted. As if caught in a quagmire, the shockwave effect took hold, and in that fleeting moment of delay, over a dozen other undead knights, like specters, closed in relentlessly. Their cold lances pierced through the spiders' exoskeletons once more, tearing into their very souls. The 2 elite venomous spiders could muster no significant resistance and followed the fate of the first, utterly crushed by the frenzied undead knights with absolute power. The entire sequence, from the barrier's disappearance to the demise of all 3 elite spiders, transpired in a manner so swift it was almost incomprehensible. Ding. Fourth round of testing concluded. Time taken, 0:46 seconds. Score 100 points. Congratulations, candidate Suyu, you have qualified for the next round of testing. 0:46 seconds. Yet another performance that would leave anyone breathless. Facing 3 LV-24 elite venomous spiders in a completely dark environment, Suyu, with merely 20 undead knights, had executed a flawless instant kill in under half a second. Meanwhile, in the control room, the examiners, witnessing the slaughter unfold, were rendered utterly speechless. 0:46 seconds. Another instant kill, this time against 3 LV-24 elite venomous spiders, and within a completely dark environment. Yet Suyu, relying solely on 20 undead knights, had achieved an even more ruthless and overwhelming victory. Is this truly the conclusion? Even with the examiner's experience and insight, their minds struggled to comprehend the enormity of what they had just witnessed. After all, these were 3 elite foes, cunning, venomous, adept in stealth, and fortified by absolute terrain advantage. Yet, before those 20 undead knights, they disintegrated like 3 feeble insects, obliterated by a charge and a stomp. They could not muster even a semblance of resistance. Had they not witnessed the entire process with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a mere level 20 practitioner could wield such power. To think that even a top-tier genius at level 25 could not possibly achieve such an outrageous feat, not even a hidden class could accomplish this. The Spectral Knights, their mesmerizing eyes filled with terror, evoked a sense of profound dread. Their combat prowess was, without a doubt, formidable. It was not merely terrifying, even Lei Dong, the fierce general of the army, bore a grave expression. The explosive force, the velocity of their assault, and the precision of their concentrated fire were feats that even the most elite heavy-armored mage knight battalion could not accomplish with such finesse at the same level. Each of those 20 spectral knights likely possessed the strength of an ordinary elite creature. The most alarming aspect was their soul-crushing attacks. The Shadow Blade Executor rasped, adding that the hardness of the venomous spider-esque carapace was not insignificant, yet it felt as fragile as paper in the face of their lances. Furthermore, I could sense a power within their strikes that directly annihilated the soul, a lethal threat to any living being. With their impeccable design, terrifying attributes, and formidable skills, combined with the nearly negligible summoning cost, MO by, the director of the Alchemy Association, had become utterly entranced by the Spectral Knights. His eyes glimmering with fervor as he murmured, "This is nothing short of the ultimate weapon of war. If only we could decipher their construction." The examiners exchanged remarks, their tones laden with awe and analysis regarding the terrifying combat capabilities of the Spectral Knights. The more they deliberated, the more their hearts raced with trepidation. Possessing such potent summoned entities and the ability to summon multiple units with ease, Suyu's prowess had transcended any mere description of genius or prodigy. He was, in essence, a mobile calamity cloaked in the guise of a newcomer. Chapter 85, The Numbscores. At that moment, the previously silent chief examiner, Su Kaiching, suddenly spoke, his tone imbued with an enigmatic significance. "It seems, everyone, that our prior discussions regarding the top scholar of this year's South Border Province have found their answer." As his words echoed, the control room fell into a brief silence. The examiners were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting a complex array of emotions. Indeed, they had been speculating on whether Li Jianfei, Sun Qihong, or Luo Qingyan among the talented contenders would ultimately triumph. Yet now, in the face of Su Yu's unmatched performance over 4 consecutive rounds, akin to a divine being descending upon the earth, did the notion of competition even remain? Lu Qingmei offered a wry smile. The vice principal speaks true. Given the strength Su Yu has displayed, it is not just in the South Border Province, nationwide. Few peers could hope to surpass him. Lei Dong nodded gravely, his voice tinged with resignation. While Li Jianfei and the others were undoubtedly exceptional with immense potential, the disparity when compared to Su Yu was stark and undeniable, as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Mo by adjusted his spectacles, I concur. A hidden class at level 20, coupled with such a fearsome undead army, leaves no room for other candidates. Though the Shadow Blade Executor remained silent, he too nodded slightly in agreement. Su Kaiching observed the reactions of those present, a glimmer of understanding passing through his eyes. Though the examination had only reached its 4th round, with the challenging 5th and ultimate 6th round still ahead, Su Yu's demonstrated prowess, which utterly eclipsed all competitors, suggested that the title of top scholar for this year's South Border Province was effectively secured. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, the other candidates had little chance. It appeared that, after many years, the South Border Province was poised to produce another top-tier genius capable of standing amongst the best in the nation, Su Kaiching mused, his voice tinged with anticipation. Yet, he pondered, just what was this young man's limit? The examiners turned their gazes back to the luminous screen. There stood Su Yu, unruffled, awaiting the onset of the next round of testing. It seemed he remained blissfully unaware that his recent display had completely captivated the seasoned examiners atop the tower. Securing his position as the anticipated top scholar of the South Border Province for the year, Time within the trial tower appeared to flow differently from the outside world. It felt as though little time had elapsed, yet nearly 2 hours had passed since the commencement of the 4th round of testing. During this interval, the number of candidates being eliminated and transported away had surged dramatically. The white light flickered almost incessantly, each flash signifying yet another candidate concluding their examination journey. The expressions of those emerging were predominantly filled with disappointment, reluctance, and even a hint of relief at having survived. The 4th round was extraordinarily difficult. Those 3 spider elites were insidious. They even spewed venom and set traps. Indeed, the surroundings were pitch black. It was impossible to see. I was ambushed multiple times. Had I not activated my life-saving skill promptly, I might have perished. I didn't even catch a glimpse of the spiders. I was ensnared by webs and poisoned to death. My skills were simply lacking. Various complaints and grievances echoed throughout the square, intensifying the anxiety of the awaiting teachers. The 4th round's difficulty evidently exceeded the capabilities of the majority of candidates. At that moment, a commanding and resonant voice echoed through the air once more. The 4th round of practical testing has concluded. A wave of anticipation surged among those waiting outside the tower and the exhausted candidates within, all eyes turning toward the imminent display of results. Number of participants in this round of assessment from South Border Province, 28, 464. Number of candidates successfully passing this round, 13, 295. Number of candidates eliminated or who forfeited midway, 15, 169. Elimination rate, 53, 3. This astonishing figure elicited a collective gasp from the crowd. The difficulty and brutality of the 4th round had far surpassed everyone's expectations. However, those who managed to pass this stage were all elite candidates, each possessing the capability to aspire to prestigious higher education institutions. The authoritative voice continued. We shall now announce the rankings for the 4th round of practical testing in South Border Province. As the words fell, the immense golden screen outside the tower and the virtual screens before each candidate within simultaneously refreshed to reveal the latest rankings. 4th round testing rankings for South Border Province. First place, Suyu, Profession, Undead Sovereign, Completion Time, 0:46 seconds, Score, 100 points. Second place, Sun Shihong, Profession, Demon Conjurer, Completion Time, 2,942 seconds, Score, 89 points. Third place, Luo Qingyan, Profession, Frost Mage, Completion Time, 3,219 seconds, Score, 88 points. Fourth place, Li Jianfei, Profession, Bloodthirsty Berserker, Completion Time, 3,456 seconds, Score, 87 points. Fifth place, Deng Muyue, Profession, Evil Spirit Summoner, Completion Time, 3,533 seconds, Score, 86 points. Sixth place. Upon seeing the familiar name at the top of the list, along with the shockingly brief and almost illogical completion time, a profound tranquility enveloped the square and the tower. Yes, it was tranquility. Gone were the gasps of astonishment from the first round, the shock and confusion from the second, and the stunned silence following the third, where their perspectives had been utterly shattered. What has taken its place is an almost numbing, habitual tranquility. It is as if Suyu has once again completed the challenge in a mere fraction of a second, achieving a perfect score, an occurrence deemed entirely natural. Oh, once more, he stands at the pinnacle. 46 seconds, a display of normalcy. I had anticipated this. It had to be him. Predictable, utterly predictable. Among the crowd, the murmurs that arise are no longer filled with gasps of astonishment or skepticism, but rather a calmness that borders on eerie, tinged with an air of inevitability. It is not that they are no longer astonished. Rather, they have become desensitized to the astonishment. When one individual's performance repeatedly shatters your expectations in a manner that defies logic and upends your understanding, what can you do in response? Beyond numbly accepting this reality, what recourse is left? Indeed, it is numbness. After witnessing Suyu's godlike dominance in the preceding 3 rounds, the majority of those present have developed an almost inhuman perception of his prowess. In their eyes, Suyu can no longer be regarded as a mere candidate. He is a monster clad in human skin, an entity beyond the bounds of normalcy, a bug that cannot be comprehended through conventional reasoning. Therefore, when they observe him once more achieving a remarkable time of 0:46 seconds in the more challenging 4th round, even while confronting 3 elite-grade venomous spiders in complete darkness, they find it somewhat unsurprising. Had Suyu failed to secure first place this time, or if his completion time had exceeded 1 second, only then might they have felt genuine astonishment. Meanwhile, within the realm of trials, those exceptional individuals who had just endured a grueling battle to scarcely pass the 4th round gaze at the leaderboard with similarly complex emotions. Yet, more than anything, they are engulfed by a sense of powerlessness. Li Jianfei, upon witnessing his rank fall to 4th and Suyu's continuing achievement of mere fractions of a second, silently clenches his fists, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes, yet he can no longer utter any harsh words. Although Sun Qihong ranks 2nd, he can only helplessly smirk at the almost negligible time held by the leader. A monster is indeed a monster. Pursuit? Surpassing? Perhaps from the very beginning. Such unrealistic notions should not have even crossed their minds. In the face of Su.U.'s dominating results, all candidates have surrendered. Now, the only battle left for them is for the coveted second position on the leaderboard. As for first place, let it be. How can one contend with such a monster? With one's very life at stake.